Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Be careful who you let into your home, they say. What if you were Cheryl, though? Would you let your ex-convict brother-in-law in the middle of the night? This movie, however, explains everything. The biggest mass murder in Connecticut history occurred on July 22, 1977. The crime was so heinous that the state's Supreme Court characterized it as vicious and seemingly unmotivated. And believe me when I say that the graphic details will stay with you for a very long time. Furthermore, sensationalizing is not our goal. It's unvarnished, heartbreaking, and genuine, and as always, we're dissecting this horror to find out what actually transpired with the Beaudoin family. First, let's learn more about the family and their world. On Cedar Hill Drive in Prospect, Connecticut, the Beaudoin family resided in a tiny, close-knit neighborhood. In 1977, there were just over 6,500 people living in this small village. Neighbors knew one another, and the allure of country living brought a feeling of security and tranquility. Although it may seem like a minor detail, this close-knit atmosphere is crucial to the events that transpired later. Since the Beaudoin family was not your average family, let's now discuss them. 10 people shared a single residence. Frederick Beaudoin, the father, and Cheryl, the mother, who was just 29 at the time, were the family's leaders. They had 7 kids together, ages ranging from babies to pre-teens. 10-year-old Sharon Lee, 9-year-old Deborah Ann, 8-year-old Paul, 6-year-old Roderick, 5-year-old Holly Lynn, and 4-year-old Mary Lou were the next in line after the oldest, 12-year-old Frederick Jr. As if that weren't enough, they also had a niece, Jennifer Santoro, who is 6 years old. Their home must have been a bustling, hectic place with all the daily ups and downs of a large family, because there were so many young lives involved. The Beaudoin family enjoyed a really exciting and enjoyable day together, as you may expect, and on the evening of Thursday, July 21, 1977, it was unquestionably the case. In Prospect, Connecticut, the 8 children were having a great time playing and swimming in their neighbor's pool. It was a normal summer evening, with splashes, laughter, and carefree moments all around. The BOD family wasn't exactly living in luxury, but they also weren't having a hard time. They were thankful for what they had and had enough to get by. They made a cozy, loving household that exuded joy despite their lack of income. The mother, Cheryl, was watching the children that night as they were having a great time at the pool. The father, Frederick Beaudoin, was attempting to support his family while working his 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory. However, when a man arrived at the pool, things took an unexpected turn. This was no stranger. Now, the children were actually very happy to see him. The neighbor remembered how they all ran to meet him and gave him kisses and hugs. He was obviously someone they trusted and knew well. After some time, the neighbor went inside. The kids finished their fun in the pool, and they went home with this man. The evening then proceeded as it would for any other family. However, nobody could have predicted that this night would soon take a tragic and dark turn that would permanently alter everything. When neighbors began to smell smoke around 4:15 in the morning, the early morning silence was broken. They initially believed it might be someone burning trash or leaves, but then they heard cries coming from the Beaudoin residence, which was much more frightening. They promptly called 911 and 11 to report the fire, after realizing something was gravely off. With sirens blaring through the night, fire engines from Prospect and the neighboring town of Bethany raced to the site. After roughly half an hour of valiant efforts, the firefighters were able to put out the fire, but none could have predicted what would happen next. Firefighters started searching the house as the smoke cleared and the flames subsided. They found an unimaginable tragedy within. The house was filled with the bodies of Cheryl Beaudoin, her 7 children, and her niece Jennifer Santoro, age 6. Before the fire, they had all been mercilessly murdered. The burned body of Cheryl was discovered on the kitchen floor. 2 of the children were found in another bedroom, while 3 were found in another. There were 2 children in the back and 1 in the master bedroom. The situation in the bathroom was very horrific. Cheryl was among the numerous victims who had their hands bound behind their backs, which added to the misery. Before their bodies were burned by the fire, all of the youngsters seemed to have suffered significant head injuries and 2 of them had their feet shackled. Even the most seasoned investigators were astounded by the heinousness of the crime, which was of unfathomable depravity. Edward P. Leonard, the state police commissioner at the time, said that all of the victims had been severely charred. Nevertheless, his testimony only alluded to the unspeakable tragedy that police and firefighters had seen. Later, a few neighbors acknowledged that they had woken up to the smell of smoke, but didn't give it much thought at first. They didn't see the danger until they heard the icy howls and decided to call for assistance. Joseph Paulino, a neighbor, made an effort to assist. He dashed over to the Beaudoin residence and tried to get inside, but the fire was already too fierce. A rush of heat drove me back when I opened the back door. He subsequently recalled the horrifying incident. The family's father, Frederick Beaudoin, was working the 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory in North Haven at around 5:30 in the morning when the picture window blew out. To pick him up, police showed up to his place of employment. They just told him that he had to accompany them, without explaining what had transpired. The family's Reverend Joseph Donnelly was waiting to break the heartbreaking news to him at his mother's house, so they took him there. Frederick turned to Reverend Joseph and asked him a question that neither husband nor parent should ever have to ask. Are they all dead? His greatest suspicions were validated by Joseph's solemn reply. Frederick lost everything he valued in a single terrible night, including his wife, kids, and entire family. He reportedly sobbed as he remarked, "There's only one thing, to see the bastard pay." He was shaken by grief. But even as Frederick struggled with this unfathomable loss, detectives were already putting in endless effort to uncover the truth. Determining to stop every vehicle on Route 68, they established a command post outside Prospect Town Hall and started halting traffic. Police also carried on their investigation at the Beaudoin residence. At that moment, they became aware of an oddity. Every window and door was locked. An unsettling issue was brought up by this. How could the murderer have gotten away if the interior of everything was secured? It raised the terrifying possibility that the criminal had either locked the doors behind them or was already inside the residence. The detectives, of course, began to speak with neighbors. They then found out about Lorne Quinn, who happened to stop by when the children were having a good time at the neighbor's swimming pool. That wasn't all, though. About a mile from the house, the neighbors reported seeing him again early on Friday morning, sitting by himself in a black automobile, parked in a neighboring church parking lot. The investigators were alarmed by this information. Why was this individual lingering at the house both before and after the catastrophe, and who was he? Additional information regarding Lorne's relationship to the Beaudoin family was provided by the neighbors. He wasn't merely a haphazard character on the outside of their life, as it turned out. In fact, he had been living in their basement for approximately 2 years. Then, suddenly, he disappeared from their lives. However, he reappeared on that fateful Thursday night, the same night the Beaudoin children were swimming at the neighbor's pool, just as suddenly as he had vanished. Investigators, meanwhile, couldn't afford to ignore anyone, not even the distraught father, Frederick. The individuals closest to the victims are frequently examined in the early phases of any investigation. Frederick therefore didn't think twice when police requested for his consent to search his truck. He had nothing to conceal. The search was a necessary step in ruling him out, but it turned up no proof or suspicious objects. The probe was a flurry of activity by the time it reached the 24-hour mark. No time was being wasted by the police. They had examined more than 100 witnesses, including Frederick and Lorne, set up roadblocks and talked to neighbors. No information was too minor to be taken into account, and every detail was crucial. Officers discovered something much more concerning than anything they had heard from the neighbors, though, when they entered Lorne Aquin's name into their system. This was not a man who had a few small legal issues. He was portrayed as having a hazardous and unpredictable streak by the patterns found in his criminal record. Lorne received a prison sentence for stealing in April 1974. Released in February 1975 after less than a year of service, freedom didn't last for him. He was back in jail by March 1976 after making a frantic and careless attempt to break out of custody, which suggested his audacious, unbridled personality. He was released on parole in September 1976 after serving time for that charge. When the incident at the Beaudoin residence occurred, this is the aspect that really sparked concerns. It had just been 7 months since Lorne's release from prison. There was barely enough time for him to establish a stable existence again, let alone demonstrate that he had changed, and yet he was linked to one of the most heinous atrocities the community had ever seen. It was hard for investigators to overlook the circumstances and timing of Lorne's comeback. It was difficult to ignore the picture painted by his criminal history and his peculiar actions in the days preceding the tragedy. Why had he spent so much time away from the Baudouin residence? Why was he seen the morning after the fire sitting in a black automobile in a neighboring church parking lot? Investigators discovered a startling twist to add to the intensity of the situation. Lorne was more than a stranger with a criminal history. In reality, Frederick's foster brother was him. What a crazy turn of events. Investigators went to Lorne's residence at around 9:30 a.m. on July 22 and asked him to come in so they could question him. To the surprise of all, he nodded without question. He accompanied them to the police station with composure. However, what followed caught everyone off guard. Lorne did more than simply respond to inquiries. He explained everything. He didn't just deliver an evasive or ambivalent response. He was prepared to confess. Rather, he provided a comprehensive and terrifying description of the crime that made everyone shudder. He said that in order to make sure his sister-in-law and the kids were headed in the correct direction, he had attacked them. The police did not end their interrogation there. Even when they brought in his psychiatrist to speak with him, his account remained consistent despite the fact that they asked him the identical questions 3 times. Lorne remained firm in his confession. By this time, it was obvious that Lorne was to blame. Investigators weren't taking any chances, so they arrested him and charged him with 9 murders and 1 arson charge. He was forced to submit a 7-page confession outlining all the specifics of what had transpired. No one else could have learned the facts, certainly not from the news or any outside sources, because they were so precise and particular. All of it came directly from Lorne. However, the narrative did not finish there. Investigators discovered additional, more incriminating evidence on July 23, later that day. More horrifying, bloody shoes and socks were found in the trunk of Lorne's car, the same vehicle that people had seen him parked in at the church the night of the crime, and a garbage bag full of bloody clothing was located next to his driveway. This was all quite consistent with what Lorne had admitted. The evidence was pointing straight toward him and was piling up like a mountain. However, if you believe that the case was concluded at this point and that Lorne was permanently imprisoned, you're not exactly right. Even though everything appeared to be moving toward a speedy conviction, things were about to take another unexpected turn. The defense unit led by Lorne wasn't prepared to give up just yet. They continued to search for methods to sow uncertainty and change the situation to their advantage. His lawyer was working tirelessly to find weaknesses in the prosecution's case. Even as the evidence against him, his confession, the bloody clothing, and the witnesses, was mounting. It would not go unchallenged without a significant pushback from John R. Williams. The defense team began to fight for a delay, even though it seemed like everything was pointing to Lorne's guilt. They claimed that the court had gone too far in asking for a blood sample from Lorne without any concrete proof. They attempted to provide fresh possibilities, such as the idea that Cheryl's brother might be the true murderer, and they wanted the confession and the blood evidence to be omitted from the trial. The court, however, didn't buy it. They refused to allow the defense to divert attention from the evidence, which they saw for what it was: terrifying, consistent, and unambiguous. The trial proceeded according to schedule there, and on July 16, 1979, the jury was sworn in, and it seemed as though the last chapter was drawing near. Then came the day that everyone had been anticipating. Lorne's confession was made public. And it didn't let me down, I can assure you. It described what he had done in graphic detail. Lorne described every moment with icy accuracy as she confessed to killing Cheryl, her kids, and other people. He even described how, before the violence started, he went to the house in the evening to pick raspberries with the children. Although it was difficult to accept, Lorne's story was not over yet. He claims that after leaving the house at 8:30 p.m., he returned early the next day, at 2 or 3 a.m., by sneaking in through the unlocked basement door. Cheryl walked down to see what was happening when he casually turned on the light in the kitchen. Lorne claims that she didn't appear overly shocked to see him, and that she didn't give him any trouble when he asked to borrow some equipment from the basement to fix his automobile. But after obtaining the lug wrench, things swiftly took a tragic turn. Returning upstairs, Lorne requested a beer from Cheryl. He was family after all, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. However, Lorne struck her over the head with the lug wrench as soon as she turned around to retrieve the beer. And it didn't stop there. He continued to swing, striking her repeatedly and without hesitation. The worst thing, according to Lorne, was that Cheryl didn't cry out for assistance or scream. What was going in her head at the time is beyond my comprehension. Was she attempting to be silent in order to avoid disturbing her kids? Did she want to live through this assault without being noticed? Regretfully, it was unsuccessful. After running to the kitchen after hearing the commotion, one of the children was hit by Lorne using the same wrench. He then proceeded to use the wrench and tire iron to assault the other kids, but he returned and began stabbing Cheryl after hearing her moaning in the kitchen, indicating that she was still alive despite the severe injuries. Later, Lorne told the authorities that he had tragically beaten 10-year-old Sharon before killing her after tying up some of the kids with twine. Imagine the anguish this young child went through at the age of 10, being beaten senselessly and then attacked. He then poured gasoline all over the house, including Cheryl and the kids, and set it on fire. But Lorne's story completely changed on September 5, 1979, when he took the stand. All of his confessions were disputed by him. "I didn't do any of that," he said. He asserted that the only reason he signed the confession was because his psychiatrist advised him to do so. "It would be better for you if you signed," the doctor had told Lorne. During his interview, Lorne also said he constantly asked to talk with a lawyer, saying he wanted to do so repeatedly, but the police consistently turned down his petitions, claiming they already knew he was guilty. They persuaded him that it would be in his best interests to just confess. Lorne had a peculiar response when asked about the bloodstains on his clothing. He asserted that the blood came from a fight he got into the night of the killings, rather than the murders. Lorne claims that some men attacked him outside the cafe in retribution while he was out for coffee. He claimed that after fighting back, he beat them. The blood originated there. Many were suspicious of his claims since he maintained that it was an odd and improbable scenario. When Lorne talked about how he felt when he heard about the killings, things took an even stranger turn. He claimed that he was so furious when the police first told him about the murders that he hit a wall at the police barracks. In his rage, he allegedly told the state trooper that they had better apprehend the murderers before he did. The jurors had never seen the innocent faces of the 7 dead children until the prosecutors showed them in a picture during the trial. Lorne's attorney used this photo as justification for a mistrial, arguing that the image's emotional impact might unjustly sway the jury's verdict. But the motion was denied by the court, and the trial went on without any problems. As the case developed, some pieces of evidence, such as Lorne's initial reaction upon learning of the incident, seemed to support his version of events. Murders reflected exactly what his confession had said. This alignment made people wonder if he had been forced to confess to the crimes or if he had truly done them. Furthermore, during the trial, a fingerprint expert from the state police stated that the bloody handprint discovered in the bathtub was not Lorne's. Indeed, his handprint did not match the one on one of the door jambs. Given that the prints didn't resemble any of the victims or even Frederick the father, this revelation cast more suspicion on his involvement. Additionally, there was the issue of a previous interview that writer Lincoln Milstein from the local daily The Current had done with Lorne in October 1977. More discrepancies were exposed by this interview, which had been kept secret until the confession was made public. Lorne acknowledged to Milstein that he didn't remember the murders. He only vaguely recalled seeing bodies and blood all over the place, chatting to Cheryl, and the home being on fire. He asserted that his memory of what had transpired was blurry since he had been so terrified and perplexed by it. But in October 1977, for security considerations, Lorne was moved to a state mental hospital in Middleton, and a few weeks later he was formally committed. There were questions regarding his mental state at the time of the confession, when a psychiatrist testified that he might have epilepsy or schizophrenia. In light of this, others contended that his comments lacked credibility, which raised more concerns about his responsibility for the crimes. Let's go on to October 1979. After 3 days of hours of deliberation, the jury found Lorne guilty on all counts of murder. They did not prosecute him, despite rumors that he may have been motivated to murder after experiencing embarrassment after reportedly harassing one or more of the Bode ladies. Although it was never established beyond a reasonable doubt, Chief Assistant State's Attorney Walter Scanlon speculated that this might have been the motivation. The state attempted to obtain the maximum penalty of 245 years in jail, which consists of 20 years for arson and 25 years for each homicide. However, Lorne was given a sentence of 105 years to life in jail, with the option of release after 50 or 55 years by Judge Walter Pickett. After the verdict was reached, Lorne's lawyer promptly submitted an appeal, so fast that it appeared as if the appeal had already been prepared and was ready to be filed. But Lorne was imprisoned after the court rejected his appeal. Lorne persisted in challenging his conviction over time by submitting requests for a habeas corpus hearing. Each petition was denied in spite of his best efforts, and his court cases appeared to be fruitless. For those who are not familiar with the word, habeas corpus is a writ that is used to bring an accused individual from another jurisdiction to the court where the crime was committed. This essentially allows the case to be reviewed. Lorne contended that his confession shouldn't have been used against him and that he was unfairly condemned. After a while, Lorne was moved to Suffield, Connecticut's McDougall-Walker Correctional Facility, where he was imprisoned for 38 years. He accrued 8 disciplinary offenses during this period, including violence, drug possession, contraband, and other infractions. He was accused with violence and refusal to submit a specimen in 1997, which was his most recent offense. Then Lorne's health took a sharp turn in June 2015. Following a serious medical crisis, he was admitted to the intensive care unit and put on a ventilator. Lorne had no family that could or would make medical decisions for him, according to the Department of Correction. The judge was summoned to decide how to treat him, but Lorne died of a serious brain bleed before the discussion could begin. Having been incarcerated from the age of 27, he was 65 years old when he passed away. Since no autopsy was conducted and the source of the brain bleed was never identified, his death remained mysterious. After cremating Lorne's remains, the funeral home's previous owner, Robert DeClark, requested and was granted custody of his remains after his passing. In an effort to locate any family members who might come forward, DeClark occasionally carried Lorne's ashes to the Department of Correction after they had been preserved. However, nobody did, and in all honesty, it seems like Lorne received just what he was due. It's nearly impossible to comprehend the violence and cruelty involved. No child, not even Cheryl, deserves to die that way, abandoned and forgotten. For the rest of the family, especially the father, Fred, the lingering heartache must have been intolerable. Can you picture the devastating conclusion that his loved ones had been killed by his own foster brother? It had to be beyond description. The million-dollar question is thus raised. Did Lorne somehow get away with a punishment that wasn't appropriate for the offense? Or was the sentencing fair? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. The Irene Cortez case, a tragic accident or a planned murder of a mother of many. A scorned woman is said to be capable of unpredictable and desperate acts, the most fearsome of which is cold and cruel revenge. But what about the scorned man? Many people believe that an offended man will either resort to physical violence, drown his sorrows in alcohol, or combine the two. Men, on the other hand, tend to hold fewer grudges and can be more inventive when it comes to vengeance. The case of Irene Cortez, a Spanish citizen who died mysteriously during a trip to Colombia, is complex and ambiguous. While her assailants were apprehended, convicted, and are currently serving lengthy sentences, the deceased woman's family claims the true perpetrator is still at large and portraying himself as a victim. Let us begin by delving into this complex story and determining whether a third party was involved or if the murder was unintentional. It's worth noting that each party is still attempting to prove their version of the truth. Who was Irene Cortez? Irene Cortez, born Lucas, was born in 1980 in the sunny city of Granada, Spain, which is the capital of the same province. She grew up in a wealthy family with a brother and sister. Her parents operated a small but profitable business. According to some reports, her father died young, but her mother, Maria Lucas, took over the business, expanded it, and made sure her children had everything they needed. Maria's older brother, Uncle Pedro Lucas, was also very helpful. Irene was the oldest of the 3 children. A beautiful and sociable girl, she enjoyed being the center of attention and was drawn to boys from a young age. She married shortly after finishing school and was already pregnant. She gave birth to her first child at the age of 17, and 2 years later, she had her second. Despite being a young mother, her mother and uncle provided her with significant support, allowing her to continue her education. Irene relocated to Malaga, a resort city, with her husband and 2 children in early 2000. She opened an entertainment venue, which quickly became popular and profitable. Originally a small disco bar, it grew into a full-fledged nightclub in Malaga. The couple had their 3rd child, and life appeared prosperous and stable. At the age of 25, Irene's husband was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison for trafficking illegal substances. Tragically, he died in prison under mysterious circumstances. Irene was solely responsible for raising her children. Irene was determined to persevere after witnessing her mother raising 3 children on her own. She ran her business successfully, made good money, and had big plans for the future. Relationship with Farid Linus Ariza. Farid Linus Ariza, a native of Barranquilla, Colombia, was born in 1976. He grew up in a large, impoverished family as the youngest of 6 siblings. His parents divorced in the early 1990s when he was still a teenager. His older siblings had become self-sufficient by then, so Farid remained with his mother. Farid moved to Spain with his elderly mother in 2001 at the age of 25 in search of a better life. They settled in Malaga, and Farid worked any job he could to support himself and his mother. In 2005, he began working as a waiter at a nightclub owned by Irene. Irene immediately recognized Farid's dedication and dependability. She was also attracted to him, and Farid did his best to please her. Irene's husband was incarcerated at the time, and she had planned to file for divorce, but was unable to do so before his untimely death. Irene and Farid's employee relationship quickly developed into romance. Farid was not put off by Irene's 3 children from previous relationships, nor was Irene concerned about Farid's humble background as a waiter whose salary she paid. Within months of starting their relationship, the couple decided to live together. They moved into Irene's spacious apartment, and soon after, Irene became pregnant with Farid's child. They had 2 children together. It's unclear whether they were legally married, but Irene retained her first husband's surname, while Farid's children took the surname Linus Ariza. Surname: imprisonment and infidelity. In 2009, Irene's past appeared to repeat itself. Farid, like her first husband, was arrested for distributing illegal substances and sentenced to prison. Irene was once again left alone, but this time with 5 children. Farid was sentenced to 3 years, but served only 1.5, being released early due to good behavior and cooperation with the investigation. However, shortly after Farid's imprisonment, Irene found solace in the arms of another man and lived with him for 1.5 years. Farid learned of her infidelity only after he was released. Understandably enraged, he threatened Irene and her lover and nearly assaulted the man, narrowly avoiding another legal scuffle. They eventually reached a peaceful resolution to the situation. Farid forgave Irene for the sake of their children, and they resumed their relationship as if the imprisonment and infidelity had never happened. Irene's relatives were always skeptical of Farid. Her mother and uncle disapproved of their relationship, believing Farid was only interested in Irene's money. Furthermore, Irene's older children from her first marriage rejected Farid, whereas the youngest, whom Farid had raised since the child was 2, saw him as a father figure. A fateful trip to Colombia. Farid, Irene's husband, expressed a desire to return to Colombia due to his father's serious illness in early 2011. According to reports, Farid's estranged father has been diagnosed with advanced cancer, and his sister in Barranquilla informed him of the dire situation. Irene, who had long wanted to visit Farid's homeland, agreed to accompany him. She was excited to meet Farid's father, whom she had never met before, as well as participate in the legendary Barranquilla Carnival, which takes place in late February. Furthermore, Irene, who had not taken a vacation in years, due to her commitment to her job and raising her 5 children, saw this trip as an opportunity for a much-needed break. The couple planned a 10-day trip across the ocean, with Irene's mother and younger sister agreeing to look after her children during this time. Despite her mother Maria Lucas's attempts to dissuade her from the journey due to a bad omen, Irene ignored her fears. At the same time, the family was experiencing financial difficulties due to a seasonal downturn in their business. Despite this, Irene had personal savings of $3,000 in cash hidden at home, but on the eve of their trip, she discovered the money had mysteriously vanished, nearly derailing their plans. Irene quickly borrowed the money from her uncle and close friends. She also reserved their flight tickets in a hotel in the city center, thoroughly preparing for what would tragically be her final journey. Mysterious murder. On February 27th of 2011, the couple arrived in Colombia. The flight was uneventful, and they immediately checked into their hotel. Irene called home to reassure her mom. However, 2 days later, Farid informed Irene's eldest son, 14, that his mother had died. Farid initially claimed an accident, but it was later discovered that Irene was murdered during a robbery at a Barranquilla entertainment venue. The case quickly became a major headline in Colombia. The story was that Irene, a Spanish tourist, was murdered by robbers who fled the scene, sparking a citywide police manhunt. However, the circumstances surrounding the robbery and murder appeared unusual and suspicious. The attackers did not appear to be attempting to steal anything. Instead, they shot Irene in the heart and fled quickly. Police and local media representatives arrived quickly. Despite the fact that Farid witnessed his partner shooting during an interview with journalists, he appeared calm, not like a grieving widower. The Spanish embassy in Bogotá confirmed the murder and stated that Irene's remains would be repatriated following the necessary investigations. Investigators are still determining the exact events of the night of March 2nd. In the meantime, authorities are actively pursuing the perpetrators of this senseless crime. Surveillance footage. The case of Irene Cortez's mysterious death appeared to be gaining clarity. After reviewing surveillance footage from cameras installed at the murder scene on March 1st, Irene and her partner Farid Alinas Ariza had arranged to meet Farid's brother, sister, and their spouses. The 6-person group attended the carnival, walked around town, and then went to a local bar for dinner and entertainment, as suggested by Farid. By 1 a.m., Irene, Farid, and his relatives were the only customers at the bar, according to surveillance footage. Around 2 a.m., 2 young men sitting away from the crowd entered the bar. They didn't order anything and didn't appear to be comfortable, which drew the bar manager's attention due to their suspicious behavior. Furthermore, their young appearance prompted the manager to inquire as to their legal age. The young men refused to show their IDs, and when asked to leave, one of them pulled out a gun and pointed it at the manager. His accomplice produced a knife, but quickly retreated out of the camera's view. The armed assailant pushed the manager aside and approached Irene's table, announcing the robbery and demanding mobile phones and cash. His knife-wielding partner reappeared, presumably to collect valuables, while the gunman continued to threaten the group. However, he did not have the opportunity to act, confronting Irene. The gunman instructed Farid to stand for a pocket search. As Irene reached for her purse, the assailant lunged at her while holding the gun. As he grabbed the purse, he fired a shot that struck Irene directly in the chest. She collapsed on the floor as the assailants fled without taking anything. Farid and his brother pursued them while his sister attempted to stop Irene's bleeding and his brother's wife requested emergency assistance. Unfortunately, the criminals were too quick to apprehend. The men returned to the bar and attempted to help Irene, but it was too late. Emergency personnel arrived quickly, but Irene died from her injuries en route to the hospital, leaving behind a perplexing case and a bereaved family. The manhunt for the perpetrators, arrest and trial. Following the robbery and homicide that claimed Irene Cortez's life, law enforcement deployed all available resources. The city was teeming with tourists for the carnival, so ensuring their safety was critical. A reward of $10 million, or approximately $3,500, was announced for information leading to the culprits. The first suspect, gunman Brian Dario, was apprehended the following day. He promptly implicated his accomplice, Juan Carlos. Juan, 18, surrendered to authorities, hoping for leniency. During interrogation, Dario claimed that dire financial straits, debts, and a sick child in need of costly treatment drove him to commit the crime, which his relatives later confirmed. He insisted that Irene's shooting was unintentional, occurring while attempting to steal her purse. Juan Carlos claimed he was an unwitting participant. He claimed Brian did not reveal his plans but rather requested backup in a job for which he claimed to have only a small knife for intimidation, not harm, and fled the scene when he realized Brian's intentions. However, surveillance footage contradicted his claims, revealing that he returned to Brian with both perpetrators in custody and their confessions. With prison sentences looming, the court found Dario guilty of robbery and homicide in aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to 23 years. Carlos was sentenced to 17 years for complicity in these crimes. Farid is accused and new details about the crime have emerged. The family of the deceased woman accused Farid of orchestrating his wife's murder from the start of the investigation. Irene's mother and uncle hired a detective to conduct an independent investigation, gathering additional materials and evidence to hold the man accountable and prove his role in the crime. Starting with the previously mentioned disappearance of Year 3000 from Cortez's hiding place. According to Maria Lucas, Farid was the only one who knew about the money and could have discreetly taken it. The woman told her daughter about this from the start, but she refused to listen. Now, she believed her son-in-law used the money to pay Dario to murder his wife. Another compelling argument was the man's father's fabricated illness, which he was eager to see. The elderly parent was not diagnosed with cancer, and he appeared to be in good health for his age. Farid made up this story, which served as the main pretext for the trip to Colombia. Furthermore, it was Linus Ariza who initiated the visit to that fateful establishment. Furthermore, he insisted on continuing the feast late into the night, when all of the other visitors had left and their company was alone in the hall. Furthermore, the detective conducted a detailed analysis of the camera recordings, assessing what was going on and drawing his own conclusions. He noticed that the criminals behaved strangely. Juan was obviously terrified, and he most likely had no idea what was happening. While Brian approached, the company approached Farid and raised him without directly threatening him with a gun. It appeared that the men knew each other and acted together. Then Farid moved strangely behind Irene, who was sitting at the table, and reached into her bag for her wallet. The criminal with the gun stared at the man, as if waiting for a signal. It's unclear whether he received any kind of sign when the victim and her husband returned to the camera after the shot. The man chased the killer, but the expert believes he intentionally let him escape. However, the latter statement may be considered controversial because Brian was armed and Farid could reasonably fear for his life. The man's behavior was also called into question. After his chosen one was declared dead, he willingly gave interviews to the arriving correspondents, discussing the details of what happened while remaining composed and not appearing upset or depressed. Another important question is why, after the tragedy, Linus Ariza called her 14-year-old son rather than Irene's mother, uncle, or any other adult relative. According to Maria Lucas, he intended to personally inflict pain on the teenager, punishing him for failing to recognize the stepfather's authority and treating him disrespectfully. The woman's uncle was the first to give an interview to the press, openly discussing his suspicions and the findings of the investigation. Pedro Lucas was certain that Farid had planned the trip in advance, effectively luring Efrain into a trap. The money stolen from her was used to pay for the services of a hired killer, and after her death, he intended to establish guardianship over the children and take over his wife's business. Farid's mother did not stand silently by as her son was accused of a heinous crime. Instead, she openly defended her son. The woman claimed that her offspring adored Irene and her children and would never harm them. However, the parent inadvertently said that the chosen one did not have to cheat on Farid, which greatly offended his pride. In addition, an unpleasant detail emerged about Linus Ariza leaving Spain on fake documents because he was not permitted to leave the country after being released from prison on parole. The man denied this information, claiming that he left legally and Irene served as his guarantor. Funeral without the widower. Irene's body was returned to her native Spain 12 days after the tragedy occurred. The funeral was held with a closed casket because the remains had begun to decompose after such a long time. Hundreds attended the funeral. Family, friends, neighbors, and even those who didn't know Cortez but had heard the moving story wanted to send their condolences to the family. Farid was the only person who did not attend the farewell ceremony because he was afraid of retribution if he returned from Colombia. Farid claimed that his late wife's relatives had repeatedly threatened both him and his elderly mother. As a result, before flying back to Spain, He planned to appeal to the authorities to ensure his safety. He sought a protective order so that he could attend the funeral, but his request was denied, and Linus Ariza decided not to take the risk. In response, Farid filed a court complaint against his deceased wife's relatives, alleging that they obstructed his return home. Maria and Pedro Lucas, on the other hand, denied his claims, stating that their primary concern was his return to Spain to face trial. Additional court proceedings. With new circumstances and accusations against Farid, further investigation and court proceedings were launched. Dario and Carlos, who were already serving their sentences in a Colombian prison, were questioned about their relationship with Alina's Ariza and a possible premeditated conspiracy. However, Brian categorically rejected this assumption. He insisted that the murder was an accident caused by a failed robbery attempt. He claimed he had never met Farid before, let alone hired him as a hitman for his wife. The accusations appeared to be grasping at straws, with no conclusive evidence of premeditation or a contract killing, only assumptions and interpretations of the events on the recording. Dario also admitted to being under the influence of alcohol and prohibited substances that evening, which explains his poor recollection of the events. Carlos insisted that his friend had not included him in his plans, and that everything that happened in the bar was as shocking to him as it was to those they assaulted. Juan appeared to be telling the truth, but Brian's statement about who fired the fatal shot raised some doubts. Consider this. He failed to commit the robbery, was imprisoned, and his sick child received the necessary expensive treatment. Brian claimed that when kind-hearted people discovered his motivation, they helped him. However, the Lucas family's lawyers attempted to show that the Euro 3000 stolen from Irene, which Farid paid for her murder, was spent on treatment. Brian allegedly agreed to sacrifice himself and go to prison to save his child while secretly passing the money to his wife. This version, however, was never verified. Returned to Spain. Linus Ariza only decided to return to Spain after obtaining a court order guaranteeing his safety. A few months had passed since the tragedy, and the media frenzy had subsided. When he returned, Linus Ariza claimed to have brought investigation materials that proved his innocence in his wife's murder. He stated that his main reason for returning was to care for the children he shared with Irene, who had been cared for by the deceased's relatives while he was away. 6 months later, Farid decided to give a major interview, in which he revealed that he had lost almost everything. He was unemployed, and his passport had been revoked, preventing him from leaving the country. To make matters worse, his friends abandoned him, and his late wife's mother and uncle forbade him from seeing his children. Linus Ariza confronted Maria and Pedro Lucas in court several times. He claimed they threatened him while trying to prove his involvement in Irene's murder. However, neither side could back up their claims. Finally, the children remained in the care of their grandmother and uncle, and the widower was unable to claim any of his late wife's belongings. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. As you begin to investigate the Leslie Palacio case, it's impossible not to be puzzled and disappointed that justice hasn't yet been served. Despite the fact that the police have all of the evidence and know who the killer is, he remains at large. Today's story highlights the difficulty of investigating crime when suspects are outside the jurisdiction, and victims can only hope that the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Australia Philosophia, mother of 5 beautiful daughters. Taylor, her eldest daughter, came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room remained untouched. Her belongings were gone, and it was clear she had not spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a good night at the club. Leslie had probably spent the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed because Leslie had never done this before. Kyla kept looking at her phone during breakfast, expecting Leslie to text her soon. Leslie remained silent despite the passage of time. By noon, it had stopped appearing normal. By late afternoon, the reseller had decided to go to Eric's house on her own to find out where her daughter had gone. When the Palacio family arrived, they noticed Eric's mother and sister actively removing furniture and other items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is normal, but the situation in Mrs. Ibarra's crying face gave Rosella a strange feeling. Something wasn't right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended they were unaware that the couple had spent the evening together. Ursula clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, citing her daughter's messages indicating her intention to visit Eric. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized how serious the situation was. Fears became reality, and the family took immediate action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have vanished so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the previous 24 hours. However, both the search and attempts to contact Eric were unsuccessful. He had either turned off his phone or it had died. Kayla couldn't even hear her voicemail. With Sally, I had no choice but to contact the police. The following day, August 30, Leslie was officially reported missing. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, and the move marked the beginning of an intense fight for justice. In Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, her short but full life was filled with love and care for her family. The girl was always open and friendly, and she brought joy to any company. She valued everyone she met in her life, and they reciprocated. Leslie wished to connect her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in Las Vegas Medical College at 20 West 20. She was already confidently pursuing her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and working part-time as a laboratory technician, combining theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Leslie proved herself to be a gifted student. Her academic achievements were commendable. She had a natural ability to absorb new information and was always eager to expand her knowledge. That is why the girl chose to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Leslie unexpectedly realized she had found her calling and quickly became an integral part of the team. Colleagues thought the student was not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm-hearted person. The girl's responsibilities included conducting various analyses and tests. However, Leslie saw this work as much more than just a way to fulfill her duties. She saw her calling in making patients test, taking experiences as comfortable as possible. Her caring and patience fostered a sense of trust. Even those who were concerned about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of having her hands pierced all the time, she laughed and replied that she now had the superpower to poke people. Vital, a young optimist, already has evidence in her every action. Leslie, by all accounts, had the potential to become a highly sought-after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics. And she would have, if things hadn't turned out so dramatically. Leslie has always helped and cared for others since she was a child. Ursula Palacio, the second of 5 daughters, took on the role of mother when she worked as a hotel cleaner. Ursula recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she attempted to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in one shift. Take some rest. Leslie gently encouraged her desire to alleviate her mother's burden after work. Her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her usual easygoing style, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always ensured that her family members were well fed. Even if she was away and couldn't prepare the family dinner herself, she was always calling home to ensure that everyone had eaten, because Leslie's family came first. She easily inspired her sisters with her enthusiasm and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie continued to participate in sports by organizing workouts in her backyard. She praised her mother's various exercises, and she and her sister danced daily in front of a mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image led to a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters started designing and sewing dresses at home in their own distinctive style. When the coronavirus pandemic struck, Ursula was laid off due to downsizing. Leslie suggested that her mother start her own small cleaning business and assured her that she would gladly assist her with the cleanings in her spare time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon, as you can see," she assured Alia. At a family council, they came up with the name Palacio Cleaning Service. Leslie went missing around that time. Her dreams were just beginning to come true when their family firm received its first contract. However, on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. Leslie finished the lab assistant program at the end of August 2020, and the family firm received a large order, so she decided it was time to unwind from the stresses and worries with an evening of dancing and fun. The pandemic-related restrictions were gradually lifted, and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company. People were beginning to let go of their fears and resume their normal lives. They were still nervous and anxious about being in a closed space with so many people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, so she posted on Instagram about her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel, i.e. Barra. Leslie and Eric's parents had attended the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood but had never had a close relationship. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy who texted her showed interest, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's request to keep her company. But not this time. She was looking forward to a fun evening to break up her usual routine. The entire day was filled with anticipation. When none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm invitation to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. A night out with Eric seemed like a better option than going nowhere at all. We anticipate a fun adventure. Leslie had no idea what terrible things waited her, but she probably had a premonition about something and was trying to convince herself that there was no reason to be concerned. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister to send her regular messages informing her where she was. She also told Kyla in great detail where she was going, who she would be with, and where she might end up. After a while, the elder sister received an unusual message. "Can you believe Eric is not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'll have to celebrate alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages about the subject. To live a healthy lifestyle. The first place Eric and Leslie went was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers later discovered surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250, owned by Eric at 0:30 a.m. on Ayub 29 and entered the casino before leaving shortly after at 1:56 a.m. The couple then left the casino. Leslie kept in touch with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something unpleasant." Kyla inquired as to what had occurred, and she stated that a text box appeared, indicating that Leslie had begun to respond, but no response was received. The girl's life ended with that text message. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange thing. Mrs. Diabara and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time that they had arrived a few hours later. The investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day strangely enough not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father Jose in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions, and on August 31, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son Eric left home late in the evening on August 28, and when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began with the Las Vegas police involved. Detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Joe's borrower's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CCTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours of the 29 detectives, found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 02:15 am accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 am, which is quite early in the morning at 06:05 am. Neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie and getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated at 07:25 am. Eric and his father Jose are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Jose hoses down the door driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Jose were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for a borrower's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosselli asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Josie appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The philosophy of families asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 am. I'll get to 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area, so detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land, and on Sept. 9 during the second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect. 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire where the body was found is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the cons down south of the unquote criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Mornado Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to Santa Sidra, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down, Then on January 19, 2021, 4 months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, José, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder during interrogations. José tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, José changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to José, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that José initially told police that according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. So they also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked José for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, José formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, José Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by José's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the chaos, José Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends were present in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. José Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere to date. Eric's whereabouts are unknown, and he continues to live freely in Mexico. José was released to Ophelia Marketing on April 28, 2020. An attorney and Palacio family representative commented as follows: "I'm absolutely furious. This is clearly unfair. Not only is the primary suspect not in custody, the person involved in the cover-up of the murder is now back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days over the last 3 years. The family philosophy has never received adequate recognition. Leslie's story demonstrates flaws in the justice system and raises concerns about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The family philosophy is determined to fight to change Nevada's laws because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should face a prison sentence of more than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and punished appropriately." Ophelia Market Eon is directly contacting those who may know Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she advocates for the Palacios family to receive some measure of justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Sierra's case. She died after crossing the ocean. 10 years ago, the high-profile case of Sarai Sierra, an American girl photographer, shook the world and brought the intelligence services of 2 countries on different continents to their feet. The U.S. citizen vanished without a trace during her photo tour in Istanbul, as if out of thin air. This story received extensive media coverage, and the situation and circumstances were so unusual that it sparked numerous rumors and conspiracy theories. Despite active, large-scale, and timely searches, the girl could not be found alive. Her body was discovered in the city's historic center, near Saraburnus walls. But how did it happen that on a bright day in a popular tourist destination, someone's life was taken so casually and no one noticed? To understand this case, it is necessary to reconstruct the entire chain of events that led to the tragedy. And now we'll try it together. Sarai Sierra. Early years. Sarai Sierra was born in New York on November 9, 1979, and is the second child in a large family. She grew up alongside her older brother, David, and younger sister, Christina. Their parents, Dennis and Bethany Jimenez, were of Puerto Rican descent, but moved to the United States in 1973, settling in Manhattan, where their children were born. Shortly after moving, the couple joined the local Protestant community and converted to evangelical Christianity. They raised their children strictly according to the religious canons of their adopted faith. The family attended church on a regular basis, socialized with other members of the community, and sent their children to Sunday school. Sarai grew up to be an active, creative individual who stood out for her strong-willed but complex personality. Sarai was regarded as a rebel and a hooligan, in contrast to her younger sister Christina, who was quiet, obedient, and very modest. At the same time, she respected her parents and acknowledged their undisputed authority in the Jimenez home. There were strict rules that all members of the family followed. This applied to its inhabitants' daily routines, many everyday moments, and behavioral norms. For example, the daughters were not allowed to socialize with boys, go on dates, or leave the house after 9:00 p.m. All of their friendly interactions were monitored, and parents always knew where and with whom their children were. Sarai's entire life revolved around home, school, and church, and her social circle consisted solely of people from those places. The active, energetic, socially oriented girl was bored and cramped within the confines of her environment, but her parents were confident that they were doing the right thing for their children. Sarai intended to attend a pedagogical university and work as a teacher in the arts or culture during her school years. However, as she neared the end of her studies, she became interested in psychology and began to consider how her future profession could be related to this field. During one of the religious community's meetings, a slender, dark-haired beauty caught the eye of a young man named Stephen Sierra. He was the first to approach her and made an excuse to speak with her. Sarai was only 18 at the time, and her new acquaintance was 7 years older than her. Despite their age differences, the young people began dating with their parents' approval. Dennis and Bethany were immediately impressed by Stephen, believing that he was a decent, polite, and honest young man who would make an excellent match for their daughter. Sarai was most likely not deeply in love with the guy, but she agreed to marry him primarily to get out of her parents' house and gain some freedom from such tight control. It should be noted that Sarai had a good relationship with her parents. She desired the freedom to live her own life and plan her own future. Less than a year after meeting in February 1999, the couple married. The bride was 19 years old at the time, while the groom was 26. The couple soon moved to Michigan, where Stephen's parents lived. Sarai saw this move as a significant event because she had spent almost her entire conscious life in New York. The change of scenery benefited her, and she appeared to be revitalized in her new surroundings. Sarai enjoyed shopping for her new home, making it cozy, meeting new people, and exploring new places. She started working as a receptionist at a local dental office and thought about going to college. Sarai, on the other hand, became pregnant quickly and gave birth to 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. Entry into university had to be postponed because the young woman was completely absorbed and enjoyed motherhood. A few years later, the Sierra family, which included 2 children, decided to relocate again, this time to sunny California, settling in the picturesque neighborhood of Silver Lake in Los Angeles. Stephen was offered a job here, but the couple quickly realized that the money he was earning was insufficient to cover their expenses. So, after consulting, they decided to return to New York and live in a modest rented apartment close to the Jimenez family's home. At the time, the couple was having serious financial problems. Sarai remained at home with the children, and her husband had to rely on sporadic income, which caused them to accumulate debt. The situation improved when the children started school, and the young mother got a job at an advertising agency. Stephen had also found a steady job as a bus driver on one of the city routes. Sarai reconsidered her long-held plans to pursue higher education around the age of 30. After their children had grown and their lives had stabilized, Sarai had lost interest in the pedagogical faculty by that point, and she enrolled in one of the local universities to study psychology. However, Sarai quickly became disinterested in her studies, finding the long hours of lectures tedious. She decided to look into other fields and find an occupation that she truly enjoyed, one that allowed her to express her creativity. Sarai had always been a creative person with a talent for drawing and an eye for beauty, so she became interested in photography and soon joined a well-known New York photography community to hone her skills in this area. She was recognized for her talent, demonstrating the ability to capture the right angles and create harmonious compositions, resulting in breathtakingly beautiful photographs. Even professionals lauded her work for its originality and vision. Sarai created a profile on one of the popular social networks in early 2012, as advised by her colleagues, and began sharing her work. Success quickly followed, with thousands of other users subscribing to her profile and enthusiastically commenting on each of her works. She quickly rose to prominence, and her subscriber base grew at an exponential rate. Her newfound fame overwhelmed her. Sarai believed she could achieve more and wanted to continue growing and improving in this field. So she proposed organizing a group photo tour to explore beautiful and unusual locations around the world. Sarai Sierra began with small trips within her home country, specializing in photographing architectural ensembles and historical sites. Her photographs were widely acclaimed, so she decided to broaden her horizons. Sarai wanted to go to Istanbul, one of the world's most ancient and beautiful cities, to photograph its landmarks and historical sites. It should be noted that her parents were not thrilled with the idea, as she had never left the country before, let alone been away from home for so long. But Sarai was determined to go. She also planned to bring her best friend, Magdalena, along for the trip. Sarai's family was in crisis, and her marriage was failing. Perhaps part of her motivation for planning a photo tour on the other side of the world was a desire to get away, change her surroundings, and reflect on what was going on in her family from afar. Sarai had been living within strict boundaries for far too long, and she yearned for more. She wanted to follow her heart's desire. During that time, her husband's social media account began to contain unusual posts and statuses. He philosophized on the importance of marriage, love, and mutual respect between husband and wife. He also hinted that he would stay faithful even if their marriage was shaky. Stephen cryptically suggested in one of the posts that his spouse had been unfaithful, but he deleted the post a few hours later, leaving concerned followers with unanswered questions. Stephen seemed unhappy and unloved, and he expressed this on his social media page. Sarai was going through similar turmoil, but she kept her emotions to herself, trying not to complain and focusing on her creative pursuits. The long-awaited trip. Sarai learned shortly before the planned tour that her best friend would be unable to accompany her due to work obligations. The young woman was disappointed, but she did not change her plans because she had anticipated it for too long. Sarai's family was worried about her flying alone to a foreign country across the ocean, but she assured them that everything would be fine and promised to call, write, and send photos every day. Sarai also planned to visit Germany and Austria, where she already had several commercial photography assignments scheduled. Her entire trip was literally planned by the hour, and she was not going to deviate from it. On January 7, 2013, a young American woman took a flight from New York to Istanbul. She was carrying a small amount of cash, a smartphone, a tablet, a low-cost DSLR camera, and several lenses designed for professional photography. Sarai called her family to let them know she had arrived safely and was on her way to check into the hotel she had reserved ahead of time. It should be noted that she had a limited budget, so she had to stay in a remote location that the locals deemed unsafe. Sarai Sierra went straight to the nearest metro station to reach the historic city center after leaving her belongings in the room and changing her clothes on the road. She wandered Istanbul's streets until nightfall, photographing its beauty and savoring each shot. During the evenings, she would call her parents and husband via video call to share her impressions and plans for the following day. She would also process new shots and share them on her social media accounts. Sarai was accompanied in Istanbul by a young man named Taylan, who would later become her new friend. They met through social media in the middle of 2012, and Taylan persuaded the American to fly to Turkey. For a few months, they communicated frequently and grew close during this time. Sarai placed complete trust in her new acquaintance. They saw each other almost every day and visited a variety of attractions. The guy was an Istanbul native who knew the city like the back of his hand and arranged for Sarai to go on exciting excursions to the most interesting and sometimes unusual places. After a week in Turkey, the photographer planned a trip to a couple of European countries, where she, as previously stated, arranged several commercial photo shoots. Sarai saved money on hotel accommodations by agreeing to be hosted by her long-term subscribers. These moments had been pre-negotiated and agreed upon, so, at Vienna's airport, she was greeted by a young man in whose home she spent a few days. Sarai was a few years younger than her Austrian acquaintance. He enjoyed photography and admired her work, so he was eager to communicate with such a talented photographer. The trip went according to plan. Sarai went to all of the places she had planned and met everyone she had scheduled to meet. On the third day, she flew to Berlin, where she was met at the airport by her subscribers who took her on a tour of the city. After finishing her business in Germany, the photographer returned to Istanbul, where she planned to spend 2 more days before returning home. Taylan greeted her upon arrival, and they spent the day driving around the city before heading to a popular local bar together. After midnight, the Turk escorted Sarai to her hotel, where they said their goodbyes. A strange disappearance in a foreign country. Sarai called her parents and husband on the last day of her photo tour, January 21, 2013, to inform them of the time and flight she would be taking to New York. She had never been away from home for so long, so everyone was relieved when her trip came to an end. Sarai, on the other hand, decided to take one final walk around the city and capture some more stunning photos for her account before leaving. Sarai's father arrived at the airport on time to pick up his daughter because her husband was working and couldn't make it. He arrived early to avoid getting stuck in traffic and being late. They announced the arrival of the plane. All of the passengers disembarked except Sarai. Her phone was also unavailable, and all attempts to contact her were unsuccessful. Dennis waited a little longer before approaching airline representatives, concerned about his daughter's absence. However, Dennis was shocked to learn that a passenger with such a name had not boarded the aircraft. Dennis immediately called Stephen and informed him of what had occurred, emphasizing the importance of organizing a search right away. Sarai's husband first contacted the hotel where his wife was staying in Istanbul, but was told that her belongings were still in the room and that she had not checked out, despite the fact that she should have done so yesterday, and did not return to the hotel for the second day. This information caused a real panic among the family members because they didn't know where Sarai was or how to proceed. Stephen, who had access to his wife's accounts, decided to check them for any clues. He discovered his wife's correspondence with Taylan, which seemed very suspicious to him. Nonetheless, he decided to contact the Turk directly to find out what he knew, but Taylan claimed to have seen the missing woman the day before the planned departure and flight. She did not call him, despite her promise. Sarai's family immediately reported the incident to the American embassy in Turkey, and a day later, a large-scale search operation was organized on the spot, with a special unit even established. Sarai's husband and parents flew to Istanbul almost immediately, deciding that they needed to be personally involved in the search. After all, it hadn't been long since her disappearance, and there was a good chance she'd still be alive. Investigating police officers. The first step was to determine the American social circle and speak with those who saw her shortly before she disappeared to testify, which included employees of the hotel where she stayed and her friend Taylan. The hotel manager stated that he last saw Miss Sarai the night before her departure. She was leaving with a small bag and a camera in her hand. She was supposed to check out later, but she never showed up, and the next morning they received a call from her concerned husband, who informed them that Sarai's belongings and documents remained at the hotel. The receptionist also described Sarai's outfit that day. The situation with Taylan was far more interesting and ambiguous. First, the guy's real name was Tarkan, and it was unclear why he introduced himself to his new acquaintance under an assumed name. Second, they had been in close contact for several months prior to their meeting, and Sarai had traveled to Istanbul at his invitation. All of this suggested that they had a romantic relationship, but Tarkan categorically denied it, claiming that they were just friends. The next step in the investigation was to recreate Sarai's route as accurately as possible. Her cell phone data and street CCTV footage were examined for this purpose. It was discovered that the young woman took the subway to the Sultanahmet district, visited the promontory between the Bosphorus Strait and the Golden Horn Bay, and visited Eminönü Market, but became lost in a large crowd of tourists. The trail was then retraced to the subway, where she was about to descend to the Sarıburnu walls, but she quickly vanished from the camera's view. A frightening discovery. The searchers decided to go to the Sarıburnu Wall ruins to comb the area and conduct interviews. Perhaps someone remembered seeing a lone woman holding a camera. After several hours, the search was deemed successful, if you can call it that. A young woman's lifeless body was discovered near the ruins of the ancient Constantinople walls. It was covered with an old dirty blanket, making it less noticeable. Investigators assumed Sierra had been brought here in this blanket. Forensics believed the body had been there for 10 to 12 days before it was discovered. There were no clothes on the lower half of the body, which immediately prompted a version of violence that was later confirmed by specialists. Sierra died as a result of a blow to the head with a blunt, heavy object, but she also had several hematomas and a couple of broken ribs, according to the autopsy. Pathologists discovered particles of epithelium and blood under Saray's fingernails, indicating that she defended herself and scratched the perpetrator. The crime appeared strange and even ridiculous because the victim's bag, smartphone, and camera were stolen. However, she was wearing gold earrings, a wedding ring, and an expensive watch, which immediately caught my attention. On camera footage from the area, all that could be seen was a young woman who appeared to be Sarai filming something on her phone, followed by a man who approached her and either hit or pushed her, before they both vanished from view. The attacker was not immediately identified. Versions and conspiracy theories. Almost immediately, the information was leaked to the media, nearly causing an international scandal. The main point is that people have been asked to help in the search for the missing American woman and to report any information they may have. However, the investigation remained silent, and when the body was discovered, the situation became even more complicated. Many people wondered why a young married woman flew across the ocean alone. What was she doing in Istanbul in Europe? And how did she pay for her trip? It all looked suspicious. Investigators initially believed Sarai had gone to see her lover, Taylan, a Tarkan, and then flew to another man in Austria. However, neither of her friends admitted to having an intimate relationship with the victim. Later, it was discovered that the man who sheltered Sarai in Vienna had a criminal record, leading to speculation that he might use the American as a drug courier, but a thorough investigation found no evidence to support this theory. There were also rumors that Sarai could work for us intelligence services and collect information in other countries, which explains the money for intercontinental flights. This version appeared untenable, so it was not seriously considered. Turkish special services and the FBI worked together to investigate this high-profile case, but they initially found no serious leads. Only a few weeks later, the police discovered the alleged perpetrator, a previously convicted and unemployed man named Tal Salih, collecting waste paper on city streets. But it was impossible to communicate with him because, almost immediately after the crime, he borrowed money from relatives and fled the country, most likely to Hatay province, where he illegally crossed the border into Syria. After obtaining a warrant, police searched the suspect's home, extracting a sample of his DNA and comparing it to skin particles and seminal fluid found on the murdered woman. That cleared up any remaining doubts. Tal Salih was the perpetrator of the crime. Furthermore, the victim's phone was last turned on in the neighborhood where he lived. When it was discovered that the criminal had fled to Syria, the special services had given up hope of locating him, but fate soon surprised them. This man was detained while attempting to cross the border illegally again, this time to return to Turkey. He joined the rebels in Syria and obtained firearms, but after being injured in the conflict, he decided it was safer to stay at home. However, he returned with his weapon, which was the initial reason for his arrest, but the local police quickly recognized who was in their hands and immediately reported him to security services. When Tal Salih was brought in for questioning, his story was literally depressing, with graphic details. He saw a young woman on a hiking trail along Sarıburnu's walls and spent a few minutes admiring her and watching her take pictures. Sarai tried to ask him something with gestures as he approached, but the language barrier prevented him from understanding what she wanted. However, he noticed a brand new iPhone in her hands and a high-end camera around her neck. As Sarai walked on, he followed her, determined to rob her. It was getting dark outside, and there were no other people near the wall that I could see. Sarai turned around and, it appeared to him, took a photograph of him. That action served as a trigger for Tal Salih, who grabbed a boulder and lunged at Sarai, striking her hard in the head. After that, They literally rolled together down to the ruins of the wall, resulting in bruises and broken ribs on Sarai's body. Tal Salih then decided to commit intimate-related violence while the victim was unconscious. The perpetrator then delivered another severe blow to Sarai's head to finish her off. Tal Salih took the victim's bag, camera, and phone before walking away. On his way, he came across the same blanket that had been discarded and decided to use it to cover the victim's body again. It was finally dark outside, and there was a chance of meeting someone at the wall. Normal. When the perpetrator returned, he dragged the body to the side, making sure it was not visible from the hiking path. He then covered it with a blanket and departed. Surprisingly, while the search for the American woman was ongoing, the perpetrator returned to the crime scene to ensure Sarai was dead, and her body was where he had left it. When Tal Salih heard that his victim had been found, he realized that the police would soon be on his trail, so he fled the country, borrowing money from his sister, who always felt sorry for him. By the way, he was never able to realize the stolen goods. The camera was broken in the process of falling, and the smartphone had a password that the criminal unsuccessfully attempted to unlock while at home, resulting in the signal and all of the other stolen items he threw away when he fled. The defendant did not deny his guilt, and according to his accounts, he had no regrets about what he had done, nor did he experience pangs of conscience, which was key evidence. DNA forensic evidence was presented, confirming that his skin was found under the murdered woman's fingernails, as well as his seminal fluid on her body. In addition, Sarai's cell phone was last turned on near his home. In addition, the case file now includes a video surveillance camera recording of the attack. After all of the evidence was presented, it was determined that a psychiatric examination was required due to the belief that Tal Salih was insane. This idea was supported by his actions, behavior, and the calmness with which he described the atrocities he had committed, but experts concluded that he was sane and fully aware of his actions when he attacked his victim in the summer of 2014. The judge eventually delivered the final verdict. Tal Salih was found guilty of all charges against him and sentenced to life imprisonment. Sarai's relatives thought this was a fair decision. After all of the necessary expert examinations, the body of the murdered American woman was transported to her homeland in New York, with a Turkish airline covering all associated costs. Sarai was buried in accordance with all religious rituals and traditions. The deceased's family members created an internet site dedicated to her memory, where they published previously unpublished works. The photographs were a huge success, with people from all over the world eager to purchase them. The proceeds from the sale of pictures were saved by the family for orphaned children's college education. Sarai, Stephen categorically denied that there was a crisis in his and his wife's family life that prompted the young woman to embark on that fateful journey. Stephen quickly became close to a girl from the Christian community who helped him through a difficult time and frequently visited his home to assist him with his children and household chores. 2 weeks before his wife's first funeral anniversary, Stephen walked down the aisle with his new chosen one. When the perpetrator was finally sentenced, Stephen was already married and about to become a father again. Sarai Sierra's story inspired a number of television programs, talk shows, and detective documentaries. It has also served as the foundation for several feature projects. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Marlene Warren, 40, and her 21-year-old son Joey were occupied with their weekend in their comfortable Wellington home on May 26, 1990, when Marlene heard the bell ring. It was a clown. When Marlene believed that someone had sent her a gift, she was ecstatic. Behind the paint and outfit, however, was a murderer who suddenly produced a gun and shot Marlene in the face. Why did they pick Marlene, and who was this murderer? Watch this space to discover out. Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, friends. We are examining the Marlene Warren case today. But first, if you haven't already, please think about clicking the bell symbol and subscribe button below to join our channel. So let's go straight to the riddle, without any more ado. People who wish to avoid the crime of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami would move to Wellington, Florida, which was known as a village. Wellington hosted numerous celebrations and events all year long. A well-known event that drew equestrian lovers from all over the world, the Winter Equestrian Festival, took place from January to April. It included a range of contests and performances. Another popular event that featured bourbon tastings from different vendors and bacon-based food was the Wellington Bacon and Bourbon Fest. A local club named Mar-a-Lago used to host a number of well-known individuals, including Madonna and Bruce Springsteen. People feel comfortable and content in the town, which is a lovely environment with superb schools. Wellington has been described as a rather safe and tranquil community in terms of crime rates and safety. Wellington has been ranked as one of the safest cities in Florida and has a crime rate that is lower than the national average according to numerous polls. While everyone else was having picnics, barbecues, and parades over Memorial Day weekend in May 1990, the Warren family experienced a tragic event. The birth date of Marlene Warren is April 15, 1950. Growing up in Michigan, she enjoyed spending time on her grandfather's farm with her sisters. She loved to bake, paint, and create art, especially clowns. Her parents even had a room devoted to clowns, and the entire family loved them as much as she did. At the youthful age of 15, Marlene gave birth to her first kid in 1965, naming him after her husband, John Arns. She went on to have another child, Joey, in 1969. Unfortunately, Marlene's first husband, John Arns, passed away in a vehicle accident, leaving her a single mother of 2 children. Later, in 1972, she wed Mike, also known as Michael Warren. Marlene was 22 years old and Michael Warren was only 19. They relocated to South Florida, where Michael's family resided, from Michigan. In addition to starting to invest in rental properties, which finally generated a significant amount of revenue, Michael was hired as a meat inspector. Michael left his job to start Bargain Motors, a used car yard, while Marlene oversaw the rental properties. He sold automobiles to those without credit who were unable to purchase them elsewhere. Mike and Marlene purchased their ideal home in Wellington, Florida in the late 1980s. But Michael was arrested in 1983 for tampering with his second-hand automobile's odometers. Despite receiving probation and entering a guilty plea, he continued to operate his business for a few more years. While Marlene oversaw their rental homes, Mike concentrated on his business and spent time at the racetrack. The two led different lives. When Marlene's oldest son, John Jr., passed away in a vehicle accident in 1988 at the age of 22, sadness struck once more. The relationship between Michael and Marlene was strained after his passing. Sheila King, the spouse of Richard Spud Keene, one of Michael Warren's colleagues, was introduced to him at this period. The bond between Sheila and Michael was immediate. Though it was clear to everyone around them, they originally kept their relationship a secret. On May 26, 1990, a wet Saturday, Marlene, 40, stayed at home while Michael went to the racetrack. She was preparing breakfast for her 21-year-old son, Joey, who was hosting some of his pals. A knock on the door occurred at approximately 10:45 a.m. Marlene thought it was a present when she opened it and saw a clown holding balloons and flowers. Having adored clowns since childhood, she was quite thrilled to see one at her door. However, a gun was in the clown's costume and underneath the balloons. After drawing his weapon, the clown shot her in the face. Joey witnessed the clown driving off in a Chrysler LeBaron after hearing the gunshot and running to the door. Bill Kramer, a neighbor, had also heard the shot, and Marlene was on the ground, dying. Some rushed outside, claiming that Joey's mother had been shot. Marlene was transferred to the hospital when an ambulance was summoned, but she passed away on May 28, 1990. 2 days later. Marlene was a wonderful person who was always polite, respectful, loving, and kind. Her demise, however, was regrettable. Joey saw a clown leaving after Marlene was shot, but all he could recall was that the clown had brown eyes. Joey initially gave the police a sketchy description of the culprit, stating that they had large hands and broad shoulders. Crucially, though, he did witness the clown drive off in a white Chrysler LeBaron. Michael Warren was initially under suspicion, but because he was at the racetrack, he had an alibi. Consequently, the cops focused on Sheila Keene, his girlfriend. The more they looked into it, the more proof they found that she was involved. At the time of the crime, Sheila Keene and Michael Warren were accused of having an affair. Although Michael strongly disputed allegations, authorities were examining the relationship to determine the opportunity and purpose behind Marlene's murder. Sheila had a criminal history from her childhood in Central Florida, and also went by her maiden name, Sheila Shelter. Sheila was renowned for being incredibly gorgeous, assertive, and even wild. Her long hair was frequently compared to that of Crystal Gale's. Sheila had a criminal history from an early age, which included charges of stealing and shoplifting. Her mugshot from a few years later showed her grinning as if the arrest had not bothered her. According to those who knew her, Sheila had surrounded herself with negative influences and older males since she was a little girl. Richard Spud Keene, a former member of the Ku Klux Klan who had served time for drug trafficking, was her husband. Sheila was 20 years younger than Richard. In order to be near him when he was incarcerated, Sheila even relocated to Georgia. Richard began working with Michael Warren after Sheila's husband was released from Georgia prison and they returned to Florida. The three ex-offenders soon started hanging out and doing shady things together. In one such instance, Sheila pretended to be a sex worker in order to meet a person in a motel room who had bought a car. The automobile was repossessed by armed Richard and Michael while she was inside. The buyer was also seen being held at gunpoint by Sheila, and the three of them escaped. Richard gradually slipped into the background as Michael and Sheila became closer. Sheila rented an apartment in Pine Ridge, and because Michael spent so much time there, the locals thought she was married to him. Investigators were informed by Michael and Sheila's co-workers that they thought the two were having an affair. They were immensely fond of one another and would go out for long meals. They were in fact having an affair, according to a lot of evidence. According to police documents, Michael's mother recalled an instance in which she went with him to a racetrack. She asked Sheila if she loved Michael after sensing a connection between them. Michael said that he loved himself, but Sheila affirmed that she did. At this time, Michael and Marlene's marriage was failing. Michael would come in angry after a battle with Marlene, according to a car dealership employee, and offer $10,000, 0 cents, to anyone who killed her. Michael is also reported to have stated that if someone were to get rid of his wife and never have to work again, he would make them wealthy. Michael and Sheila were both named as suspects in the case following Marlene's murder. Investigators began to wonder if Michael's girlfriend could have perpetrated the crime, even though he was the clear suspect. Since most males would shoot their victims in the heart rather than the face, the murder's character sparked suspicions. As the investigation progressed, the evidence began to implicate Sheila rather than Michael, which made detectives think that she might have had a reason for committing the murder. The police's primary objective during the inquiry was to locate the white Chrysler LeBaron that Joey had seen. They discovered that the vehicle had been rented by a couple from Payless Cars, a local car dealership. They became confused and called the incorrect number from a phone book ad when it came time to return the vehicle. The number on the advertisement was Michael Warren's, and it was for his vehicle dealership, Bargain Motors. However, Michael's advertisement bore a striking resemblance to one for the Payless car lot. Someone at Michael's car lot told the couple to leave the car outside the gate with the keys in the windshield wipers after they called the number, assuming it was for Payless Cars. But soon after, the vehicle was taken. Investigators found a Chrysler LeBaron in a Winn-Dixie parking lot about 5 miles from the crime scene on the day of Marlene's funeral. Inside the automobile, many hairs were found, some of which seemed to be from an orange and yellow fibered acrylic wig. But at the time, DNA technology was not yet advanced enough to accurately identify the fibers or the hair samples. Investigators discovered the location where the suspect purchased the clown suit, balloons, and flowers in addition to the vehicle. A few days prior to the murder, a woman walked in and asked for a clown costume, especially Ruby's clown costume, an afro clown wig, Bob Kelly clown makeup, and a sponge nose, according to 2 women who worked at the Spotlight Capazio costume shop, who told police. The woman insisted on buying the outfit that night, even though the store employees first encouraged her to come back the following day because they were closed. According to reports, she was about 5'8", had long chocolate hair, brown eyes, and was dressed in trousers and a men's work shirt. Sheila was identified by the police as the woman who visited the business at closing time a few days before to the murder, after the employees recognized her from a photo lineup. As the investigation into Sheila's possible involvement in Marlene's murder progressed, more evidence began to mount against her. One piece of evidence came from a public grocery in the area that offered the particular kind of mylar balloons the clown was using. An employee there recognized Sheila from pictures and recognized a long-haired woman with brown hair who purchased those balloons only an hour and a half before to the murder. The fact that Sheila had previously dressed up as a clown when married to Richard Keene only served to heighten suspicion. The pair resided in a Pahokee trailer park near Lake Okeechobee. Sheila had made friends with a number of locals, including some workers at a store that sold car parts. She had even entertained them by dressing up as a clown on one occasion. Prosecutors felt they lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest, in spite of this growing body of evidence. About a year later, in 1991, Michael and Sheila emerged as the main suspects, intensifying the inquiry. Michael and Joey appeared on a radio show in an effort to clear his name. Michael denied any involvement in the murder during the questioning. "Was it your suspicion that you were a suspect from the start, Michael?" He certainly never expected to. "In reality, I like to discuss that in detail." Joey, who was shocked to learn that Sheila was even a suspect, stood up for her. "Would it surprise you that she would be a prime suspect if you had heard, been told, or been asked that the police were suspicious? She is even named as a prime suspect in all of this." It was, indeed. Because of the clown's stature, Joey initially thought it was a guy, but the evidence was starting to suggest that it was a lady. Sheila was the main suspect, because Michael had an alibi to prove he was at the racetracks when the murder occurred. However, a twist that went back in time appeared just when it appeared that the case was going nowhere. Joey was accused with attempted murder in 1987, when he was about 18 years old. Christopher DeSantis became the attorney for the Warren family. DeSantis and Michael Warren were celebrating Joey's trial victory as they left the courthouse following a favorable hearing. Michael then jokingly inquired as to whether a person might still inherit their estate if they had hired a hitman to murder their wife. The lawyer was surprised, but he said that unless there was manslaughter or the murderer was someone else, the law forbade a murderer from inheriting. Sadly, DeSantis provided yet another example, which he eventually came to regret. According to him, it would be challenging to obtain a conviction if someone donned a clown suit because their identity would be concealed. It wasn't meant to suggest that he should wear a clown outfit or something similar, for instance, if you were wearing one. However, the point was that you cannot be found guilty if you are unable to provide identification of the offender. He didn't mean to suggest that Michael should dress like a clown, but the idea was that there couldn't be a conviction if identity couldn't be established. DeSantis had essentially handed him a murderous recipe. The authorities suspected that the clown figure was retaliating against Joey and his pals, so they also examined DeSantis as the inquiry into Marlene's death developed, and suspicions were placed on Michael and Sheila. However, this exchange between Michael and DeSantis later turned into a crucial piece of proof. It sparked speculation about whether Michael had heeded the lawyer's counsel and disguised himself as a clown to carry out the crime. It became evident during the course of the investigation that Marlene had previously indicated dread of her husband before she was murdered. She had expressed her desire to divorce Mike to others, but she was afraid he would murder her. When combined with DeSantis's assertion, this implied that Mike was aware of his right to inherit property following his wife's murder. In spite of this, no one was arrested in the weeks that followed these disclosures, because investigators need hard proof to move forward. The months passed with no resolution to the case. Although Michael and Sheila denied any romantic involvement, their co-workers suspected that they were involved. A year following Marlene's passing, they relaxed and went on a trip to the Bahamas, staying at the upscale resort casino hotel. Other couples saw them enter. Michael was loud and brazen, and Sheila looked uncomfortable. This alerted the authorities once more. Michael chose to appear on a radio show once again in the interim, and he revealed that he hadn't spoken to Sheila in a month, when in fact Sheila was constantly with Michael. Investigators started looking into Michael as a possible suspect in his wife's death after his radio appearance. They conducted a search of his company and secured a warrant to examine his documents. Investigators discovered that Michael, who had a history of fiddling with the odometer, had been repeating the behavior at his vehicle dealership. They accused him of theft, fraud, odometer tampering, and racketeering, among other offenses. Michael was given a 9-year prison term, but there was still no hard proof that he or Sheila were responsible for Marlene's death. In 1997, fresh evidence surfaced that would revive the case when it appeared that the inquiry had reached a standstill. A guy gave police a tip in 1997 that connected Michael Warren to the murder of his wife. According to the informant, who was the son of a recently deceased Bargain Motors employee, his father made a startling admission to him as he was near death. The informant claims that his father informed him that if he pulled up a car that was immersed in water, all the solutions to the case would be revealed. In addition to claiming to know who plotted the murder and where the clown suit and pistol were stored, he even provided the precise position of the car. Investigators thought that by reclaiming the murder weapon and outfit, they would finally be able to solve the case, because this was a significant lead. When divers were dispatched to the scene, they discovered the car, but regrettably, nothing important was within. Due to this setback, the investigation had to start over, and the case once more remained unsolved for a while. Sheila Keene and Michael Warren made the decision to wed in Las Vegas in 2002. Although the case was still open and the investigation into Marlene Warren's death had stopped, Marlene's parents were certain that Sheila was the murderous clown. Sheila was once again a top suspect when the investigation was reopened in 2013, especially because of her marriage to Michael. The Wellington clown murder is one of the cold cases that the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is looking into thanks to a grant. To examine the evidence and speak with witnesses, they assembled a task team comprising representatives from the FBI and the state attorney's office. The indictment was obtained thanks to the task force's submission of fresh evidence for DNA analysis. This contained DNA samples from Sheila and Michael as well as other suspects in the case. The potential DNA samples discovered in the clown wig and additional hair strands within the Chrysler LeBaron were also added. Investigators were able to approach the case from a new angle thanks to the data gleaned via analysis and interviews. Mike and Sheila had made a fresh start in the little Virginian town of Abingdon, where they had completely changed who they were. Their neighbors described them as amicable and in love, and Sheila had even changed her name to Debbie. They appeared to be leading a nice life. Just across the line in Tennessee, they had even opened a well-known fast food restaurant named the Purple Cow. Michael and Sheila were eventually located at the restaurant by investigators. Even though they were primary suspects, they were still working and leading normal lives. They were neither fleeing nor attempting to hide. They appeared to be doing well and to have finally moved on from their past. Despite the fact that Michael Warren was typically seen as a joyful and easygoing person, not everyone had a positive opinion of him, particularly following an incident with one of his neighbors that revealed a different side of him. When questioned about his decision to steal some rocks from his neighbor's property without permission, Michael reportedly said that they ought to be considerate of one another. Asking for permission beforehand would have been the neighborly thing to do, the neighbor retorted. Then Michael insulted the neighbor, using a nasty phrase and labeling him skinny. The neighbor refused to back down and referred to Michael as a bully. A sinister mystery lurked in the background of Michael and Sheila's ostensibly perfect lives in Abingdon, Virginia. Sheila, who her co-workers called Debbie, told a terrifying story about how she had escaped punishment for murder in Florida while intoxicated one evening at a party. In the meantime, investigators in Florida worked tirelessly to solve the case, using the most recent DNA technology to identify a possible suspect in Marlene Warren's murder. The evidence suggested that Debbie, also known as Sheila Keene Warren, was the one who had carelessly revealed her lethal secret to her gullible co-workers. Mike and Sheila were stopped by the police on December 26, 2017, while they were returning from Vermont to their hometown of Abingdon in their Cadillac SUV. Sheila was taken into custody without question. Rather, she inquired as to if her spouse was also being taken into custody. Sheila was detained because she was charged with first-degree murder with a firearm, a crime that had gone unresolved for 27 years. Sheila had avoided arrest until that day, even though she had been a main suspect from the start of the investigation. She could now be sentenced to life in jail. A mugshot was taken when a video of Sheila being taken into the police station was caught. She is shown grinning in the mugshot, which is similar to the one from when she was initially detained as a teenager. It was disturbing to see the disparity between the seriousness of the act she was being charged with and her casual demeanor. Sheila Keene Warren vehemently denied any involvement in the crime, according to her attorney. She believed in her own innocence, as evidenced by the many letters she penned while there. Even though the murder weapon was still missing and 27 years had passed, and the clown's first description was that of a man, the state of Florida was certain they would get a conviction. Following her arrest in 2017, Sheila had been detained pending trial while detectives worked to strengthen their case against her. Ultimately, on April 25, 2023, Sheila, 59, entered a guilty plea to the charge of shooting Marlene Warren while disguised as a clown. Her attorney insisted she was innocent, but he thought her guilty plea strengthened her case. She might have received a minimum sentence of 25 years in prison if the jury had found her guilty. But because she entered a guilty plea, her term was lowered to just 12 years. Interestingly, Sheila's attorney even proposed that because of her outstanding behavior while inside, she might be released as early as 2024. The investigators were able to solve the case after Sheila confessed. However, do you believe Sheila meant what she said, or was she merely trying to find a way to get her sentence reduced? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Consider your knowledge of violent relationships, particularly if you were raised in a loving household where your parents never yelled at you. It's likely that what you comprehend is based on what you've read online or heard from friends or colleagues. Abuse, however, is far more than you may imagine. It all comes down to limiting and controlling someone else. The limitation of human freedom is one of the most heinous forms of aggression, and we will return to it repeatedly throughout this debate. Abusive individuals frequently believe they have the right to dictate every element of their partner's life, including who they speak to, who their friends are, where they go, what they wear, and when they return home. It sounds terrible, doesn't it? Even terrible, though, is that these individuals believe they are being giving. By letting their partner do things that wouldn't even be debatable in a healthy relationship, they are granting their partner independence. Our heroine lost her life as a result of her refusal to follow the restrictions that were imposed upon her. Let's begin the investigation to determine whether the public merely sought to portray the husband as an abuser in order to hold him responsible for the murder of his wife, or whether there was actual abuse in this household. For a peaceful family life, Cary, North Carolina is the ideal town. People quit securing their cars, or even their front doors, after years of living there since it's so safe. Great schools, open highways, amiable, smiling neighbors, and little racial friction or crime are all present. The Coopers decided to establish a happy life and create a family in this town. Outside of their house, Brad and Nancy Cooper appeared to lead the ideal life. Brad was a successful and intelligent IT engineer. Nancy was the best mother to their two young kids and was athletic, attractive, and entertaining. They lived in peace and quiet. Nancy looked after the girls in the house while Brad worked. As a former competitive runner, Nancy took good care of herself and made sure she kept in condition. July 12, 2008 began as any other day would. Nancy never returned after going for her morning run. The events that followed are complex and unsettling, leaving you to question what actually transpired. The narrative is so heartbreaking that the only things left for Nancy and Brad's family were doubts and a glimmer of hope for justice. Jessica Adam reported her close friend Nancy Cooper missing to emergency services that afternoon. Jessica told the dispatcher, her voice trembling, that Nancy had left for a run at 7 a.m. but had not come home. Nancy never showed up for the planned meeting between the two pals. Even worse, Nancy's house phone and mobile phone did not answer when Jessica tried to call her for hours. Brad didn't give his wife's disappearance much thought because he was at work. Even in the evening, Nancy had not returned, so he figured she had simply gone for a longer walk than usual and would be back shortly. To determine Nancy's possible whereabouts, perhaps some answers will come to light on their own if we examine the Cooper family's past more closely. Harry Renz and Donna Audrey, both graduates of the University of British Columbia, made the decision to formally enter into marriage in the 1960s. They had 3 girls, Krista, Jill, and Nancy, who all lived in Edmonton, and a son, Jeff, during the course of the following few years. They provided a warm and nurturing environment for their kids. Harry and Donna founded an employment firm in 1988 that provided employment assistance, job training, and life management to persons in Alberta, Canada. On October 25, 1973, Nancy Renz was born as her sister's identical twin. In 1998, Nancy was only 24 years old when she met Brad Cooper in Calgary. Nancy was instantly drawn to Brad's height and black hair. She was drawn to his steady, composed demeanor more than his attractive appearance. He was as dependable as a rock. Nancy fell in love. It was a reciprocal emotion. In addition to being tall, blonde, and in good shape, Nancy exuded a subtle charm that won Brad over. Their romance progressed swiftly, and when Brad received a high-profile job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, he wanted Nancy to follow him there in order to stay together and facilitate his immigration to the U.S. The fall of 2000 saw the marriage of Brad and Nancy. The pair had previously been arranging a wedding for the fall of 2002 once they moved to North Carolina, despite the first impression that they were married for immigration purposes, so Nancy could move with Brad. Nancy was compelled to become a stay-at-home mother, while Brad began establishing his career at one of the biggest corporations. Brad's career at Cisco Systems took off. As a VoIP engineer and architect, he specialized in fusing phones with internet technology. Brad was one of only 152 networking technology professionals. The family had a comfortable home. Nancy became a prisoner in her own house, even though each of them had a BMW in the driveway, to be in the United States. You can travel as a Canadian citizen, but you need a permission to work. The couple produced 2 lovely kids over the following several years, Bella in 2004 and Katie in 2006. Nancy, according to her neighbors, was a devoted and active mother who enjoyed spending time at the playground with her children. However, she was unable to work since she lacked a work visa in the United States. Nancy aspired to have a profession and be more than just a wife and mother, even though she was still a Canadian citizen and might have found some illegal work to supplement her income. Let's now discuss Brad Bradley. Graham Cooper was born in Medicine Hat, Alberta, around the beginning of the 1970s. Following high school, he graduated from the University of Calgary with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. He was hired as a network engineer at TransCanada Pipelines after graduating. He met Nancy Renz in 1998, and they clicked right away. He became close to Nancy's family over time, especially her parents, and impressed them with his technological prowess by participating in all of their family gatherings and lending a hand with their computers. He soon received a job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, thanks to his skill and knowledge. Brad started pursuing an MBA at the College of Management at North Carolina State University in 2005. After that, he finished the degree with a focus on product innovation. Nancy became Brad's shadow as his career took off and he continued to expand his skill set. She was forced to sacrifice both her work and her goals. Nancy used to be a runner who dreamed of going to the Olympics. She continued to run marathons and other races, despite having a damaged knee, which irritated the more reserved Brad, because she brought new people into the running group and made new acquaintances. Their relationship quickly began to disintegrate. Friends claimed that although there were rifts in Brad and Nancy's marriage from the start, Nancy never publicly discussed them, and instead tended to romanticize her husband. Although they still appeared to be the ideal family, Brad's manipulation and control over Nancy increased as he rose through the ranks of the company. She appeared to him to be a dull housewife who had lost her spark, spending her days taking care of the children and cleaning. When Nancy discovered in the spring of 2007 that her husband had been having an affair with her close friend Heather, things became even worse. After months of denial, Brad finally came clean on New Year's Eve, acknowledging the affair but claiming it had only occurred once, as if that somehow made it okay. So it's not a one-time thing? In order to improve their marriage, the pair began attending couples therapy, where Brad acknowledged lying to Nancy about his long-term affair with Heather. Following the revelation of that fact, they made the decision to divorce and sell the house. In retaliation, Brad canceled Nancy's credit cards and ensured she was unable to follow forward with her plans to return to Canada with the children. Brad refused to relinquish custody of the girls or allow them to move there. Nancy, her 2 small children, and no one else were left alone in a foreign country. Let's return to the disappearance of Nancy. Nancy's friends and officials accused Brad Cooper of being involved in her disappearance as soon as they heard about the couple's troubled marriage. When Nancy's parents, Harry and Donna Renz, learned that their daughter was missing, they became even more concerned and promptly organized a trip to Cary to assist in the hunt for her. When Nancy failed to appear, when police arrived at the Coopers' house in the late evening, Brad was asked about his wife. He informed them that she got up earlier than normal on Saturday morning and went for a run with a friend. Brad added that Nancy never brought her keys or cell phone with her. He added that she didn't drive to her running partner's coffee shop as she usually did. It seems that this seasoned runner, who had been preparing for a half marathon, altered her course that day and skipped one of her typical runs. When the police heard Brad's account, they were obviously taken aback, because Brad was the only one who had seen Nancy that day. Brad said that she left the house at 7 a.m., but the police needed concrete evidence to support this claim. Other than her husband, who witnessed her leaving, getting into a car, or even just strolling down the street that Saturday morning, where were the other witnesses? None existed. Nancy had been at a friend's house across the street on Friday night, and no one had seen her since. Later that day, Brad said she was going to meet up with a friend, who was actually her regular running companion. In order to locate the missing runner, a search party was created. Was it possible for her to flee her unhappy marriage? Her friends would have said not without her children. Nancy Cooper's body was discovered approximately 3 miles from her home, outside her usual running path, following many days of frantic searching. She was found face down in a drainage ditch by a man who was out walking his dog. In a storm water drain, he discovered her body. She had a single diamond earring in one ear and was simply sporting a sports bra. Her hyoid bone was shattered, and the medical examiner concluded that strangling was the cause of death. Her body showed no further wounds or evidence of sexual abuse. However, the police had to identify the motive behind every murder. Brad was the most obvious suspect and was quickly blamed by many once Nancy's body was discovered. Investigators determined that Carrie's death was a homicide shortly after she passed away. As part of their investigation, police searched the couple's house and took many items. Although Nancy Cooper's friends told the authorities that she always brought her phone and keys with her, they reported that they were discovered inside the residence. Brad Cooper had some minor red marks and scratches on the back of his neck when he was interviewed by police the day his wife vanished. Although this was mentioned in the police report, no formal justification was provided. After Nancy departed the Friday night party at a neighbor's house, which she went alone, it also became evident that no one had seen her save Brad Cooper. Around 10:30 p.m. that same evening, a friend did talk to her on the phone, but no one else had seen her. Following that, investigators continued to look for proof of Nancy Cooper's killing and moved swiftly to identify their top suspect, which they soon discovered. The investigators were interested in the couple's relationship, but more significantly, Brad was the last person to see Nancy alive. The husband is typically the first person ruled out in homicide investigations before additional candidates are considered. Police used the evidence to get overnight warrants to search Brad Cooper, the Coopers' home, and both of their vehicles. The police were obviously eager to treat the automobiles in the family home as possible crime sites. They looked for additional evidence in the house or one of the cars and used luminol to examine for bloodstains. Brad's hair, fingerprints, and DNA were also gathered so they could compare them to whatever evidence they might uncover at the crime scene or the body's whereabouts. Additionally, they intended to examine Brad's hands and torso for any cuts, scratches, or other markings and take pictures of them. Any physical evidence linked to the crime would first need to be explained in terms of typical family life because the Coopers were married, shared a home, and frequently drove a car together. And strange information did surface. Investigators discovered that Brad had spent the morning vacuuming, mopping the floors, and doing laundry on the day Nancy vanished. The police thought it odd that he was thoroughly cleaning the house the morning his wife vanished, even though he acknowledged that he had purchased bleach and other cleaning goods the day before. Naturally, we don't know if Brad Cooper had any evil intentions when he purchased the bleach. The Cooper residence did yield a number of boxes and bags of possible evidence, all of which had to be examined to see whether they were related to Nancy's passing. According to the police's written evidence, what we learned from interviews with people who knew Brad and Nancy during their marriage doesn't match up with the information Brad Cooper provided about the extensive cleaning of the residence. Additionally, according to the authorities, Brad had cleaned his wife's car's trunk but not the inside. Although Brad claimed to have spilled gasoline in the trunk, neither the gas nor the cleaning fluid smell was detected by the police. The couple, who were both Canadian citizens, were divorcing at the time of Nancy Cooper's murder, according to the prosecution, and Nancy had intended to return to Canada with their children. In order to stop Nancy from leaving, Brad changed his mind in April 2008, confiscated the children's passports, and deleted Nancy's name from their credit cards and bank accounts. Brad's computer was examined for documents that would include instructions on how to murder someone or dispose of a body as part of the investigation. During cross-examination, Detective Adam Dismuck stated that when Nancy came home from the neighbor's party, Several parts of the couple's house, such as the front hallway, suggested a potential battle. In an attempt to convince Detective Dismux that Brad was innocent, Brad's attorney, Howard Kurtz, questioned him as they went over dozens of pictures taken at the Cooper residence, when the matter was still being handled as a missing persons inquiry. The detective thought a struggle might have occurred in the foyer because of the missing bamboo sticks in a vase and decorative ducks that had been on the credenza in one of the pictures, which revealed that some items had been moved or altered between the afternoon of July 11, 2008, when Nancy was home, and the following day. However, Howard Kurtz maintained that a light and other objects in the hallway were unaffected. He emphasized that the cops never looked for the lost items and that the floor had no scuff marks. Kurt added that other items in the house, such as a computer in the home office and a glass coffee table and lamp in the living area, had also not been harmed. According to Dismux, Brad Cooper stated in a subsequent interview that he believed the detectives had already identified him as a suspect when they searched their house. On the drive home, Brad Cooper strangled his wife in their car and left her body a few miles away, according to police testimony. Detective Adam Dismux stated, "I think Mr. Cooper killed Nancy Cooper when she came home early on the morning of July 12. More than 3 months after his wife, Nancy Cooper, was discovered dead 3 miles from their Cary home, Brad Cooper, 37, was taken into custody in October 2008 after sufficient evidence was gathered. But it wasn't until March 2011, more than 2 years later, that his trial began. The jury heard arguments from the prosecution and defense during the 36-day trial. Brad was given a life term in jail after the jury judged him guilty of first-degree murder, despite his insistence that he was innocent. According to the evidence used in court, Brad had been having an affair and was acting more and more violently and controllingly toward his wife. According to the prosecution, he killed Nancy in order to get rid of her and carry on with his affair. After a while, Brad disconnected Nancy from their joint bank accounts, and she had expressed her desire to move back to Canada with their 2 children. Andy Gilbert, the jury foreman, claims that the jurors entered the trial with an open mind. Until he was proven guilty, Brad Cooper was innocent. 2 FBI agents specifically testified that Brad's laptop had internet searches on it, including maps of the area where Nancy's body was discovered. According to Andy Gilbert, the case's conclusion was impacted by the evidence that Special Agents Chris Chappell and Gregory Johnson provided. It gave much of the other circumstantial evidence greater weight and legitimacy. Brad first consented to the divorce and the division of their assets, but he later had second thoughts after learning how costly it would be. The defense attorneys contended that the prosecutors had bribed the couple to keep the couple from going bankrupt because they were having financial difficulties. They also said he had reconsidered his decision to go to Canada after realizing he wouldn't be able to spend as much time with his children as he would have liked. Brad entered a not guilty plea in 2011, but when the jury considered the evidence, he was found guilty. On May 5, the jury, which consisted of 2 males and 10 women, took almost 10 hours over 3 days to render a decision. After Wake County's longest non-death penalty murder trial, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Over the course of 36 days, nearly 100 witnesses gave testimony as prosecutors attempted to establish that Brad Cooper, who was fed up with his wife, planned and executed her murder in the early hours of July 12, 2008. Nancy's parents petitioned the court after the verdict. They claimed that Brad had verbally attacked Nancy, yelled at her, and had been engaging in an affair. Additionally, they asserted that Brad was dangerous to the children and emotionally disturbed. Brad had made several attempts at suicide as a youngster and more recently the previous winter, according to court filings. He filed an appeal in 2013 to have his conviction reversed, and a retrial was considered. He entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder while awaiting trial and was sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison, including time already served. Brad, meanwhile, persisted in battling Nancy's family for custody of their 2 daughters. Nevertheless, his guilty plea resulted in the forfeiture of his rights, so granting custody to Nancy's twin sister. Since the jury was never given access to the evidence indicating Brad's laptop had been tampered with, defense attorneys think they have a good chance of appealing the conviction. Additionally, they said that the police only looked into their assumption that Brad was the murderer of Nancy, ignoring evidence that would have pointed to the real murderer or murderers. Theory: who is Brad Cooper then? A ruthless despot or a victim of the circumstances. Although Brad Cooper's youthful suicide attempt and winter 2008 threat are well known, suicidal thoughts and behaviors frequently indicate manipulative motivations, a means of proving something to someone when disagreements and the will to fight are gone. Throughout the trial, Bradley insisted he was innocent, but in 2015 he admitted to killing Nancy, saying he strangled her during a fight and disposed of her body in a drainage ditch. In Wake County Superior Court, Brad Cooper, then 40, entered a guilty plea to the murder of his wife, Nancy. He was first found guilty of first-degree murder in 2008, but the North Carolina Court of Appeals reversed that decision in 2011. Cooper was subsequently given credit for the 5 years he had already spent when Judge Paul Gessner sentenced him to 12 years in jail. After successfully appealing the first-degree murder conviction in 2011, Brad Cooper pled guilty to second-degree murder and stayed in the Wake County Justice Center under an agreement that reduced his life term without parole. He was given a minimum 12-year sentence instead. Only a few years after disposing of his wife's body in a drainage ditch while only wearing a bra and reported her missing following a run, did the unfaithful husband admit to killing her. When the judge questioned Brad about whether he had murdered Nancy, the mother of their 2 children, and concealed her body at a building site in Cary, North Carolina in 2008, Brad replied in the affirmative. He has never before confessed to the crime in court. As part of the agreement, Brad, who is now in his 50s, had affairs with other women including a neighbor, while his wife attempted to dissolve the marriage and return to Canada, according to the prosecution. Cooper also relinquished his parental rights to their children, Bella, now 10, and Katie, now 8, so that Nancy's twin sister, Crystal Lister, may adopt them. When we started this process many years ago, I said I wanted the person responsible for this crime to come forward, admit guilt, and acknowledge their actions. Harry Renz, Nancy's father, said following the hearing. That has finally occurred. Nancy was a 34-year-old mother of 2 little kids and an athlete. She had begged her husband to move out and allow her to leave their home because she was in a bad marriage, but he refused and handled the situation his own way. On November 23, 2020, Bradley Graham Cooper was released from the Mountain View Correctional Institution in Spruce Pine, North Carolina, following the completion of his 12-year term. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained him as soon as he was released in order to start the deportation process back to Canada. According to reports, he currently resides in Canada but is not authorized to speak with either of his daughters. It appears that he would rather remain anonymous and out of the spotlight these days. Individuals in Brad Cooper's shoes must discover how to satisfy their wants in interpersonal connections. To be honest, kids need to learn how to listen, communicate, and compromise, as well as how to create relationships where they feel heard and understood. Although it's more difficult than using manipulation to acquire what you want, it's much more fruitful and presents a genuine opportunity for intimacy, self-awareness, and release from the crippling burden of loneliness. I strongly advise anyone in a challenging relationship at the moment to take the appropriate precautions to protect themselves, as Nancy's murder is an example of domestic abuse at its worst. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Known for its opportunities, innovative businesses, and beautiful beaches, California is one of the most popular states in the United States. Some people find that California fulfills their aspirations for a better life. People come here to look for new chances, education, employment, and opportunities. They are prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill their dreams and reach their goals. Some of them go on to become prosperous business people, athletes, or artists, while others find contentment in raising a family. Dreams aren't always intended to come true. California turns into a destination of disappointment and unfulfilled dreams for some people. After graduating from high school, Maribel Ramos worked in security at a department store with the long-term objective of becoming a police officer. But in order to pay for the college education she would require, she enlisted in the Army. Maribel was on the verge of earning a criminal justice degree from Cal State Fullerton after serving 2 combat deployments in Iraq. When Maribel Ramos failed to show up for planned events on May 3, 2013, Friends filed a missing persons report in the spring of 2013. She was last captured on camera delivering her rent check. Maribel and her roommate, Kwang Choi Casey Joy, lived in an Orange, California apartment. The fact that Maribel had called 911 a week and a half prior to her disappearance added an unsettling element of mystery. In the taped call, she expressed her fear and threatened to take drastic actions to protect herself. After 8 years of service, Maribel Ramos, a 36-year-old veteran of the U.S. Army, wanted to return to civilian life. She had the will and perseverance to accomplish her goals, since she knew what she wanted to do. Maribel quickly turned her attention to other areas of life when her military career was over. Her decision to attend university was one of her major choices. Before her mother passed away in 2009, she and her mother moved into an apartment in Orange, California. Maribel asked her sister Lucy Gonzalez if she would move in, since she had the place to herself. Regretfully, Lucy declined, stating that she and her daughter were content with their current residence, and that they would move in if Maribel was unable to find a roommate. Maribel made the decision to post a Craigslist ad looking for a new roommate, and she quickly got a few responses. However, one in particular caught Maribel's attention. A man named Kwang Choi Joy contacted her to ask about the apartment. Kwang wrote in his message that he was a laid-back man seeking lodging in Huntington Beach while he looked for work. Maribel Gonzalez and Lucy Gonzalez met Kwang and found him to be a modest, polite man. In addition, he disclosed to the sisters that he was childless and had never been married. The prospect of having a calm, isolated roommate sounded too tempting to resist for Maribel, who was almost done with her degree. It became evident that Kwang had no one in his life in the weeks following his move-in with Maribel Ramos. Kwang rarely left the apartment and was always alone at home. Maribel soon began inviting Kwang to family gatherings. He became acquainted with the majority of Maribel's family as he accompanied her to various meals, games, and gatherings. Maribel Ramos and Kwang's relationship gradually developed into a friendship. The two frequently went grocery shopping together and took their dogs for walks. Maribel Ramos did not show up for a weekly softball game on May 3, 2013, which was unusual for her. Maribel's friends and relatives made multiple fruitless attempts to get in touch with her. She wasn't in her apartment when the family checked. Since they couldn't locate her, they filed a missing persons report, and the police started looking into it right away. Maribel's residence was visited by the police. Her car was parked next to the home when they got there, but no one answered the door when they knocked. According to the neighbors who were interrogated, nothing unusual had been heard or seen. From the outside, everything appeared to be completely normal. No shattered windows or other indications of a break-in were observed by the officers. They made the decision to enter and check on Maribel. Everything in the house appeared to be in its proper place. Nothing at all suggested that a crime had been committed there. But there was light in Maribel's bedroom. One of the pillows had no pillowcase, and the bed was not made. It was kind of weird. Lucy said her sister would never leave a mess like this. Upon examining the room, it became evident that Maribel had no plans to travel. She had all of her clothes on. Her wallet, ID, and cell phone were the only items gone. The investigators had specific tasks because Maribel's car was parked close to the residence. Maribel Ramos had been trained extensively in the military. She had good discipline. Everyone assumed Maribel was in trouble because she was not the kind to simply vanish without a trace. When the investigators got to the residence, Kwang Choi Joy, Maribel's neighbor, showed up out of the blue. He stated that he had not seen Maribel since approximately 10 p.m. the day before. An hour later, he had returned from his walk, but Maribel had already left. Surveillance video recorded at 8:15 p.m. Maribel was seen dropping off her rent payment the night before she vanished. That was her final public appearance. She left after dropping off the envelope. She doesn't appear to be afraid or anxious about anything in the video. She seemed perfectly at ease and was not in a rush. Maribel's family chose to use social media to solicit assistance while the detectives went through all of the accessible camera evidence. They encouraged anyone with information regarding Maribel's whereabouts to get in touch with them after sharing a photo of her online. Involving as many people as possible in the hunt was their goal. When the investigators attempted to track down Maribel's cell phone, it was unreachable. The police were investigating her personal life when they learned that she had recently been romantically involved with a man called Paul Lopez. On the day before Maribel vanished, he was the last person to call her. Naturally, he had to show up at the police station to respond to certain inquiries. Paul acted with great assurance. He said that he and Maribel were still in the early stages of their relationship and had not yet become sufficiently intimate. In addition, Paul claimed to be seeing other women. Paul claimed that he had not questioned Maribel about whether she had dated anyone besides him. Additionally, Paul attested that he had not spoken to Maribel on the phone since Thursday night. Paul stated that he was employed for the gas company and that his shift began at 4 p.m. They didn't see each other on Thursday until midnight. Although Paul was forthcoming, the detectives could not be certain that he was speaking the truth. But there was a GPS tracker in Paul's truck. All of his movements that evening were monitored by the cops. This information indicates that Paul was not in the vicinity of Maribel Ramos' residence. During his discussion with the investigators, Paul brought up Maribel's roommate, Kwang. Maribel's relationship with Kwang had recently worsened, according to Paul. In talks, she frequently brought up her roommate, lamenting his lack of funds to make the rent payments on time. Furthermore, Maribel was arguing with Kwang on Thursday when Paul spoke to her. Maribel told Kwang she wanted him to go, and Paul overheard her say it. She informed him that the following day was his move-out date. Paul threatened to evict Kwang and his belongings if he didn't move out the following day while he was on loudspeaker. Maribel said that there was no need for that and that she was going to bed when Paul offered to help and that he would drop by if needed. They didn't talk again after that. The investigators turned their whole attention to Kwang after they heard about the arguments between him and Maribel. Kwang was 54. As a teenager, he traveled from South Korea to the United States. There was nothing to suggest that he had a criminal history, and his record showed no serious transgressions. But as they dug deeper, they found a history tainted by rage. His sister claimed that Kwang was so violently angry that she had to file for a restraining order against him. An examination of his social media profiles revealed a close relationship between him and Maribel Ramos. But after talking to Maribel's relatives, the investigators discovered that her relationship with Kwang was not as ideal as it appeared in many social media pictures. Kwang and Maribel Ramos appeared to be the ideal roommates, until Kwang made the decision he wanted more. Kwang called Lucy Gonzalez during the summer of 2012. He told her that he wanted to marry Maribel and start a family with her because he was in love with her. Although Kwang deserved what he sought, Lucy Gonzalez informed him that Maribel had no interest in him in that sense. Later, Lucy informed Maribel about the phone conversation and suggested that she reject Kwang right away to avoid a heated argument. According to reports, Maribel told Kwang that she had no romantic interest in him. Kwang first appeared to have handled the rejection well, but as time went on, he began taking extreme steps in what appeared to be an effort to persuade Maribel Ramos to reconsider. He reportedly spent over $10,000, 0 cents on plastic surgery to look younger, purchased an entirely new wardrobe, got a tattoo, and paid to take Maribel on a cruise. It quickly became evident that Maribel Ramos and Kwang Choi-joy's connection had changed, from friendly to compulsive. A desperate phone call Maribel made to 9011 just 12 days prior to her disappearance was eventually discovered by the authorities as a graphic piece of evidence. In the call, which was recorded 12 days prior to Maribel Ramos' disappearance, Maribel stated that she felt unsafe around her roommate, saying, "I'm just calling to let you guys know that if something happens that I did it because I was trying to defend myself." Given her strong physical training, it was clear that there were reasons why Maribel was afraid of Kwang. Maribel served 2 combat tours in Iraq, as was previously mentioned. This might have contributed to her psychological issues. Military members deal with a lot of challenges, which frequently impacts their civilian lives later on. The detectives called Kwang in to question him in order to determine what transpired between Maribel and him. He appeared affable and at ease. Kwang claimed that he was deeply concerned about Maribel's disappearance because she was a close friend. Kwang claims that he had a wonderful time living with Maribel for around a year and a half. They enjoyed parties, danced in clubs, and on a trip together, the investigators requested Kwang to explain Maribel's 911 call because they knew that things were not as great as he claimed. According to Kwang, they got into a fight when they went to karaoke together that evening. According to him, Maribel was typically either very amiable or hostile when she was intoxicated. Kwang claims that she began screaming at him and claiming that she didn't like and wasn't attracted to him at some point that night. Since they were enjoying themselves, he said that he did not see the crux of the issue. And then she dialed 911. Kwong responded that he and Maribel got into a dispute on Thursday night over the rent. When asked when they had last argued or quarreled, Kwong believed the investigators ought to examine Paul more closely. Kwong claims that he last saw Maribel at approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, when, following a disagreement, he took a vehicle excursion to decompress. Maribel was gone when he got home, and since her car was still there, he assumed that Paul or someone else had taken her up. Although Kwong's account appeared credible, the investigators were concerned about one aspect of his look. The detectives noticed large scratches on his arms, which were covered by a t-shirt. They appeared pretty new. In response to a question about where the scratches came from, Kwong said he scratched himself on some bushes while strolling through the park. Even though this raised suspicions, Kwong was freed since, at this point in the investigation, there was no proof linking him to Maribel's disappearance. A few days after it started, the inquiry into Maribel Ramos' disappearance came to a standstill. The likelihood of discovering her alive was dwindling over time. The investigators decided to bring in forensic specialists to conduct a thorough examination of Maribel's home in an effort to find any new hints. They believed that with the aid of contemporary technology, they would be able to see things that the human eye could not. Kwong was actively assisting the police at this time. For a more thorough inspection, he gave them permission to search his rental automobile without a warrant. A police dog trained to look for human remains was also employed by the authorities. However, neither Maribel's car nor Kwong's car had any scent that the dog could identify. In the meantime, Kwong was spending a lot of time online in the days following Maribel Ramos's disappearance, posting comments on forums pertaining to her case to express how much he missed his friend. However, in spite of his efforts to portray himself as the distraught roommate on the internet, Kwong had oddly begun to distance himself from Maribel's relatives. Kwong claimed to be collaborating with the authorities in a number of interviews. When the detectives noticed this habit, they started to monitor him around the clock in the hopes that he would make a mistake and lead them to Maribel. After handing over his laptop and phone to the police to investigate his presence, Kwong went to the public library to access the internet. The investigators want to see CCTV footage. His actions didn't seem out of the ordinary at first. Like other guests, he took a laptop and used it. He returned the laptop and departed after spending almost 2 hours there. His laptop's internet history was something the police were eager to examine. In order to protect their privacy, visitors' browser histories were deleted after they returned their laptops. The police, who were trying their hardest to locate Maribel, were disappointed once more. Everybody has times in their lives when everything seems to fall apart. When Maribel Ramos abruptly vanished, her family experienced precisely this. Nobody was aware of her whereabouts or potential fate. Her family was in dire straits. In the hopes that someone had seen her or knew where she was, they posted posters across the town. But this was insufficient. The family understood that in order to get the message out, they needed to employ contemporary technology. They set up a social media page explaining the circumstances and requesting assistance from anyone with information about Maribel. The family's social media activity quickly caused a lull in the investigation. Maribel had been missing for about 2 weeks, and the authorities were still unsure of her whereabouts. But on May 16, things took a surprising turn. On social media, Maribel's family shared that they were organizing a search for Maribel in Peters Canyon, as well as an awareness walk. Meanwhile, the detectives discovered that Kwong had given back the rental automobile. They had previously inspected the car, but this seemed odd, so they decided to do it again. Recall that a dog trained to detect human remains did not detect any scent in Kwong's vehicle during the first search. However, a dog responded swiftly to the trunk's odor this time. The detectives realized they were on the right track, even though this was insufficient to apprehend Kwong. Kwong returned to the library to use a laptop after seeing on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and searched in Peters Canyon. He was unaware, meanwhile, that the police had secured a warrant that allowed them to remotely examine the laptop Kwong was carrying. The investigator's monitor displayed the information he was seeking. One of Kwong's search terms was, "How long does it take for a human body to decay?" Then, using Google Maps, he He located the location in Peters Canyon where Maribel's family had organized a gathering for anyone interested in joining the search. Then he zoomed in and out on a fairly ordinary area of Modjeska Canyon. Peters Canyon was 10 miles away from the place he looked up on Google Maps. The officers who were observing his conduct at the time were in shock. The only thing on everyone's mind was, had Kwang simply revealed them where he had hidden Maribel's body? The investigators wasted no time in going to that location. As you can see, there are no residences in the area, making it a somewhat remote location. The cops searched for 30 minutes before finding a shallow grave. Although they were certain of whose bones they had discovered, they still needed to await the forensic analysis's findings. The police came to Maribel's residence on May 17 in order to take Kwang into custody. He attempted to escape by jumping out of the window when he noticed the authorities coming, but he was apprehended and sent to the police station. Kwang no longer appeared to be the kind and self-assured individual he always was. He persisted in denying any involvement in Maribel's disappearance and denying any knowledge of her whereabouts. He was unaware that the remains had been discovered by the police. Using dental records, the forensic specialists were able to identify the victim. Maribel Ramos was the owner of the discovered remains. It was unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of variables including the weather, the degree of decomposition, and the fact that the body was in an animal's habitat. Kwang was accused with several offenses. Death is usually tragic and leaves a lasting impression on the loved ones of the deceased. This sorrow was experienced by Maribel Ramos' family when their sister and cherished daughter vanished out of thin air. They had no idea where she might be or what had transpired. They made a social media page explaining the situation, posted flyers across the city, and solicited assistance from anyone who might have information on Maribel. However, the family's hopes were dashed 2 weeks after she vanished. Despite experiencing sorrow, suffering, and hopelessness, they managed to find the fortitude to go on. They love Maribel and remember her. The trial was held in 2014. The authorities could only conjecture as to how Kwang might have killed Maribel Ramos because her remains were too decayed to establish her cause of death. Joy, according to the authorities, was in love with Maribel Ramos, who had other feelings for him. On May 2, 2013, Kwang and Maribel got into a fight over rent. They surmised that Kwang must have ambushed Maribel because she was combat trained and could have easily defeated him in a fair fight. According to the detectives, he smothered her while she was sleeping after sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. After that, he drove her to a distant place while placing her body in the trunk of his rental car. He had to navigate through stretches of barbed wire there, which caused his hands to get scratches. There was a chance that Kwang had moved Maribel's body more than once because the police dog did not pick up the scent during the first check of his vehicle. But there was no proof to support this notion. Forensic evidence linking Kwang to the crime was scant. But during his trial, the jury was told how Kwang had developed an obsession with Maribel, how she had called the police to tell them she was scared of him, and how Kwang had used Google Maps to locate the precise location of her grave. During the trial, Kwang entered a not guilty plea. "I miss Maribel more than anyone. I think about it. I've been here about 440 days in jail. I think about it almost every day." He added that he had never Googled the location of the gravesite in Modjeska Canyon. "Family wants me to apologize, which I cannot apologize for something I haven't done. Maybe someday truth will come out. Maybe I'll just die inside prison." "No," he replied. Kwang claimed that although they went on a single vacation together, they slept in different beds. "In my assumption, I was set up straightforward. We always maintained we were good friends. We were platonic friends. She was like my sister," he stated. He said he didn't know who killed Maribel when questioned about it. During his opening statement, Adam Vining, Kwang's attorney, termed him strange but maintained that his client was not involved in Maribel's death. "A crime will be proven here," stated Adam Vining, "and the crime that will be proven here is improper disposal of a body." According to Vining, Ramos was prone to paranoia after returning from years of fighting PTSD. He also suggested that she might have passed away from a medical issue. Prosecutors concurred that the case was circumstantial. Kwang's online search at a public library, which focused on the exact location where Maribel Ramos's body was discovered, was the crucial piece of evidence. Kwang Choi Joy was convicted of second-degree life deprivation on July 30, 2014. His sentence ranged from 15 years to life in prison. Kwong insisted on his innocence in dozens of letters to the judge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On January 24, 1991, at 4:45 p.m., 13-year-old Paula Hilera came home from school in East Harlem, New York. As she stepped into the elevator of her apartment building and made her way to her family's 30th floor apartment, her mother buzzed her in. But on that little trip, she unexpectedly disappeared. Paula's lifeless body was found half a mile from her home 3 hours later, at 7:30 p.m. by a man walking his dog. The community was left with unanswered questions as the sun set on that terrible day. What happened to Paula, and who might be responsible for her death and disappearance? East Harlem, sometimes referred to as El Barrio, is a neighborhood in the center of Manhattan, New York City, where Paula and her family lived. This enclave of diverse cultures is well known for its vibrant blend of customs, artwork, and camaraderie, as shown by its vibrant festivals, restaurants, and vibrant murals that line its streets. East Harlem is home to a varied population with a strong Hispanic and Latino background. The renowned Museum of the City of New York, which displays the history of the city, is located in the area. Our narrative started in East Harlem, where the odds of becoming a victim of crime are roughly 1 in 22. In the late 1970s, Paula Hilera was born in Colombia to Cesar and Olga Hilera. Alexandra and Julio were her older siblings. In search of a better life, Paula, her mother, and 2 siblings relocated to East Harlem, New York City, in June 1990. They stayed with Paula's uncle Guillermo Ospina at 420 East 111th Street on the 30th floor of an apartment complex. In order to finally join them in New York, her father, Cesar, continued to work as a taxi driver in Colombia. Paula enrolled in junior high school once they arrived in New York. Paula was a bright student who spent her free time studying math and English, according to her sister Alexandra. She wanted to be a lawyer to help people in need, but she only had a few friends, most of whom were classmates. She was quite smart and advanced for her age, thinking above her years, according to her uncle Gilmo. He added that Paula's passion for the English language was the reason she was so content in New York. As a young girl, she had a lot of plans for the future. According to her uncle Guillermo, Paula and her family seemed to be living a happy life until a tragic incident abruptly altered it. Paula was only 13 years old when she left school on the chilly afternoon of January 24, 1991, and returned to the comforting confines of her apartment complex. She reached the building's entrance at around 4:45 p.m. and called her apartment via the intercom. Olga, her mother, responded and pressed the button to open the lobby entrance, allowing her in. This mundane exchange would be the last Olga would have with her cherished daughter. Sadly, Paula never reached their flat on the 30th floor, even though the door was now open and she went into the lobby and into an elevator. When Paula hadn't returned home after 10 minutes, her brother and uncle became concerned. They decided to go look for her because they sensed something was wrong. They rushed down to the lobby and saw it was deserted. They started frantically looking throughout the area for Paula, but she seemed to have disappeared. Around 7:30 p.m., 3 hours later, a man walking his dog discovered a terrifying find. On a sidewalk beside the East River, he noticed a dead body. Drug objects such as used lighters, syringes, and vials were scattered across the area. Sadly, what he discovered was Paula's thin body, and she was dead. She lived in an apartment building roughly half a mile south of the location where she was discovered. Detectives were confronted with a rather depressing situation when they got there. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she had a ligature around her neck and that the stab wound in the middle of her chest was barely bleeding. No hints were found to suggest the identity of the perpetrator. The only items they found on Paula's body were a piece of chalk in her pocket and a New Kids on the Block watch on her wrist. The murder of Paula had a significant impact on the area as a whole, in addition to her family. Olga, her mother, was distraught and had a hard time accepting that her daughter was gone. Following this incident, both teachers and students at Paula's school were in shock. In order to help those close to Paula deal with their loss, teachers met with pupils to offer support. For safety considerations, they also cautioned every student against going out alone. The principal and district authorities refused to meet with media after the incident, and reporters were denied access to the school. Many questions remained unresolved for detectives. In an attempt to locate witnesses who could have seen Paula in the vicinity where her body was eventually found, they visited door to door throughout the 32-story building. Unfortunately, no one who had seen her there could be found. Furthermore, the detectives were clueless regarding the identity of the culprit behind this catastrophe. Whether Paula was murdered at the remote location, surrounded by crack bottles where her body was discovered, or elsewhere, was still unknown. The detectives were able to piece together some crucial information during their investigation. They learned that Paula frequently stayed after school on Wednesdays and Thursdays to attend her journalism program. She had been writing an article on her father on the day of her terrible murder, with the intention of sending it to him as a Valentine's Day present. The detectives also learned that Paula and a buddy traveled north along First Avenue on that fatal day, after Paula left the school after the workshop at about 4 p.m. At 106th Street, they split off, with Paula going on to her family's apartment complex. The cops discovered during their investigations that Paula had entered the same elevator as another kid, Aaron Wofford. When they spoke with him, though, he stated that Paula went higher while he got off at the 19th level. Consequently, the detectives stopped considering him as a suspect. The totality of Paula's horrific ordeal was made clear during the autopsy. She had been stabbed 3 times close to her heart, strangled, and molested. Her thighs also had odd, lengthy markings that the medical examiner saw. Paula had obviously fought off an attack with courage, and her assailant had yanked her legs away with such force that the bruises on their thighs resembled the curve of their fingers. Male hair was also taken from her body by the examiner. This was kept as proof. Paula's remains were interred at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens on February 2, 1991. Victim Services, a private group that supports victims of violent crimes and their families in Flushing, New York, provided assistance to Paula's family when they moved to Flushing 4 months after her sad murder. Through counseling at Victim Services Families of Homicide Victims program, Olga found comfort. The family clung to the faith that justice would be served for Paula while they dealt with and recovered. But, as time went on, Paula's situation progressively got less interesting, and finding the solutions became more difficult. In any place at any time, the murder of a 13-year-old girl ought to have made headlines, but this horrible incident in East Harlem went mostly unreported in the violent New York of 1991. Over 2,000 murders were reported in the city annually between 1990 and 1992, with an average of 6 bodies found every day throughout New York City's 5 boroughs. Regretfully, the majority of these took place in underprivileged, primarily minority communities, including East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Unfortunately, the media paid little attention to any of these situations. Instead, free from political or media pressure, the media frequently covered more affluent, white victims of more expensive crimes in gorgeous settings. A low-priority homicide was assigned to Paula's case. As a result, her murder was mostly forgotten and unsolved for the most of the 1,990s. New York City's crime rate was declining by the middle of the 990s. Nonetheless, a troubling pattern continued in East Harlem's housing buildings. Regardless of whether they were Hispanic or Black, a string of seemingly unconnected cases started to happen, all of which involved the assault and killing of young, attractive youths with thick skin. In 1994, a 15-year-old girl was attacked by a person with a knife and was the victim. This case exposed a pattern that the attacker would use again throughout the course of the following 4 years. He would come up behind the teenager and lead her to a remote spot. There, he would force her to undress, blindfold her with a piece of her own clothing, and then attack her. The 15-year-old survivor was remarkably able to describe her assailant. He was a muscular, well-groomed young man who exuded an overabundance of self-importance. Incredibly, he even informed the woman that she was lucky to have been attacked by someone as attractive as him. Firefighters responded to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street on September 10, 1997, a few years later. Following this, they found the dead corpse of a woman who had been severely abused, hit by a blunt weapon, and severely burned, rendering her unrecognizable. Johalis Castro, a 19-year-old who had relocated to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family, was subsequently identified as the victim. Johalis, a young woman with a daughter, had been attending a Bronx community college to study computer science. The second victim in the same neighborhood was a 13-year-old girl in April 1998, 7 months later. Fortunately, the little victim was able to flee unharmed. Rashida Washington, 17, died tragically 2 months later on June 2, 1998. She had been robbed, beaten, and strangled when she was discovered in a stairway on the 15th floor of a housing project on East 112th Street. Like the previous victims, her dead body, with its bare chest hidden by a shirt, had been placed in a sat position against the wall. Rashida, a 100-pound fashion student who worked at a clothes boutique, was small in stature. Unfortunately, 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday, she was slain. 2 further young teenagers were assaulted in the same region in the fall of that year. On September 21, 1998, a 15-year-old was attacked, and on November 16, a 14-year-old. Fortunately, these 2 teenagers made it out alive, probably because they were blinded before they had a chance to see the assailant. The likelihood that a serial killer was targeting teenage females in East Harlem was not openly acknowledged by the authorities, despite the growing number of similar incidents. However, the police ultimately made the decision to move quickly in response to the victims' parents' concerns. Since widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet started, the database of DNA samples on file in the 1990s was very tiny. But in the fall of 1998, there had been a major development about the East Harlem cases. Experts in forensics from the New York Police Department reviewed bodily fluid evidence from the murder of Rashida Washington, with evidence from 2 other nearby instances that were comparable. The same offender was unmistakably connected to all 3 crimes by these tests. One rape victim was first thought to be a part of a distinct pattern. However, it turned out that the homicide victim, Rashida Washington, and this rape case had produced a new pattern instead of being part of the previous rape pattern. At last, investigators had concrete proof that a serial killer was preying on kids in Harlem. Police authorities responded by forming a specialist task force of investigators whose only goal was to capture the suspect. In response, the authorities distributed a wanted poster with a sketch of the serial killer. The victim's description served as the basis for this sketch. A tipster who called in shortly after the flyer was posted in East Harlem recommended that the investigators look into a 25-year-old man named Ace, who lived on the 19th floor of the same building Paula had occupied. Ace was promptly recognized by the cops. His true name, Aaron Key, evoked a recollection. In the course of investigating Paula's murder, the name Aaron had first come to light. Aaron Walford, a youngster who had been spotted getting into the elevator with Paula and claiming to have gotten out on the 19th level, was remembered by detectives. In the 1997 murder inquiry of Johalis Castro, the unusual first name Aaron had also resurfaced. According to phone records, Johalis had called a man named Aaron Key multiple times in the days before her death. Police interrogation revealed that Aaron's girlfriend, Jacqueline, had been friends with Joe. He explained his repeated phone calls by saying that on the day of Johalis's death, the 2 women had been organizing a shopping excursion. Jacqueline, who was also questioned by the police, corroborated Aaron's account. The authorities didn't discover that Aaron Key and Aaron Wofford were the same individual until much later. His mother's surname was Key, while his father's was Wofford. 2 of the 3 victims in the alleged serial killer case were linked to Aaron Key as a result of this finding. He had a lengthy history of phone conversations with Johalis in the days preceding Paula's passing, and he was the last person known to have seen her alive. These links couldn't have happened by accident. Investigators made the decision to learn more about Aaron's past. They discovered that he was a reasonably well-spoken and intellectual person. He was raised primarily in East Harlem and was born on September 18, 1973. He was sharing the same building as Paula, with family members when she vanished in 1991. Aaron was seen as a gregarious individual with a talent for computers. Despite the lack of evidence, he claimed to be involved in the production of rap music. He was only 5 feet 8 inches tall and rather attractive. He had only been arrested once for robbery in 1990, according to his criminal record, and he had served little to no time in prison. But neighbors saw Aaron in a different light. He has a troubling side, they said. He frequently roamed around with a portable video camera, trying to get improper footage, and he had a habit of looking through the peepholes of women in his building. Despite the lack of strong evidence against Aaron at this point, the police recognized the value of a comprehensive investigation. They concentrated on the attacker, who had left behind a gray hoodie and a black boo-boo cap in the September 1998 incident. In search of leads, the investigators made the decision to examine these articles of clothing more closely. When they discovered a laundry tag on one of the clothes, their efforts were fruitful. The cops soon found a dry cleaner close to Aaron's building thanks to this tag. The fact that Aaron's mother, Cynthia, was on the dry cleaner's client list added even more significance to this revelation. Law authorities grew more certain that testing Aaron's DNA would prove his involvement in the crimes, since all the evidence seemed to point to him as a major suspect. There was a major obstacle, though. Since DNA testing for convicted felons in New York would not be required until 2000, Aaron's DNA was not on file. It wasn't as simple as bringing a suspect in and requesting a swab to get a DNA sample in the 1990s. The acquisition of a sample required judicial authority based on reasonable suspicion, and DNA tests were still seen as intrusive procedures. Detectives knew that even while there was a lot of circumstantial evidence suggesting Aaron was involved, the laundry tag, phone calls, and elevator ride wouldn't be enough to convince a judge to require Aaron to give a DNA sample. As a result, the cops had to come up with another strategy. Their first strategy was to follow Aaron Key in the hopes that he might inadvertently leave a sample of his saliva behind, such as when he spit or disposed of chewing gum, but this strategy soon looked like a failure. Detectives finally got a break on February 8, 1999, when Aaron was taken into custody for his role in stealing a computer hard disk. In order to get a DNA sample, the police had to use some deceit, because there were no regulations in New York at the time requiring DNA testing for anyone who were arrested. They came up with a scheme in which a female detective dressed in white hospital attire and pretended to be a doctor. She went up to Aaron and requested a sample of his saliva for what she said was a standard test for tuberculosis. She hoped he would sign a release form as she handed him the documents. Aaron, on the other hand, studied the text carefully. He refused to participate when he saw a line that mentioned DNA analysis. He asserted that he was a devout Jehovah's Witness and that he was not allowed to receive any medical care because of his beliefs. Aaron knew what the cops were looking for, and he was not going to give it to them. He tore his paper cup into pieces and flushed them down the toilet when he finished his supper that night. He switched his cup with his cellmates to further perplex investigators. But the cops were ahead by one step. Aaron had been in a holding cell with a number of other inmates shortly after his detention. They had been given cups of water by attendants while they were there. These cups were found in a waste paper basket by detectives, who then sent them for DNA analysis. A sample taken from the lip of one of the cups discovered in the police holding cell matched the East Harlem criminal's DNA, according to the results, which were returned in a matter of days. Since Aaron was merely charged with a misdemeanor computer theft offense, he was already free without bail by the time the DNA test results were available on February 12, 1999. The New York Police Department, meantime, promised to pay $11,000, 0 cents, for any tip that would result in his apprehension. Aaron's parents thought they were going on a Valentine's Day date, but authorities quickly found out that he had gone to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old lover, Angelique. But rather than following their plans, Aaron and Angelique got on a bus from Newark, New Jersey, that was bound for Florida. Investigators began to worry that Angelique might be in danger and would end up like the other victims. Aaron called a second woman in New York twice after he got to South Florida. His notoriety as a suspected serial killer on the loose had made headlines by this point. When the second girlfriend saw what was happening, she immediately called the police and gave them a tip that Aaron was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami, which is only 2 blocks from the beach. 2 detectives from New York hurried to the hotel in response to this report and started monitoring it. They summoned a Miami-Dade SWAT unit for help when they saw Aaron and Angelique moving about inside. Aaron and Angelique were found hiding beneath the bed on the 6th story of the hotel as the SWAT team attacked the building. Additionally, Aaron was captured and taken into custody on February 19, 1999. Detectives tried to question Aaron about the crimes in East Harlem, but he refused to talk and gave no information. But the police had a strategy. Later, they let Angelique into the interview room while they watched and heard from behind a two-way mirror. Aaron and Angelique thought they were saying their goodbyes in solitude. Angelique pushed Aaron to give an explanation for his misdeeds during this exchange. Aaron's answer was unclear. He claimed to have been ill and said that he had bugged out. Aaron was finally extradited to New York to stand trial on 22 felony charges pertaining to 4 assaults and the killings of Paula Hilera, Johalis Castro, and Rashida Washington, following a protracted 4-month legal fight. Aaron was linked to 6 of the 7 cases by DNA evidence. Prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky made a strong case against Aaron at the trial in the fall of 2000, using a flurry of witness statements and DNA evidence. 2 of Aaron's victims were among the 130 prosecution witnesses they called. Aaron himself demanded to testify as the first defense witness. Aaron showed a variety of emotions during the 2 days of her testimony, from wailing like a baby to grinning like a schoolgirl. He also talked about how angry he was to be charged, pop culture, narcotics, rap music, jail cuisine, and his thoughts on the criminal justice system were just a few of the subjects he spoke in his monologue, which was mostly unhindered by the judge, prosecutors, or his own lawyers. Aaron constructed a peculiar narrative to explain why he was charged with horrific serial assault against young women, while many of the relatives of his victims were in the courtroom. He said that a dishonest medical examiner who was involved in the harvesting and sale of human organs had arranged for the police to frame him as a participant in a cover-up. He even asserted that what he called genetic shuffling had been done to his DNA. But his long story did not convince the jury. The courtroom erupted in applause on December 16, 2000, the day the guilty verdict was given. During the sentencing, Aaron swore at the family members in the crowd as he was escorted past them. In January 2001, a month later, Aaron's victims' relatives had the chance to speak with him face-to-face. Paula's mother, Olga, spoke to him, wishing that he would comprehend the agony of restless nights, appetite loss, being unable to walk or breathe, and the lack of tranquility, while simultaneously reflecting on her daughter's suffering at the moment of her passing. Having brought her kid to the country to pursue the American dream, Olga talked of her ongoing pain. During the sentencing hearing, Aaron broke down in tears and apologized when it was his turn to speak. Johalis Castro's male cousin became enraged at this and tried to get over the barrier to attack Aaron. The sentence was then pronounced by Justice Jones Sadonic. For the 3 murders, she sentenced Aaron to 3 life terms without the chance of release. He was also sentenced to 400 years in prison for 4 counts of abuse. Aaron was a prisoner at Dannemora, New York's Clinton Correctional Facility. Legislators in New York and numerous other states had passed legislation mandating DNA testing for anybody detained in relation to serious crimes by the time Aaron was convicted. Since then, the majority of felony arrests for both violent and nonviolent offenses are now included in this testing. Additionally, some jurisdictions have started testing people's DNA when they are detained for The pain of losing Paula is still very much there for Olga. She is all too aware that the pain caused by the unexpected and needless death of a loved one never goes away, especially when there are still so many unanswered questions. We are left with the memories of Paula and the other victims. As we get to the end of this heartbreaking trip through her awful narrative, we are left with difficult issues after considering Aaron's activities and the repercussions he encountered. What motivates someone like Aaron to carry out such atrocities? And how can society recognize and deal with the causes of such behavior? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Parents teach their children from a young age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar automobiles, and never to go any place with someone they don't know, regardless of what they may say. because the world is big and full of hidden hazards. Regrettably, people with bad intentions frequently exploit both the trust of the innocent and the precarious circumstances that some adults find themselves in. Young medical student Mia Steven went to a party with her pals. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening and the companionship of those around her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and nobody could have foreseen what was about to happen. Sadly, Mia never made it back home. When she vanished, the entire community rallied in the hopes of discovering her uninjured and alive. But when a sobering discovery was discovered in a neighboring woodland, something so startling that even the most experienced investigators found it difficult to comprehend, those hopes were dashed. On January 15, 2000, Mia Steven was born in Aalborg, a sizable harbor city in northwest Denmark. She came from a loving, close-knit family as the youngest. She grew up her adolescence in this small town, which is well known for its low crime rate and feeling of security. Mia did exceptionally well in school, demonstrating a natural aptitude for subjects like biology and chemistry. Her teachers believed she was a talented student and had high expectations for her. Mia knew she wanted to become a doctor even as a teenager. She always wanted to assist everyone around her and was incredibly kind and perceptive. Mia was well liked by her peers because of her gregarious and intelligent nature. She was loved for her warmth and approachability and had a wide network of acquaintances. Attention was also drawn to her elegant manner and remarkable looks. While still in school, she started modeling, participating in several campaigns, and winning people over wherever she went. Because of her uniqueness, Mia frequently had admirers fighting for her attention. Mia achieved her dream of enrolling at Aalborg University's Medical program, one of Denmark's most esteemed universities. After graduating, she kept modeling while attending school, doing fashion publications and commercials. Mia maintained a close relationship with her family by continuing to live at home with her parents in spite of her achievements and increasing independence. Mia was in her second year of college when the COVID-19 epidemic struck. The limitations and lockdowns drastically altered her life. Social media, phone conversations, and video chats took the role of her face-to-face connections with pals when classes shifted to online. A vibrant, gregarious, and outgoing young woman found the lockdown period to be rather difficult. Because of this, Mia Steven anxiously got ready for her first party in years when all restrictions were finally relaxed in early February 2022. Unfortunately, that night would be her last on February 5, 2022. For the first time in almost 2 years, there were no social restrictions due to the pandemic on Saturdays in Denmark. College students in particular were ecstatic to be able to enjoy the nightlife they had sorely missed. Parties were organized all around the nation because it was a reason to celebrate. He was really looking forward to the night. She made a call to her friends and meticulously planned the location for their eagerly anticipated night out. She went through her clothes at the same time, selecting an ensemble that would draw attention to her body and set her apart. This was more than simply a trip to the pub for her. It represented the return to everyday life. She wanted to celebrate her recent completion of her second-to-last semester at university with close friends she hadn't seen in a while. She put on makeup, fixed her hair, and wore a stylish black dress and high shoes. She added a cropped leather jacket and other sophisticated accessories to finish off her ensemble. Even though it was cold in February, she looked gorgeous. Mia thought her friends would drive her home after the event, but as the evening wore on, plans changed. Young people anxious to make up for missed time crowded the bars and clubs throughout the city's central streets that evening, but it was so chilly that the streets themselves were almost deserted. After spending several hours catching up and having a good time, Mia and her pals began the evening in a bustling pub. They later relocated to a local tavern, and an hour later they changed locations once more. The group evolved as they went from bar to pub. A few friends went home, others encountered pals and joined other groups, and they were replaced by new acquaintances. The evening was of course full with dancing, laughter, and copious amounts of alcohol. Witnesses claim that although Mia drank wine, she wasn't too drunk. She talked to everyone around her, laughed and danced. The companions she had first arrived with made the decision to depart by 3 in the morning. But Mia decided to stay, telling them she would find her way home eventually. She was spotted conversing with an unknown man who seemed interested in her at the moment. The club ended for the evening around 6 a.m. Only one of Mia's friends remained after that. The two went out into the chilly, overcast morning. The frigid temperature was made even worse by a chilly breeze that blasted across the deserted streets. The two made the decision to take the bus home, but they had to go in different directions. They split up and went to their own bus stops. Mia never came home that night, and no one ever saw her alive again. Her parents initially assumed she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends and were not alarmed. But when they noticed that her phone was going directly to voicemail, something that was completely out of character for her, their worries intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Mia's mother called her daughter's best friends and classmates at midday on February 6. One by one, they all responded with the same response. They couldn't get in touch with Mia, and they hadn't seen or heard from her since the previous evening. Her parents were so alarmed that they rushed to the local police station and reported her missing. They were concerned that law authorities may postpone their search by waiting the customary 24 hours. Because Mia was an adult and had attended a party, they were relieved that the police took the matter seriously and started looking into it right away. Investigators began by speaking with every friend and acquaintance Mia had made at the different pubs that evening. Although Mia had been drinking, witnesses attested that she wasn't too drunk. They also gave a thorough explanation of her attire, which included a light jacket and a stylish evening gown. Investigators initially thought she might have died from the weather because it was so chilly in February. They promptly ruled this out, though, because no further relevant reports had emerged. Security footage from the bars and clubs Mia had frequented was examined by police. Although Mia seemed to be in a good mood and turned down her friends' offers to bring her home, nothing else in the video seemed suspicious, and the packed venues made it nearly hard to follow one specific person. The enigmatic man Mia had been spotted dancing with that evening quickly came into focus. Finding him and questioning him was crucial. Luckily, it was easy to identify him. He was an aspiring athlete with a bright future who was a fellow student at Mia's institution. He volunteered to be questioned and disclosed that he had taken a taxi to his house across town after leaving the bar at around 5 in the morning. The taxi driver acknowledged dropping him off at the specified place, allowing police to establish his alibi. Mia had no known adversaries, conflicts, or anybody who would want to harm her, according to her family and friends. She had never engaged in criminal behavior, used illegal substances, or had any symptoms of mental illness. Although no one in her network had ever heard of a stalker or obsessive admirer, this prompted investigators to think about the possibilities. After Mia exited the pub, investigators looked at video from street surveillance cameras to expand their search. She and her companion had left the venue together, and after walking roughly 300 feet, they paused to bid each other farewell. Each then made their way to their designated bus stops. Investigators were looking through the video when they spotted something strange. A dark automobile that seemed to be pursuing Mia after she split up with her friend. Mia went another 500 feet or so after saying goodbye to her companion and then paused to wait for her bus. Regretfully, it never came. Mia was trapped because it was early on Sunday morning and the public transportation schedule hadn't fully resumed after the shutdown. She couldn't call for a ride or get in touch with anyone for assistance at 6 IE Minning, since, to make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night, something she didn't notice until she was outdoors. The streets remained empty and dark. At the bus stop, Mia, wearing an evening gown, stood freezing and hoped her bus would arrive soon. However, as time passed, it became evident that it was not going to happen. A black Volkswagen Golf came up close to the road at about 6:15 AIEMM. The vehicle stopped and probably offered Mia a ride, but she declined. Mia was left alone when the automobile drove away. She waited for more than an hour in the bitter cold at the bus stop once more. The identical vehicle came again and pulled to a stop at the bus stop about 7:30 AEMM. This time, following a 5-minute conversation with the driver, Mia apparently reluctantly decided to get into the car. By that time, the cold is thought to have affected her so much that she chose to accept the stranger's offer. However, the issues still stood. Where did they take her? Who was driving? And who owned the car? Investigators needed to know the answers quickly. The surveillance footage's poor quality made the inquiry more difficult. Experts did their best, but they were only able to determine the car's make and model. It was unable to make out the driver's face or the license plate. Detectives looked over footage from nearby cameras to follow the car's movements, and shortly they got a break. The Volkswagen Golf was seen parking close to a 24-hour convenience shop a few blocks from the bus stop. Luckily, the car's license plate was photographed by the high-resolution camera in this business. Investigators quickly identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson, by searching the license plate through the vehicle registration database. The nightlife area where Mia and her pals had been going out was close to Thompson's home. Adam, a 30-year-old roommate of Thompson's who had previously drawn the attention of the police, lived with him in his leased house. Both men had a history of infractions, including posing as police officers in a scheme. The stakes were considerably higher this time, even though they had previously simply been fined for their acts. Both males were arrested so they could be questioned. Adam, however, had a strong alibi and was quickly freed. The day before Mia vanished, he had left town to see relatives, and he didn't come back until February 8. This information was confirmed by investigators, and Adam was exonerated. Thomas Thompson was the main suspect in the inquiry. To get a better picture, investigators started by looking into his past. Born in Kolding, Denmark in June 1985, Thomas was raised in a modest household. His parents moved him to live on his grandparents' tiny farm in the southeast countryside when he was a teenager. Thomas enlisted in the military after high school, where he signed a contract and established a solid career. He finally rose to the rank of sergeant while serving in highly troubled regions of the world. After leaving the military in 2015, he went back to school and graduated with a degree in engineering. Thomas had been employed as an engineer at a nearby industrial firm and renting a house in Aalborg in recent years. He was characterized as a competent, quiet, and hard-working professional by his coworkers and superiors. He was quite reserved, though, hardly ever disclosing personal information or developing strong bonds with coworkers. Thomas's legal background was problematic. He had been charged with violent altercations, domestic violence, and injury on multiple occasions. He was nevertheless able to reach an out-of-court settlement in every case. According to his ex-partners, he was irritable, hostile, and dangerously violent. Thomas appeared to lose control during angry outbursts, acting in a way that worried others around him. Some even thought he could be able to commit a major offense. Thomas obviously had a darker side that he found difficult to control. However, did that imply that he may have singled out Mia, hurt her, and perhaps even committed a crime against her? More importantly, where was Mia? In his car, Thomas, for his part, said nothing. An integrated GPS system was discovered by investigators. They looked at the data, hoping to track his movements that evening. They found that Thomas had attempted to turn off the GPS tracking on February 6 at around 2 in the morning. The attempt, however, resulted in a glitch, and the machine started to record position data every 30 seconds rather than shutting off. According to the GPS, Thomas left his house at 2:45 a.m. and drove about the city for several hours, apparently searching for a target. This mistake made it possible for detectives to piece together his actions in great detail. He stopped close to the bus stop where Mia was waiting at around 6 in the morning and had a quick conversation with her. For the next hour and a half, he drove away after she turned down his offer of a ride. Before heading back to the bus station, Thomas kept driving in a directionless manner through the streets. Mia was clearly freezing by this point and perhaps desperate. Apparently believing she had no other option, she grudgingly got into his car. Before driving into a remote road, the vehicle departed the city and drove through a few tiny neighboring villages. GPS data revealed a series of short pauses near each other in the wooded region, followed by a lengthy wait, during which the vehicle stayed motionless for approximately an hour. Search dogs and an operations team were sent to the location. They soon found that Mia's phone was broken. Nearby, they discovered a ripped necklace she had been wearing that evening, followed by a hair clip. Additionally, pieces of her clothing and strands of her long hair were discovered tangled on the branches of trees in the area. The scene presented a bleak image. As someone harried after her, Mia appeared to have attempted to flee into the woods, tripping, losing objects, and hooking herself on branches. But hundreds of feet farther into the jungle, the most terrible discovery was still to come. Areas of disturbed dirt were pointed out by the search dogs, indicating that something had just been buried. Investigators found human bones after excavating beneath roughly 3 feet of loose dirt. 231 pieces of the remains were broken apart, some of which were left on the surrounding land. To the dismay of her loved ones, the victim could only be identified by DNA testing. It was established that Mia was the owner of the remains. Law enforcement was forced to issue a public statement as news of the gory discovery swiftly spread to the media. The community was reassured that the dangerous criminal had been caught. Terrifying details were uncovered via forensic analysis. Bone marks indicated that a power saw-like instrument had been used to dismember the body. Given the condition of the remains, pieces of tissue displayed signs of having been bathed in a chemical solution, perhaps in an effort to destroy them or get rid of any DNA traces. It was challenging to pinpoint the precise cause of death. Medical examiners, however, thought mechanical asphyxiation was the most likely cause. Most likely a rope or tiny strap, rather than bare hands, had been used to strangle Mia. Although Thomas Thompson's car had been partially cleaned, blood traces were discovered. Mia's blood was identified through DNA analysis. Her body looked to have been dismembered, and more blood traces were found throughout his house, especially in the toilet. Thompson first attempted to defend his actions when presented with the evidence, saying he had no malicious intent and had no plans to hurt anyone. He claimed that he tried to turn off his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a dishonest police officer who was extorting him, but he was unable to give his name or any supporting documentation. Thompson also related how he saw a woman in light clothing at the bus station early that morning and offered her a lift out of courtesy, but she declined. Then, he said, he drove off to run other errands. On his way back about 90 minutes later, he noticed the same woman, who was now obviously chilly, still at the stop. He claims that this time she agreed to take him for a ride. Thompson described how the young woman was drunk, acted flirtatiously, and supposedly promised intimacy in return for his assistance. He said they took his car out of town to a remote location where they had consensual sex. Thompson then claimed that Mia unintentionally tugged on the car door handle during this interaction, causing the door to swing open. He stated she died instantaneously after falling out and breaking her neck. In a panic, he tried to protect himself by getting rid of her body rather than calling the police. Doubts were immediately raised by the story. The strewn personal belongings and strands of Mia's hair discovered in the woodland were among the many discrepancies that detectives pointed out. When questioned further, Thompson changed his account, saying that Mia accused him of being abusive, threatened to file charges, and started to sober up after their encounter. He claimed that despite his attempts to soothe her, she went into a frenzied state, escaped the automobile, and dashed into the woods. According to Thompson, he followed her out of concern that she may freeze to death and planned to take her back to the car so he could drive her home. He claimed that she stumbled during the pursuit, struck her head, and instantly passed away. After he took her body home, Thompson confessed to dismembering it in his bathroom and soaking the remnants in chemicals in the hopes that they would completely dissolve. But after a few hours, the procedure had little impact. The remnants, which were still whole, now smelled bad. He drove the corpses to the wilderness, buried them, and packed them into bags out of desperation. He maintained that the death was an accident and that his sole transgression was trying to hide the evidence because he was afraid no one would take him seriously. He insisted that his actions were motivated by panic rather than malice. Further investigations at Thompson's property turned up incriminating evidence behind his house, despite his contradictory claims. Investigators discovered a temporary solution, burn hole, with some dirt and rubble covering it. He had tried to destroy Mia's pocketbook, personal things, car floor mats, and blood-stained clothes there. The majority of the goods were severely destroyed, but her purse was largely undamaged, including the thin strap that still contained remnants of Mia's skin cells and blood. This strap was the tool used to strangle her, according to forensic authorities. The prosecution's claim that Thompson had acted maliciously and with premeditation was successful. He planned his actions ahead of time, as evidenced by the fact that he had made a conscious effort to turn off his car's GPS system. According to the prosecution, he was a predator who went hunting that evening and eventually targeted a young woman who was alone and in danger. His perfect victim was Mia, who was cold and alone. The second time he contacted her, she accepted his offer of a ride since she was so desperate. Thompson's claims of innocence were further weakened by his conflicting explanations and attempt to remove evidence. The jury found that, in spite of the evidence, he had taken steps to hide his activities after purposefully luring Mia into his automobile with malicious intent, but the court's surprisingly light penalty caused a great deal of indignation. Many wondered how someone who had done such horrible things could be punished less severely than the law permitted. Thompson probably took Mia to the remote woodland after threatening her with a firearm once she was inside the vehicle. She tried to flee there, but he caught up to her. There is evidence that he assaulted her and then strangled her with the strap of her purse. He dismembered her body and tried to dissolve the remains in chemicals after bringing it to his house. Thompson's conduct demonstrated that his crime was planned and executed without regret. For example, he ordered pizza to be delivered to his house twice on the same day that he committed these heinous deeds, and he even went to a neighboring store to buy candies. Witnesses from the area said he seemed perfectly at ease, grinning and talking to people, while the young woman's body floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, because the chemical solution destroyed DNA, the court was unable to verify proof of an intentional assault. During questioning, Thompson himself asserted that their interaction had been voluntary. Thompson's disturbing history of voyeurism was also discovered throughout the examination. He had been seen taking pictures, watching ladies undress, and peering through windows of other women's houses. Nevertheless, the victim's concerns were unanswered, and he was never charged. Thompson was convicted in June 2023 of premeditated murder and defilement of a body by dissection. He received a life sentence in prison. He will, however, be eligible for parole after only 10 years, and history indicates that there is a good possibility he will be released. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Mary Agnes Maroney vanished out of thin air from the bustling metropolis of Chicago on May 15, 1932. For nearly a century, the world was captivated by this enigmatic incident. Despite false trails and multiple DNA tests, the location of the young child remained unknown for 93 long years. In 2023, however, the disparate parts of the puzzle began to come together after more than 90 years. After all those years, what might have happened to Mary Agnes? After all these years, how did the eagerly anticipated breakthrough finally come to pass? We'll examine Mary Agnes Maroney's oldest unsolved case today. This is the oldest cold case in Chicago's history, and it's also extremely complex and scary. This case brings to mind Lisa Jackson's oldest unsolved case that we have already discussed. Let's get started on the case right now. Chicago, sometimes known as the Windy City, is the location of today's case. Located on the southwest side of Lake Michigan, it is the biggest city in the U.S. state of Illinois. Chicago is well known for its striking skyline, recognizable buildings, and lively culture. While Wicker Park and Pilsen are teeming with artistic expression, the Magnificent Mile is home of premium shopping. Let's go back to the beginning, when Catherine Maroney fell in love with Michael Maroney, a 21-year-old guy at the age of 13. With the hope of a better life in America, Michael had traveled all the way from Ireland. Catherine and Michael chose to get married in 1923 because their hearts were united despite their different ages. Living on the second floor above a busy grocery shop at 5200 Wentworth Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, they established a comfortable little life. Michael was renowned for his diligence and will to improve his family's quality of life. On May 9, 1928, Catherine celebrated her 17th birthday and gave birth to a stunning baby girl with fascinating bright blue eyes, whom she called Mary Agnes Maroney. Another bundle of happiness arrived the following year in 1929 and was given the name Anastasia Maroney. Catherine became pregnant again in 1930, just a year later, and was looking forward to the arrival of her third child. The Maroney family, who have Irish ancestry, had a difficult time during that time due to financial difficulties. This occurred during the Great Economic Depression, which started in the U.S. and had tremendous impact on the entire world. The Maroney family, like many other families and businesses, experienced financial troubles. The father, Michael, was unable to support his family of four after losing his job and earning only $15.00 a week from hand billing. Michael put an ad in the Chicago Daily Tribune in a last-ditch effort to acquire assistance and a better job. In order to help his family through those difficult times, he hoped that someone would offer him a job or other support. Newspapers at the time had specific sections where families and individuals could seek help from organizations, philanthropic groups, or kind-hearted persons. In the hopes of receiving a response, the Maroney family put their need for assistance in the press. Regretfully, 3 arduous weeks went by with no assistance yet. However, a good-hearted man called Edgar Gilpin, a male nurse and philanthropist, saw their ad and replied on Wednesday, May 13, 1930, shortly after young Mary Agnes's 2nd birthday. He was prepared to lend the poor Maroney family his support. Giving Michael a suit and shoes to help him get a better job was his way of offering him some assistance. The Maroney family was ecstatic and appreciative of this modest but significant help. Their address was made public to other needy families after they accepted the offer through the organization. Unfortunately, a mystery woman ended up with the Maroney family's address, which had some unanticipated repercussions. On May 14, 1930, Catherine was at home with her children, Anastasia and Mary Agnes, washing the floor and preparing to clean the house. A tap on the door abruptly prompted her to open it. The sight of a young, well-dressed woman with gorgeous blonde hair caught her off guard. The woman's cap was decorated with gray lace, and she wore an elegant gray suit with blue trims. The woman's exquisite pearly necklace and jewelry caught Catherine's attention. Catherine had never seen this woman before. The woman informed her that Mrs. Henderson, a social worker, had sent her to assist the family with their predicament. Although Catherine had never heard of Mrs. Henderson before, she reasoned that perhaps they were reacting to their request for assistance that they had put in the newspaper. The woman was there to provide help, and Catherine sincerely thought so, so she let her inside to talk. Fresh vegetables for the Maroney family, which she had purchased at the grocery store across the street from Maroney's home, were among the many groceries the woman delivered. She commended Catherine for her ambition and her cleaning prowess. They talked for a while after Catherine offered her to sit. The woman listened intently to Catherine's story of family troubles and appeared amiable and willing to assist. Knowing that someone was at last available to assist her family brought Catherine peace and relief. The woman was sweet and compassionate, and she spoke with kindness. She appeared intelligent and educated. The woman's face instantly lit up with delight when she saw young Mary Agnes playing on the floor while they were conversing. Even though Catherine's 2 children, Mary Agnes and Anastasia, were at home, the woman's attention was fixed entirely on Mary Agnes, demonstrating her admiration for the charming and endearing youngster. During their conversation, the woman revealed that she had tragically lost her own daughter the previous year. Catherine felt sorry for her, but then the discussion took an odd turn. It was a strange request from the woman. She requested permission to bring young Mary Agnes to California for a brief visit. Mary Agnes will return, looking quite different, as chubby as a little butterball, she promised Catherine. Since California was a long way away and the woman was someone she didn't know at all, Catherine was uncertain. Thus, Catherine made the decision to forbid her young daughter from going with this stranger. The woman then promised to return the next day and offered Catherine a $2.00 note. Despite her confusion, Catherine was persuaded by the woman's demeanor and finally permitted Mary Agnes to accompany her. Catherine asked the woman for her name before she departed, and after a brief silence she said, "My name is Julia Otis." Catherine enthusiastically told Michael about Julia Otis's visit when he got home from work. Michael soon discovered, though, that Mary Agnes was not home. Catherine informed him that she had permitted Mary Agnes to travel to California with Julia Otis when he inquired about the whereabouts of their young daughter. Although Michael started to worry about their daughter, they made the decision to hold off and hope that Mary Agnes would return the following day. The Maroney family enjoyed a satisfying dinner that evening, something they hadn't done in a long time. When Julia Otis brought Mary Agnes back the following day, on May 15, 1930, Mary Agnes immediately ran into her mother's arms and gave her a hard hug. Julia brought some great news for the Maroney family along with extra food. In addition to carrying a bag full of clothing for the impending baby, she disclosed that she had been able to get Michael a better job. It made Catherine very happy. They seemed to be getting the assistance they required at last. Because of Julia's generosity and seeming genuine concern for their family's welfare, Catherine began to trust her more. Julia then asked for something else. Since the small girl's clothes and shoes looked worn out, she asked Catherine if she might take Mary Agnes shopping nearby. Appreciating all of Julia's help, Catherine accepted the suggestion, considering it a considerate act, but Mary Agnes didn't seem to want to accompany Julia. Unwilling to leave her mother's side, she began to cry and clung to her. Nevertheless, Catherine trusted that things would work out and gave her daughter to Julia. The shop was only a short distance away, so they headed there. Catherine thought they would return shortly. Sadly, neither Julia nor Mary Agnes were ever seen again after they departed. Catherine grew more worried about why they were taking so long as the hours passed. It shouldn't have taken so long, but initially she suspected that Julia might have taken Mary Agnes out to lunch. As time went on, Catherine started to sense that something wasn't quite right. She began to regret allowing Julia to go with her 2-year-old daughter. When Michael got home from work later, Catherine told him everything that had happened. They looked everywhere for Julia and Mary Agnes, but they were nowhere to be found. They decided to call the Chicago Police Department and report their daughter missing because they felt powerless. Catherine was only able to give a few specifics about Julia, but the police demanded a thorough description. She said the woman weighed around 125 pounds, was about 5 feet 2 inches tall, and looked to be in her 20s. The woman's noticeable teeth were the most distinguishing characteristic Catherine could recall. Around 8:30 p.m. on May 16, 1930, the Maroney family got a letter the following day. This letter contained a notation indicating that it was sent out at 4:30 p.m. and was written on a unique paper. A $5.00 bill was enclosed in the package, which was dispatched via a special delivery service. The letter said, "Please don't be alarmed. I've taken your little girl to California with me. I have hired a special nurse to care for her. We'll be back in 2 months. By that time, you will be on your feet again and will be able to care for her." She didn't even cry. "She is outfitted like a princess. In the meantime, I'll do everything in my power to get you on your feet, and don't worry about anything else. When you receive this letter, we'll be headed to California." Catherine quickly described the letter to the police, fervently hoping they would be able to find Mary Agnes. In search of Mary Agnes boarding a train with the lady Catherine had described, the police searched every area of Chicago's train stations. However, they seemed to have vanished like a cloud of smoke. A small girl with blonde hair, who may have been Mary Agnes, was discovered by the authorities on a train headed toward Kansas with a woman and a nurse. However, it appeared as though all three had vanished when the train arrived in Kansas. None of them could be located by the police. Witnesses shared their accounts of a woman who appeared to fit Julia Otis's description as more people became aware of the letter. An employee of Goblet's department store, which is situated on Ashland and Chicago Avenue, about 8 miles from the Maroney residence, came forward. She said a woman like Julia had used a brand new $50.00 cash to purchase a number of baby clothing. It's interesting to note that Julia had given Catherine these exact identical outfits for her impending baby. Another woman came forward and told the authorities that she had seen an odd thing happen at a downtown Chicago business on May 15, 1930. She caught sight of a mother with a small child who appeared nervous as she dictated a letter to an elderly woman. This was remarkable because she might have written the letter herself. The older woman's identification was discovered by the police. It's unknown if Julia had a relationship with the older woman or if she used her to write the letter, perhaps to hide her handwriting. Another letter, this one from Mrs. Alice Henderson, was sent to the Maroney family on May 19, 1930. She said she was Julia Otis's cousin. Julia had suffered a great deal of grief lately, according to Alice's letter. Both her husband and her child had died within the past year. Julia was emotionally straining and possibly on the edge of a breakdown, according to Alice, who also expressed how lonely she felt. To improve her mental health, her physician suggested a trip to California. Because Julia considered Mary Agnes as her lost kid, she had made the decision to bring her along. Alice believed that this would relieve Catherine of some of the childcare duties so that she could concentrate on the new baby. She promised that after Julia recovered, she would return Mary Agnes safely. Additionally, Alice stated that she would keep helping the Maroney family. In addition to providing the authorities with this letter, Catherine described an incident that occurred on the day Mary Agnes was abducted. An old man who claimed to be a social worker stopped by after Julia had departed. When Catherine mentioned calling the police and begged him to wait, he hurried off and disappeared, despite Catherine's suspicion that he could have information regarding Julia. Amid all the concerns regarding Mary Agnes, Catherine had forgotten about this perplexing encounter. This unexpected disclosure intrigued the detectives, who questioned why Catherine hadn't brought it up earlier. She stated that she had forgotten this strange meeting with the enigmatic man since she was under so much stress. Something strange was also discovered by the police. On consecutive days, 2 distinct women sent 2 letters that appeared to be written by the same individual. The police were intrigued by this. They started to worry that the Maronis might be concealing something more sinister. They believed that the family might be fabricating tales to hide a more sinister reality. They even entertained the idea that Mary Agnes's parents may have accidentally injured or even killed her. Catherine and Michael were arrested by the police on May 20, 1930, and questioned over the potential murder of Mary Agnes. But the pair never wavered from their account of their daughter's abduction. They were questioned for an hour before being permitted to return home. Mary Agnes was not found by the police, and as time passed and no fresh leads were found, the case's development slowed. But a year later, in 1931, in Rockford, Illinois, something important occurred. Just when the town could have begun to forget about Mary Agnes, the case was seen from a new angle after this finding. In Rockford, Illinois, on Thursday, July 23, 1931, approximately 14 months after the kidnapping, a girl who resembled Mary Agnes was spotted. An elderly Native American woman called Martha Thompson was seen wheeling a cart. A 3-year-old white child was in the cart and they were both traveling west. For this reason, the police chose to question Martha. She clarified that she intended to become a member of a circus. The young child appeared content and plump, and she didn't appear to mind the attention. Like Mary Agnes, she had blue eyes, blonde hair, and a tan skin. According to Martha, the young girl was abandoned by her mother, Florence Fuller. The authorities refused to let Martha care for the girl until they were able to verify who she really was. To find out if the baby was their lost Mary Agnes, the authorities contacted the Maroney family. In the hopes that the young girl would become their cherished daughter, Michael and Catherine traveled 89 miles to Rockford to meet her. However, Catherine started to have her thoughts after seeing the young girl. Something didn't stack up when Chief looked closely at the girl's body and teeth. Something seemed lacking to her. Catherine gave it some thought and decided that this girl was not their daughter. The fact that Mary Agnes had a red mark on her arm, while the girl they met in Rockford did not, was one of the identifying characteristics. She was obviously not their daughter because of this disparity. Michael and Catherine were devastated by this news once more. The police searched extensively but were unable to locate Mary Agnes. Numerous newspapers carried articles about the case over the years in the hopes of finding fresh leads, but regrettably, as time passed, with no fresh information, the investigation stalled and the case cooled. Mary Agnes had been missing for 22 years. Michael and Catherine had grown a large family during this period, with 5 boys named Michael Jr., Patrick, George Harold, and William. Additionally, they had 2 daughters, Catherine and Anastasia. To preserve Mary Agnes's name in the public eye, the media would periodically report on her, particularly when other kids vanished. Edna Wright, a writer for the Chicago Daily News, was working on a routine piece about missing persons in the city in 1952. She discovered the case file pertaining to Mary Agnes's disappearance while conducting her investigation. Edna chose to visit with the Maroney family to obtain a recent photo of their kids after reviewing the paperwork. She saw something significant as she glanced at the pictures. Every member of the family looked alike. She was drawn to this resemblance. In an attempt to locate a woman who looked like the Maroney children, Edna then forwarded copies of the family photos to a California newspaper. At this point, the woman would be about 24. Edna thought that this woman might be Mary Agnes, who had gone missing. On February 24, 1952, the story appeared in the Oakland Tribune in California. Everett McClelland, a teenage auto mechanic in San Pablo, California, read the narrative and noticed something in the 7 children's photos. His attention was constantly drawn to Anastasia. He started to question how much he looked like Mary Beck McClelland, his own wife. It was interesting to note that Mary Beck, who was likewise 24 years old, had been raised in Martinez, California since she was 16. Following her marriage, a family acquaintance unexpectedly revealed to Mary Beck McClelland that she was adopted. Regretfully, her father had already died. She proceeded to ask her mother, Nora Beck, about it by that point, but she denied it. They discovered Mary Beck's adoption documents while searching through courtroom records for answers. According to these documents, she was adopted in the 1930s, which is when Mary Agnes vanished. Everett became certain that his wife might be the lost Mary Agnes as a result of this revelation. He was so excited by the prospect that he wrote to the Oakland Tribune in California to express his opinion that his wife might be the long-lost Mary Agnes and that she looked a lot like the Maroney family. They had to rely on other techniques that were primarily theoretical in nature, since they lacked the technology to perform DNA testing as we do today. Michael, Catherine, and Mary Beck's families provided blood samples, which were subjected to over 124 tests. Additionally, they examined and contrasted their face traits. To compare them, they even created models of Mary Beck's teeth and those of the Maroney family. They examined their dental impressions carefully. The palm prints and fingerprints of Mary Beck were also compared to those of the Maroney family by fingerprint experts. It was likely that Mary Beck was Mary Agnes, because all of these tests and investigations revealed that she shared numerous family characteristics with the Maroney family. Mary Beck visited the family she had been estranged from for a long time, in Chicago on September 4, 1952. Catherine, at 40, had hoped that Mary Agnes, her eldest daughter, would return home. Mary Beth and Catherine's eyes welled with emotions when they met, and a photo was snapped of them giving each other a close embrace. After waiting for 22 years, it appeared that the enigma had finally been solved, but Mary Beck's adoptive mother Nora was adamant that Mary Beck was adopted rather than abducted. Nora clarified that she had known Mary Beck for a long time prior to their formal adoption, having served as a foster mother. Through a Californian physician, another individual, Dr. E.W. Mary, asserted that he had given birth to Mary Beck on November 17, 1927, and that she was adopted after spending the first 2 years in an institution. In addition, a crucial fact that had been overlooked was revealed. Mary Agnes had surgery to repair a hernia on her belly button, leaving a scar. Mary Beck did not have this scar. The Maroney family accepted Mary Beck as a member of their family in spite of all the ambiguity and misunderstanding. Because of their striking resemblance, Mary Beck and Anastasia became fast friends. They even shared the same shoe size and wore identical outfits. Although Catherine had a favorable opinion of Mary Beck, she had concerns about whether Mary Beck was actually Mary Agnes, her lost daughter. Catherine was adamant in a newspaper interview that Mary Beck was not the daughter she had been hoping for. Having never been able to accept Mary Beck as Mary Agnes, Michael died in 1957 at the age of 58. His heart heavy with the loss of his beloved daughter. Catherine also suffered from a debilitating depression that persisted for years. She tragically passed away in 1962 at the young age of 49, capping a path that was full of uncertainty and sadness. Mary Beck remained in touch with the Maroney family over the years. She lived her entire life with them until dying in 2005 at the age of 77. But in her life, she was never sure that she was actually Mary Agnes. Her family then made the decision to conduct a DNA test 3 years after her death in order to definitively resolve the issue of their relationship to the Maroney family. According to the test results, Catherine and Michael's DNA did not match Mary Beck's. This demonstrated that Mary Agnes was not Mary Beck McClellan. The lawsuit continued to be open for the following 14 years. In spite of all of this, Jose Rodriguez, a detective from the Cook County Sheriff's Office, was finally assigned to look into the Mary Agnes case on June 10, 2023. All of this was a component of a missing persons search initiative headed by Sheriff Tom Dart. Together, Dart and Rodriguez set out to solve this century-old riddle. In Chicago's history, it was the oldest missing person case. They sought their original police reports to start their investigation. They made the decision to track down as many Maroney family members as they could in order to compile a family tree. Rodriguez revealed that he began looking for Mary Agnes's relatives who weren't listed on the family tree. He soon came into an online forum where someone had described themselves as a Maroney and made contact after they conducted their search online as well. An intriguing lead was discovered by the investigator. They made the decision to request DNA samples from several Maroney family members who had accounts with DNA testing services such as Ancestry. The family surprisingly consented and voluntarily provided the DNA for analysis. Detective Rodriguez searched the test results for any unknown names that might be related to the Maroney family. Curiously, he found Lori Hart, who was later identified as the Maroney family's third cousin. When he contacted Lori, she told him that Terry Arnold was the only survivor of her grandmother's 3 children. Detective Rodriguez presented Terry with the DNA findings and all of the information he had collected that demonstrated her ties to the Maroney family when they first met. Terry was incredulous. She had always believed that her grandmother's family was Polish. The detective must be wrong, she felt certain. But after giving it some thought, she consented to have a DNA test to learn the truth. Terry was genuinely shocked to receive the DNA findings. It was surprising to learn that she was primarily Irish. The results were even more surprising since they revealed substantial genetic ties between Terry and many of the Maroney cousins Rodriguez had found, indicating that Terry was, in fact, a Maroney family cousin. According to Terry, her mother's name was Jeanette Burchard, born on April 14, 1928, when Detective Rodriguez asked her who might be the true Mary Agnes. There were some unexpected changes in Jeanette Burchard's life. She was raised with strong Catholic principles by her stepfather, Frank Darris, and mother, Jeanette Solar Darris Anderson. After receiving a good education, Jeanette worked as a committed nurse for more than 50 years. In the 1940s, Jeanette wed Edward Jennings, and the two of them had 3 kids. After going through the highs and lows of life for decades, she fell in love again and wed Earl Bouchard. Since then, her daughter Terry Arnold and both of her husbands have died. Another terrible element to Jeanette's life is the fact that she was the mother of Edward Clifton Jennings Jr. and Barbara Joan Jennings, both of whom tragically died. Because she occasionally traveled to Chicago, where her life's puzzle was half hidden in an intriguing twist, Jeanette always had a special connection to the city. There was a persistent question that was never fully addressed when Jeanette's stepfather, Frank Darris, made a suggestion that the lady who reared her wasn't her original mother. Throughout her life, Jeanette was puzzled by this enigmatic remark. She tragically passed away in 2003 at the age of 73, never getting the opportunity to reunite with her departed family. The Cold Case Unit finally declared that Mary Agnes Maroney's oldest case was closed after 93 years of waiting. There were several conversations between the Maroney family and Arnold, Mary Agnes's daughter. They both emphasized how much they enjoyed getting to know one another. Arnold even showed her new cousins photos of her mother. She is adamant that her mother would have welcomed the opportunity to be a member of this large family and enjoyed the feeling of inclusion. Arnold is certain that her mother would have jumped at the chance to join the Maroneys and experience the happiness that comes with this new relationship if she had been living today. How do you feel about this case? What was the true identity and motivation of Julia Otis, the person who abducted Mary Agnes Maroney? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Samantha Fraser's case shows that a monster can't be re-educated, not even by a trained and experienced psychologist. When someone shows signs of being cruel, they should be left alone right away. People like that don't change, so they don't deserve a second chance. They are capable of the worst crimes and think they can get away with them. The terrible events took place in the summer of 2018 on Phillip, a quiet island in Australia close to Melbourne. But let's read the story in the right order. Adrian Basham was born in 1973 in Australia, where he grew up. The boy grew up in a family with a police officer. While he didn't do anything wrong in the eyes of the police in his early years, many people now believe that his cruel and violent attacks are linked to his family and childhood. When Adrian's father, James Basham, found out that his son had killed someone badly, he did not only not condemn him, but based on his experience as a police officer, he told him how to act to try to avoid getting in trouble. Samantha Fraser was born in the suburbs of Melbourne in the summer of 1980. Her parents, Janine and Travis Fraser, were friendly and loving, and they did everything they could to help their only daughter. They worked hard to help her learn and show off her skills. Samantha worked hard in school and played sports, and she consistently won awards for her outstanding performance. The girl then went to a well-known university and graduated with a red diploma from the psychology department. She kept doing sports like acrobatics, gymnastics, and dancing while she was in school, which helped her lead the student cheerleading team. After going to college, Samantha got a job as a psychotherapist at a large medical facility. Her coworkers and patients quickly came to respect and trust her. Samantha really loved what she was doing, and this job was her calling. Sam and Adrian met for the first time in late 2005. First, they were just friends, but soon, things turned romantic between them. Friends and family of this couple didn't understand what the two young people, who were so different in every way, had in common. Samantha was friendly, open, and nice, and she could always solve a problem in a peaceful way. Adrian, on the other hand, was very rude and harsh when he talked to people. He was also very angry and hostile. In spite of this, the couple made their relationship official a year and a half after they met. They bought a house in the suburbs of Melbourne, not far from where Samantha's parents live. Not long after, the man got a job with a big company that worked to develop mineral deposits. Because his job required him to go on business trips all the time, he wasn't at home very often. There's no doubt that this is why he and Samantha stayed married for so long. Adrian became a real tyrant at home and tried to control his wife in every way. He not only expected people to obey him without question, but he also did some strange things that might have been signs of a mental disorder. For instance, he insisted crazily that the house was always in perfect order, and this included both how clean it was and where everything was. It's small things like where the books are on the shelf or where the toiletries are in the bathroom. Any change could make him angry and violent right away. Samantha was a psychologist, so she knew how to make things better between people who were fighting. She hoped that her husband would change over time and become more calm and consistent. Along with that, they had 3 children together, 2 daughters, Jemima and April, and a son, Rex. But Adrian's character didn't change even when heirs showed up. In 2014, family problems led to physical abuse in another case. She then didn't say anything, didn't call the police, and didn't tell anyone what happened. People she cared about and her co-workers had no idea that her husband had put his hand on her. She was naive enough to think that this would not happen again. After a year, though, the same thing happened again. Adrian hit his wife. Samantha chose that this time it was the last straw. Samantha was also going crazy because her husband was throwing temper tantrums all the time and wanted to control her every move. She told the police in writing that her husband had beaten her, and then she took the kids and moved in with her parents. They got a divorce in the spring of 2017, and Samantha and their kids were given the family home by the court. They soon went back there. But Adrian had no plans to leave his ex-wife alone. He kept after her, making her life miserable. The young woman was always afraid for her life and the lives of her children because she didn't feel safe. She went to court and got an order that her ex-husband couldn't talk to them or try to get involved in their business in any way. But that didn't stop Basham. He stayed nearby and did everything he could to bother Samantha. At least one of Adrian's friends said that he promised to take away from his ex-wife everything she cares about, from the house to the kids. He also openly threatened to hurt her physically. The man told his friend again not long before the tragedy that Samantha would soon pay for everything. He also seemed dangerous, but the friend didn't take what he said seriously until he heard that the woman had died. Because Samantha was always scared and tense, she put bars on her windows, put an alarm system in her house, and put surveillance cameras outside her house. The woman told him that she was scared that her ex-husband would break into her house and hurt her or the kids. Samantha started to think that her ex-husband had calmed down a bit, about a year after they got divorced. He disappeared from her view less often, which made her feel safer. Samantha even started an affair and made plans for a better, happier life. For Fraser's 38th birthday on July 22, 2018, she spent the day with close friends and a man she loves named Wayne. People who spent the holiday with her remember that she looked happy and in good spirits for herself and her family. A few days before the wedding, the man had proposed to the woman. After the wedding, they were going to take a long vacation and travel to forget about their problems. Samantha had already taken her kids to school the next morning and was on her way to work when she got a call from a friend telling her that Adrian was nearby. Samantha was worried about this, but she chose not to freak out and instead decided to be more careful. Her ex-husband was due to appear in court in a couple of weeks on charges of domestic violence. She was afraid that he would hurt her in some way because of the lawsuit. The woman told her best friend about her worries over the phone, but her friend reassured her. Samantha was never seen alive again after that talk. Samantha wasn't there to pick up her kids from school that day, so the teacher, who knew that things were tough in Samantha's family, called the police. The police went to their house right away to check on everything. At first, it looked like the mistress hadn't come back yet, but when the police chose to check the garage next to the house, which showed a very bad picture. The homeowner, who was 38 years old, was found dead hanging from the garage door chain. In general, the picture might have made it look like the young woman had killed herself, but Samantha looked like she had been hit by a truck. Samantha had not a single living thing on her, and the hair on her head was wet and falling over her face. She wasn't wearing the clothes she had on when she left the house in the morning, and she didn't have any shoes on. It was clear that someone else had been in the garage, and they had tried to make it look like Samantha had died on her own. It did a lot of wrong things, though. Say, a broken-down stepladder was lying next to the body, but the rope was so long that the woman's feet were touching the ground. Samantha had deep bruises under her eyes and on her temple. She had scrapes and hematomas all over her body from falling down and hitting things. The forensic medical examination later showed that the deceased had a serious head injury, which means that she was either already unconscious or dead when she was hanged. Experts in forensics found blood and epithelial particles under the victim's fingernails. This means that she desperately fought back and scratched her abuser. A lot of blood and small splatters of blood had been washed up on the floor, walls, and body of the car in the garage. In later tests, blood was also found on the rope that the body was hanging from in several places. Adrian Basham rode his motorcycle to his dad James's house in the evening of the same day. He looked stressed, and there were new scratches on his face. When his father asked him about it, he dodged the question, and when asked about the cuts, he said that he got them from riding his motorcycle without a helmet and scratching himself with tree branches. Then he got a big pack of wet wipes and began wiping down his car, saying that he wanted to get rid of the gnats that had stuck to it during the ride. As a former police officer, his dad knew right away that something wasn't right, and his professional instincts were right. When police came to James's door the next day with questions about his son and said he was the main suspect in the murder of his ex-wife, James knew what was going on. In the beginning, Basham Sr. said that he had not seen his son. To buy some time, he then told the heir what he should say and do in order to, if not get out of jail, at least get less time. Adrian did what his father told him to do, and listened quietly as the charges were read to him. He then went to the station with the help of the lawyers his father had already hired. At first, Adrian flatly refused to help with the investigation. He didn't say he wasn't guilty. He just didn't say anything and ignored all the questions. Still, the evidence that was gathered was enough. The investigators saw that the man had fresh scratches on his face and thought that Samantha had scratched him to protect herself. Blood and epithelial particles were found under her nails. There were also sweat marks on the rope that his ex-wife's body was hanging from. When Adrian's motorcycle was looked at, washed-up blood from the dead person was found on it. A bloody woman's blouse was also found in a trash can outside his dad's house. It looks like he tried to get rid of that proof but didn't have time. Samantha put up cameras outside her house not long before the terrible event, and they caught a man leaving the crime scene quickly on the day of the murder. There was no doubt that it was Adrian, even though his face was hidden by a hood pulled over his baseball cap. Piece by piece, the events of the victim's last day were put back together, and the picture that was made was shockingly violent. Basham broke the lock on the garage door while no one was home and went inside. He waited for his ex-wife to come home for several hours. She didn't know it, but Samantha drove into Adrian's garage, and he attacked her before she could get out. The scratches on the attacker's face show how hard Fraser tried to fight back, but the two sides were not equal. He beat the woman until she passed out. To hide his tracks, he took off her bloody blouse and put on a black t-shirt he found in the house. He then poured water over her head to clean the blood out of her blonde hair. He then hung his ex-wife from the garage door with a rope around her neck. He put a stepladder on the floor next to the body just to be sure, but he didn't figure out how long the rope was. Adrian cleaned up the blood spots, but he didn't get the small splatters that were all over the place. This blows my mind. A young mother of 3 who was loved by all was found dead in her own garage. Killer tried to make it look like the person died of their own free will, but there were many signs that it wasn't true. Samantha's body was also in a state that showed she had accepted martyrdom. The worst part was that the victim had been living with this man for a long time, put up with his emotional and physical abuse, and raised his children while hoping that he would change. Adrian changed his plan when he realized that neither denying nor staying quiet would help, because all the evidence pointed to him. Basham said that he was at his ex-wife's house that day, but he only wanted to talk to her and persuade her to drop her domestic violence lawsuit. People say that the conversation went badly and that fists were used, but he said he left afterward, and Frazier was awake and aware at the time. Lawyers for the defendant insisted that their client was only guilty of battery and that Samantha turned her life over after that. But Samantha's family says she would never do that and did not leave her kids. She also had big plans for her life and was going to get married again soon. The murder case didn't start until the end of 2022. Older children of the divorced parents went to the sessions and spoke out against their father and asked for a fair punishment. The youngest son didn't show up to court. He chose not to subject himself to unnecessary stress. Besides that, the boy was scared and panicked about his father. The defense tried to show that the defendant did what he did because he was feeling bad, but this didn't work because Adrian planned the crime, waited several hours for his victim, and tried to get rid of evidence. The court didn't give its final decision on this case until February 2023. Adrian was found guilty of beating someone to death on purpose and given a life sentence without the chance of parole for at least 30 years. The children of Travis and Samantha Frazier were given to Jeanine and Travis Frazier as guardians. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A complex network of forbidden feelings and erratic relationships is known as a love triangle. Such circumstances frequently result in emotional upheaval and fierce conflict, which can occasionally escalate to threats against the participants' physical and mental health. When someone is caught in this web without realizing it until it's too late, it's even more terrifying. The plot of Henry Stange's story, which involves passion, deceit, a double life, and struggles with dependency, develops like an engrossing detective thriller. Given their age difference, Henry thought he had found true love with a much younger woman, a relationship that might have been viewed as unusual. Unbeknownst to him, though, the woman was also entangled in another romantic relationship. She deftly used both men to further her own agenda for months before her well-planned house of cards fell apart. Marcus, a hiking enthusiast and amateur photographer, was exploring the desolate terrain of Joshua Tree National Park in Southeast California at around 7 a.m. on Friday, June 5, 2018. Marcus saw a sizable group of vultures scavenging over something as he veered off a main trail. He decided to stay away, assuming it was the carcass of a large animal. Marcus chose to photograph the birds circling in the barren desert using a small camera that he usually used for landscape photography. After taking a few pictures, he forgot about the strange sight and resumed his hike. The next day, as Marcus moved the pictures from his camera to their home computer, he told his wife about his hike. His wife's face changed dramatically as she looked at the pictures. She gestured to one of the pictures and beckoned Marcus over. Zooming in, it was startlingly obvious that beneath the vultures, something like a human leg was partially buried in the sand. The couple, shaken, immediately reported what they had witnessed to the local authorities. Marcus gave them all the pictures and explained the precise spot where he had seen the birds. Investigators found the area, which was close to one of the park's main roads, with relative ease. A seemingly ordinary discovery became the subject of one of the most intricate and astounding criminal investigations in recent memory. A pair of coyotes and a group of vultures stood out in sharp contrast to the barren desert about 30 feet from the roadside. Seeing coyotes scavenging in the middle of the day was unusual, and the officers became suspicious right away. After pulling their car to the shoulder, they got out and went to the scene. They discovered a shallow grave there that was less than 2 feet deep and had been hastily dug into the dry ground. The site had already been disturbed by local wildlife, revealing its squalid contents. This was obviously not a natural occurrence when forensic experts showed up to exhume the remains. The remains belonged to a white middle-aged man who had been interred there for approximately a week. In order to make the body accessible to scavengers, the lower half of the body had been partially unearthed. There were several horrific wounds visible. Multiple fractures in the man's skull were consistent with blows from a blunt, heavy object. The scene depicted a violent and intentional act in a terrifying way. The perpetrator had been in a hurry, judging by the shallow grave's closeness to the road and its hasty construction. The body might have stayed hidden for years if they had dug a little deeper hole and gone deeper into the desert. Rather, they made the hasty decision to hide the crime and fled the scene carelessly. According to forensic analysis, the crime most likely happened somewhere else. Despite the severe wounds, there were very few blood traces in the grave, indicating that the body was moved after death. This inference led investigators to the unsettling conclusion that the crime was, at least in part, meticulously planned. But in spite of their seeming haste, the criminal had left no clear evidence or hints for investigators to follow. The medical examiner concluded that severe blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The blow's force and the attacker's extreme aggression pointed to a very personal motivation. The victim's identity and the circumstances surrounding his death were unknown, although investigators conjectured that the crime was motivated by hatred or a personal grudge. Investigators were able to recover multiple fingerprints from the remains despite the body's state, which was deteriorated by scavenging wildlife and decomposition. No matches were found when the prints were scanned through criminal databases. The absence of previous records indicated that the victim had never before encountered legal issues. However, investigators were able to identify the victim after uploading the prints to the Department of Motor Vehicles database. Henry Stange, a 54-year-old resident of the Californian suburb of Murrieta in Riverside County, was the owner of the remains. About 90 miles separated Henry's home and the location of his body's discovery. In an attempt to learn more about how and why his life had ended so tragically in the isolated Joshua Tree wilderness, investigators immediately went to his home. Henry Stange lived alone in a messy bachelor pad that mirrored his solitary way of life. Empty pizza boxes and takeout containers littered countertops, and personal items were strewn all over the house. There were no indications of forced entry, theft, or a struggle, but the place lacked the coziness of a home that had been inhabited. Whatever had happened to Henry had obviously happened somewhere else. The most disturbing finding was waiting for investigators in the house's attached garage. This area, which was probably the location of the crime, told a graphic tale. The storage boxes, tools, and walls were all covered in dried blood splatter. A sizable pool of congealed blood lay on the floor, partially smeared as if someone had tried to clean it but quickly gave up, as indicated by the empty bottle thrown close by. There was a heap of blood-soaked rags in the garage corner that had been heavily bleached. Investigators discovered what looked to be the weapon used in the crime, a heavy dumbbell smeared with dried blood near the front door of the house. Wires hanging overhead indicated that a security camera had been taken out by force. Additional cameras were discovered, torn from their mounts in the living room and hallway upon closer examination of the house. The perpetrator of this heinous act was aware of the camera locations and had taken them to remove any possible proof. Regretfully, investigators had little evidence left by the offender. No shoe prints or foreign fingerprints were found, and Henry was the only one with blood or DNA. Detectives had more questions than answers because the scene appeared to have been painstakingly cleaned. There were no known legal issues with Henry. He had no apparent enemies, lived alone, and was divorced. He was a quiet, amiable man who kept to himself most of the time, but was always courteous, according to his neighbors. But given how vicious the crime was, it begged the question, who would do such a barbaric thing? Did it have anything to do with Henry's odd pastimes? Or was it someone from his past? Most concerning of all, why hadn't he been reported missing earlier? Henry was raised in a close-knit household that placed a high importance on relationships and respect. In a nearby town, his mother and two younger sisters resided with their families. Through frequent phone conversations and sporadic visits, the family regularly maintained communication, but Henry had grown more reclusive in recent months, talking less to his loved ones and keeping personal information private. Though they tried not to overreact, his family was concerned about him. They became more worried when he didn't get back to them for a week or so, but they chose to hold off on setting off an alarm. Henry's mother and sisters were devastated to learn of his violent death. Heartbroken and shocked, they immediately volunteered to help investigators by providing any information they could, in the hopes that it would aid in the case's resolution. At one time, Henry Stange was a man of energy and athleticism. He enjoyed hiking, traveling, having outdoor adventures, and being in nature. Henry was a gifted guitarist and a passionate motorsports fan who loved his motorcycle, a valuable asset that had taken him across several states. However, everything changed in the spring of 2014. Dear one day, as Henry was getting ready to go for a ride, a pickup truck with an inebriated driver collided with his motorcycle. It was a devastating collision. Before coming to a halt, the driver pulled Henry for almost 300 feet. Henry miraculously lived, but his injuries changed his life. Henry's legs were severely damaged in the collision, necessitating several major surgeries. He had to go through months of exhausting rehabilitation in order to be able to walk again. But the physical pain continued. No relief was provided by over-the-counter medication. Strong painkillers were prescribed by doctors to treat his illness, but the drugs soon caused dependency, which in turn led to a crippling addiction. Henry had been married for more than 10 years and was raising 2 children with his spouse at the time of the accident. At first, his wife helped him through his recovery and increasing reliance on medicine, but the strain was too great. In order to be nearer to her family, she moved to a nearby town and filed for divorce in 2016, taking their kids with her. She remained friendly with Henry in spite of their separation, enabling him to continue being active in their children's lives. Due to his physical limitations following the accident, Henry was forced to give up many of his prior interests. Rather, he focused on his passion for electronics and technology. He converted one room of his house into a fully functional radio studio by spending a lot of time tinkering with devices and equipment. Henry then started a podcast, using it as a forum to talk about current affairs and express his frequently frank and unvarnished views. Henry started broadcasting every day. He freely voiced his opinions, frequently venturing into philosophical reflections or daring remarks on contentious subjects. His show's lack of censorship attracted a devoted audience, garnering him both ardent supporters and ardent detractors. He started to be purposefully provoked by some listeners, especially those who held opposing opinions, which caused him to lose his temper. Videos of these outbursts were captured and circulated on social media, frequently edited to portray Henry negatively. Investigators discovered a particularly antagonistic person who appeared to have a deep-seated grudge against Henry in one online community for amateur radio enthusiasts. This individual regularly made fun of Henry's remarks, posted edited snippets of his broadcasts, and insulted him. However, it soon became clear that Henry was not the only one who exhibited this behavior. As a kind of amusement, the user frequently attacked and disparaged prominent members of the community on the platform. Although it was clear that they were hostile toward Henry, it was unclear if this online animosity was related to the crime. 4 months prior to the tragedy, in late January 2018, Henry Stange went through a terrifying ordeal. His family claims that while he was asleep, someone broke into his house in the middle of the night. After breaking in through a window, the intruder struck Henry repeatedly in the head with a hammer. Since nothing was taken from the house, it is obvious that a personal grudge was more likely to have been the motivation than robbery. When they left, the assailant took the hammer that they had brought. Henry surprisingly chose not to call the police to report the incident. He installed covert security cameras all over his house instead, taking matters into his own hands. The person who broke into his house the second time was aware of the camera's locations. Henry's last known podcast broadcast was broadcast on the evening of Thursday, May 24, 2018, according to investigators piecing together his last days. After that, his utilities showed no activity, no text messages, and no records of incoming or outgoing calls. Investigators concluded that Henry's death occurred on this day because neither electricity nor water had been used since that evening. Those closest to Henry were interviewed by detectives as the first step in their investigation. They found out that he was still going through the divorce process. After the split, the couple had been embroiled in a contentious legal dispute over Henry's residence, despite his and his ex-wife's best efforts to keep things civil for the benefit of their 2 kids. In the meantime, his ex-wife had moved in with her mother along with their kids. When it was discovered that Henry's ex-wife had been paying the house's utility bills, the tension increased. Henry survived on a meager disability allowance following the accident that prevented him from working, but it was insufficient to cover all of his expenses. She continued to provide financial support to him even after they split up. Henry's ex-wife reportedly paid him occasional visits, according to the neighbors, most likely to settle their property dispute. However, the couple's shouting matches could be heard all over the neighborhood, as these visits frequently turned into loud arguments. An important question was brought up by the discord. Was the mother of Henry's children really so desperate to settle their dispute over the house that she went to such lengths? Henry's ex-wife emerged as the main suspect at this stage of the inquiry. She gave a somber account of their relationship when detectives brought her in for interrogation. After Henry's motorcycle accident, his ex-wife claims that their once happy and stable marriage took a drastic turn. The prolonged use of prescription drugs changed his personality and made him more challenging to live with, despite her best efforts to help him heal and adjust to his new life. After a while, she felt compelled to depart. She made sure he had a roof over his head by continuing to support him by paying his bills, even after they parted ways. It was challenging for investigators to ascertain whether she could have committed such a horrible act because of her financial support and loyalty. The investigators needed to do more research. Even though Henry's ex-wife continued to be interesting, her story presented a more nuanced picture that necessitated more research into Henry's tense relationships and unspoken conflicts. At first, Henry's ex-wife tried to settle their property dispute amicably, but when Henry brought a young girlfriend into his life, things drastically changed. Conflict arose when he declared that he and his new partner would be living in the house. Henry seemed so consumed by his passion that he completely forgot about his children's needs. Despite their disagreements, Henry's ex-wife didn't seem to have any reason to hurt him. Instead, she was sympathetic to her ex-husband. She also had a strong alibi for the day that investigators thought the crime was committed. She was in another state for a week-long business trip. Now that she was no longer under suspicion, investigators focused on the enigmatic young lady Henry had fallen so deeply in love with. According to Henry's mother, her son started dating Ashley Stapp, a much younger woman who was only in her early 20s, approximately 10 months prior to his passing. Both Henry's mother and his sisters disapproved of Ashley because they thought her actions were strange and her motivations were unclear. It was difficult to see why the young college student had chosen Henry, considering his age, disability, and dependence on a meager disability allowance. Even though Ashley didn't seem financially driven, it was clear that she had personal motivations for keeping the relationship going. As the romance developed quickly, Henry's family became concerned and made an effort to alert him to possible dangers. But Henry brushed their worries aside, announcing with pride that Ashley was his perfect woman. Further information was given by a neighbor who mentioned that Ashley frequently visited Henry's house and that they had spoken on multiple occasions. In particular, the neighbor remembered Ashley driving a unique blue Chevrolet with a big dent on the back passenger door. Ashley was seen once more on the day that police searched Henry's house. She appeared to watch the scene from a distance, as witnesses saw her drive slowly past the house before accelerating away without stopping. Her behavior sparked suspicion. Why didn't she ask what was going on if she had seen police at Henry's house after noticing that he hadn't communicated for a week? Investigators wanted to talk to her because of her suspicious behavior. Ashley's social media profile showed a shocking turn as investigators dug deeper into her past. Henry was not mentioned in her public images or posts. Rather, it seemed that she was in a committed relationship with another man, a young, healthy American. Marine, the man in question turned out to be U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant Curtis Kruger, who was 30 years old. Images of Ashley and Henry together showed them smiling and embracing, but there was no sign that Ashley was involved with Henry. This disclosure raised serious concerns about Ashley's genuine motivations and the dynamics of her relationships with both men, by implying a complex web of lies and deceit. It was now up to investigators to ascertain whether the violent crime that killed Henry was caused by the unstable conditions of this covert love triangle. Due to his military career, Curtis Kruger was constantly on the move and rarely had the opportunity to see Ashley Stapp. Weekend visits made up the majority of their relationship, and even those were not assured. When they were able to get together, they frequently went out of town to spend time together privately. Ashley blended in with Curtis's world, occasionally visiting him on base for family days and other military functions. In fact, the couple had already started organizing their wedding. Curtis frequently talked about Ashley being the woman of his dreams and how he would never want to lose her. But there were still questions in his mind. He told his sister about Ashley's repeated disappearances, her inability to return his calls, and her lack of justifications. Curtis put tracking software on Ashley's phone out of suspicion in order to keep tabs on her whereabouts. Before long, he had discovered the truth. At a gas station close to Henry Stange's house, Curtis confronted Ashley. She gave Curtis the address and, under duress, acknowledged where she had been spending her time. But instead of admitting to being unfaithful, she disclosed a concerning secret. Ashley stated that she had become dependent on strong painkillers as a result of a hip injury she had suffered years prior. She added that Henry had been attempting to cut back on his use because he was also struggling with a similar addiction. He had a lot of medicine left over from this effort, which Ashley had been taking for herself. She accused Henry of being abusive and said he made her give something in exchange for the medicine. Her story infuriated Curtis, who decided to take matters into his own hands. On a chilly January night, armed with a hammer, he broke into Henry's house and assaulted him while he slept. Curtis later confessed his actions to his sister, who would later become a crucial witness, after he thought he had killed Henry. Curtis was unaware that Henry had survived the assault. Henry believed the assault was connected to his vocal podcasting, so he chose not to notify the authorities. He was unaware that the attack was focused on his girlfriend and her double life. Detectives had a problem because Curtis and Ashley were the main suspects. Both suspects could have requested legal representation and exercised their right to remain silent, which could have delayed the investigation, and they did not have enough evidence to make an arrest. To get around this, the police came up with a cunning scheme to surprise the two, a trap that would eventually reveal the truth. In order to monitor Curtis and Ashley's phone conversations, the authorities first secured a court order. Officers then went to Ashley's brother and asked him if he recognized anyone in a picture of her with Henry. He said he didn't know the man next to her, but he recognized his sister right away. The officers clarified that they needed to identify the man in the picture because they were looking into a serious crime. In order to learn more, they asked the brother to email Ashley the photo. She reacted rapidly. Ashley said she didn't know who the man was or anything about a crime when she called her brother. Ashley called Curtis in a panic shortly after. She explained that the police had somehow linked her to the investigation during the tearful conversation. Confident that they had hidden the body in the desert and removed the cameras to cover their tracks, the two suspects expressed bewilderment over how this had occurred. Although they refrained from using overt language regarding the crime, they did discuss certain details that would only be known by someone who was directly involved in the events. Curtis and Ashley were taken to the station separately for interrogation after being arrested on the same day. Curtis asked for a lawyer and instantly refused to talk, but Ashley found herself facing the taped version of her chat with Curtis. She started confessing after realizing she couldn't deny her involvement. At first, Ashley's remarks were ambiguous and inconsistent. Although she acknowledged being at the scene of the crime the night of the attack, she denied seeing the assailant. She initially claimed that Henry was ambushed in the garage after he went to investigate a break-in at the house. Ashley's story changed when investigators showed evidence that her and Curtis's phones were tracked to Henry's house the night of the crime. She acknowledged having a romantic relationship with both men for almost 10 months. Curtis made the decision to confront him after learning of her relationship with Henry. Ashley admitted that he thought Ashley would avoid Henry after Curtis attacked him in January and seriously hurt him. Curtis, however, was furious to find out that she was still seeing him. Curtis drove to Henry's house the night of the crime and attacked him once more. Ashley acknowledged that she had assisted Curtis in hiding the crime. She disclosed that she had guided him to the location of Henry's security cameras, assisted him in taking them down, and helped conceal Henry's body in the desert. At last, Ashley revealed where Curtis had used the hammer in the January initial attack. When found, this weapon still contained traces of Curtis's fingerprints and Henry's blood, which was crucial evidence in the case. In August 2020, Curtis Kruger and Ashley Stapp's trial got underway. Curtis insisted that he was protecting his fiancée's honor and denied any wrongdoing. According to his lawyer, Ashley was the real catalyst, living a double life and controlling both men for her personal gain. The defense also emphasized that Ashley had stolen all of Henry's prescription drugs from his house for her own use following the heinous crime. Curtis was convicted in September 2020 of assaulting Henry, second-degree murder, and tampering with evidence. He was given an 18-year prison term with no chance of release until 2031. Ashley agreed to a plea bargain, acknowledging that she had obstructed justice and tampered with evidence. She received a sentence that included 2 years of probation, 9 months in jail, and treatment for her substance abuse problems. After only 4 months of service, Ashley was released. However, she broke the conditions of her probation and was returned to prison to complete the remaining 5 months of her sentence. Although Ashley has been free for a while, no trustworthy information regarding her life or current location is available. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll examine what happened in Norris City, Illinois. Jacob Wheeler, 22, and his girlfriend Jessica Evans, 17, went fishing in the small Wabash River. Their families have been unable to get in touch with them, and they have not gone back home. All residents of Norris City followed the investigation after police were alerted to the couple's disappearance that same day, but sadly, there was no happy ending to the tale. All the locals were shocked by what transpired. Southern Illinois is a patchwork of fertile farmland and thick forests that stretches between Kentucky and Missouri. With a population of just over 1,000, the area is dotted with small villages like White County and Norris City, which make it an excellent place to raise children due to its small size. Hunting and other outdoor pursuits are popular. There are many locations where fishing is popular. Before summer break at school began in 2017, Jessica Evans, then 22 years old, met Jacob Wheeler, who had just moved across the street to live at his brother's house. Jessica and her mother, Chris, lived in a comfortable home. After meeting at a party and striking up a conversation, they fell in love. After 3 years of service in Iraq, Jacob was a quiet country boy trying to rebuild his life. Chris, Jessica's mother, wasn't overly concerned about the fact that Jacob was 5 years older than Jessica. She had faith in him. Jessica requested permission from her mother on August 26, 2012, to take Jacob fishing at night in a popular location on the small Wabash River. At first, Chris was opposed to the idea, but after Jessica persuaded her, he agreed. She warned her daughter not to spend too much time out. On a nearby street lived Megan, Jessica's older sister, and her son Miles. Jessica had to watch her son at 5 a.m. the following day, while Megan had to leave for work. Chris, Jessica's mother, reminded her that she needed to return home by 5 a.m. before Jessica left to go fishing. Although Jessica had no way of knowing that this fishing trip would be her final one, she responded that she remembered that and would be at her sister's house by then. Jessica was heading to bed when Chris called her just before midnight to check on her. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Chris discovers that her youngest daughter has not returned home, despite Jessica's assurances that she was all right and that she and Jacob were nearly finished fishing and would be home shortly. Jessica was not known for being late, especially when she knew she had to watch her nephew. Jessica didn't answer when Chris picked up her cell phone and began calling her daughter. Chris's text messages also went unanswered. Chris knew right away that something wasn't right. She was certain that she would have alerted Jessica if her plans had changed. When Chris arrived at Jacob's house, his brother Jeremy informed him that Jacob had also not returned home. By 9 in the morning, Jessica's family was starting to worry. But Jeremy wasn't concerned because he knew Jacob could take care of himself. Chris feared they were stranded somewhere or that Jacob's pickup had broken down. Chris finally called the White County Sheriff's Office after the couple had not been seen for 12 hours. Sheriff Doug Mayer wasn't overly worried when he got the call about the missing couple on Sunday night while he was lounging around his house. Maybe Jacob and Jessica had escaped, he thought. He needed to know where they had disappeared to, but he assumed they were safe. In order for the phone company to track down Jessica's cell phone, the sheriff chose to execute a warrant to search it, which could take hours. Meanwhile, as instructed by the family, the sheriff's deputies went to the fishing spot where Jessica and Jacob were expected to be. There were only gravel roads leading to the remote location. A 50-foot overgrown trail led the deputies to a popular fishing location. There were clear indications that someone had visited. Although there were a few packages, there were no indications of any criminal activity or problems. Although the campfire had been extinguished, the area was extremely clean. Jacob had left his pickup truck behind. The sheriff had trusted his instincts about the young couple thus far. He didn't initially think that something negative had occurred. He did believe that they had most likely traveled somewhere voluntarily. Ultimately, Jessica's cell phone carrier provided the records to the sheriff's deputies. Attempting to track the phone and determine which tower it was closest to was a great way to locate them. They discovered that a tower in the campground area was the source of the signal. That was the implication. Jessica was somewhere close to where she and Jacob had gone fishing, and her phone was still on. The sheriff was not prepared for it at all. If Jessica and Jacob are still alive, why aren't they returning their calls if the couple had just fled? The news that Jessica and Jacob were missing spread swiftly throughout Norris City, raising concerns among the locals as investigators started to worry that the two were stranded somewhere, gravely hurt, or worse. When the sheriff's office discovered that Jessica's cell phone was still in the area where the couple had gone night fishing, they became concerned that something horrible had happened. At dawn the following day, officers from the White County Sheriff's Office returned to the fishing site with a platoon of volunteers and neighboring law enforcement agencies. The search party set out to look for any sign of Jacob and Jessica, and their families also joined in the search, but after 3 hours of searching, they found nothing. Jessica, Jacob, and the pickup truck were nowhere to be seen. The pickup had to be there, though, even if something were to happen to Jacob and Jessica. However, what if they abandoned the phones and fled? They would eventually leave an electronic trail if they did flee together. While the bank statements showed nothing noteworthy, the police checked their bank cards to see if there had been any payments. However, one clue was found in Jessica's phone records. Investigators were able to identify the number's owner after Jessica reportedly had another phone conversation shortly after the midnight call from her mother, which occurred at around 12:30 a.m. on Sunday night. Jessica was conversing with Ron Woodison, a young man. The police knew that name because Ron had previously run afoul of the law. This in and of itself raised suspicions that he might have been involved, so they decided to speak with Ron and find out the specifics of that conversation. When he met with the sheriff's deputies, they asked him to describe the last time he had spoken to Jessica. Eventually, he acknowledged that he had called her in the middle of the night. He mentioned that he had attended the party and that some other people had also been present. Ron stated that he had attempted to invite Jessica to the party by calling her. Ron was just informed by Jessica that she was occupied with fishing. He had been told not to call Jessica by Jacob when he reached for the phone, and Ron claims that they had a rather heated exchange. Jacob was mostly to blame. The fact that Ron had called his girlfriend really annoyed him. Jacob was quite irritated by his call. The other partygoers' names were noted by the sheriff's deputies, who also verified Ron's alibi and essentially attested to the fact that he remained there following that phone call. As the weary search team members were ready to head home at the end of the day without discovering anything, one of Jacob's friends, using his ATV, discovered a pickup truck in the woods. Jacob and Jessica were fishing 2 miles away from the pickup, which was parked in the woods behind an old deserted farmhouse. Jacob had the pickup. It was obvious that a horrible event had occurred. A woman's body was in the back of the truck. Her head had been shot twice. Her condition was another reason to be concerned. She had some clothes on. Investigators were immediately convinced that there had been more than a murder when they discovered some of her clothing on the ground near the car. In a community like this one, it wasn't necessary for the victim to have identification because some of the investigators had known Jessica for their entire lives, and they had just discovered her. Almost 36 hours after Jessica failed to show up to watch her nephew, everything changed in that instant. She was shot and found dead in Jacob's abandoned pickup truck by the sheriff's office. Given that she was nearly completely naked, it was clear that she had intercourse with a man prior to her passing and opposed it. Authorities hoped the coroner would be able to apprehend the offenders if that was the case. While police searched the area surrounding the pickup truck for evidence, they were fortunate to find DNA. It is clear that Jessica's 2 head wounds were consistent with the 222 caliber shell casings. It was clear that Jessica had been shot where the pickup truck was parked, because the 2 shell casings were discovered on the right side of the vehicle, next to a sizable blood stain. Investigators started looking into Jacob's pickup. The oddest thing was that Jacob wasn't there, even though it was packed with personal belongings and fishing equipment. When the police searched, they found a clue. They discovered blood inside the pickup truck's driver's side cab. Samples of blood were sent for DNA analysis. They had to find Jacob, and they had to determine who owned it. The police couldn't help but wonder if Jacob was the person who had shot Jessica, or if he was just another victim. In an attempt to locate Jacob, police kept searching the area. They had to think of him more as a suspect at the time. Doubts weren't limited to the investigators. There were some members of the community who thought Jacob was involved in Jessica's situation. Many conjectured that Jacob had been trained to kill after years of service in the army. Maybe it was Ron's late-night phone call that triggered Jacob. When Jacob believed he was going to lose Jessica, investigators started to wonder what kind of mood he might have been in. The police secured a search warrant for Jacob's brother's home the day after Jessica's body was found. They made a significant discovery, but they were unable to locate Jacob, who they assumed was hiding in the house. One of the firearms was absent from his collection, which investigators discovered. The brother of Jeremy Jacob clarified that there was no reason to be alarmed. All his brother was doing was getting ready for a fishing trip. It was nothing out of the ordinary. When investigators learned that the missing firearm was a .22 caliber, which matched the shell casings discovered at the crime scene, they became concerned. Jacob's family, however, thought he had nothing to do with the crime. They had no doubt that if Jessica had been in danger, Jacob would have given his life to save her. The hunt for Jacob Wheeler became a massive operation as the week went on. Search teams were assembled by police officers from multiple counties, and every effort was made to locate him. The search was conducted using canine services, and an aircraft was launched for surveillance. A $2,000 reward was offered by the White County Crime Suppression Unit for information that would result in Jacob's apprehension and arrest. There was some interest in the cash reward, and tips started coming in to the sheriff's office. Out of all the tips, one particularly noteworthy one claimed that Jacob had been spotted at a gas station. According to a worker at the gas station 12 miles from the scene of Jessica's death, he thought Jacob had purchased a pack of cigarettes. He was wearing a camouflage hooded sweatshirt on Sunday night, approximately 1 day after he and Jessica vanished. The gas station employee recalled that when the man took money out of his wallet, he also found an ID card inside, which he thought was in Jacob Wheeler's name. Because of this, Jacob was clearly the most likely suspect in Jessica's incident, and the likelihood that he was evading capture increased over time. The gas station where Jacob was allegedly spotted was visited by investigators. They noticed a suspicious man in the surveillance footage. He avoided looking at the camera and wore a hooded sweatshirt that covered his face. Although it was suspicious and the night was too hot for a warm jacket, it was difficult to confirm that it was Jacob. The man hurried off to buy cigarettes. The man's face was not visible in the gas station's surveillance footage, but a second camera outside captured him boarding a female driver's vehicle. One of the sheriff's deputies recognized the woman, and they drove right to her home. While speaking with investigators, they noticed that the vehicle seen on the gas station's CCTV footage was parked close to the residence. Although the woman acknowledged that she had driven the man to the gas station, she denied that it was Jacob Wheeler. It was her boyfriend, she claimed. They were extremely disappointed when they first saw her boyfriend. It was someone who resembled Jacob Wheeler, but it wasn't him. In the video, the unidentified man is a dead end. Jacob was still the center of the police's attention. The detectives suspected that his brother Jeremy was hiding him and were certain he was still alive. His brother and father were certain that Jacob couldn't have killed Jessica, so they searched his house at night in an attempt to catch him off guard. But even after a second search, they couldn't find any evidence that he was home. Wheeler wanted his son's name cleared. It was difficult because he was certain that he was searching for Jacob's body rather than his own. Harold, Jacob's father, called Sheriff Meyer 6 days after the disappearance to inform him that he had found something that everyone else had missed. Just a quarter-mile from Jacob and Jessica's campsite, he claimed to have spotted what appeared to be auto parts in a wooded area. When investigators looked into this information, they did discover some auto parts. These were components that were fastened to the pickup's fenders. It was definitely not Jacob Wheeler's pickup truck, but there was damage to the trees in the area where they found these parts, indicating that someone had driven the pickup into the woods and between the trees, damaging the vehicle. The investigators had no other leads and were unsure if the find was related to the crime, but it was unquestionably of interest. There was a serial number on one of the parts. The police were able to identify the exact type of pickup truck by looking it up online. Once more, locating this truck in a small city cannot be difficult. A man who drives a car like this was known to one of the sheriff's deputies. It was White County native Danny Costin, a 36-year-old electrician. Could he have been a part of such a violent crime, though? Danny was never one to cause trouble. His criminal history was clean. He lived in White County and was easily located. Investigators made the decision to speak with Danny at his place of employment. In the parking lot was his pickup truck. The parts discovered in the woods matched the truck's extensive damage. Sheriff Meyer questioned Danny while the investigator examined the pickup truck. He inquired about his pickup truck's damage. Danny clarified that he had attempted to fish on the small Wabash River but struggled to get the boat started due to his extreme drunkenness. He remembered the date, but not much else about the evening. It was around 1 in the morning on the night that Jacob and Jessica went fishing, and he reported that during his entire stay in that section of the river, he never saw anyone else. In the meantime, researchers made a significant finding. In the rear of Danny's pickup truck, they discovered a significant amount of blood. When they told him about it, he appeared taken aback. The sheriff advised Danny that this would be a good time to tell him anything he wanted to. Analysis revealed that the blood in the back of Danny's pickup truck was human blood, despite Danny's claim that he witnessed Jacob shoot Jessica twice while he was in the woods that evening. Danny was taken to the police station and subjected to additional interrogation by investigators. He claimed to be intoxicated. He saw Jacob and Jessica when he descended to the small Wabash River. He was alone with Jessica because Jacob had gone into the woods. According to Danny, Jessica allegedly began approaching him on her own. He claimed that he and Jessica drove off in his truck and parked behind an old deserted farmhouse 2 miles away. They allegedly made intimate consenting contact. Then, as Danny said, Jacob discovered them in the dark. After he and Jessica got into a fight, Jacob shot Jessica. Danny claims that he was afraid when he saw Jacob approaching and managed to grab him, which led to a struggle between them. The gun went off somehow, wounding Jacob. According to Danny, the shot was unintentional. Panic set in. He loaded Jacob into his pickup truck. He concealed the body where no one could find it because he was worried that no one would believe him when he claimed it was self-defense. Danny gave a detailed account of where he had left Jacob's body. Danny's story was disbelieved by the police. Jessica didn't seem likely to do that. Although Danny's account of Jessica accompanying him and Jacob unexpectedly appearing didn't make much sense, they now knew that Danny had shot Jacob, proving that Jacob's family was correct all along. Danny Costin was taken to jail after being arrested. The investigators then proceeded to the location where Danny claimed to have left Jacob's body. They had to venture a bit farther into the woods because it was a dirt road. They searched for 6 days before locating Jacob, who had been shot in the head. The evidence they discovered did not support Danny Costin's account of what transpired that evening. The driver's seat and the door of Jacob's pickup were covered in blood, and it was Jacob's blood. Danny's story simply didn't fit it. He claimed that after Jacob killed Jessica, they got into a fight in the woods, and Jacob was accidentally shot and killed. According to what Danny had previously said, he loaded the body into the back of his own pickup truck and drove it to a faraway place. So where did Jacob's pickup truck's interior contain blood? After being reinterrogated, Danny Costin agreed to tell the truth after being made aware of discrepancies in his testimony. He claims that the woods were too dense when he attempted to drive his truck to the water that evening in order to launch the boat. He was also inebriated. He attempted to enlist the aid of Jacob and Jessica. When Jacob realized he was intoxicated, he advised against it. Then Danny requested assistance from the couple to get home. Jacob concurred. Danny climbed into the back of Jacob's pickup truck after he and Jessica got inside. For some reason, he chose to use his .22 caliber pistol. He got out of the truck's back and left. Through the downed window, the driver shot Jacob in the head. Everything took place in front of Jessica. She began to scream out of terror. Then he pulled Jacob out of the truck, Danny said. He swore under interrogation that he had no idea why he killed Jacob or what he was doing. Danny was then informed by Jessica that she would stop at nothing to prevent him from killing her. Danny Costin was questioned by the sheriff about whether Jessica had promised to have sex with him in return for his allowing her to live. Costin answered, "She promised to follow my instructions." He went to a remote location. He basically took Jessica's attempt to protect herself as an invitation to have a personal relationship with him. He did it in Jacob's pickup truck's back. Then he pulled out a gun and shot Jessica, even though she begged for her life. "I don't know why I did it," Costin said. He threw both his and Jacob's guns out the window after loading Jessica's body into the back of Jacob's pickup truck and driving his own vehicle to Wayne County to conceal Jacob's body. Neither gun was ever found by the police. Danny Costin entered a not guilty plea when he appeared in court on September 4, 2012. An appeals court dismissed his attempt to retract his testimony, arguing that he was not informed of his rights prior to being questioned. Police had ample evidence to support Danny Costin's confession, and video recordings of the interrogation verified that Danny was informed of his rights. His DNA was found on Jessica's body, and his truck contained Jacob's blood. In January 2014, a jury convicted Danny Costin's girlfriend, Candace Brown, age 31, of lying to the police during the preliminary investigation. She gave Costin a fictitious alibi. On August 20, 2013, Danny Costin was found guilty, and Brown was sentenced to 60 days in jail, 30 months probation, 100 hours of community service, and a payment of various court costs and fines. He received a 53-year prison sentence. Judge Tom Foster felt that Costin should have received a more severe sentence, but he acknowledged that he was constrained by the state and defense's agreement. According to the court, "You killed these two individuals. There is no pardon or justification for that, not in this world or any other." According to the judge, Costin consented to forgo a jury trial in return for fewer charges and a lighter sentence in the event of a conviction. Harold Wheeler, Jacob's father, stated that he never thought his son, who was named by law enforcement as a person of interest in Jessica Evans' death, was capable of committing such a crime. Foster claimed that the court only accepted the agreement because the victims' families had agreed to it following the hearing. "I was certain that he would never act in this manner. On Sunday, I began searching for him and I never gave up." He claimed that Costin was an acquaintance who lived approximately a quarter-mile away from the Wheeler home and that it was surprising that he was arrested for the killings. "I've had a beer with him while we were sitting at his campsite." Harold Wheeler, clearly in pain, remarked of Costin, "He's been in my house." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we examine what happened on December 26, 2011, in Kershaw, South Carolina. Hope Melton, 30, called her grandmother to report that she was being followed while driving down a country road. Hope was terrified and unsure of what to do. The call ended before she could provide her grandmother with any information. The police were able to identify the suspect by using CCTV footage to solve this case. The subpar performance of one of the authorities, which ultimately impacted the case's outcome, is another noteworthy feature of this case. William Roger and Elizabeth Ray Hodge Roscoe were the parents of Beverly Hope Roscoe Melton, who was born in Chehaw, South Carolina, on December 4, 1981. She was a member of the Beta Club, Vocational Honor Society, Health Occupational Class, and Chorus at Chesterfield High School, where she graduated with honors in the year 2000. Hope worked as the manager of McBee, South Carolina's T&N Country Store. She was a children's church teacher at Lancaster Church of God. Hope had been happily married to Gary Lee Melton for a little more than a year. Although they wanted children, their final Christmas together was in 2011. Hope was going to see her grandmother, who lived about 30 miles away from her home, on December 26, 2011. Rather than showing up for lunch, she got a call on her grandmother's cell phone. Hope called out in a distressed tone. She asked for assistance after telling her grandmother that she was being followed. After the call ended, Hope's mother and grandmother got into their car and headed out to find her. They saw Hope's vehicle parked on the side of the road 5 miles away on a lengthy country road, but Hope was not there. Her grandmother dialed 911 right away, and the county sheriff's office received the call. The call was forwarded to police officers as a missing person report when it reached the sheriff's office. When a missing person report is received, it is imperative that prompt action be taken. At once, one of the sheriff's deputies arrived on the scene. After examining Hope's vehicle, he ruled out the possibility of a traffic accident because it was undamaged and in good operating order. Hope's wallet was gone, but her purse was in the car. Despite searching the vehicle, a forensic team was unable to uncover any information about Hope's whereabouts. Police and volunteers started searching the area for leads. Gary, Hope's shocked and upset husband, showed up on the scene. He told the police that Hope was going to visit her grandmother and had planned to stop at a gas station. At the time, that was the detective's only lead. Hope's grandmother lived about 30 miles away from her home, and there were 4 gas stations along the way. The detectives made the decision to examine each one sequentially. Security cameras were present at the first gas station the detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance visited. The detective started watching the video in the hopes of spotting Hope. Her husband claims that she left the house at approximately 11:45 a.m. The manager was asked to show the detective the video from an hour prior to Hope calling her family in a panic. When a male customer entered the store at 12:19 p.m., everything appeared to be as usual. The investigator kept watching the footage. A woman entered the picture 3 minutes later. Hope weighed around 140 pounds, stood 5 feet 5 inches tall, and was blonde. She had on blue jeans and a pink shirt. The detective knew right away that it wasn't Hope because the woman in the video was taller than her. At 12:45 p.m., they continued to scroll through the tape, but Hope never appeared. This implied that she had most likely refilled her vehicle at a different gas station. The members of Hope's family were in shock. They looked for logical reasons why she might have vanished. There was a slim chance that she had just become stuck in the mud and gotten out of the car. Maybe someone had come to get her and taken her to a rescue location. They wished Hope well and a speedy return home. A second gas station, just 10 miles from the location where Hope's abandoned car had been discovered, was visited by the detective looking into her disappearance. Additionally, there were security cameras that might aid in the investigation. The detective informed the manager that they were searching for a missing woman when they first arrived at the gas station. The manager recalled possibly seeing Hope around 12 p.m. when the detective described her appearance and the vehicle she was driving. There was no question that Hope Melton had visited this gas station prior to her disappearance. Thanks to a security camera placed outside, she had filled up her car and nothing seemed to be bothering her at the time. Another camera captured a man holding the door open for Hope as she entered. Hope left the store after paying for her gas. She appeared content and in a positive frame of mind. She appeared to be eager to spend the remainder of the day with her grandmother. The man who held the door open for Hope was the one who caught the detective's attention when he re-watched the video. She was followed into the store by a man wearing a white cap, according to surveillance footage. He glanced over at Hope. The detective watched the man in the cap while Hope paid for her gas and walked away. The man left the store after making his payment at the counter. Regretfully, nothing in the video could be used to identify the man. In an attempt to identify this man's vehicle, the detective once more looked at the surveillance footage. Hope was seen walking toward the store to pay for gas on one of the tapes. Just then, a dark minivan arrived and a man in a white cap climbed out. Regretfully, his car's license plate was hidden. Hope was seen driving away from the gas station when the detective flipped to another outdoor camera. She made her way back to her car, and just as she was ready to leave, a gray car arrived. Hope was not followed out of the gas station by the man in the white cap, or the man who got out of it and turned to watch Hope's car drive away. The detective repeatedly viewed the segment in an attempt to capture every detail. He had to locate the other hints he was certain were concealed in the gas station video. He was right. When Hope was making her way back to her car, he flipped to the first camera. An orange Chevy appeared in the frame. The Chevy turned back toward the exit after crossing the parking lot. The detective saw something significant as Hope pulled away. The orange car was following her. Prior to Hope's disappearance, the detective believed he had seen the car following her. The police had to determine what happened after obtaining evidence that Hope had been followed from the gas station. The search team discovered alarming evidence in the meantime. They discovered a blanket covered in blood and a pink bracelet 6 miles from Hope's abandoned car. Hope's husband was able to identify the bracelet. The bracelet was a Christmas gift from him. Hope's well-being was seriously threatened by all of this. The detective had to confirm that it wasn't a coincidence after watching the gas station surveillance footage that showed the orange Chevy pursuing Hope's vehicle. Hope had to pass an office building with multiple security cameras on her way to her grandmother's house. The building was still closed for Christmas when the detective arrived by car. Finding an office manager with keys and knowledge of the CCTV system took some time. The parking lot and the road Hope could take to get to her grandmother's house were both covered by numerous security cameras on the building. The detective's primary objective was to determine whether Hope was being followed by the orange Chevy, or if it had veered off course. The cameras were programmed to record only when they detected movement because the offices were closed for Christmas. The detective started watching the video, which had been taken shortly after 12 p.m. At 12:06 p.m., the detective noticed Hope's car enter the frame. An orange car that had been spotted at the gas station earlier entered the frame 2 seconds later. The orange Chevy can be seen in the video trailing Hope's vehicle by only a few yards. Hope's car was discovered in the woods, and both cars were traveling north toward the road. Although the license plate numbers could not be seen due to the poor quality of the video, the car was identifiable, and police issued an APB. The orange car was stopped by police on a Jefferson, South Carolina street after an hour or two. Nicholas Miller, a 23-year-old local, was the driver. He was the only person in the vehicle. Perhaps because he had something to conceal, he was extremely apprehensive when the police stopped him. After being taken to the police station, he was questioned by a detective. Miller gave evasive answers to every question. Miller was asked by the detective to describe his day, including his activities and whereabouts. Miller retorted that he had gone shopping at a Walmart 30 miles away in the morning. After that, he returned to Jefferson by car. The detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance went to Walmart, where Miller claimed to have shopped after police requested a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. His story had to be confirmed by the police. Every action on the sales floor is captured by the store's many cameras. Walmart's video surveillance footage was a relief to law enforcement since it supported Nicholas Miller's account. At around 10 in the morning, his orange Chevy pulled into the parking lot. The detective recognized Miller when the driver got out. His story had been verified thus far. Like hundreds of other customers, he entered Walmart like any other, and nothing unusual appeared to be going on. He seemed to be going about his everyday business. He didn't bring a basket or shopping cart. The detective discovered, however, that Miller was no typical shopper. As the tape continued to play, he didn't appear to be interested in the goods being sold there. He was just loitering around the store. Maybe he had a completely different reason for being in the store. At one point, the detective saw that Miller was not wandering around the store but was actually following a blonde woman who was ignoring him and going about her own business. After watching the video again, the detective was certain that his suspicion was right. Miller followed the woman everywhere. She did, however, reappear in the video a short while later, this time with a man. It would be reasonable to assume that Miller now understood that this was an impossible goal for him. The couple left the store a few minutes later. According to investigators, the woman might have been fortunate to get away. Cameras caught Miller leaving the store a few minutes later. It looked like he was upset that a possible target had escaped his grasp as he left Walmart. At this point, we can only presume that he was returning to Jefferson, probably to meet Hope at a gas station. Although Hope's family had hoped she would return home safely, it became evident that something horrible had happened to her when police were able to obtain a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. Forensic investigators discovered blood spatter on the driver's side bumper and the passenger side fender while inspecting the vehicle. Hope's wallet was also discovered in Miller's vehicle. The decision was made to question Miller once more in light of the new evidence. It's crucial to remember that Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker conducted the interrogation. Keep that name in mind, it matters. Miller initially denied any involvement in Hope Melton's disappearance during the interrogation, but after learning of the evidence, he eventually acknowledged his guilt and consented to accompany the police to Hope's body. 14 miles from the location where Hope's car was discovered, Miller guided investigators to a secluded turkey farm. She had no clothes on and was face up on her back on the ground. The scene was absolutely horrifying. There was nothing Miller could explain with regard to his actions. The discovery of Hope's body was communicated to her family. Those who knew and loved Hope Melton were forever altered by what had happened to her. Police were now able to piece together what had happened before Hope died. Miller recently broke up with his girlfriend, investigators found out. We'll never know for sure, but they think this might have contributed to his nervous breakdown. Miller noticed Hope filling up her car at the gas station. He made the decision to go after her at that crucial juncture. She was looking forward to a great day with her grandmother. After having a great Christmas with her family, she was unaware that she was being followed. Hope called her grandmother as soon as they arrived at a backwoods road because she knew she was in danger. Miller acknowledged that he had pulled Hope out of her car, pushed her off the road, and pushed her into his vehicle. After he drove her into the woods and tore off her clothes, you can probably guess what he did next. Miller made an effort to hide. After bringing Hope to a turkey farm, he killed her with a baseball bat and disposed of her body. Hope's chance encounter with the monster ended tragically after she stopped for gas. It is incomprehensible to humans. Prior to the trial, Nicholas Miller was charged with several counts. Police received horrifying evidence from his ex-girlfriend's photos. Only a few hours prior to his abduction of Hope Melton, Miller had pursued her in his orange Chevy. We must now learn more about Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker. He plays a crucial role in this case, as I indicated before. I'll tell you why Parker was let go from the police department. According to officials, Parker provided uniforms, badges, and weapons to civilians, gave inmates preferential treatment, and took property meant for the sheriff's office for himself. In return for 2 prisoners working on his property, Parker let them live and sleep outside the jail. With the former sheriff's knowledge, the prisoners had access to phones, the internet, and an unlimited number of unattended visitors while they were sleeping in the armory. Additionally, prosecutors claimed that Parker provided special treatment to jail inmates, including alcohol and unsupervised visits with women. They were permitted to eat at restaurants and shop. The prisoners allegedly worked on the home and personal belongings of the former sheriff in return. The former sheriff was put on trial as a result. Mike Lee, who was serving a 15-year sentence for arson, testified against the former sheriff during Parker's trial. According to Lee's testimony, he was able to outfit his cell with a refrigerator, a new mattress, and flat-screen TVs while he was incarcerated in Chesterfield County. Lee used his own funds that were sent by family to buy the items. In addition to being permitted to buy and wear ordinary clothing rather than his jail uniform, Lee informed jurors that he would have lunch with deputies. Lee claimed to have had access to phones, the internet, and a Facebook account while working at one of the county's impound lots. Lee eventually left the jail to live in the sheriff's armory, where he hosted a birthday party where guests drank alcohol and ate filet mignon and had sex with a female visitor. Isn't it incredible that an inmate would throw a party at the sheriff's office? Post your thoughts about it in the comments section. Lee claimed that while he was in Chesterfield, he was able to visit his wife and child in Mount Pleasant by private jet from Charleston. Lee also testified that a deputy in a marked sheriff's car took him and another prisoner to Florence, South Carolina, so they could have lunch with a female friend. By working at Parker's house, attending church with Parker, and giving Parker's daughter presents, Lee described how he got to know Parker very well. Parker was convicted in 2014 of 5 counts of official misconduct, 2 counts of providing prisoners with contraband, and 1 count of embezzlement. He received a 2-year prison sentence with the possibility of release. The former sheriff broke down in tears as the judge was about to sentence Parker, expressing regret to his family, friends, and the residents of Chesterfield County. Parker expressed regret to his family for embarrassing them and to his fellow police officers following the verdict. Miller confessed to the crime and guided the police to Hope Melton's body after being questioned by Sheriff Sam Parker, as I previously stated. Miller was facing the death penalty but prosecutors were unable to pursue it due to the sheriff's actions. In actuality, the sheriff assured Miller during the interrogation that he would not be executed if he confessed to the crime and told Hope Melton what had happened. Making such a promise to a suspect was beyond the sheriff's authority. Miller confessed to the crime because he trusted the sheriff. Sheriff Parker jeopardized the case by doing this. Former Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker seriously jeopardized the case, according to a statement from Solicitor Dan Johnson. Johnson claimed that Miller's confession was obtained by Sheriff Parker under the false pretense that he would not pursue the death penalty. Johnson stated in the release that all statements made in reliance on Sam Parker's promise of leniency, which was used to coerce Nicholas Miller's confession, would be appropriately suppressed at a trial in this case due to Parker's egregious misconduct. Nicholas Miller, age 26, entered a guilty plea to all charges in March 2015. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. The former sheriff, who had been found guilty of corruption the previous year and had seriously jeopardized the case, infuriated Hope Melton's family. Elizabeth, Hope's mother, expressed their disappointment, saying they had hoped Miller would be executed. According to the family, they have yet to receive an apology from Parker. They will continue to fight for justice and preserve Hope Melton's legacy in the interim. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In a blueberry field in Michigan, a metal trunk containing the charred remains of an unidentified man was discovered in 2002. He was first known to investigators as Jack in the Box, a nickname that would become well known in the years that followed. Not until more than 10 years later, after countless detective efforts and revolutionary developments in forensic science, was the victim identified as Roberto Caraballo. This revelation, however, came with a terrifying twist: a web of murder, treachery, and a dark family plot. This is the tale of how the Jack in the Box case was resolved, illuminating a horrific homicide that permanently altered Michigan's past. An unusual and unsettling sight was discovered by a farmer on May 8, 2002, while working in a remote blueberry field in Ottawa County, Michigan. An old metal trunk tucked away among the bushes. The trunk had been badly burned, and it smelled awful, as if it contained something gory. The horrific reality of a body that had been mercilessly burned beyond recognition and left to decay in the trunk was what he had hoped was only an illusion. The remains of a body that had been burned beyond recognition were discovered when police arrived and forced open the charred lid. The man had been placed in the trunk, covered in gasoline, and set on fire after suffering blunt force trauma, according to detectives. Investigators couldn't make sense of the scene. Since the fire destroyed any fingerprints or distinguishing characteristics, the condition of the body made identification all but impossible. Detectives thought the murder must have occurred somewhere else before the trunk was left in the remote field, because there were no indications of a struggle at the scene. Because there were no witnesses or hints to help identify the victim, investigators had a difficult time figuring out who this man was and how he met such a terrible end, and the case ultimately went cold. Early leads in the case produced no noteworthy progress, despite the best efforts of law enforcement. In order to gather information about missing people, odd behavior, or anything that might help identify the victim, investigators canvassed the local communities. Due to the limited forensic technology available at the time, detectives were left without answers in the absence of fingerprint identification or DNA database matches. The forensic analysis, which showed that the man was probably middle-aged and had died violently, was the only information available for years. The case turned into one of the most puzzling unresolved mysteries in Michigan. After the story was reported by the media, the victim was dubbed Jack in the Box. The public and fans of true crime were enthralled, curious about the identity of this man and the reason behind his body's ruthless disposal. Detectives kept returning to the case in the hopes that new technology or a different viewpoint would reveal the truth. But the case cooled without any clear direction. The long-forgotten case received new attention in 2015, more than 13 years after the unidentified body was found in 2002. Previously, investigators had run out of leads, but they gained the momentum they required from a new tip from an unexpected source. In early 2015, Deneen Ducharme, a Texas woman, contacted law enforcement, expressing her suspicion that the unidentified man known as Jack in the Box might be her stepfather, Roberto Caraballo, who had vanished for no apparent reason years prior. Around this time, the case also gained more public attention, in part because of a documentary called Jack in the Box that was produced by a group of local students. The movie brought the unsolved murder back into the public eye, attracting more interest in the case and urging anyone with information to come forward. Together with developments in forensic technology, this spike in public involvement created new avenues for investigation. Following the Texas woman's call, investigators reopened the case and used modern DNA testing techniques to examine the victim's remains. Detectives followed the woman's lead and compared her DNA to samples from the Texas family. The woman's suspicion was validated by the findings, which showed that Jack in the Box was in fact 37-year-old Roberto Caraballo, who had resided in Charlotte, Michigan at the time of his disappearance. This discovery changed the course of the case from an unsolved mystery to a targeted investigation, enabling detectives to concentrate their efforts on identifying the people who caused Caraballo's untimely death. Authorities now had a plethora of new information thanks to this identification, including a name and a life story to piece together. Roberto's identification shed light on his family ties and past, generating new leads and providing a novel viewpoint on potential suspects and their motivations. Let's now examine Roberto Caraballo's biography. Friends and family characterize Caraballo as a gregarious and diligent person. He shared a home with his wife, Beverly McCallum, her daughter, Deneen Ducharme, and Christopher McMillan, Deneen's friend. However, his relationship with Beverly was said to have been turbulent at the time of his death. Family conflicts, tension, and financial arguments were reported by friends and family. Detectives looked into the possibility that someone close to Caraballo was responsible for his murder, after it became clear that his life had not been peaceful. Authorities focused on Caraballo's immediate family after his identity was established, especially his wife, Beverly, her daughter, Deneen, and her friend, Chris McMillan. Prior to his body being transported to the Ottawa County field, the investigation found that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement of their Charlotte, Michigan home. Investigators believed that Beverly McCallum, driven by family strife and financial gain, had planned the murder. Witness accounts and interview reports presented a terrifying image of premeditation. The murder was thought to have been meticulously planned by McMillan, Deneen, and Beverly. Although no life insurance policy was verified, there have been rumors that Beverly might have hoped to profit monetarily from Caraballo's passing. Rather, it seemed to be a murder motivated by animosity and personal strife, with McMillan carrying out the scheme and Beverly controlling her daughter. Investigators discovered that the three suspects had enticed Caraballo into their Charlotte home's basement on the night of the murder, where they fatally wounded him with a blunt object. According to reports, they disposed of the evidence by putting Caraballo's body inside a metal trunk after he passed away. With the intention of erasing any evidence of their crime, they drove the trunk to a blueberry field in Ottawa County, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. The painstaking preparation and graphic method of disposal demonstrated the brutality and resolve of those involved. In order to link Beverly, Deneen, and McMillan to the crime, forensic science was essential. Traces of gasoline and accelerant on the metal trunk were consistent with attempts to destroy the body, and any forensic traces and blood evidence discovered in the basement matched Caraballo's DNA. A clear narrative that positioned the murder in the family home prior to the body's transportation to the field was established thanks, in large part, to the efforts of forensic analysts, advancements in DNA testing, and cooperation with local law enforcement. Christopher McMillan finally consented to a plea bargain in exchange for a lighter sentence after increasing pressure. He gave a thorough explanation of what transpired before Caraballo passed away. McMillan explained how Beverly had planned the murder and tricked him and Deneen into helping to carry it out. His admission that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement gave the prosecution's case more weight and provided a strong basis for Beverly and Deneen's conviction. In relation to Roberto Caraballo's murder, Deneen Ducharme was charged with both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Ducharme made an effort to portray herself as a reluctant participant during the trial by claiming that she was coerced into committing the crime by her mother, Beverly McCallum. She asserted that her mother had manipulated her, forcing her to participate in both the actual murder and the disposal of Caraballo's body. According to her defense team, Ducharme was a victim of circumstance and had fallen victim to McCallum's web of coercion. They made an effort to portray her as obedient and passive, implying that she was motivated by a stronger personality rather than intending to actively participate in the crime. Her defense was questioned by the investigators and prosecution, who contended that the evidence refuted her allegations of manipulation. They implied that Ducharme had not only been aware of the scheme but had voluntarily taken part in it, taking important steps to hide the crime. From the physical attack on Caraballo to the actions taken to destroy his body and obfuscate evidence, the evidence showed that she was not merely a passive bystander, but was actively involved. When Beverly McCallum found out that the investigation was refocusing on her, she left the country in 2015. After evading authorities by moving to different countries, she was eventually found in Rome, Italy in 2019. The case became more complicated due to the international nature of her arrest, necessitating cooperation between Italian and American authorities in order to extradite her. Ultimately, McCallum's attempts to thwart extradition were unsuccessful, and she was sent back to Michigan to stand trial for Caraballo's murder. Beverly McCallum and her daughter Danae Ducharme were charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and mutilation of a dead body at the start of their legal proceedings in Michigan. According to the prosecution, the murder was premeditated, and Beverly was the one who carried out the heinous deed, driven by both malice and financial greed. Beverly allegedly carefully planned Caraballo's murder and enlisted her daughter Danae and friend Christopher McMillan to carry out her plan, according to the prosecution. McMillan, who had previously accepted a plea bargain, testified against Beverly and Danae, offering details about the crime scene, the plot, and the subsequent events. Because of this plea deal, which reduced his sentence in return for his cooperation, Beverly and Danae were left to deal with the full weight of the charges by themselves. The roles that each person played were established by the prosecution, using McMillan's testimony and additional evidence, emphasizing Beverly's leadership in planning and directing the crime. After years of waiting for the case to be settled, Caraballo's loved ones and the community finally felt some justice and closure as a result of the trial and the ensuing court rulings. The possibility that Beverly McCallum is involved in other crimes besides the murder of Roberto Caraballo is another noteworthy feature. According to Amanda, Beverly has a track record of abusing her connections with men, some of whom are from outside the U.S. In one notable instance, Beverly married a man she had known for more than 20 years while residing in Jamaica. This person vanished inexplicably, and despite attempts to get in touch with Beverly, he is still unaccounted for in Jamaica. Following his disappearance, Beverly and her kids are thought to have left the country, which heightens the suspicion that her illegal actions may be a part of a larger pattern. Given Beverly's history of violent and manipulative relationships, and this man's abrupt and unexplained disappearance, it is possible that she is connected to additional unreported crimes. The question of how many more victims might be linked to Beverly's past is raised by this unsolved mystery. The conclusion of the Jack-in-the-Box case, one of Michigan's most eerie unresolved cases, attracted national attention. Audiences found great resonance in the tale of Roberto Caraballo's murder and the treachery of those closest to him. The case's place in American crime history has been cemented by ongoing media coverage and true crime documentaries. Even when all hope seems lost, the investigation's legacy serves as a testament to the commitment of law enforcement and the value of forensic science in bringing about justice. A terrible reminder of the darker side of human nature is the murder of Roberto Caraballo, who was hidden in a metal trunk and set ablaze in a Michigan field. When justice was finally served after years of mystery, a horrifying tale of treachery and family dishonesty was exposed. No matter how much time has passed, Caraballo's memory endures, as a reminder of the extent investigators will go to in order to find the truth and provide victims with justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Perhaps the most vulnerable time in a person's life is during their adolescence. It's a period of time when people are neither children nor fully grown adults. Even though they are still innocent and carefree, they frequently keep secrets, sometimes out of embarrassment or fear. Tragic events can occasionally result from an inability to communicate those difficulties to a loved one or trusted parent. Florida has been rocked by the case of Justice Garrett, whose life was tragically cut short in 2018 at the age of 16. Her mother's realization that she had failed to recognize or comprehend the nightmare her daughter had been living through was heartbreaking. Justice's story revolves around a horrible secret she kept out of fear of being judged, which ultimately resulted in an unthinkable tragedy that took her life. Born on March 19, 2002, Justice Mary Garrett was the oldest of two daughters born to Danielle and Sebastian Garrett. She grew up with Jeanette, her younger sister, who was 10 years her junior. The majority of Justice's early years and adolescence were spent in the tiny Florida town of New Smyrna Beach, which is situated in Volusia County. The sisters remained with their mother after Justice's parents divorced in 2016. After meeting Robert Kern approximately a year later, Danielle quickly started dating him. By the fall of 2017, Danielle and her two daughters had relocated to Robert's house in the little rural town of Sorrento, Florida, which has a population of just over 1,000. Justice had the most trouble adjusting to the new surroundings and the relocation. She missed her close friends who were still in New Smyrna Beach to start. Second, she had to change schools in the middle of the school year while she was a high school student. Third, she disliked both her mother's partner and her new home. Despite her frustrations, Justice acted politely and made an effort to avoid causing trouble. Justice made friends at her new school right away because of her outgoing, gregarious, and humorous personality. A classmate named Rochelle became particularly close to her, and the two were essentially inseparable. The girls even listed each other as sisters on social media, and Justice often stayed over at Rochelle's house. Justice missed the school bus on Friday, April 13, 2018, because he slept in too late. She didn't have time for breakfast that day because she was rushing to get ready for class. Her mother intended to take Jeanette to the hospital, but her younger sister stayed at home because she was feeling ill. Since school was just a few stops away, Justice chose to ride the public bus there. After packing her backpack and bidding her mother farewell, she departed from the house. Justice was last seen alive at that point. Danielle wasn't worried when Justice didn't arrive home from school on time. She figured her daughter, who frequently went to Rochelle's house after class, had done so. By nightfall, Danielle assumed Justice had made the decision to spend the night at her friend's house, as she had been doing often. She wasn't immediately alarmed by the fact that Justice's phone was off. On Saturday morning, though, Rochelle called Danielle and anxiously inquired as to Justice's well-being. With a shiver running down her spine, Danielle questioned in a shaky voice whether Justice hadn't spent the night at Rochelle's house. She was shocked by the answer. Since Thursday, Rochelle disclosed, she had not seen Justice. Justice's phone had been off for almost 2 days, and she hadn't arrived at school on Friday. Danielle went into a panic. She hurried to the local police station and reported her daughter missing after multiple unsuccessful attempts to get in touch with her. The hunt for Justice started right away. Officers initially thought Justice might have returned to her hometown for a weekend visit with friends, after learning that she had only been in the area 6 months prior. Authorities believed she would reappear soon, because teenagers of that age frequently leave home on their own initiative, whether in protest or for other reasons. Danielle, however, was adamant that her daughter would never do anything like that without telling her. Finding out Justice's social circle and whether she had a boyfriend, had been in a recent argument, or had any other information that could help piece together what happened the day she was last seen was the first step. All of Justice's possessions were still at home, and she had not taken any cash. Shortly after she left for school, her phone stopped working. She hadn't returned any calls or messages, and her social media accounts hadn't been active since late Thursday night. She hadn't gotten in touch with anyone, so none of her friends knew where she might be. Justice didn't experiment with illegal substances or drink alcohol, according to her close friends and family. She had never engaged in serious romantic commitments and was not in a relationship. Justice had never broken the law, had no enemies, and had no conflicts with other people. Her peers viewed her as sweet, kind, and compassionate, and her teachers at school gave her positive reviews. Police promptly reviewed all local traffic accidents, incidents, and crime reports in the region. One possibility they entertained was that she had been in an accident and was unable to speak. She was not, however, listed as having participated in any such incidents. Investigators were able to follow her movements on the morning of her disappearance by using information from her phone. Justice left her house at 7:30 a.m. and started to walk in the direction of the school. After about 15 minutes, she started acting strangely. After a brief pause, she made a sudden direction change. Her phone was switched off shortly after. The small, sleepy town was filled with rumors and conjecture after Justice vanished. Any incident became the focus of attention in a community where nothing ever happened. It was quickly spread by gossip and frequently embellished with lies. Some residents found amusement in spreading rumors, and they saw no harm in doing so. Many of Justice's classmates and friends sincerely wanted to assist with the investigation, but others saw it as a chance to attract attention, increase their own significance, or even experience a brief moment of fame. A number of people reported seeing Justice Garrett in various locations around town. According to some, she entered an enigmatic black vehicle with tinted windows. Some speculated that she had been recruited into a religious sect, while others suggested she was out on the street with a group of teenagers who didn't fit in. Investigators found it challenging to distinguish fact from fiction because these rumors appeared out of nowhere. Consequently, all information, no matter how unlikely, had to be carefully verified. A girl who was one grade up from Justice stood out for her actions. She claimed that the teenager had fled with a secret boyfriend and was expecting his child, and she created a whole blog devoted to Justice's disappearance. By spreading sensationalized and completely made-up stories, the girl was merely trying to gain popularity and attention at school. She was temporarily suspended from school while the investigation was underway as a result of her actions, which resulted in disciplinary actions. Her social media accounts were also deleted for disseminating misleading information. 4 days after Justice vanished, on April 17, a man called the police with a terrifying message. He claimed to have discovered something unsettling in a forested area outside of DeLand. An enthusiastic runner, the man frequently jogged along a remote path that wound through a park and into the woods. As he made his way farther into the woods that morning, he detected a potent, disagreeable stench of decay. He initially believed it to be a dead animal's carcass and considered reporting it to the proper authorities so that it could be taken out. But his curiosity overcame him, and he made the decision to look into the odor's origin on his own. The runner left the trail and ventured into the brush for roughly 15 feet. He saw a horrifying scene there, a severely decomposed human body that was completely deformed. It looked like a young woman, judging by the long hair and traces of clothing. To make sure he didn't unintentionally disturb any possible evidence, the man waited on the trail and called the police right away. Officers thoroughly examined the scene and the remains after they arrived. It became evident that a violent crime had been committed here, and the victim was, in fact, a very young woman. The fact that her clothes were ripped and her underwear was gone suggests that the crime was probably violent and intimate in nature. The legs bore obvious bite marks, probably from untamed animals, but a corrosive chemical had done the most serious damage. The girl's face had been eroded to the bone by this substance, which had also been poured over her intimate areas, lower abdomen and chest. It was evident that the offender had tried to remove any traces of DNA in addition to disfiguring the victim, a strategy that, as it turned out, worked. Investigators suspected right away that the girl who had vanished days earlier was the owner of the body discovered in the woods. However, DNA testing was necessary for confirmation because of the extensive chemical damage and decomposition. Sadly, the worst fears of the Garrett family came true. Justice had been discovered dead. About 30 minutes' drive from the town where she resided, her remains were found. Her nose, cheekbone, and several ribs were broken, which was evidence that she had been severely beaten prior to the crime. The precise cause of death was assumed to be mechanical asphyxiation due to the advanced state of decomposition, which made it impossible to determine with certainty. During his police interview, the man who found the remains gave important information. "I often ran along the same trail every other day," he explained. He had seen a suspicious-looking man come out of the woods close to the location where Justice's remains were later discovered 2 days prior to discovering the body. Since the witness had only seen the man for a brief moment from behind and a considerable distance away, he was unable to give a detailed description of him. According to his description, The person was a short, stocky white man wearing jeans and a black hoodie. When the man realized he was not alone, he hurried out of sight and vanished behind the trees. The runner didn't give the encounter much thought at the time, but he thought it was strange. That day there was no discernible smell of decay, and he pushed the encounter from his thoughts. But 2 days later, when he found the remains, he remembered the odd man on the trail and told the police about it. Detectives suspected the stranger in the woods might be the criminal who committed the crime right away. He might have gone back to hide his tracks and obliterate the evidence. Experts concluded that chlorine bleach was the corrosive agent used on the body. The remains became unidentifiable due to the rapid decomposition caused by the chemical and the humid climate of the area. However, after passing a polygraph and offering a strong alibi for the day Justice vanished, the jogger was excluded as a suspect. Justice's mother claims that her daughter had intended to ride the public bus to school that morning, but according to street cam surveillance footage, Justice never went to the bus stop. The mystery was further complicated when a neighbor claimed to have seen Justice get into her stepfather Robert's vehicle. Detectives now had to question the teen's parents again to find out why they hadn't told the truth, which fundamentally altered the course of the investigation. Danielle confessed right away, stating that Robert Kern, her partner, had recently had his driver's license temporarily revoked, but he agreed to give her a ride because her daughter was running late that morning. In order to keep Robert from getting upset, Danielle had kept this information from him. She thought Justice was still alive and would soon be going home at the time of the first interview. To confirm the stepfather's account, detectives immediately asked for footage from security cameras close to the school. But according to the recordings, Robert had not dropped Justice off at school or any other location. There were no cameras on his car on the way to the school. Where had they gone then? It was evident from this new information that Robert was probably the last person to see Justice alive. Robert acknowledged driving Justice that morning in spite of having his license suspended when he was questioned again. He claimed that Justice had pleaded with him to take her to DeLand, a nearby town, rather than to school, where she was allegedly scheduled to meet with a covert boyfriend. Robert said he had originally refused to take her there because he didn't know the name of the person she was meeting, but in an attempt to mend their tense relationship, he finally acceded to her requests. He allegedly promised Justice that he would not tell her mother about this outing. She told him that she would come back alone later in the day and that since it was Friday, she would spend the night at a friend's house. Robert concurred because he saw nothing out of the ordinary or worrisome about the circumstances. A potential secret boyfriend was added to the case as a result of this discovery. Investigators had to find him and identify him quickly. He might have been the last person to see Justice alive, or he might have been involved in her disappearance. Law enforcement chose to look through Justice's contacts and social media activity as the first step in the search. Detectives confiscated her laptop because her phone had not been found, and what they found led to further inquiries. Justice regularly engaged with her online and real-life friends through her numerous accounts on different social media sites, but there was no sign of a boyfriend or romantic conversations. However, one account caught our attention as being especially odd and dubious. Investigators soon turned their attention to this profile in an attempt to identify its owner and any possible link to Justice's disappearance. In recent months, Justice Garrett had been the object of unusual interest from a young man named Kevin. He liked her posts, commented on her pictures, and messaged her every day. But Justice didn't appear to care. She didn't want to stay in touch, hardly ever responded to him, and frequently ignored his messages. Later, Justice's friends confirmed that she had spoken of a devoted fan who messaged her on social media all the time, but she didn't find him flattering. Instead, she found him annoying. According to his profile, Kevin lived in the same town as Justice and seemed to be 2 years older. Only a few pictures of a young athletic man were included on his page, but Justice's family and friends had never laid eyes on him. The photos had been stolen from the internet, and the account was soon found to be fraudulent. Experts swiftly gained access to the account and tracked down the information that led to its creation. The inquiry showed that the account was linked to an adult man, Robert Kern, Justice's stepfather, rather than an adolescent. Robert was summoned back for interrogation. Investigators questioned him about why he hadn't told them sooner and why he had made a phony account to communicate with his stepdaughter. Although he seemed taken aback that investigators had discovered his involvement with the account, Robert soon collected himself and provided an explanation. He claimed that he had created the account to help Justice feel better about herself because she was the new girl in town and at school and might value the praise from a young man who seemed attractive. As was previously mentioned, Justice was new to the area, but she had already assimilated into her school community and made a lot of friends. But her behavior had changed recently. According to those close to her, the formerly upbeat and carefree teen had grown more tense and anxious. She frequently stayed over at her best friend Rochelle's house, but she kept the reasons for this change a secret. Though she never told Rochelle what was bothering her, Justice spent so much time there that it seemed like she had moved in. Rochelle claimed that Justice's stepfather had visited her home multiple times to collect her and take her home. Every time, Justice would attempt to avoid going with him and appeared clearly anxious. She would call her mom and beg to stay at Rochelle's for a couple more nights, pledging to finish all of her chores and concentrate on her studies in return. Danielle frequently complied with these demands. It was well known among her friends that Robert and Justice had a tense relationship from the beginning. But Justice never charged him with being aggressive or acting inappropriately. Additionally, nobody in her immediate vicinity, including her mother, had ever noticed anything that appeared inappropriate in Robert's interactions with his stepdaughter. Robert Kern emerged as the sole suspect in the investigation into Justice's untimely death as suspicions about him grew. Police investigated his background and way of life while holding him for additional interrogation. Robert, 43, had a lengthy criminal record that included convictions for physical altercations, possession of illegal substances, and burglary. It had been almost impossible for him to find steady work because of his criminal record. He took on odd jobs to make ends meet and occasionally worked illegally as a carpenter at a nearby sawmill. Now, investigators were trying to piece together Robert's dubious past, his actions toward Justice, and the circumstances leading up to the horrifying crime. Danielle was unaware that she was living with a man who had a criminal past because Robert had taken great care to hide it from everyone around him. She was shocked and eventually spoke up when investigators told her the truth about him. Despite Justice's protests, Danielle acknowledged that Robert had offered to drive her to school that day. Danielle became concerned when Justice failed to come home, but Robert reassured her that Justice was staying overnight at her friend Rochelle's house. He even prohibited her from contacting Rochelle or the police. After looking through Robert's devices, investigators found that Justice had been regularly looking up information about drugs that could make someone unconscious or immobile online in the months before his disappearance. Additionally, he had investigated buying such drugs on the dark web, and it seemed he had been successful. That wasn't all, though. Additionally, Robert had investigated methods of removing DNA from a body, concentrating on common household chemicals like bleach and disinfectants. He had even looked at satellite images of the wooded areas in the area, especially the DeLand outskirts, where Justice's body was eventually discovered. It became evident that Robert had spent months carefully preparing to commit his crime, dispose of the body, and remove any evidence. From the start, his motivation appeared to be clear. Robert had become unnecessarily fixated on Justice and understood that using force was the only way to fulfill his perverted impulses. He had made the decision to eradicate her completely in order to escape legal repercussions for his actions. When investigators examined the geolocation data from Robert's phone that day, they were able to eliminate any remaining doubts regarding his involvement. Together with Justice, he had driven away from their house toward her school before turning suddenly and coming to a stop in a remote location. Robert most likely turned off Justice's phone at this point and rendered her unconscious with a chemical, most likely chloroform. But he neglected to turn off his own gadget, which later recorded his movements. After being tracked toward DeLand, Robert's car came to a halt for about an hour. He would have had enough time during this period to attack Justice, cause her physical harm, strangle her to death, and conceal her body in the woods. In order to destroy any possible evidence, he poured a tiny bottle of a chlorine-based substance over her face and other parts of her body that day. But Robert started to worry that he might have left traces. He brought a big container of bleach back to the scene 2 days later. In a last effort to eliminate any last traces of Justice's involvement in the crime, he then liberally doused Justice's head, chest, and lower body with the chemical. The jogger later found Justice's body and reported it to the police after spotting the attacker when he returned to the crime scene for the second time that morning. Kern's alibi, meanwhile, was soon discredited. Unofficially working at a nearby sawmill, he had asked two co-workers to attest that he was on time that day, despite being almost 2 hours late. After being cautioned that they might be charged with perjury and hiding evidence of a violent crime, both witnesses eventually confessed to the truth when pressed further. Despite Robert Kern's denial of all charges, the case proceeded to trial due to the overwhelming evidence against him. According to witness testimony, Justice spent the final months of her life avoiding her home as much as possible because she was constantly afraid. But she never talked to anyone about her worries, not even her mother. Danielle never asked Kern about his past because she was too enamored with her new partner to notice what was going on around her. Kern's claims were methodically refuted by prosecutors, who demonstrated that he had carefully planned this horrible deed with the express purpose of ensuring Justice wouldn't live. Kern was further connected to the crime scene when particles found on his car mats were matched to moss and soil samples from the location where Justice's body was found. However, the corrosive chemical Kern used had eaten away at the victim's remains down to the bone, destroying all DNA evidence and tissue samples, making it impossible to prove the claims of an intimate assault. Nearly 2.5 years after the crime, in August 2022, Kern was found guilty of premeditated violent murder. He will never be freed because he was given a life sentence without the chance of parole. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The seemingly stable world of the Craig family from Colorado took an unexpected and devastating turn in March 2023, amid the everyday routines of family life. Once seen as the epitome of stability, their marriage and careers started to fall apart as long-kept secrets and a lack of trust came to light. New information created even more questions as friends and family tried to make sense of the situation. What actually transpired in this seemingly ideal family behind closed doors? On March 15, 2023, at approximately 11 a.m., Angela Craig was taken to the hospital due to severe headaches, nausea, and dizziness. She was admitted to the hospital for the third time in 10 days, but this time the circumstances were much more concerning. In an attempt to stabilize her condition, which was rapidly declining, medical personnel put her on life support. Her family, including her husband James, was in disbelief at how quickly and abruptly her health had deteriorated. Angela was born in Dodge City on April 15, 1975, and from a young age she had played a significant role in her family and community. Despite having allergies, she grew up in a big family with 10 siblings and fell in love with animals. Her hobbies included woodworking and reading, and both friends and acquaintances were won over by her easygoing demeanor and charisma. Angela was a successful interior designer who was well known for her cozy and welcoming designs. She also loved genealogy and helped people find long-lost family members. James Craig, who went on to become a dentist, married Angela on December 18, 1999. After earning his degree from the University of Missouri, Kansas City in 2006, James started participating in dental programs abroad. They established a life together in Colorado, where James opened an Aurora dental office. Despite her hectic schedule, Angela remained close to her siblings, especially her sister Toni, with whom she spoke on a daily basis. The couple had 6 children together. Angela's life appeared to be ideal. She oversaw a choir, ran youth programs, and was very active in church activities. But everyone was taken aback by her unexpected health problems in March 2023. She had complained of a headache only a week before, but the symptoms had gone away quickly, so there was no reason to be concerned. The doctors and her family were unable to explain why her condition was now getting worse so quickly. James, meanwhile, stayed by her side, as always attentive and considerate. 2 p.m., Angela experienced a severe episode that same day, leaving her loved ones feeling scared and powerless. The cause of her condition was still unknown despite the medical team's tireless efforts to save her. which increased the already existing stress and anxiety. Doctors put in endless effort to stabilize Angela after she lost consciousness, but things got out of hand. Her stroke on March 15, 2023, was a pivotal moment in her life. She was already in a serious condition when they got to the hospital, according to her brother, who had driven her there that day. Her symptoms, which included severe nausea, excruciating stomach pain, and dizziness, had gotten worse. She had visited a hospital 3 times in 10 days, but this time the situation seemed to be very serious. Just 1 day after returning from a trip to see her sister Tony in Utah, Angela was admitted to the hospital for the first time on March 6. Her symptoms were considered minor by the doctors at the time, and following an evaluation, she was released. But on March 9, she went to the doctor once more. James, her husband, a longtime dentist with years of experience who had always been there to support her through tough times, was very worried. He turned to the wife of his doctorate-holding colleague and friend, Ryan Redfern, for advice. Ryan and his spouse continued to be involved in the days that followed, keeping tabs on Angela's health. They suggested more tests and consultations, offered their support, and shared their knowledge of possible causes of her symptoms. James shared test results and updates with them on a regular basis. MRIs, ultrasounds, blood tests, and CT scans of different body parts were among the tests that were performed on Angela. All of the results were within normal ranges in spite of these efforts. Despite receiving intravenous fluid therapy, Angela's abnormally low blood pressure remained the only consistent anomaly. James realized how serious the situation was by the time Angela had a stroke on March 15th. He sent Ryan's wife pictures from the hospital room as he broke the heartbreaking news. The pictures showed Angela surrounded by medical equipment while being watched closely by a group of experts. Even so, the doctors were unable to come up with a conclusive diagnosis, which left everyone feeling overwhelmed and powerless. A desperate phone call on the morning of March 15 would make James even more anxious. Angela's brother told him that her condition had drastically worsened and that he was taking her to the hospital. James was treating patients at his clinic at the time. He left as soon as he heard the news to be with her. Desperate for answers, James decided to speak with Ryan's wife once more, after realizing that the traditional diagnostic techniques were not working. The events leading up to March 15, 2023, were tense and unnerving because Angela's health was continuing to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Angela was admitted to the hospital for the second time on March 9 and was monitored overnight. Doctors hoped she would get better, but they couldn't figure out what was causing her symptoms. Even though the test results were always normal, the growing anxiety among her family and the medical staff was concerning. Despite all of these changes, Ryan and his spouse remained influential. James's longtime friend and financial partner, Ryan, had previously helped him through difficult times, including rescuing James's dental practice in 2021 during a financial crisis. Their help was equally important this time, since Angela's life now depended on it, and the cause of her pain was still unknown. At James's dental clinic, Caitlin, the new office manager, couldn't get rid of the feeling that something strange was going on with her boss. After multiple incidents in the days preceding March 15, when Angela's condition deteriorated to a critical level, her suspicions started to grow. After speaking with James's close friend Ryan, she was able to piece together her observations and uncover an unsettling pattern. Everything began on March 6. Caitlin was working late that night when James showed up at the clinic out of the blue. He had no appointments with patients, and his actions appeared unusual. James went into one of the exam rooms and used the computer there rather than using his office computer. Although Caitlin thought this was strange, she didn't give it much thought at the time. On March 13, a package reached the clinic a few days later. James had made it clear that Caitlin was to accept it herself and that no one else was to open it, but when she went to pick up the delivery, she found that the box had already been opened by another employee. A cylindrical container bearing the warning label "hazardous materials" and the words "potassium cyanide" was found inside. Startled, but aware of James's instructions regarding confidentiality, Caitlin promptly resealed the package and gave it to him without question. She witnessed James carrying the brown paper-wrapped container out of the office later that day. Her suspicions were strengthened by this incident. She looked into potassium cyanide because she was becoming increasingly uneasy, and what she discovered was terrifying. The dizziness, nausea, and low blood pressure that Angela had been experiencing for days closely matched the symptoms of exposure. Angela was in critical condition by the time Ryan and his wife got to the hospital to help James. Ryan was surprised when Caitlin told him about the odd things that happened at the clinic, even though he was already aware of some of the family struggles. He was so horrified by her story that he called the police and told them what she had told him while he was on his way to the hospital. Nevertheless, Caitlin observed other peculiar actions from James. She remembered something else. As she was leaving the office on the evening of March 6, James texted her to ask her to personally make sure that a package that was scheduled to arrive was delivered to her. This request appeared to be merely a formality at the time, but in the context of later events, it became more significant. Ryan made the decision to speak with James when he got to the hospital. James asserted that Angela had requested the order for the aforementioned chemical, potassium cyanide, but his explanation sounded tentative, which made Ryan even more suspicious. Ryan shared this information with investigators out of concern, and they started to suspect that this case was much more complicated than it first seemed. Angela was taken to the hospital once more on March 15. Her symptoms, which included sharp abdominal pain, nausea, and extreme dizziness, had gotten critically worse. By the time police arrived, Angela could hardly stand, according to her brother, who had driven her to the emergency room. James now appeared to be aware that things were rapidly getting out of his control. James was questioned by police later that day. Investigators focused on a crucial question even before the official interview began. How would James explain the link between his purchase of potassium cyanide and Angela's abrupt and serious health decline? Interviews with the hospital's medical staff, where Angela was receiving treatment, marked the start of the investigation. Ryan's worries alerted a nurse, who confirmed that Angela's test results revealed odd markers. Her symptoms, which include seizures and rapid deterioration, may be consistent with exposure to a toxic substance, according to her attending physician. Investigators turned their attention to the circumstances surrounding Angela's hospitalization as a result of these statements, which turned into crucial pieces of evidence. Detectives went to James's dental clinic the next day. The office manager, Caitlin, made a number of observations that added to the mystery. She remembered James talking about looking after Angela and making her a protein shake on March 6. Angela's health started to deteriorate shortly after, which was a coincidence that investigators noticed and led to further inquiries. In the days that followed, Caitlin added, James frequently seemed nervous, shunned social interactions, and talked on the phone a lot. She was especially drawn to his request that she sign documents pertaining to the purchase of clinic equipment. Investigators suspected possible financial misconduct after examining these documents and finding that the amounts listed were significantly greater than the equipment's true cost. James regularly used the office computer for personal purposes, according to one of the clinic staff members. The employee remembered in February that James had visited a website about chemical reagents that contained references to potentially very dangerous substances. These findings were consistent with the identification of James's potassium cyanide purchase. James's financial activities were soon the subject of the investigation. Investigators discovered that James had sent a sizable amount of money to an unidentified supplier connected to the sale of chemicals on March 4. James was able to conceal the order from his family because it had been shipped to the clinic's address. Investigators linked the package Caitlin had seen to the delivery when they tracked it down. She explained the warning-labeled container and mentioned that James had retrieved it and taken it home. The focus soon shifted to James's clinic office. James has been locking his office door during lunch breaks, which is not something he usually does, according to another employee. Investigators discovered traces of packaging materials that seemed to match the delivery of the potassium cyanide while searching the office. Hospital personnel persisted in trying to save Angela's life in the interim. Doctors ruled out accidental poisoning because of the high levels of toxic substances in her system. The foundation for additional accusations against James was established by this crucial detail. In the hopes of discovering more evidence connecting James to Angela's declining health, detectives secured warrants to search James's house and car. In her additional testimony, Caitlin noted that Angela's symptoms were consistent with those of potassium cyanide poisoning, which include nausea, vomiting, and low blood pressure. She added that even in tiny doses the chemical could be fatal. Investigators' suspicions grew stronger with each new piece of evidence, which led them to believe that intentional actions caused Angela's health crisis. James's computer was examined as part of the inquiry. Detectives discovered notes on it that listed the times and dates that Angela's symptoms worsened. The nature of the records suggested that James may have been using them to track and control her condition, even though the entries seemed to document her health problems. Further information was uncovered by looking through the couple's messages. Angela thanked James via text on March 6, 2023 for making her coffee. She reported feeling weak and lightheaded shortly after. In response, James advised her to take her blood pressure. During the same conversation later that day, James mentioned strong medications and blamed her symptoms on possible triggers, which investigators later saw as an effort to avoid suspicion. James' longtime friend and business partner Ryan revealed that James had confided in him about significant marital and financial difficulties in 2021. James was even thinking about getting a divorce at the time. James subsequently stated that Angela had been experiencing extreme depression and related an instance in which he allegedly prevented her from hurting herself. Their 6 children's testimonies, however, ran counter to these assertions. They characterized Angela as a lively, upbeat individual who displayed no symptoms of depression or odd conduct. Investigators also investigated James's divorce demand in December 2022. He had mentioned Angela's mental health in conversations, but he did nothing to get her professional help. James's habit of hiding important information and this inconsistency increased suspicions that his actions might have been a part of a premeditated scheme. Additional evidence was found during the search of James's house and car. Investigators discovered pieces of packaging thought to be connected to the cyanide delivery in his home office. Traces of a powdery substance were found in his car and sent for examination. As the evidence grew, investigators were able to concentrate on James's possible double life. Even though he presented himself as a loving family man, he was starting to show signs of secretive behavior and hidden problems. A clearer picture of what might have been going on behind the scenes was emerging from the financial difficulties, marital strife, and thorough notes about Angela's symptoms. One of the most important aspects of the investigation was the history of James and Angela's marriage. According to Angela's sister, Angela had often confided in her about feeling pressured and manipulated by James. According to her, he could talk about his issues for hours on end without taking responsibility or demonstrating any desire to change. According to reports, Angela felt stuck in the circumstance and lacked the strength to escape. These reports corroborated remarks made by James's co-workers, who observed his repeated grievances regarding family issues. James once remarked that life would be simpler without all of these responsibilities, according to one co-worker. Throughout the investigation, Angela's medical records were extremely important. She had seen doctors more often than usual over the previous 2 years, complaining of inexplicable symptoms like weakness, dizziness, and stomach pain. Investigators suspected a potential link between her health problems and James's behavior, because these visits fell during times when their relationship was more tense. James's search history showed meticulous preparation. He had studied the uses of toxic substances, such as cyanide and arsenic, and discovered ways to cover up their taste in food and beverages. Articles about avoiding suspicion in poisoning cases also piqued his interest. This digital trail demonstrated a high degree of intentionality and preparation. The situation was further clarified by financial records. Investigators discovered that James had been paying for a mailbox he rented in a far-off location, which he used to accept some deliveries. According to delivery service staff, James regularly picked up packages, usually in the evening. His cyanide purchase, which was already being investigated, coincided with one of these deliveries. Additional leads were obtained through interviews with Angela's friends. According to one friend, Angela had complained of odd symptoms weeks prior to being admitted to the hospital, and she had expressed concern that they might have been caused by something she had eaten or consumed. Nevertheless, she ruled out James's involvement, blaming her illness on fatigue or other medical conditions. Investigators sought the opinion of toxicologists, who tested Angela's hair in order to shed light on the matter. Traces of arsenic and other harmful substances were found during the analysis, suggesting that the person had been exposed to poisons for a long time. These results clearly indicated that Angela's declining health was not a coincidence. A coherent story started to emerge from the gathered evidence, which included witness accounts, financial transactions, and the outcomes of medical tests. Long before Angela was admitted to the hospital, James had not only carefully planned his course of action, but had also started carrying it out. Nevertheless, investigators persisted in their efforts to dispel any remaining uncertainties. Investigators also looked into James's financial circumstances and found some concerning information. With more than $2 million in debt, his dental practice was in terrible shape. This was made worse by his gambling habit. James's financial situation was already unstable because he had lost a significant sum of money in Las Vegas. These disclosures provided a fresh viewpoint on James and Angela's marital problems, which, in the words of Angela's sister, had been anything but ideal for years. According to Angela's sister, James had consistently persuaded her to stay in the marriage, despite her attempts to leave it for 16 years. Those close to her claimed that despite feeling emotionally spent and stuck, Angela lacked the willpower to break up with him. Investigators suspected James of employing manipulation techniques to keep control of the situation. As a result of these accounts, another aspect of James's life was illuminated by emails discovered during the investigation. An intimate relationship that started in 2022, when Karen, a Texas orthodontist, filed for divorce, was disclosed in correspondence with her. Investigators were drawn to one specific detail. James had purchased airline tickets for Karen on the same day he was issued an arsenic order. Karen apologized for not being with James in an email on March 16 and said she hoped to see him soon. Investigators looked into life insurance plans that were obtained in Angela's name in the interim. They found 3 policies that paid out a significant sum of money. This discovery heightened concerns that James might have included money in his purported scheme. At 4:29 p.m. on March 18, medical professionals pronounced Angela clinically dead. James was charged with first-degree intentional homicide a few hours later. Investigators claim that on March 6, 2023, James, who regularly made protein shakes for his wife, tried to put arsenic in her beverage. After that failed, he told the supplier that he needed potassium cyanide for a medical procedure and ordered an expedited shipment. James was arrested the next day. He was charged with several offenses, including tampering with evidence, at his first court appearance. The judge imposed a $10 million bail amount. Prosecutors charged James Craig with solicitation of murder and solicitation of perjury shortly after. An Aurora police detective was the alleged victim, according to Aurora police spokesperson Joe Moylan, even though the indictment didn't say who James was supposed to hurt. The trial of James Craig has been postponed indefinitely. Craig is scheduled to appear in court with a new lawyer after entering a not guilty plea. Craig was also accused of surreptitiously delivering a jail letter to a fellow prisoner who was freed on bond with the help of an adult daughter. The letter, according to the prosecution, included a request to produce a fictitious video that allegedly showed Angela Craig requesting that James get her some toxic substances. Angela's family made the decision to donate her organs after she passed away on March 18. Knowing that her life could save others gave her loved ones some small comfort in this choice. Her family wrote her obituary, which omitted the terrible circumstances of her death and instead highlighted her generosity, love for her family, and commitment to helping those around her. Angela's 6 children were thrown into the middle of these terrible circumstances in the meantime. Angela's family took custody of them after James was arrested in an effort to protect them from the consequences of his alleged behavior. During this trying time, Angela's family put in a lot of effort to make sure the kids got the help and attention they required. The dark secrets that James Craig had meticulously hid behind the facade of a prosperous career and an apparently contented family life were exposed by this case. The tragic result of his painstakingly planned actions devastated not only his own life, but also the lives of his loved ones, family, and children. This story is a sobering reminder that appearances of success and stability can conceal deep conflicts and hidden agendas, leaving many lives forever altered and many questions unanswered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The funeral of 15-year-old Holly Newton, who was described as a popular girl who was loved by many, took place in Hexham, England on February 17, 2023. To honor the helpful and compassionate teen who was attacked in the sleepy country town on January 27, hundreds of people joined a procession towards Hexham Abbey. Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them. Michaela Trussler, Holly's mother, said to mourners at her service about her shy daughter who loved to perform for others. 4 black horses with purple jackets, her favorite color, pulled Holly's white coffin down the high street, with purple flowers and condolence notes adorning the top of the coffin. A single read, "Till we cross paths again, sweet Holly in the sky, rest soundly. I will always love you." Therefore, we will examine events that occurred in England in 2023 today. When Holly Newton's story made the news on television, she was only 15 years old. Detectives obtained disturbing CCTV footage that showed Holly's final moments while they were looking into what had happened to her. Earlier this month, a verdict was rendered in the case. Holly Newton was regarded as a bright, kind person with a bright future. According to her family and friends, Holly was a kind and considerate young woman who had a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly, who was well known for her gregarious nature, enjoyed socializing and hanging out with friends. She was able to quickly establish common ground with others thanks to her amiable manner. Holly was a quiet girl with a strong moral compass who enjoyed dancing. According to her mother, Holly Newton and Logan McPhail first connected through their participation in Army Cadets, a youth organization that offers military training and activities to young people. This setting frequently brings together individuals who share interests in outdoor activities, discipline, and teamwork. They started off as a normal adolescent couple. They spent time together in social circles and with similar interests. But as their relationship developed, Logan's domineering behavior made it more and more problematic. His insistence on always knowing Holly's location and his meddling with her social media accounts were just 2 examples of how this control showed up. According to reports, he altered her passwords to restrict her social interactions, which is a classic indication of controlling behavior in which one partner tries to control the other. Family and friends have observed Holly growing more and more alone. Holly initially continued to date Logan in spite of these warning signs, which is common among teenagers who might not completely comprehend or identify the warning signs of an unhealthy relationship. Holly's first and only boyfriend, Logan McPhail, was described by her mother, Michaela Trussler, as a typical adolescent relationship with ups and downs. Logan stayed with Holly's family on the weekends. When Logan visited Holly's mother and stepfather, they were unaware that he was acting like the good guy. But Holly and Logan's relationship issues escalated like a snowball. Logan's increasingly compulsive behavior finally led Holly to decide to break up with him. He did not like the breakup. He struggled to accept it and grew even more obsessed with her. Michaela Trussler claimed that, although it was obvious that her considerate and loving daughter had grown up more than McPhail, he had scared Holly and used emotional blackmail when she attempted to end their relationship. She added that McPhail had been obsessed with Holly and believed that if he couldn't have her, then no one else could, and that I was unaware of the magnitude of the turmoil Holly was going through at the time. She also claimed that she was unaware of the emotional pain Holly was going through when she attempted to end her relationship with McPhail, and that warning signs of his domineering behavior were not identified until it was too late. McPhail reacted angrily to the split. Holly made it clear that she wanted to move on, but he still tried to control her life and started following her around town. On the evening of January 26, McPhail showed up without permission outside her Halt Whistle home, and the police had to escort him back to his Birtley residence. In fact, Holly and her parents were scheduled to meet with the police to talk about their concerns regarding McPhail. However, a tragic turn of events occurred when McPhail showed up at their Halt Whistle home without permission and demanded to speak with Holly on the evening of January 26th-noon-middle hour. Michaela Trussler, Holly's mother, called Northumbria Police Amir. Holly pleaded for the meeting to be rescheduled so she could go out with her friends after school on January 27, which was originally planned for around 4 p.m. The police meeting was rescheduled for the evening, but Holly suffered a terrible incident just hours before the scheduled time. CCTV was used to reconstruct the events that transpired the day after MacPhail unexpectedly appeared outside Holly's home. He was unable to come to terms with Holly's breakup. He left school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack, and took the bus to Hexham, where he waited for Holly to leave town. He was wearing all black, with a baseball cap and black face mask to hide his identity. For approximately 45 minutes, MacPhail accompanied Holly and her friends as they explored a shopping mall and a recreation center. Additionally, he repeatedly called Holly's loved ones via voicemail in an attempt to persuade her to meet with him in person, while Holly went to a takeout place on the town's high street with the boy. Then he went up to her and asked if she would like to speak with him in an alleyway nearby. MacPhail followed him and then attacked Holly violently, stabbing her several times. Her friend left the store when he heard Holly scream and stepped in to stop him from getting stabbed in the leg and shoulder as well. On Friday, January 27, 2023, just after 5:10 p.m., police received a call reporting that a boy and girl had been severely beaten in the town center's Priest Popple neighborhood. Despite the efforts of medical staff, they were both taken to the hospital after emergency services discovered them in a nearby alleyway with multiple stab wounds. Holly passed away after 36 injuries. 6 days prior to the attack, she ended her relationship with MacPhail. After receiving treatment, the boy, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was released. After being held in a bus shelter by courageous bystanders, officers quickly took 16-year-old Logan MacPhail into custody at the scene. He identified himself and provided arresting officers with the victim's name, as evidenced by body cam footage. Then, talking to an officer in the back of a police van, he allegedly confessed, "She was being too horrible to me." Later, MacPhail said, "I can't read or write, I know nothing," and refused to provide officers with his birth date. Following the assault, MacPhail was accused of killing Holly Newton and wounding another 16-year-old. In police interviews, MacPhail revealed his intention to kill Holly, stating unequivocally that he did so because she was terrible to him. He did this with a chilling lack of emotion. MacPhail's legal team claimed that his autism diagnosis and learning disabilities rendered him ineligible to enter a plea, which caused the case to take 18 months to reach court. This would have indicated that he was unable to fully understand the criminal proceedings, but the judge decided that he was able to follow the trial's progression after hearing testimony from a number of experts. Jurors disagreed with the defense team's assertion that he was unaware of the repercussions of his actions because of his numerous problems. To give yourself the best chance of attacking Holly without anyone noticing, you told MacPhail that you wanted to get her into the alleyway, which was out of sight. I'm glad you chose to attack Holly because you could tell by her responses at the bus stop that she was not amenable to the idea of getting back together. Despite your feelings of jealousy and resentment, you were still able to figure out where you could attack her most effectively. So you waited for the right moment. After convincing her to move a bit further into the alleyway, you waited until one of the onlookers had left before pulling the knife from your pocket and attacking her in a vicious and brutal manner. According to the judge, Holly suffered severe knife wounds to her jaw, skull, backbone, and shoulder during the murder. It was a horrible thing to do to stab her head in that manner, Justice Hilliard continued. Holly was in such terrible shape that her mother was prevented from seeing her in the ambulance and alley. You applied so much force that the knife broke and the blade became distorted. It was extremely uncommon to see a knife so damaged, according to the pathologist. You knew how final death was, so I'm sure you planned to kill her. According to the judge, MacPhail probably carried the knife that day in order to intimidate Holly by hurting himself, and made plans to attack her once it became apparent that their relationship would not be continued. Justice Hilliard added shortly before the murder that she had the right to end the relationship if she so desired, and spend time with anyone else she wanted. As he concludes his sentencing remarks, Mr. Justice Hilliard states that he considers how significant MacPhail's relationship with Holly was to him, given the circumstances of his chaotic home life. Your speech impairment hindered your ability to form friendships and relationships with other people, so you placed a high value on your relationship with her. This made its ending all the more difficult for you to process and work through, the judge adds. He claims that although MacPhail has also apologized, he has attempted to place some sort of blame on Holly. The judge tells MacPhail that it was evident from your testimony to the jury that you had convinced yourself that Holly had mistreated you. She also notes that your initial response at the scene was to accuse her of being terrible to you. I believe that this belief lessens or moderates the amount of regret you felt prior to the verdict being announced. In a devastating statement, Holly's mother described the day she found out what had happened to her daughter. Despite having admitted manslaughter, MacPhail was found guilty of both murder and intentionally wounding the teenage boy. He claimed during his trial that he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, including clothes, teddy bears, and slippers, but he had none of it with him when he was taken into custody. For willfully injuring a fellow young man who attempted to halt the assault, MacPhail received a life sentence with a minimum of 17 years and an additional 5 years. MacPhail was informed that he would only be released when it was safe to do so, even after serving the minimum sentence. Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said following the sentencing that the case was truly devastating, and that MacPhail had cruelly taken away Holly's future. Naturally, nothing can undo the terrible things that happened that night. But I hope the outcome today will give her loved ones a sense of closure so they can try to move forward. Detective Davies added, "The choices he made that evening have permanently altered the lives of countless people, and he will now have plenty of time in his cell to reflect on that. Given the suffering this incident has caused so many people, we would implore everyone to reconsider carrying a weapon of any kind." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We take a look at events that happened in 2019 in the UK. On April 28, 2019, 39-year-old care worker Emma Faulds vanished under mysterious circumstances. After receiving a call from her family 2 days later, the police began a thorough investigation to find out Emma's true fate. 700 square miles had to be searched by the police. In 2019, Emma resided in Kilmarnock. Located in southwest Scotland's East Ayrshire, Kilmarnock is a town and former burgh. There was quiet and comfort in her home, and she was always followed faithfully by her dog Maverick. Emma led a quiet, measured life. In addition to having a good heart, she was well known among her neighbors for her ability to relate to everyone. Emma regarded her dog Maverick, a cute West Highland Terrier, as a son, and more than just a pet. They would enjoy the fresh air and the splendor of nature while taking long walks together in parks and woods. Emma visited her parents on April 25, 2019. Her father, Ian, 70, and mother, Margaret Faulds, 70, were thrilled to see their daughter. Emma always brought a sense of coziness and warmth to her visits with her parents. Emma's parents talked about their plans and memories during dinner. Even though she had heard these stories a lot, she always discovered something fresh and motivational in them. Her parents occasionally reminisced about Emma's early years and how the family used to go on picnics at the lake. The conversation at the table was informal and laid back. Immersed in the recollections of her carefree childhood, Emma shared their laughter. However, the discussion continued. In order to prepare for the future, her parents informed her that they would be traveling to Brighton to see relatives who resided there. Emma remarked to herself how her parents, in spite of their advanced age, made plans with ease and joy, still full of life and adventure. They continued their conversation over a cup of coffee in the living room after dinner. For Emma, this evening served as a reminder of the value of family, of the unseen thread that unites generations, and of what is genuinely important in life, in addition to being a chance to spend time with her loved ones. Nobody could have predicted that the family's tranquility would vanish in a matter of days. Emma informed her parents that on Sunday, April 28th, she would be meeting up with her friend Ross Willocks. Ross and Emma had been friends for 18 years. Both of them were wardens at Kilmarnock Prison when they first met. Emma wanted to visit Ross after telling her parents that he had adopted a dog from a shelter. Emma told her sister via text that she was going to have a bit of a mad one. Ross resided in Monkton's Fairfield Park. Emma texted a friend at around 8 p.m. to let them know she was at Ross's house, where she would be spending the night and enjoying a glass of wine. Emma's phone was referred to as an extension of her arm because she was typically in constant communication with her loved ones. However, Emma didn't text or call any of her family members or friends the following day. Margaret, her mother, said this was completely uncharacteristic. Emma's parents were in Brighton visiting relatives on April 30th. Emma's employers called her mother, Margaret, to inform her that her daughter had failed to show up for work. Emma's parents were immediately aware that something was amiss because she spoke to a friend or family member every day. "We were on edge and decided to report her missing because it was so unlike her," said her dad. Around 4:30 p.m. when police officers broke into Emma's apartment on Fullerton Street in Kilmarnock that day, they found her pet dog, Maverick, home by himself. A neighbor had heard Emma sobbing. Everyone knew Emma well enough to know that she would never leave her dog alone. Emma kept Maverick in a cage during his recovery from a recent operation on his cruciate ligament to prevent him from jumping and running around. The investigation, known as Operation Salsion, immediately focused on Ross Willox because he was the last person to see her alive. At approximately 11 p.m., Willox informed officers that Emma had made the decision to drive back to her apartment, which was less than 9 miles away. He claimed that while they were at his Moncton home, she became anxious about her recently operated dog and wanted to bring it home. They chose to visit her apartment. He claimed that after traveling with her, he took roughly a dozen lines of cocaine. According to Willox, Emma was cheerful and upbeat and was having fun. She was planning a cruise and discussing her upcoming 40th birthday. At around 7 a.m., he said, he took a taxi home. April 29. After Emma was reported missing, her sister, Myram Faulds, who works in Abu Dhabi, went back to Scotland to assist in the search. On May 1, 2019, she took a plane back to Scotland and started assisting with her sister's search. Emma vanished the following day, leaving a profound sense of unease and uncertainty in her wake. Her family launched a difficult and demanding search for her as soon as they couldn't get in touch with her. The police swiftly acted, coordinating with Emma's friends and relatives. Soon, informational pamphlets with Emma's picture were lining the city's streets. They asked that anyone with information about her contact the police, and they included information about her last known location. On social media, word of Emma's disappearance spread, and every post on her family page drew an increasing number of supportive comments and wishes for her safe return home. Desperate, Emma's family begged for assistance from the public every day. The authors wrote, "Any detail could be crucial. Please help us find Emma." The police also asked for assistance from the town's residents, realizing how urgent it was to solve the case. Private CCTV camera owners were asked to review their footage by detectives. Maybe something suspicious would be captured on camera, or perhaps Emma's figure would be glimpsed among the typical street scenes. A strong feeling of unease was mingled with both hope and fear. Everyone who knew Emma and cared for her, however, remained hopeful. The town was unified by the shared objective of locating Emma and returning her home, despite the fact that hundreds of total strangers did not remain uninterested. The police placed a high premium on gathering evidence related to Emma's disappearance. Every discovery might hold the key to the woman's unexplained disappearance, and every bit of evidence and witness statement added to the puzzle that investigators were attempting to solve. Every little detail had to be considered in their hard work. For detectives, every discussion with neighbors and family members became a source of fresh concepts and theories that might help explain Emma's fate. One of the key success factors was the investigative team's capacity to carefully examine the evidence. They were able to create a tenuous but significant series of events that ultimately led to Emma's demise because of their meticulous attention to detail and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Furthermore, it was critical that the investigators take into account both the psychological and physical evidence. They made an effort to learn more about Emma's personality, relationships with other people, potential enemies, and the reasons behind her actions that most people would find improbable. Emma's vehicle was essential to the chronology. At 5:39 p.m., dash cam footage showed the blue BMW 1 Series parked outside Ross Willox's residence. April 28. Emma's car was parked outside her house the following morning, but strangely it was parked on the other side of the street. Emma always parked her car directly outside her apartment because she suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. When the police were able to obtain footage from a private CCTV camera, they were extremely fortunate to discover that Emma was not the driver of the car, but rather a man. Let's examine the video that was made public by the police. If you pay close attention, You can see the driver cleaning the dashboard and steering wheel of the vehicle. Investigators think Ross Woolocks was the driver of Emma's car and was aware of Emma's fate. After Emma was reported missing, her family and friends posted posters and handed out leaflets throughout Ayrshire. But Woolocks chose not to participate. Sarah Falls, Emma's sister, told investigators that she spoke with Woolocks after Emma vanished, and he provided her with 2 different accounts of what transpired. "Hi Ross, I'm just wondering if she's still with you. No one's seen her," she texted Woolocks on April 30, 2019, to which he responded that she wasn't with him. In a subsequent message, Woolocks told Sarah that he had driven Emma home himself. When Sarah inquired about the time of her departure, he replied, "Sunday. Maverick was getting rowdy with my dog, Patty, and Emma was getting stressed." Experts started using CCTV and cell phone analysis to map Woolocks' movements as the hunt for Emma grew more intense. CCTV footage of Woolocks purchasing bleach, rubber gloves, and tins of outdoor disinfectant from multiple stores was found. When we put all those pieces of evidence together, it painted a suspicious picture of Ross Woolocks' movements. They also looked into his background and found that he had previously constructed wind farms in Dumfries and Galloway, close to the Galloway Forest, according to Detective Crombie. When cameras captured 2 trips to the region in the days after Emma vanished, this became crucial. The first was in his Mercedes SUV on April 29. The second was in a Jaguar he purchased for his wife, who was working overseas when Emma disappeared. Later, during the search of the Jaguar, a police dog trained to detect the smell of dead bodies repeatedly barked at the boot area, providing a positive indication. In addition to an officer with extensive local knowledge and experience working as a wind farm liaison, police also called in search specialists from the UK National Crime Agency. According to Detective Crombie, some areas of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest Park resembled the moon's surface. Woolocks' cell phone was examined by digital forensic specialists, who then superimposed the CCTV footage that was found on the routes he took in the 48 hours following Emma's disappearance. As previously stated, the police dog made a signal when searching Woolocks' Jaguar. Even though investigators knew Emma was dead, they still needed more solid proof to find Woolocks guilty. They had to locate Emma's remains. Police called for assistance from the public once more. The Mercedes on Monday, April 29, and the Jaguar on Tuesday, April 30, were both known to have been on the A714 Girvan to Newton Stewart Road. Detective Martin Fergus, who was in charge of the investigation, stated, "What Emma's family is going through is unimaginable, and our priority is to find her. I am thankful to members of the public who have been in touch and have provided us with valuable information which has led us to explore this area. I believe the A714 route is key to helping us find Emma, and I am appealing again to those who use this route regularly. Please take time to think back and consider if you saw a Mercedes or Jaguar car on this road, or parked up somewhere, or even off-road. If you have dash cam footage, please take the time to go through and check it. You may not realize it, but you could have captured footage of the vehicles in these locations, which could provide us with vital information and assist us in finding Emma." Since Woolocks was the sole suspect in the Emma Falls disappearance case, he was constantly monitored by the police. Neil Moore, Ross Woolocks' best friend, gave the police another crucial lead. Moore claimed that after Woolocks requested to use his device, he noticed the searches on it. On May 8, 2019, Moore told prosecutor Paul Kearney that he discovered searches he had not made on his iPad. They included: do police put tracking devices on cars? Can cars be traced by GPS? And can UK police trace your car without a warrant? Woolocks was being watched when he was taken into custody at his mother's home on May 8 on suspicion of Emma's murder. Declaring that he had no idea where Emma might be, he entered a not guilty plea. The Galloway Forest is roughly 700 square miles in size. However, police were able to concentrate on a search area by employing specialized techniques. During Operation Salzan in the search of the 700 square mile Galloway Forest area where Emma's body was suspected to be, police called in Professor Lorna Dawson. Among other things, the soil expert was asked to inspect Woolocks' Timberland boots. On June 11th, Professor Dawson presented her findings. Emma's nude remains were discovered 24 hours later, concealed in a section of Glen Truel Forest that is not typically traversed by people. When comparing the soil that covered Emma's body to the boots, there was a 92% match. Another potential match from the forest site was discovered beneath the Jaguar car's wheel arch. As a wind farm project manager, Willix was familiar with the area, but he told police that he was only there to walk his dogs if they saw him. He was also located in and around the area by mobile phone analysis. According to Detective Pakalek, Bear, his dog, who was trained specifically to locate dead bodies, started barking, signaling that he had discovered something. To conduct additional investigation, the officer went back to the location. Pakalek put on sterile gloves and stated, "I lifted the vegetation to see if it was a body part or torso. I could see the lower portion of a naked body." A service was held at Holmesford Bridge Crematorium after hundreds of mourners paid their respects at Kilmarnock's New Lay Kirk. Maverick, Emma's West Highland Terrier, was leading the procession out of the church while sporting a blue bow tie. Emma's relatives posted on the family's butcher shop's social media page that they felt compelled to make a public statement. Only now, they claimed that during this incredibly depressing and agonizing time, they had received fields of flowers, hundreds of messages, and countless cards. This proves that there is a great caring community spirit in Kilmarnock and further afield, indeed worldwide, they stated. The Faulds family and Emma's dog, Maverick, signed off on the message, saying, "Thank you all so much for your support and kindness you have shown us during the past few weeks. We're not there yet, and it will be a long time until we get answers to all the questions that have been haunting us, but knowing that everyone is with us makes it easier to bear." Emma Faulds' murder has been charged against Ross Willix. In addition, Willix is accused of trying to thwart the course of justice by concealing Emma's body for several days before disposing of it in a forest, and by trying to conceal his alleged role in her demise from April 28 to May 8, 2019. According to the prosecution, he searched online for information on blood and how to disable vehicle tracking and disposed of Emma's clothes, belongings, and cell phone. Prosecutors also claim Willix asked officers where Emma was and said he was concerned, leaving voicemails on her phone on multiple occasions while feigning to think she was still alive. Despite Emma's apparent neck injury, jurors were informed that her body was so decomposed that a pathologist was unable to determine what killed her. Dr. John Williams, a pathologist, testified in Glasgow's High Court that he examined Emma Faulds after her death, but because of the state of decomposition, Dr. Williams said he could only determine so much from her remains. He added that he was unable to pinpoint Emma's death date when questioned by prosecutor Paul Kearney. According to Dr. Williams's report, there were no significant natural diseases found, and she did not have any fractures to her arms, legs, or ribs. In response to the question posed by prosecutor Paul Kearney, "So nothing to point to a natural cause, but with the great caveat that your examination was affected by the state of decomposition?" Dr. Williams said, "That is right." It was discovered during the trial that Emma Faulds' toxicology samples included traces of alcohol and painkillers. The jury was informed that the cause of death must be declared undetermined after Dr. Williams read from his report saying, "In summary, the medical cause of death has not been established. The degree of decomposition has limited many aspects of the post-mortem." Joanne Cochran, a forensic scientist, described to the court how, while inspecting the BMW in September 2019, she removed a tape from a seat lever. It matched Ross Willix's DNA profile, according to the expert. The trial also heard how blood was found in the accused's house. 2 tiny droplets that matched Ross Willix's father's DNA profile were discovered. According to forensic scientist Joanne Cochran, no additional blood was discovered, but there was a tiny staining of contact blood elsewhere that was thought to match the accused. At the trial, Willix had denied murder. In his version of events, he claimed to have left Ms. Faulds fit and well after partying with her for a while before they drove to her apartment in Kilmarnock, Ayrshire, which was about 9 miles away. Willix's attorney, Donald Findlay, stated that it would not be suitable to offer any apologies on behalf of his client, who disputes his own responsibility. According to Findlay, he is not the kind of person I would have expected to have found himself guilty of a crime of murder. The murder of somebody that he knew and cared for. They cared for each other, not in any romantic sense, but as friends. Something catastrophic went wrong in the early hours of the morning and one life was lost. Margaret Faulds, Emma's mother, described the location of her daughter's discovery on the first day of the trial as No one would walk there or drive there. You would have to see it to believe how remote it was. Nevertheless, one individual went there with the intention of ensuring that no one would discover what he had done to his friend of nearly 20 years. Professor Lorna Dawson, a soil specialist, presented her results on June 11 after testing the Mercedes and Jaguar vehicles for soil and a pair of Willicks's Timberland boots. Search teams eventually located Emma after refocusing on damp, marshy areas as a result of Professor Dawson's analysis. She informed the trial that the deposition site was not a place you would typically walk through, and that there was no natural path to it. Her words, "You would avoid it." Professor Dawson stated that rather than originating from a similar common bog habitat, the soil recovered from the boots came from the deposition site. A jury convicted Willicks of murder and attempted obstruction of justice following a 6-week trial. Miriam and Sarah, Emma's distraught sisters and parents, were there to hear the decision. The judge stated to Willicks, "You know what the sentence for murder will be. It will be life imprisonment. Be under no misapprehension. This was a foul crime on a young woman loved by her family. You would have visited upon them a lifetime of wondering if she was still alive had her body not been recovered as a result of the sterling work by the police and experts. It was in such a remote place, and you had intended her body would never be recovered." Willicks showed no emotion as he announced the decision. The heartless murderer acknowledged that he was not involved in Emma's search. He maintained that the bleach bottles were not used to remove any traces of a crime, but rather to clean his decking. Only he really knows what caused Emma's death, and it's still unclear what transpired between them at his house that evening. Ross Willicks received a life sentence in prison in June 2021. Before he can apply for parole, he must serve 20 years in prison. Only you will know what happened in your house that night that led to you killing your friend. You were not as clever as you thought you were, Willicks was told by Judge Mulholland. In a statement issued following the guilty verdict, Emma's family stated, "We are absolutely devastated by Emma's death, and her not being with us has left a tremendous void in all our lives. We cannot believe she was taken from us in such a violent way. And what makes it even worse is that Ross Willicks was supposed to be her friend. The last 2 years have been the worst our family has ever experienced, culminating in a 6-week murder trial in the High Court in Glasgow, which ended earlier today. The conclusion, as you are probably aware, is that the man who murdered our beloved Emma has been found guilty. I feel on behalf of my family that I should use this message to thank everyone, friends, customers, and the wider community, for their fantastic support, kindness, and help when needed. We know we will never get Emma back, but we feel, with all the professionals involved in the case, we've got justice for her." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that transpired in Jacksonville, Florida in this video. The body of Kim Dorsey was discovered in her house. Detectives discovered during the scene that she had attempted, but failed, to flee through her bedroom window. With multiple suspects, detectives had to put in a lot of effort to solve this case. Kim Dorsey was 38 years old in 2012. She earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida. She owned her own construction company, was a certified general contractor, and served as the director of training for Inspection Depot's Quality Assurance Division. She and her husband, Derek Dorsey, occupied a lovely home. Derek was a respected member of his community and had been a firefighter for 20 years. Everyone believed that Kim had the ideal marriage and that she was a lovely person. But when the front door of a perfect couple's house closes, nobody knows what happens inside. When Derek returned home from work on October 28, 2012, he found Kim's lifeless body. He dialed 911 right away. Though he believed Kim was dead, he told the operator that he was performing CPR on her. Derek responded that Kim might have hurt herself when the operator asked him what had happened to her. Police and an ambulance arrived on the scene. At the scene, Kim was declared dead. Derek suggested that Kim might have hurt herself to the 911 operator, but detectives investigating the scene knew right away that foul play was involved. Derek covered his wife's body with a blanket after locating her. Upon the arrival of the medical examiner, they took off the blanket and witnessed the severity of Kim's ordeal. Detectives were informed by Derek that he had left for work the morning before. Firefighters are on duty all day and all night. He expected to find Kim in bed when he entered the bedroom on Sunday morning just after 8 o'clock. It was very dark in there because of the heavy curtains. At the foot of the bed, he noticed Kim sprawled on the floor. Kim had already passed away when he dialed 911. Experts concluded during the autopsy that Kim Dorsey had passed away about 24 hours prior to Derek dialing 999. Police discovered a lot of evidence at the crime scene. Kim had a plastic tie around her wrists and ankles. On the floor was a broken pool stick. On the floor beside it was a gun. In addition, there was a knife on the ground near Kim's body. Both the bedroom doorway and the wall had bullet marks on them. The bedroom appeared to have been the scene of a firing incident. There were numerous things that required clarification. By examining the remainder of the house, investigators were able to determine the cause. The contents of drawers had been dumped out by someone who had gone through the kitchen. There was definitely someone searching. It was quite strange that the kitchen sink had a keypad that was connected to a surround sound system and 3 or 4 remote controls. The front door was undamaged and showed no signs of having been broken into. Nevertheless, investigators did observe an oddity. It was knocked over, a ceramic dog statue by the front door. They immediately reached their first conclusion. It didn't seem possible that a stranger could have broken into the house, stabbed Kim, beat her with a pool stick, and bound her with plastic ties. Either the intruder knew how to enter the house, or Kim Dorsey knew who had attacked her. The fact that Derek was the first suspect and brought to the police station to be questioned was not surprising. Derek was asked to provide more details about his work, his wife, and the previous weekend by the detective. He claimed that Kim spent a few hours shopping on Friday after leaving the house. They watched a movie at home in the evening. Derek rose early on Saturday and headed to work at around 7 in the morning, as he usually does. At 8 a.m. on Sunday, he concluded his shift. Kim was at home by herself during those 24 hours that he was away. He made multiple attempts to reach her on her cell phone on Saturday. In the far north of the county, Derek was employed at a fire station. The call didn't go through, and the cell coverage wasn't always good. With one exception, he is an experienced professional with years of experience. Everything Derek had told them so far made sense, but when he called 911, he informed the operator that Kim most likely hurt herself. How could he have failed to recognize that this was a crime? Did he know? Derek discussed his relationship with Kim, saying that it was basically free. They permitted one another to have relationships with other people. However, Derek went on to say that Kim stopped because she was grieving the loss of her mother, who passed away 3 or 4 years ago. Kim sought medical assistance from a professional. She may not feel as attractive as she once did because she gained a little weight while taking medication. Detectives needed to know whether Derek had adopted a more relaxed lifestyle since Kim had stopped doing so. Frequently, someone dies as a result of marital infidelity. Derek acknowledged that he was seeing another woman at the moment. Investigators wanted to know if Derek intended to divorce Kim. Would her passing have brought him any financial gain? Kim's life was uninsured when Derek was asked if his wife had a life insurance policy. For example, the detectives considered the amount of time it would take Derek to drive home from the fire station. It would take nearly an hour to travel the 15 miles between the two places. He was employed at a small fire station. After speaking with every firefighter, detectives came to the conclusion that Derek had a perfect alibi. The investigators then made the decision to consider an alternative. They were aware that Derek was referring to a girlfriend. Perhaps this woman wished to remove Kim from the situation. Someone may believe they were treated unfairly in a love triangle. Perhaps Derek didn't follow through on his promise to his girlfriend that he would divorce Kim. After being questioned by detectives, Derek's girlfriend was promptly ruled out as a suspect because she had a strong alibi. To examine everything again, investigators went back to the crime scene. Investigations may involve experts like blood spatter analysts in specific situations where it is unclear what happened and who was involved. They are able to elaborate on the specifics of what transpired. It was crucial to comprehend the events that led up to the fight, its beginning, and its conclusion. Experts concluded that Kim was hurt close to the bedside table in the first place. The left side of the bed was heavily covered in blood. She spent a considerable amount of time there after suffering severe injuries. Kim then regained consciousness and started to fight back, according to the evidence. She managed to reach her gun storage area. It was a revolver with 5 shots. She shot at whoever might have been standing in the doorway, using all 5 shots. Kim fired 5 shots, but she never hit her assailant. Kim must have been sitting or lying on the bedroom floor when she fired the shots because, as you can see, the bullets flew from bottom to top. She missed 5 shots, as I mentioned. The offender came back into the room with a pool stick and hit her until the stick broke after realizing she had run out of ammunition. The pool stick was broken against Kim's body, and it would take a lot of force to break one. Additionally, the offender stabbed her in the neck. New information about the crime and its possible perpetrator was revealed by the thorough investigation. A pool stick kept on the second floor was the most obvious murder weapon. Kim had plastic ties on her wrists and ankles, which investigators were able to find were also kept in an upstairs office. It was one of a set of knives in the kitchen. All of this suggested that the person who committed this crime knew the house well. He knew Kim well enough to enter her house and was aware of its contents and location. Investigators believed this suggested that the crime was committed by a family member. Kim had contact with a man prior to her death, and that contact was against her will, according to injuries discovered on her body during the autopsy. You understand what I mean. Thus, the police had the offender's DNA sample. There might have been other men in the house while he was at work, according to what Derek Dorsey told them. This increased the number of possible suspects, and all of them needed to be tested by the police. Derek was asked by detectives to provide the names of any men who might have been in the house. Derek worked as a general contractor at a construction site in addition to being a firefighter. Derek's home was once occupied by some of the people he used for his contracting business. According to Derek, he used to work with a man named Lance Kirkpatrick, with whom he became friends. Derek allowed Lance to stay in his home for a few months while he dealt with his issues. Derek, however, requested that Lance leave after he began abusing drugs. Derek claims that Lance was on a boat in the Atlantic Ocean the weekend the crime was committed. Derek mentioned a man by the name of Joshua Veal as the second individual. Derek tried to assist Joshua, made friends with him, and gave him some work. After some arguments, Derek and Kim allowed Joshua to live in their home before Joshua eventually moved out. However, Derek stated that he was still supposed to meet Joshua the morning he found Kim's body and continued to hire him for odd jobs. Derek was going to pick up Joshua Veal on Sunday morning after he got off work. Joshua failed to show up for their scheduled meeting at a convenience store. If he wanted to earn money, why wouldn't he attend this meeting? Joshua thus turned into a suspect. Joshua Veal's criminal history was found by the police, primarily for drug offenses. After being arrested, he was brought to an interview room. Joshua was asked to explain his weekend activities by the detective. He stated that he had spent the entire weekend, including the moment the detectives thought the crime was committed, having a party at his house. The investigator then inquired as to whether he and Kim Dorsey were romantically involved. Although he said no, he made it clear that he thought Kim was a very attractive woman and that he wouldn't mind dating her. The detective eventually told Joshua that Kim had passed away. The detectives were surprised by his response. He broke down in tears. But was he pretending, or were his feelings real? They released him, after obtaining a DNA sample from him. The DNA discovered on Kim Dorsey's body was not Joshua's, according to forensic analysis. The police have one less suspect as a result. Derek gave the police the names of other people who knew his house. They were all excluded after submitting DNA for analysis. After that, investigators made the decision to go back to the crime scene once more. But this time, they wanted to take Derek on a tour of the house. It was quite odd that they discovered 4 remote controls for the surround sound system in the sink. When they first inspected the kitchen, water had been poured into the remote controls, most likely to remove the DNA. When Derek managed to turn on the television, an adult film started right away. According to Derek, it wasn't his film. Is it possible that the offender was watching television? Derek recalled that the house had recently been occupied by another man. They were experiencing issues with both their television system and the remote control. An employee of the business that sold them the system stopped by on Friday afternoon and adjusted the surround sound. About 12 hours prior to Kim's death, this man was in the house. What would happen if he chose to return while Derek was at work? Detectives found this man quickly and started interviewing him. They saw that his hands were cut. He claimed it was nothing out of the ordinary that he had injured himself at work. He consented to give his DNA and denied any role in Kim Dorsey's ordeal. The DNA that was discovered on Kim's body did not match it. When an officer came across a routine police report of temporary unauthorized use of a vehicle, things quickly started to go south. That's a pretty fancy way of saying that you let someone take the car even though it was stolen. Just 17 hours prior to Kim's passing, the theft took place. A police report was filed by the girl who claimed the car was stolen. Lance Kirkpatrick was the man she let use the car, and he never came back. Early in the investigation, Derek Dorsey was recalling who had visited his home when he heard the name Lance Kirkpatrick. However, Derek thought Lance was in the ocean at the time of the crime, on a boat. Detectives were informed by the girl who reported the car stolen that she, Lance, and other people were at a party on Friday night. She let him use her car, and Lance consented to go get a drink at the store. Lance Kirkpatrick departed at that point and never came back. Investigators made the decision to learn whether the vehicle ever came close to Kim Dorsey's house. Neighbors were interviewed by the police when they arrived on the scene. Dorsey's neighbor first told one of the patrol officers that he had spotted a small blue SUV there that day. It was identical to the vehicle Kirkpatrick had taken. The SUV was reported to the police a few days later. They discovered surveillance footage that verified the blue SUV was outside Kim's house at 6:30 a.m. on the day of her death. Lance Kirkpatrick was the top suspect after police saw this surveillance footage. They contacted the woman from whom he had stolen the car in order to locate him. Although she didn't know Lance's location, she claimed to know where to look for Brian Kiefer, one of his friends. After being brought to the police station, Brian was questioned about Lance Kirkpatrick. Brian was at the same party when the SUV vanished, investigators discovered. Being one of the people who allowed Lance to use the car, Brian claimed to have spent the entire night driving around in a taxi in an attempt to find out where Lance was. It took him until the following day to locate him. According to Brian, Lance appeared unkempt and he saw that one of his arms was injured. What Brian went on to say was totally surprising. Lance informed him that he was going to jail because he had killed a man. It was a beating, he said. There are a number of reasons why someone would confess to a crime. To begin with, due to guilt. They are unable to tolerate it. They are unable to conceal it. Keeping it to themselves is not an option. Alcohol and illegal substances may be the cause of reason number 2. When an individual loses self-control and begins babbling. Lance gave Brian information that only a criminal would be aware of. He claimed, for instance, that he used a pool stick to attack Kim. In addition, Lance claimed to have been shot 5 times. It was a 5-shot revolver, so he waited for the 6th shot. But it never came. Because he was aware of the specifics of the crime, there were 2 possible suspects in this case, Lance Kirkpatrick or Brian Kiefer. Brian informed investigators that Lance was hiding in his home's attic. An arrest was made for Lance Kirkpatrick. Throughout the interview, he remained composed. He was questioned regarding his relationship with Derek Dorsey and the last time he visited his home. "I was there a week or a week and a half ago," Lance said. Derek and Lance had communicated long enough. He did a lot of work with him. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim would be home alone, he knew. Lance was questioned by detectives regarding her relationship with Kim Dorsey. He claimed that their relationship was trouble-free, but the interview ended there because Lance insisted on having a lawyer and would not respond to any questions. Investigators had to find another way to prove Kirkpatrick was at Kim's house because he refused to cooperate. Numerous questions could have been addressed by DNA testing. Lance's father provided a DNA sample which investigators compared to Kim's body. The parallels were striking. It cleared Brian Kiefer, another suspect, in addition to confirming Kirkpatrick as the murderer. Investigators think Kirkpatrick had some sort of evil scheme based on his actions in the hours leading up to the murder. As you are aware, Lance drove away in someone else's vehicle that Friday night and returned. He was aware of the route to Kim's home. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim was alone at home, and he knew it. He was aware that the spare key was stored beneath the statue of the dog. Taking that key, he went inside the house. Kim Dorsey most likely heard him at that point. The specifics of what transpired next, however, remain unclear. Lance Kirkpatrick first entered a not guilty plea in spite of the overwhelming evidence. However, Kirkpatrick acknowledged that he was responsible for Kim's death during a trial that took place almost 2 years after her passing, but he maintained that he had no intention of killing her. Kirkpatrick claimed that Kim Dorsey was training him and that he was good friends with the Dorseys. He claimed that after going to the gym 3 or 4 times a week with Kim Dorsey, they occasionally got together for drinks and flirted, which occasionally resulted in intimate contact. It wasn't anything constant. It was random. It wasn't planned, Kirkpatrick remarked when discussing his private meetings with Kim Dorsey. According to Lance, on the day of Kim's passing, they had intimate, consenting contact. He acknowledged that he was the owner of the adult film's DVD. He asserted that after they were done, Kim Dorsey was upset with him for assisting her husband in meeting other women. She snatched up a gun in her anger and began shooting him. He claimed that everything that transpired after that was because he was essentially attempting to defend himself by fighting back. He claimed that after leaving the pool stick in the kitchen, he fled and hid there. He claimed that in an attempt to seize the gun from Kim, he dashed over and swung the pool stick wildly. He claimed that after knocking her unconscious, he tied her up with plastic ties and placed the gun in his back pocket. He claimed that after the shooting, he decided against tying her up because he believed it would look bad when the police showed up. He claimed to have located a knife to cut the plastic ties, but they began to struggle when Kim eventually grabbed the knife. He claims that he stabbed her by accident. The police never showed up, and he fled because he was too scared to dial 911. I was frantic. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I just sat and was waiting for the police, Kirkpatrick recalled. The prosecutor tried to expose Kirkpatrick's deceit and inconsistencies in his testimony to the jury during cross-examination. Finally, the state wanted Kirkpatrick to explain to the jury the punishment he believes he should receive. "I'm guilty," revealed Kirkpatrick. "I don't know what I want right now." Lance Kirkpatrick received 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole in May 2015. The jury suggested life in prison, but he could have received the death penalty. His mother pleaded with the jury to spare him from death. With tears in his eyes, Derek Dorsey delivered a victim impact statement following the sentencing. According to Derek, Kim Dorsey was much more than just a firefighter's spouse. All of her achievements, including earning a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida and launching her own company, were attributed to her intelligence, strength, and hard work, he said. Derek expressed his disappointment with the sentence in an interview, saying he had hoped for the death penalty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lam Kor Wan, Hong Kong's first serial killer, was introduced in 1982. He worked as a taxi driver, but at night he was known as the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Killer. Over the course of 7 months, he killed 4 young women, concealing their bodies beneath his family's couch and preserving their body parts in jars. Every murder was more graphic than the one before it. They all appeared in unsettling movies, from suffocation to the amputation of body parts. What perverse ideas motivated this man, and who was he? How did these women end up as his gullible victims? Let's discover the terrifying reality that was born on May 22, 1955, in the center of Hong Kong. Lam Kor Wan had a challenging childhood. With 10 children, a legal wife, and 2 mistresses, his father, Lam Weil Lok, led a difficult life. This set the stage for Lam's turbulent early years. Lam was subjected to cruel treatment during his early years while residing in Malaysia with his biological mother. His father violently abused both of them at home. Lam's situation was made worse by the fact that his parents divorced when he was a child. due to a horrific event in which his father slammed his head against a wall, leaving 2-year-old Lam unconscious with periorbital bruises and a fractured skull. His father had a fierce temper. Following a period in Brunei from 1957 to 1962, during which Lam shared a dormitory with his father's half-siblings and mistresses, despite his academic success in primary school, Lam returned to Hong Kong in 1968 to attend Ricci Middle School in Sham Shui Po for junior high school. Having to balance 2 different school schedules because of his father's work had affected Lam's performance, particularly in mathematics. By 1970, Lam's academic standing had declined due to the demands of managing his father's motorcycle shop after school. His relationship with his father deteriorated even more, and this was marked by harsh treatment. Lam also started running away from home a lot as a result of this. Up until middle school, it had become a recurring pattern in his life. Lam had begun working in his father's motorcycle shop years after he had graduated from high school. He later went on to learn how to service air conditioners from a relative. The entire ordeal, which was replete with family issues during difficult times, had prepared Lam Korwan to become the enigmatic individual he would become. After a fight with his father outside a public restroom on Hakuin Street in early 1973, he was expelled from his house and sent home. After forcing a woman into the bathroom with a knife, he touched her lower body in an inappropriate manner. He was arrested as a result of this incident. A doctor examined Lam and determined that he had mental health problems, making him unfit for trial or incarceration. He was therefore ordered to receive treatment at King Shan Mental Hospital. He chose to change his name to Lam Jiao Koang by the time he was 19, after being treated for 102 days and being released from the hospital. Along with his collection of locked-away pornography kept in a metal ammunition box, his family noticed his odd fascination with the female body. Even though his family made an attempt to assist him, nothing seemed to change. His behavior changed to something more unsettling when these measures did not satisfy him. The women chased him down the street after he bought a Polaroid camera and started taking illegal photos of them from beneath the doors of restroom cubicles. At their home in Kwantong, he had later been caught snooping on his sister as she undressed outside the restroom. After that, the family decided to move further away, into Kwawan at their new residence. There was an agreement in place for him and his younger brother to share a room and sleep in different parts of a bunk bed. They were to keep their possessions separate and free from outside interference. He officially began working as a taxi driver in 1978, after obtaining a license and assuming the name Lam Korwan. His family only saw him every 14 to 15 days after he was moved to the night schedule around 1980. He then developed an intense interest in photography in 1981, which led him to study the art form. But since he didn't have a darkroom at home to print color pictures, he looked for a photo studio. He enrolled in a photography course offered by the Chinese YMCA of Hong Kong at the Waterloo Road Association in order to avoid suspicion. His classmate was employed at a sim shots. Lam made up a story about needing help with autopsy photos because he was a part-time photographer and worked in a mortuary. Surprisingly, his account was approved, and the classmate edited Lam's images to prevent alarming other students. His mother observed a significant shift in his behavior after he had been a night taxi driver for a year. He began to disregard personal hygiene, declining to take a shower or change his clothes. On the gloomy night of February 3, 1982, at the age of 27, his mother even saw him wander home like a sleepwalker in the dead of night, but his demeanor became forlorn. During his time as a taxi driver in the Sim Sha Tsui district, Lam changed from being a simple peeping Tom to something more sinister. He was looking for clients one day who were coming home from a night out. This is where things started to go south. When Chan Feng Lan, a clearly drunk woman, emerged from a restaurant at around 4 in the morning, she was in such need of a ride that many taxi drivers refused to give it to her. Lam, apparently unfazed by this, accepted her into his taxi and consented to drive her home. The inebriated woman asked to stop halfway through the trip, and when Lam braked close to a gas station, she opened the door to throw up. Uncertain of where she was, she asked Lam to return in the opposite direction after this disturbing incident. Later, Lammy admitted that he had considered killing her, but something inside of him snapped and he decided he had had enough. after being initially disgusted by her vomiting. He went into a garage in the Simshasui neighborhood, circled to the passenger door, and strangled the young lady with an electric cable. He drove to his house at 5 in the morning when he usually finished work and parked in front of the building as usual. The night watchman slept on a cot in the entry hall and did not wake up, so he concealed the body in a big bag and carried it across the pavement into his apartment building while the street was empty. After Lam died, he went into the apartment as quietly as he could and spent several hours hiding the body beneath the sofa. Lam waited for his family to depart after breakfast while feigning to be asleep in his bed. He woke up and began preparing his room after his brother and parents had left the apartment. Lam purchased a power saw from the street using 500 yuan that he had stolen from the victim's wallet. To ensure that even the baseboards were adequately protected, he covered the floor with plastic. He began to dismember the innocent woman's body after placing it on the plastic. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to avoid leaving any blood traces, and some of it splashed onto the walls. He continued to dismember the victim's body for hours, taking pictures and videos of the entire procedure before naming the videotape a serious secret. After chopping her body into 7 parts, he wrapped paper around her head, limbs, and torso before sealing it in a plastic bag. The fact that he preserved the private parts in a Tupperware container with rice wine was the most unsettling aspect. In order to remove any traces of the horror that had transpired, he meticulously cleaned the crime scene, scrubbing the walls and floor and rolling up the plastic sheet. He drove to the new areas, making multiple trips to carry the body parts to his taxi while avoiding attention from onlookers who were confident he had removed any traces of the unsettling act. He stopped when he discovered an empty area on the banks of the Xingmun River, close to Shatin. He was determined to find a remote location to dispose of the body. He removed the packages from his trunk one by one and tossed them into the river, making sure no one was looking. The bundles were carried to the sea by the murky waters. The limbs floated from Lucky Plaza to the Bel Air Gardens area after being washed down by the intense rain. Lam had heard the terrifying news on the radio more than a week after the horrible deed. A limb had been found on the shores of the Xingmun River. More body parts were unearthed in the following days, leaving the police to piece together the tragic puzzle. To determine the approximate time the body was dumped into the river, investigators looked at tidal patterns. Interestingly, one arm had a unique tattoo of a heart with a knife through it, which was uncommon for women at the time. They arrived at this conclusion. Recognizing the victim, it was Chan Fenglan, age 21. The police encountered regrettable difficulties even after issuing a public call for witnesses. Neither the taxi driver nor Chan Fenglan's companions had seen the license plate. Lam didn't learn of the body part's discovery for over a week. The police had determined that the body belonged to Chan Fenglan, a Simsha nightclub hostess and mother of 2. Chan's night out with her sister and friends, her taxi ride home, and the terrible fate she met at the hands of Lam Core 1 were all revealed in the grim details. Sui. The next murder was carefully planned, but the murder had been opportunistic. He was determined to be more prepared because he was a perfectionist. His goal was surgical accuracy. He therefore chose to use professional tools rather than a power saw. In the end, he bought specialized surgical instruments and multiple bottles of formaldehyde after studying knives, blades, and scissors in great detail. Formaldehyde was a colorless, pungent chemical that was used for disinfection and preservation. Lam had claimed another victim on May 29, 1982, 3 days after acquiring his equipment. He was able to capture his second target, a bar employee. This time, he picked Chan Wan Kit calmly and used an electric cable to strangle her before bringing her home. He waited in bed as usual for his family to get off work before beginning the grisly task of dismembering the body. Lam had carefully prepared the room in accordance with his plan after thinking about what to do for days. After setting a sizable tray underneath the body to keep blood off the floor, he took out his video camera. Investigators later reviewed the video and found that he had carefully dissected the body while placing the tray beneath the family's parakeet cage. When Lam had finished chopping it into pieces, he displayed remarkable skill. As Lam considered a secure location for the body's disposal, he once more took photos of the various body parts. After numerous nighttime excursions, he eventually discovered the ideal location. He placed the body parts in a large plastic bag and put it in the trunk of his taxi this time. He drove through the tunnel to the selected location, Hong Kong Island, early in the morning. A 20-minute drive east of the city center was Tai Hang Road, a residential neighborhood with a lot of trees. Following his parking in a secret area of the road, the heavy bag became difficult for him to carry out of the trunk. As he watched it roll down the slope into a muddy ravine, he carried it a short distance up to the railing and threw the body over it. Lam had been thinking about what had happened that night all the time in the days that followed, not because he was sorry or regretful, but because he wanted to become a better person. On June 17, 1982, 2 weeks later, he had struck once more. Liang Saowan, a 29-year-old nightclub cleaner, had left work at 4 a.m. and was in Lam's taxi shortly after she met her terrible end. Lam took her lifeless body back to his house and engaged in a terrifying string of acts. He recorded his horrifying deeds, titling the recording, Operation Rainy Night. Lam used the selfie feature on his camcorder, which was resting on the bunk bed, to record the dismemberment procedure, displaying an unnerving amount of detail in contrast to his earlier action. On this occasion, he even cut open the abdomen, removed the intestine, and even tried to taste human flesh before giving up because it made him sick. Then, in yet another horrific episode of this gruesome rampage, he abandoned the severed limbs in a burlap bag on Tai Hang Road. Lam had grown bolder with every crime. Knowing the bars in the Tsim Sha Tsui neighborhood, he had spent his time meticulously planning his next crime. He was also aware of the locations where women frequently waited by themselves for his cab. He had wanted the next victim to be a woman from a higher social class, but his first 3 victims had been what he had dubbed bad girls. He purposefully chose a young woman who seemed innocent, and this time it was Liang Y Sum, 17. On July 2, 1982, Lam had discovered her outside the Tsim Sha Tsui hotel. Before the final exams, she had gone to a party at her high school, but she had made the decision to leave after dinner. Her high school friends had gotten her a cab to make sure she would get home safely. Lam parked his car and guided her to a remote road. When he took hold of her wrist and handcuffed her to the front seat, the teen was frightened. Surprisingly, he wanted company, which was another reason he wanted to keep her in his taxi, even though it was only 9:30 p.m. and too early for him to go home. Desperate for a friend, he kept Ling confined for hours, asking her about her family, religion, and life in general. He wanted to talk to her without any friends. Lam was generally enjoying her company, but that didn't stop him from carrying out his gruesome scheme. Lam began strangling the teenager with the electric cable after she fell asleep at around 4 in the morning. He then brought the dead girl's body home and, as usual, waited for his family to vacate the apartment. He hung his video camera from a high shelf and started recording when no one else was home. This was the video that the police would eventually play in court. The video wasn't just unsettling. Lam was acting necrophilically, that is, performing inappropriate acts with the dead body in the video. It should be mentioned that Lam had burned the young victim's skin after falling on her thighs while he was earlier assembling the lighting apparatus to record his activities. In order to later refer to it as the 4/3 operation, he also recorded it on video and took pictures of her. Then, just like he had done with the earlier victims, he dismembered the body, which would later come back to haunt him. On August 10, 1982, he later left the body on Tai Hang Road. Lam tried to make his 4th victim's mutilated photo larger. As it happened, Lam's friend had to move Lam's negatives to the Mong Kok branch for magnification because the enlarger at his friend's photo shop was broken. Suspicious as he was, the branch's photo editors discovered disturbing details in the developed photos during the manual enlargement process, suggesting a possible connection to the dismemberment of a human body. A picture of a severed breast and a burn mark on the victim's thigh were among the features that prompted the shop supervisor to call the police. The Kowloon Regional Homicide Squad was given the case by the police after they received the report. Detectives under the direction of Sergeant Lee Kwon obtained statements from the clerks at the Sima Tsui and Mong Kok branches while safeguarding the negatives and photograph. After a thorough examination and analysis of the flesh and blood color, the forensic officer from the Scientific Forensics Department concluded that the photographed corpse had been dead for less than 3 hours. The dismemberment technique ruled out the possibility that the perpetrator was teaching pictures because it implied that they lacked medical anatomical knowledge. The typical green sheet used in autopsies was conspicuously missing. Additionally, forensic specialists verified that the images were taken directly from a real body rather than from printed materials. In one picture, a tiny drop of water also reflected half the face of a girl who looked like Leong Wai Sum, who had disappeared on July 2. The police decided to make an arrest after concluding that Ling had been murdered, based on the results of the Scientific Forensics Division and medical examiner. Sergeant Lee had led the team in an ambush at the photo shop early on August 17. He asked the clerk to mix a Lam set of 13 photos with a few other pictures and encouraged him to talk to Lam about the pictures, where they were taken, and why they were being enlarged. The goal was to document the discussion and collect supporting documentation. Lam arrived by taxi to pick up the pictures at about 6 o'clock in the evening. Following his friend's request, he carefully examined each picture and clarified that the enlarged images would be used for courtroom presentations, especially so jurors could see the contents more clearly. Lam said that he worked in mortuaries on a regular basis. Sergeant Lee revealed his identity after verifying the images and making the payment, and he immediately took Lam into custody. Lam first made up a story, claiming that the pictures were taken by a four-eyed man he had met in Quan who worked for the Oriental Daily. Investigations, however, showed that there was no such individual. In order to gather tangible evidence, the authorities promptly requested a warrant so they could search Lam's home within the allotted 48 hours. Otherwise, they would have needed to let him go. During the search, they found personal belongings, preservatives, anatomy books, surgical instruments, Lam's cupboards, and severed body parts, including the deceased women's breasts and vaginas. His taxi was also seized and searched by the police, who left a note on the windshield stating that it was not to be towed and that it had been involved in a crime. Subsequent investigation of the car turned up evidence like wire and handcuffs in the glove box, as well as 2 holes in the back of the front seat that were probably made by one of the women who died wearing high heels during a struggle. Investigators allegedly recovered a large collection that included 1,900 carefully coded photos, 1,500 color slides, and 696 negatives that documented coronavirus victims at different points in his crimes. His thorough documentation greatly facilitated the police inquiry. All of his victims' body parts were eventually found by authorities, allowing for their identification and eventual return to their families. To assist with the investigation, Lam Korwan was taken to the police station with his father and younger brother. Authorities suspected that the taxi driver wasn't acting alone because of the small living area and the amount of evidence found in Lam and his brother's bedroom. After 3 days of intense interrogation and detention, Linwas was freed. The younger Lam insisted that he had little contact with his brother because of their divergent schedules and was neither involved in nor aware of the incidents to expedite their release. Korwan was pressed by their father and younger brother to make it clear that they had nothing to do with trying to get her son to confess. Lam's mother went to the police station as well. Korwan assisted law enforcement in identifying the victim's body parts. The police, however, continued to suspect the younger Lam of involvement despite their cooperation. As a result, both brothers were brought before the Sanpo Kong magistrates' courts on 4 counts of murder. In order to support the younger brother's persistent denial of involvement, they were later moved to the Su Lam Psychiatric Center for evaluation. After the 6th hearing, he was ultimately freed because there was not enough evidence. The case was sent to the Supreme Court for trial after a medical evaluation determined that Korwan was of sound mind, had a remarkably high IQ, reportedly over 130, and was deemed fit to stand trial with established prima facie evidence. On March 3, 1983, the trial began, and a large crowd gathered outside the court to watch Lam's behavior. Because it was thought that the more than 1,000 pieces of evidence that would be presented in the case were too graphic for women, a number of men were chosen to serve on the jury. Authorities claimed that the specifics of the case were too upsetting for women, so 7 men were chosen specifically to guarantee a fair trial and avoid shock. The only people who could watch Lam's videotapes were the jurors, judges, and attorneys. Furthermore, during the trial, the victim's organs were not allowed in the courtroom. Police officers, Photoshop employees, forensic and scientific specialists, and even Lamb's relatives were called as witnesses by the prosecution. Acknowledging the strength of the evidence against him, Lamb negotiated a reduced sentence in exchange for admitting to manslaughter. But this appeal was turned down. The jury was instructed by the judge to choose between charges of murder and manslaughter, rather than to discuss Lamb's guilt, with testimony from 5 psychiatrists. The trial descended into arguments about Lamb's mental health. 3 of them suggested an obsession with women, while 2 questioned his self-control. On April 8 the same year, after 18 days, the judge gave the jury instructions to render a verdict based on whether or not they thought Lamb had control over his actions during the crimes. The jury unanimously concluded that Lamb was sane, motivated by aberrant desires, and guilty of murder. After more than 3 hours of deliberation, Lamb was originally given a hanging death sentence, but thanks to the governor's pardon, his sentence was reduced to life in prison when Hong Kong abolished the death penalty in 1984. Following his conviction, Lamb was taken to Stanley Prison and then Shek Pik Prison, where he was called a lamb by the other inmates. He kept a low profile, avoiding conversations about his past and valuing his privacy. Rob. He reportedly had a modest salary, was reticent and rarely interacted with people. He read religious, medical, and newspaper articles, and took part in Catholic and Christian classes while incarcerated. While he did not receive family visits, he did occasionally receive visits from church volunteers. He amassed a reputation among the prisoners for his understanding of purple star astrology, a type of Chinese fortune-telling, and his cell was stocked with books and newspapers. When Lamb applied for parole in 2018 at the age of 62, after serving more than 34 years, even prison officials sought his counsel, raising public outrage. The parole board decided against changes or parole at that time due to concerns about the possibility of repeat offenses, even though they review parole every 5 years. According to reports, during the 1983 trial, Lamb was also observed by some inmates dissecting cockroaches in the prison and making elaborate displays out of them while they were kept in a matchbox. In her testimony, Lamb's mother described the physical abuse her oldest son had suffered as a child. The father of coronavirus had even caused severe head trauma when the boy was only 2 years old, leaving him with 2 black eyes. She had also been the victim of domestic violence. Experts have connected severe head injuries sustained as a child to psychological problems like necrophilia later in life. Lamb reportedly told a psychiatrist that he thought God had given him the order to carry out the murders. Lamb's actions remained mysterious throughout the investigation. Investigators were baffled by his decision to develop films at a Kodak store, even though he had the required equipment. Some conjectured that he may have secretly wished for arrest because he had almost been arrested before the gruesome autopsy results, and the manner in which the bodies were dismembered suggested that a professional killer was at work. However, despite these disturbing facts, Lamb's family had difficulties because of the case's publicity. They tried to sell their apartment but were unsuccessful because of its fame, so they were forced to stay after the case ended. The police, concerned about possible media exploitation, destroyed all of Lamb's tapes and photographs. Some of the victims' organs, however, had a different destiny there, and were kept for educational purposes at the Wan Chai Forensic Medicine headquarters. As our journey through Lamcor, Wan's haunting saga, comes to an end, it is important to remember these 4 innocent women whose lives were tragically taken. Lamb's father sought atonement for his son's sins on November 16, 1986, by dedicating a memorial tablet at Yuan Shin College for the lives lost to his son's evil. The story of Lam Kor Wan serves as a chilling reminder of the intricacies of the human psyche and the terrible outcomes they can produce. Such tales act as a forceful plea for greater comprehension, awareness, and attention to mental health. As the first serial killer in Hong Kong's history, Lam Kor Wan, now 68, is serving a life sentence in the maximum security Shek Pik Prison on Lantau Island for the gruesome killings that rocked Hong Kong in the early 1980 CE. His reign of terror came to an end on August 17, 1982, the fateful day of his arrest, when he was just 27 years old. His horrifying post-crime rituals, which included hiding victims under the family couch and preserving body parts in jars, earned him the terrifying nicknames the Rainy Night Butcher and the jar's murderer. Such unsettling behaviors reveal a terrifying picture of a disturbed mind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jansen family appeared to be just another loving, close-knit family, always willing to lend a helping hand to one another. However, everything changed one day. Even their closest friends found it hard to believe that something so shocking had occurred in their home. A string of incidents that rocked the family and left everyone in their wake in complete shock were concealed behind this mystery. Neighbors, friends, and law enforcement all attempted to piece together what exactly happened behind closed doors and what might have led to the dissolution of this seemingly ideal family. Randy Jansen led an apparently ordinary life in the small, sleepy towns with brick storefronts and quaint coffee shops amidst the thick forests of British Columbia. Randy had grown up in Langley, a small town that many people view as a tranquil haven. However, years of arduous work and aspirations that didn't always result in happiness lay behind this calm exterior. Randy had a strong relationship with his father, who was employed at a nearby lumber mill from a young age. Randy learned all he knew about woodworking from his father, and he followed in his footsteps by working at the same mill after high school. Long shifts and a great deal of physical exertion were necessary for the demanding work, but Randy was used to such difficulties. Randy was just one of many people in Langley who believed that the lumber mill was an essential part of the community's economy and way of life. He committed himself to the arduous task of transporting logs and processing wood for more than 10 years. Even though the work was repetitive and draining, it made him feel secure and proud. Even though every day was the same, Randy found meaning in the routine of his work and his role in the neighborhood. If the lumber mill stood for security, then music was Randy's release, a means of expressing feelings that he wasn't always able to articulate. Since his early years, music had been a part of his life, and as time went on, singing and playing the guitar changed from being a pastime to becoming an essential outlet. He often played at a local bar in Langley, where people would congregate to watch live performances and relax after their own exhausting workdays. Randy transformed his typically quiet and reserved manner into a dynamic and captivating presence that enthralled his audience. His genuine and passionate performances were adored by the locals, and they provided Randy with a sense of fulfillment and connection that was often lacking in his daily life. On what appeared to be a typical evening, Randy met Laurel, the woman who would forever alter his life, at that neighborhood bar. Laurel, who worked as a bartender and was 6 years older than Randy, frequently watched his shows from behind the counter. Charming and self-assured, Laurel was adored by customers for her ability to foster a welcoming environment and her honest, approachable manner. What began as informal discussions, initially about music and later about life, swiftly developed into a more profound bond. They became closer because of their love of music and similar aspirations. Even though her life took a different turn, Laurel always wanted to pursue a career in music and played the piano. Together with a sincere interest in one another, this shared dream quickly developed into something far deeper. Randy's life at the lumber mill went on as usual, but Laurel's presence now added color to it. As they started making plans for the future together, their bond grew stronger. Despite his comfort, Langley started to feel too small for their shared dreams. In their ideal world, music would serve as the cornerstone of their future rather than merely a pastime. Randy gained a renewed sense of purpose, love, and hope for the future from his work at the mill, his performances at the bar, and his evenings with Laurel. Randy and Laurel frequently talked about their 1990 wedding day. Only their closest friends and family were present at the modest ceremony, which had a warm, personal feel. Live music, exemplified by a song Randy sang for his bride, signaled the start of a life full of dreams and love. Their world revolved around their daughter Emily, who was born a few years after their wedding. Anyone who knew the family could see how much Randy loved Emily, and he frequently boasted that she was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Emily's life took a sudden and challenging turn when she was only 8 years old. Her sudden, severe headaches became so incapacitating that she was unable to pursue her musical endeavors any further. Emily had demonstrated exceptional singing ability at an early age, winning prizes in competitions and enthralling her parents with her voice. She had been attending vocal lessons and pursuing her dream of becoming a singer, leading a busy life. Motivated by her achievements, her parents made every effort to encourage her aspiration. Randy and Laurel initially struggled to comprehend what was happening to their daughter. They were unaware of her condition despite multiple medical tests and doctor visits that yielded no conclusive results. Because the bright lights and cacophonous classroom atmosphere caused more severe headaches, Emily was forced to drop out of school and transition to home-based learning. She spent most of her time in her room, which turned into a dimly lit haven. As she suffered, Randy and Laurel took turns taking care of her, doing everything they could to make her feel better. Doctors finally diagnosed migraines after conducting a number of tests. The whole family suffered a terrible blow. Emily's prescribed medications provided only a limited amount of relief, lowering her pain levels but never completely halting the attacks. Her greatest source of happiness, the music she once loved so much, was now out of her grasp. Once a vibrant and active young child, Emily grew more reclusive and spent most of her time in darkness and silence. In a desperate attempt to support their daughter, Randy and Laurel looked everywhere. They looked into alternative therapies, spoke with a lot of specialists, and tried a lot of treatments, but none of them provided the long-term respite they so desperately sought. The medical forecast was bleak. Many people with migraines must live with the pain for the rest of their lives. According to statistics, 34% of people with migraines had trouble finding work, 30% had trouble finishing their education, and roughly 53% were unable to drive because of their symptoms. Even though these figures made Emily's illness medically common, they didn't lessen the pain her parents were feeling as they saw their daughter's vitality wane. For Randy, these were especially difficult years. Once his haven, music, turned into a painful reminder that Emily was no longer able to experience the passion that had made her life so happy. Without Emily's voice to accompany him, his guitar-playing evenings had become meaningless, and he no longer found joy in playing at the neighborhood bar where he had once flourished. He began to spend more time at home, staying near Emily, and doing his best to help. But Randy and Laurel felt more and more powerless as Emily's pain increased. Their once vibrant and determined daughter now spent her days cooped up in her room, shut off from the outside world and light. Randy kept working, but his mind was constantly on Emily, and he woke up every day hoping to find a way to make her pain go away. Emily's health had gotten worse by the time she turned 18. Her migraine attacks increased in frequency and intensity, occasionally lasting several days. She was unable to learn and keep up friendships because of the constant pain. Emily persisted in pursuing her goals in spite of these obstacles. In order to pursue a career in the fine arts and eventually become an opera singer, she enrolled in the arts program at the University of British Columbia. Emily saw going to university as an opportunity to restore her sense of normalcy and get closer to the life she had always dreamed of, not just an academic pursuit. Emily forced herself to remain engaged in spite of her physical tiredness and ongoing pain flare-ups. She studied literature, art history, and music theory in addition to taking voice lessons. She even took part in concerts and student events whenever she could. Her classmates appreciated her perseverance in staying active in university life, despite the obstacles she encountered. Her actions, however, concealed a difficult battle going on behind the scenes. Emily frequently had to skip class and make up lost time on her own. Emily felt weak, sleepy, and exhausted from the strong drugs she was taking to treat her migraines. To reduce her symptoms, she was prescribed triptans, anticonvulsants, and antidepressants. But these medications had serious side effects, including depression, difficulty focusing, and a general deterioration in her physical health. Emily eventually started avoiding medicine as much as she could in order to lessen its effects on her body. Instead, she looked into alternative ways to treat her illness. Emily avoided triggers like bright lights, strong smells, and loud noises, used cold compresses on her head, and resorted to breathing techniques and meditation. Her room turned into a haven where she could go to escape anything that made her suffering worse. Her parents, Randy and Laurel, alternated in taking care of her and doing everything they could to alleviate her agony, but during the worst episodes, she spent whole days in the dark, protected from light and sound. Nevertheless, Emily did her best to keep things normal. Despite not being able to see her friends as frequently as she used to, she maintained contact with them. Her friends never deserted her, even though she occasionally had to postpone plans due to unexpected migraine attacks. To ensure she didn't feel alone, they would pay her a visit at home, spending time with her and providing support. Emily was unable to give up the things she loved, even though her condition limited her options. No matter how challenging the path became, she remained steadfast in her resolve to pursue her music and live life to the fullest. Randy Jansen shocked everyone who knew him with a Facebook post on May 7, 2015. He admitted to doing unimaginable things over the past 10 days in this post. He started off by writing about his daughter Emily, calling her the most ideal daughter anyone could ask for. She was gifted, smart, and compassionate. Emily made their lives so much more joyful by bringing laughter into their home and always lending a helping hand to others, even when she was having difficulties herself. However, she had to let go of the dreams she had fought so hard to realize because her illness had taken so much from her. Migraines had plagued Emily since elementary school. Deep depression resulted from the ongoing pain, and days when it didn't stop for even a second became her reality. Randy explained that while his daughter spent her days in hospitals or in her quiet, dark room, she would observe her classmates going about their daily lives. Emily tried to hope for a better future in spite of everything, but nothing seemed to work. Randy was employed at a lumber mill, but he spent all of his free time with his daughter. He told his friends that he couldn't imagine his life without Emily and that she was everything to him. He was driven to the brink of despair by seeing her suffer and being powerless to stop it. Randy was obviously having a lot of emotional difficulties, as friends remembered when he confided in them about his suffering. Randy made a choice one day that would change everything. He acknowledged taking a gun and killing Emily in a Facebook post, saying he did so to relieve her of the constant agony. He described how he saw her as an angel, free from her agony, floating above the clouds with her long hair blowing in the wind. He continued after that. Randy disclosed that he had also killed his wife, Laurel, because he couldn't imagine her having to deal with the loss of their daughter. He killed his sister Shelley a few days later, claiming he didn't want her to live with the guilt of what he had done. Randy clarified in the post that Emily had made every effort to get better. He talked about how resilient and strong she was, but in the end, the illness had broken her. He talked about how helpless he felt knowing he could do nothing to stop her daily suffering. In the end, Randy felt that this was the only way to help Emily, and he had repeatedly told friends that he would do anything for her. Randy's friends and acquaintances called the police right away after he published the post. They wanted to make sure Randy's family was safe because they were appalled by what they read. Many people were shocked by the post and found it difficult to comprehend the scope of what had transpired. After receiving several calls, including one from Randy's close friend Brian Jones, law enforcement moved swiftly to the scene. To conduct an investigation, officers were sent to Randy's residence. One of Randy's best friends, Brian Jones, read the Facebook post and was overcome with confusion and fear. When he saw the signature at the end, a nickname Randy had used since they were in school, he realized his friend had written those words. At first, he thought it was an error or some cruel joke. Brian realized right away how serious the situation was and that he needed to take quick action. He tried calling Randy on the phone as he made his way to Shelley's house after leaving work early. His worry only grew with each call that went unanswered. There was a pile of undeliverable newspapers on the porch when Brian got to Shelley's house. He thought this was odd because Shelley was dependable and never skipped a duty. The windows were covered with drawn curtains, and her old van was parked in the driveway. There were no signs of activity, and the yard was eerily quiet. Brian repeatedly knocked on the door, but no one answered. The scene was eerily silent and eerie in every way. Following the death of their parents, Shelley had led a solitary life. She didn't have kids, lived alone, and didn't often talk to her neighbors. She was renowned for being reliable and consistent in her work, and her primary duty was delivering newspapers. Brian became alarmed at the sight of the unopened newspapers right away. He made the decision to call the police because he knew something was amiss. He was told that he wasn't the first person to voice concerns about the family when he got to the dispatcher. They had already sent out a patrol unit to see how things were going. Randy wrote at the conclusion of his Facebook post that his family was now pain-free and in a better place. He apologized to everyone he had harmed, accepted full responsibility, and conveyed regret for his actions. Brian experienced a wave of shock and disbelief as he read the post's eerie closing. "Rest in peace, my little family." He had always known Randy to be a good-hearted, loving man who cherished his family. He found it incomprehensible that his friend could have committed such a crime or even had a gun. He remembered Randy's love and devotion when he talked about his family, and he found it hard to comprehend how things could have gone so wrong. Randy Jansen was inside his house when the police arrived, and they tried to get in touch with him. Through a second-story window, officers saw him brandishing a gun. They tried calling Randy on the phone and using loudspeakers, but he did not answer. The officers knew they needed to proceed cautiously to prevent further escalation because they were acutely aware of how tense the situation was. Negotiators surrounded the house and got to work, but Randy didn't show any signs of giving up or wanting to talk. The standoff turned into something much more dangerous after a few hours. Officers saw smoke rising from the upper floor after Randy set the house on fire. There were unsuccessful attempts to enter the house. Access through the windows was cut off as the flames spread too quickly. On the first floor, officers saw a body covered in a sheet, but they couldn't get to it to identify it. The officers were forced to flee as the entire house was engulfed in flames in a matter of minutes. When firefighters got there, the house was completely destroyed by the fire and could not be saved. Even after it was put out, the fire was so severe that it was dangerous to enter the interior for a few days. 3 days after the fire, on May 10, investigators were finally allowed to enter the burned-out remnants of the house to start their investigation. Investigators discovered 3 bodies inside the burned-out house. Emily, 19, was found with her body wrapped in a sheet in her bedroom. Laurel, 50, was discovered in the kitchen, similarly wrapped in a blanket. It was discovered by investigators that both had been shot in the head twice, about 10 days prior to Randy writing his Facebook post. The body of Randy was discovered in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Before he set the house on fire, he had killed himself with a gun. It was evident from Randy's body's location and the weapon's remnants that he had been in severe emotional pain when he decided to take his own life. Police discovered Shelley's body in the living room when they got to Randy's sister's house. Shelley, whose body was similarly wrapped in a blanket, had also been shot twice in the head. Since there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, investigators deduced that she had passed away 2 days prior to her discovery, indicating that Randy had taken her by surprise. The past year had seen a serious decline in Emily's health. In order to relieve her unbearable pain, doctors had turned to giving her morphine injections. Neighbors frequently witnessed her parents escorting her home following hospital stays, and these injections were a last resort. Emily needed assistance just to walk because she had gotten so weak. Everyone who knew the family found these times to be devastating. Despite all of the difficulties they encountered, Emily's father, Randy Jansen, always did his best to take care of his family. He sought treatment from the family physician a year prior to the tragic events because he was experiencing severe stress and chronic insomnia. He told the physician that he found it hard to watch his daughter suffer. Randy rejected the medication because he thought it wouldn't solve the underlying issue, even though the doctor advised him to try to get more sleep and suggested sedatives. According to Randy's close friend, Brian Jones, Randy had never mentioned having suicidal thoughts or wanting to harm other people. He said Randy was a steady, industrious man who was always willing to help. Randy put his family first, and no one could have predicted that he was capable of such a thing. But Brian pointed out that Randy was at his breaking point. He finally made a terrible choice because he could no longer stand to see his daughter suffer. It was impossible for many neighbors who had known Randy since they were young to reconcile the events with the man they remembered. They said that he had never displayed any signs of cruelty or aggression and was a kind and gentle person. They believed that his acts were motivated by desperation and an inability to handle the suffering and distress that surrounded his family. Randy once told a neighbor that he wouldn't have a reason to live if his daughter ever died. In spite of those statements, Randy spent 10 days living in the house with his wife and daughter's bodies before ending his own life. 4 days before the tragedy, Emily sent out her final tweet, which said, "I complain about the pain, but at least I'm here to feel it. I thank God for the chance to live." It was a reflection of her will to live despite the tremendous suffering she had to endure. She frequently fought to maintain her optimism in her social media posts. She made an effort to remain optimistic despite her illness. Even when things appeared dire, Emily was regarded as a good-hearted and sympathetic young lady who made an effort to remain aware of her surroundings. She loved to sing, and when her health permitted it, she did so in the local church. Her performances were remembered with fondness by many Langley residents. Her church attendance decreased as her illness worsened, but she continued to be giving and considerate. On her best days, she would even assist neighborhood children with their homework. She would also bake with her mother and share sweets with neighbors. Emily's mother, Laurel, supported her daughter to the best of her ability. She expressed the anguish and despair she experienced while witnessing her daughter's suffering on Twitter when she wrote, "Emily is back in the hospital, praying to God they can help her. I feel so helpless." Despite being close to emotional exhaustion, Laurel persisted in trying to find ways to improve Emily's condition. Randy's sister Shelley was also unable to predict the tragedy that would occur. None of the family members thought their fates would be determined in such a terrible manner. Randy frequently confided in friends over the past year about the immense stress and strain that Emily's illness had placed on him. Nobody could have foreseen that Randy would eventually become so emotionally unstable that he would choose to murder his family members. As previously stated, Emily kept a Twitter account where she expressed her opinions. She wasn't giving up, as evidenced by her posts. She wrote just prior to the tragedy, "For the first time in 2 years, I've gone 12 hours without pain. I'm so tired of hurting, but I need to keep going." Her words demonstrated her will to fight in spite of the overwhelming obstacles. But Randy was unable to bear the emotional burden any longer. As their daughter's health deteriorated, Laurel was also profoundly impacted. Her distress was reflected in her tweets. The family made an effort to help one another in spite of their desperation, but things kept getting worse, and none of them could predict where it would go. The details have now been revealed, and it is evident how hopelessness, hidden struggles, and despair led to an unexpected tragedy. The Jansen family story serves as a sobering reminder that, even behind seemingly impenetrable walls, unspeakable suffering can fester beneath the surface and occasionally explode in unexpected ways. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. French television producer Sophie Toscan de Plantier was brutally murdered in December 1996 outside her vacation home in West Cork, Ireland. Although the investigation got off to a good start, the case ultimately ended because the police were misled by false witness statements. No one has been held responsible for her untimely death, even after all this time. What went wrong in this well-publicized investigation, and why does Sophie's murder continue to plague her family and the neighborhood? Let's investigate the specifics of this enduring enigma. On July 28, 1957, Sophie Toscan du Plantier was born in Boulogne-Billancourt. She was born into a wealthy French family that appreciated the arts and raised in the energetic city of Paris. She developed an early interest in the film industry and later became a television producer. She wed Daniel Toscan du Plantier, a well-known figure in French cinema, in 1991. They became a vibrant couple and reared Sophie's teenage son, Pierre-Louis, from her first marriage. He had a particular place in her heart because he was her only child. They had a close relationship based on mutual respect and trust. Sophie made it a point to be actively involved in his life, from supporting him at events to helping with school projects. They loved spending time together, whether it was traveling around Paris or hosting comfortable movie evenings at home. Sophie's and her husband's lives were frequently in the spotlight in the busy city of Paris, where they both worked in the film industry. Sophie's tenacity was apparent in all she did. She put a lot of effort into achieving her goals. Young and fervent, Sophie never let anyone discredit her aspirations or goals. She pursued her profession while upholding her moral principles because she firmly believed in justice. Pierre-Louis, who saw his mother as a role model, was among those who admired her bravery and strength. Every day he was inspired by her tenacity and resolve, and their relationship gave them both strength to handle the difficulties of life in the spotlight. But the bustle of the city might be too much to handle. Sophie frequently fled to Shull, a quiet village on Ireland's west coast, in search of tranquility. Even though the surroundings were serene, Sophie was unaware that this would be her final journey. Shull, which has a population of only 700, is renowned for its breathtaking landscapes and welcoming community. Attracted by the serene waters and striking cliffs, artists and writers congregate here to find inspiration. After making multiple trips to Ireland as a teenager, Sophie bought a cottage in Toormore in 1993, which she used as a vacation getaway. Her maiden name, Munoz, was well known among the locals. Sophie arrived alone in Ireland on December 20, 1996. She couldn't wait to spend Christmas in her comfortable cottage in Dunmanus, West Cork. She used this small sanctuary as a place to unwind and rejuvenate after a long day of work in Paris. Sophie fell in love with the local charm as soon as she arrived. She ran errands at the village shops and talked to her amiable neighbors. Since they had known her since she was a young girl, the locals gave her a warm welcome. She felt at home in the stunning scenery and cool winter air. But beneath the quiet, a horrible event was on the horizon. A tragedy that would permanently alter the close-knit community was set to upend the tranquil days. Nobody could have predicted Sophie's fate in this peaceful region of Ireland. Shirley Foster, a neighbor, sadly called the police on the morning of December 23. She had witnessed a horrific scene, a corpse outside her neighbor's house. The scene was startling, and it was a cold morning. The victim, who was later identified as Sophie, was seen by the Irish police or Gardaí when they arrived. It was difficult to immediately identify her because of the severe damage to her face. She was wearing a comfortable dressing gown over her pajamas, but her boots were still on, as though she had gone outside for a little while, maybe to breathe. It became evident that the blood-stained concrete block next to her might be the weapon used against her. Along the path to the back door, where the keys were still stuck in the lock, and on the gate, blood was also discovered. Everything inside the house appeared normal. 2 wine glasses were left unattended on the drying rack. Whatever had occurred seemed to have happened outside in the bitter cold. She was attacked shortly after leaving the pub, most likely in the early hours of December 23, according to forensic experts. Given how violently she died, there were immediate concerns about the attack's motivation. The small village of Shull and beyond were rocked by the discovery of Sophie Toscan Duplantier's body. A once tranquil location swiftly became a crime scene, garnering significant media coverage from France and Ireland. It was a difficult task for investigators to piece together the circumstances surrounding her death while the public and media watched closely. Together with forensic teams, local law enforcement stepped in an effort to locate any forensic evidence that could aid in identifying Sophie's killer. They painstakingly gathered evidence from the scene. In an attempt to create a timeline for Sophie's final hours, investigators spoke with locals and customers at the local pub. But their task was made even more difficult by the lack of immediate suspects. Early on in the investigation, one of the major problems surfaced. It took 28 hours after the body was found for Dr. John Harbison, the state pathologist, to reach the scene. Due to this considerable delay, important evidence may have been contaminated or washed away by the rainy weather. This sparked questions about the police investigation and whether it would result in answers or remain unsolved. The Gardaí came under fire for improperly managing evidence during this period. While in their custody, a number of items, including a blood-stained gate, disappeared. More questions were raised, even though they later stated that the gate was thrown away because it wasn't useful as evidence. Although the police investigation was poorly managed, an investigative report found no evidence of high-level corruption. Public concerns were heightened by the fact that the investigation's records had been altered and that some pages were missing. The results of the final examination of Sophie's body were unsettling. She had fought back, as evidenced by the numerous defense wounds and scratches on her hands. She had also taken severe hits to her face and back of her head, leaving her hardly recognizable. Unfortunately, it was impossible to pinpoint the exact moment of her death because her body had been exposed to the cold for so long. Clarity was scarce at the actual crime scene. There were no signs of a struggle inside the cottage, except for some blood traces on the back door and gate. Sophie appeared to have gone outside for a specific purpose because she was wearing her boots over her pajamas. The keys left in the back door suggested that she may have gone outside for a moment, or that someone in the kitchen may have trapped her there. On the counter were 2 wine glasses. They could have been used by Sophie the day before, so their presence did not prove that someone else had been in the cottage. In general, there weren't many hints left at the scene. Only one blood sample from the collection was found to be unrelated to Sophie. Although DNA testing was still in its infancy at the time, it turned out to be the investigators' only meaningful lead. Given the scant evidence, the police started tracking Sophie's whereabouts ever since she moved into the cottage. By contacting local businesses and talking to anyone who might have seen her, they attempted to piece together her last days. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that finding answers would be difficult. The small village of Schul was rocked by Sophie's murder. The fact that a married mother was murdered just before Christmas added to the shock of the first murder in almost a century. The locals couldn't believe such violence could occur in their peaceful neighborhood. The villagers gathered to grieve and support one another, and they stayed up to pray in Sophie's honor. This sad incident sparked important conversations about safety, particularly for women, and the value of being vigilant even in quiet rural communities. The media significantly influenced public perception of the case as the investigation went on. There was a moral panic brought on by the coverage. The murder of Sophie was widely covered by the media as a change from a multicultural safe village to one that is now afraid. Crazy theories about what transpired were frequently included in the stories. Others offered strange theories, such as the idea that Sophie was killed by a horse, while others conjectured about French hitmen. 2 London-based crime podcasters made the decision to delve deeply into the case and produced a multi-episode series that attracted the interest of major networks like Netflix and Sky Atlantic. This renewed interest sparked crucial conversations about how crimes against women were portrayed in the media and the necessity of responsible reporting, even though these documentaries frequently concentrated on sensational elements and the question of who did it. For researchers, these developments brought up 2 important questions. First, how closely did the sensationalized stories that frequently accompany cases of violence against women resemble the recent media coverage of Sophie's case? There was also the question of whether documentaries and podcasts could offer a more serious examination of these crimes, going beyond sensationalism. Some important details that helped tell her story were discovered by the police as they investigated her last days. Sophie was seen shopping and chatting with amiable locals in Schul the day after she arrived. One store owner saw something strange. Sophie was being watched intently by a man wearing a black coat and hat while she was shopping, and he followed her after she left. Sophie made the decision to walk to 3 Castlehead the night before her body was found. The ruins of Dunlough Castle can be seen along this lovely track, which also offers breathtaking views. A local legend about the White Lady, the ghost of a bride who tragically threw herself off a cliff, is another reason for its notoriety. When people saw her, they assumed that something horrible was going to occur. Sophie said she saw the White Lady while out for a walk. She later told her friends about this terrifying experience, even admitting that the idea of having met a ghost frightened her. She returned to a nearby pub for tea after seeing her friends, where she engaged in conversation with the locals. Although it seemed like a typical evening, nobody could have predicted how it would turn out. Daniel, Sophie's husband, was in Paris when she last spoke to him. Around midnight, they received a phone call that was probably full of love and encouragement, but a horrible thing happened after that call. Sophie was murdered sometime between midnight and the time her neighbor discovered her. This demonstrated how urgent and intricate it is to comprehend the events leading up to her terrible destiny. Daniel Toscan, Sophie Toscan Duplantier's husband, was the first person the police looked at as a suspect in her murder. Sophie had learned that Daniel was having an affair, and the couple had made the decision to split up. Strangely enough, Sophie had recently made the decision to break up with the man she was seeing. To alleviate the stress of her separation, she decided to spend the holidays by herself in Schul prior to her trip. Daniel and Sophie's lover were in France on the evening of December 22, not in Ireland. There was a lot of gossip in the little town of Schul as the police started their investigation. People in the area thought that tourists might have been involved in Sophie's murder. But according to the police, the murderer was probably a local who knew the routes to her isolated cottage. Police continued their investigation, concentrating on a man named Ian Bailey, who was born in Manchester, England. Ian was born on January 27, 1957, and in the early 1990s, he relocated to Ireland. He sought a more tranquil life after a challenging divorce and worked as a freelance journalist, occasionally publishing under the name Ian Bailey. In addition, he worked on fish farms and had a market stand where he sold poetry and pizza. From 1992 on, Ian and his partner Jules Thomas resided in Goleen. Despite his enjoyment of life in Shull, he was perceived by many residents as conceited and intrusive. The couple hurried to the crime scene to collect information for a story after learning that Sophie's body had been discovered on December 23, 23 p.m. Ian was adamant about writing about the murder, the first in Shull in a century, even though the police advised them not to divulge any information. Sophie's tragedy garnered international media attention because she was a well-known person. Ian started writing about Sophie's relationships and other aspects of her life. According to the article Sophie's Tangled Love Life, she had been inviting different men to her cottage. Sophie's family promptly made it clear that she was only seeing one man, and that they had broken up with him prior to her trip. This clarification caught investigators' attention and sparked additional rumors. Some neighbors insisted they had met Sophie, despite Ian's claim that he didn't know her well. He persisted in speculating that Daniel was responsible for the murder, implying that he did so to protect himself from financial loss in their divorce. The violent nature of the crime, according to the police, did not align with this theory. A crucial piece of information was revealed on January 11th. At 3 in the morning, an unidentified caller claimed to have seen a man at a bridge close to Sophie's home. December 23. He wore a black coat and hat just like the man a store owner had seen on December 21 after Sophie. The shop owner, Marie Farrell, turned out to be the source of the tip. Because she was at the bridge with another man and didn't want her husband to find out, she had filed an anonymous report. Police named the man as Ian Bailey and made him the primary suspect based on her description and other witness statements. Ian had scratches on his face and arms when he was interviewed a few days after the murder. These came from cutting down a Christmas tree, he explained. His injuries could not be inspected later because no photos were taken of them. Ian named him a suspect and implied that Sophie's ex-husband had hired a hitman, but police believed a local person was responsible for the crime. Despite keeping a close eye on him, they were unable to present a compelling case. Ian Bailey was taken into custody by the police on February 10, 1997, in order to establish a solid case. Police discovered evidence of a fire in his yard when they searched his house. Ian said the fire had occurred earlier in December, but a neighbor had reported seeing smoke coming from his house a few days after the murder. There was no evidence at his house or studio that connected him to Sophie's murder, according to the police. Jules Thomas, Ian's partner, was also taken into custody and interrogated. She claimed that after spending the night of the murder at a nearby pub with Ian, they drove to a vantage point where they could see that Sophie's and the neighbors' homes had lights on. However, Jules stated that he woke up in the middle of the night because of work, whereas Ian stated that he slept through the entire night. Ian lied and claimed to have gone to his studio when he was questioned about this. It was not until 9 a.m. that Jules saw him the following morning and saw what she believed to be a previous wound on his face. But there wasn't much evidence against him. Blood traces discovered at the scene were highly contaminated and did not match anyone. The timeline was made more difficult by the cold, and important pieces of evidence, like the gate from Sophie's house, which also contained blood traces, had been lost. After reviewing the case, the Director of Public Prosecutions was unable to formally charge Ian. There was no solid evidence linking him to the crime scene, even though he was detained for 12 hours and insisted on his innocence. He was consequently set free. Ian was furious because he felt he was losing control of the story when the media started to name him the primary suspect. His mental state appeared to deteriorate as the investigation went on. People said they saw him carrying a stick he said had magical powers, or howling at the moon. A condition known as howling at the moon occurs when someone expends time and energy attempting to accomplish an impossible task or obtain an unachievable goal. Some neighbors even claimed that Ian had confessed to killing Sophie as more information surfaced, but they later claimed it was just dark humor. Ian was arrested once more on January 27th 1998, in the hope that he would eventually confess because the police believed he had evidence against him. But nothing had changed, and the evidence was almost completely gone. Ian was again released without formal charges. The way the police handled the investigation drew harsh criticism once more. After his second arrest, he invited the media to his house to denounce the media frenzy surrounding him and to claim his innocence, despite the fact that many people thought he was guilty. He gave the police samples of his and his partner's hair. No new evidence emerged, and the case cooled off after 2 unsuccessful attempts to coerce a confession. Ian lost his defamation lawsuit against multiple media outlets in 2003. Police files were made public as a result of this loss, which only increased public suspicion that he was involved in Sophie's murder. The main witness, Marie Farrell, testified during the trial that she saw Ian close to the crime scene. He threatened to change her statement, she said. It was also revealed that Ian and his partner had a tumultuous relationship, which included past instances of domestic abuse. The public saw Ian as a violent man, despite Jules' defense. Ian was going to be charged after losing the defamation trial, it seemed. He would not be charged, though, as the director of public prosecutions determined that there was not enough evidence to connect him to the crime scene. Dissatisfied with this result, Sophie's family wanted Ian to be charged in France, where the law permitted charges based on circumstantial evidence. Since there was not enough evidence to deport Ian from Ireland, they asked in 2008 that all files be moved to the French legal system so that he could stand trial. In a shocking turn of events, Marie Farrell withdrew her statement during the trial, 10 years after she had initially made it. Marie claimed that although she had seen a man the night of the murder, she had lied about who he was because the police had pressured her to do so. She emphasized that her initial testimony was false and clarified that Ian Bailey had never threatened her. This retraction revealed a number of issues with the inquiry. It demonstrated how the case had been impacted by biases in law enforcement's approach, the loss of crucial evidence, and police misconduct. These problems cast doubt on the veracity of the testimony used against Ian, as well as the integrity of the investigation. The Association for the Truth was established in 2007 by Sophie's family to advance the investigation. Ian Bailey's deportation was authorized by the Irish High Court after a French magistrate issued a European arrest warrant for him in February 2010. In March 2012, Bailey filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. The French government did not plan to try him at the time, according to the Supreme Court's decision in his favor. Furthermore, because the alleged offense took place outside of French territory and there was inadequate cooperation, 4 of the 5 judges concurred that the European arrest warrant stopped his deportation. Ian filed a lawsuit against the Irish government in November 2014, claiming that they were unfairly singled out for Sophie's murder. Marie Farrell's withheld statements were to be used by his legal team as evidence that the police had influenced him. She would not, however, reveal the identity of the man she had been with that evening when she was asked to testify. Ian lost the lawsuit as a result of this lack of credibility, which seriously hurt his case. Additionally, it was discovered that phone conversations at Garda stations had been surreptitiously recorded that same year. This sparked worries that there may have been anomalies in the abandoned Garda station's recordings of the Sophie murder investigation. 297 recorded calls pertaining to the case were reviewed by the Fennelly Commission. The commission discovered evidence that suggested the Gardaí had thought about deleting or changing evidence that could have cleared Ian Bailey. It came to the conclusion, though, that there was no evidence that they truly did this. The commission also pointed out that the Gardaí had improperly given journalists and other civilians access to private information regarding the investigation. In order to clear his name, Ian Bailey wrote to the Director of Public Prosecutions in 2016 and asked for a trial in Ireland. However, this did not occur. A European arrest warrant issued by French authorities, who wanted to deport him to stand trial for the murder of Sophie Toscan de Plantier, led to his arrest in Ireland in March 2017. The warrant was granted by the Irish High Court, but Bailey managed to evade extradition. Despite Ian's absence, a French court determined in 2018 that there was sufficient evidence to hold a trial. As a result, a trial without Ian started in France in 2019. Because there was no jury, only 3 judges, and more than 30 witnesses, the trial was unusual. A Paris court found Bailey guilty of murder on May 31, 2019, and he was given a 25-year prison term. An arrest warrant was issued for Europe. He was permitted to stay in Ireland after the High Court of Ireland decided there was not enough evidence to deport him. Following that, Ian Bailey was prohibited from leaving Ireland for fear of being arrested and deported to France if he traveled to another European nation. A specialized Irish police unit declared in the summer of 2022 that Sophie's case would be thoroughly examined. Ian Bailey passed away outside his Bantry home on January 21, 2024 at the age of 66, following a suspected cardiac arrest. Due to his history of domestic violence against his partner, which resulted in her hospitalization in 2001, his life was tainted by controversy. In Shull District Court, he was found guilty of assault. According to a psychiatrist's report, he exhibited aggressive and egocentric conduct, particularly when under the influence of alcohol. In order to fill the profound void left by his mother's absence, Sophie's son Pierre-Louis continues to visit Shull. Her death still hurts 25 years later, and he still finds it hard to move on from this tragic period of his life and find closure if the case is not resolved. One of the most well-known unresolved cases in Irish history is the murder of Sophie Toscan du Plantier. Complicated witness statements and her family's intense grief have complicated the investigation. The pursuit of justice feels far from over, even with the appearance of fresh leads. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Teresa Halbach vanished in October 2005 following her visit to the Avery Salvage Yard in Manitowoc County, Wisconsin. Although her car was discovered abandoned, the investigation quickly came to a standstill because the leads were unproductive. Police searched for the truth despite a number of unfounded theories and contradicting reports. As time went on, the case attracted national attention, sparking interest and inquiry. Family members and friends were in a desperate search for Teresa's whereabouts. What was Teresa's actual fate? Was something far more sinister responsible for her disappearance, or was it a tragic accident? Let's investigate this perplexing case. Teresa's small hometown was Calumet County, which is well known for its cheese. Teresa's early years and promising future were set against the tranquil and picturesque backdrop of the area. Born on March 22, 1980. Teresa Halbach was raised in Wisconsin's Calumet County. Prior to her life being tragically cut short at the age of 25, she was a young woman with a bright future. She was raised on a dairy farm as one of 5 siblings in a loving household. Teresa was a remarkable student, in addition to being a girl from a small town. She came home to begin her life after graduating from the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay in 2002. Teresa, who lived in a farmhouse next door to her parents and was still figuring out what she wanted to do with her life, was like many people in their 20s. She spent a lot of time with her parents and siblings and was close to them. She even served as the volleyball coach for her younger sister. They enjoyed spending time together on the family farm, watching Extreme Makeover and hanging out. She had always had a passion for photography, which she turned into a career in 2005. Teresa was a freelance photographer who documented events and weddings. She even took pictures of cars for sale while working for Autotrader.com, an American online marketplace for auto buyers and sellers. She first met Stephen Avery through this freelance work, and he hired her to photograph a car at his family's auto salvage yard. Wrapped automobiles, parts, and equipment were strewn all over the 40-acre Avery auto salvage yard. Their sister Barb lived on the property with her 3 sons, Brendan Dassey and her boyfriend Scott Taddick, while Stephen and his brother Charles managed the yard. Earlier in the year, Teresa had made multiple trips to the salvage yard to take pictures of cars for Stephen, but she wasn't particularly eager to return. According to reports, she once told a coworker that she found it unsettling that Stephen had answered the door while only wearing a towel. Who wouldn't be uneasy in that circumstance? On Halloween Day 2005, Teresa consented to return for one last photo session despite her discomfort. She would, regrettably, be seen alive for the very last time. Teresa Halbach showed up at the Avery salvage yard to take pictures of a car on the afternoon of Halloween 2005. She had a straightforward plan: take the pictures and go. But things took a turn for the worse, and Teresa's family reported her missing by November 3. She had gone to the salvage yard a few days ago and no one had seen or heard from her since. Concerns were raised when she failed to return her mother's calls. Teresa was a self-sufficient young lady with a busy life, and although her family was naturally concerned, they also assumed she might simply be out having fun. However, Teresa's family realized something was amiss when she disappeared for days at a time without speaking. Town volunteers came together to look for her, but they didn't make a significant finding until November 5th. Teresa parked her Toyota RAV4 on the Avery property. Strangely, wood, branches, and even the hood of another car were all over the car. Was the car concealed? That has been the subject of conjecture. The car appeared to have been attempted to be hidden, but it was unsuccessful. Why would anyone need to conceal a car when there are so many on the property? It made people wonder why the car was covered, but it was never made clear why. Police obtained a search warrant after finding Teresa's car at the Avery salvage yard, and between November 5 and November 12, they conducted 6 searches on the property. Police kept a close eye on Stephen Avery for the majority of the day. Officers seized a flatbed truck and a car from his family's retreat in the North Woods. Several troubling pieces of evidence were found during these searches. Investigators discovered burned bone fragments in a burn pit behind Stephen Avery's garage. These were subsequently determined by DNA testing to be Teresa's remains. Remains of Teresa's cell phone, Palm Pilot, and camera were discovered in a burn barrel on the property, and blood was discovered in the front and cargo sections of her RAV4. Police discovered 2 firearms, including a rifle, and Teresa's car key in Stephen Avery's bedroom during a search of his home. After several months, additional searches turned up a bullet and pieces in Avery's garage that were connected to the rifle that had been found in his house. Even though the bullet contained DNA evidence, it was still unclear whose DNA it belonged to, which led to more questions about the case. Although this body of evidence eventually strengthened the case against Stephen Avery, it raised controversy and left many questions unanswered. Stephen Avery made an initial statement without legal representation when he was questioned. That was the last time he saw her, he said. Law enforcement, however, soon began to doubt his account. Things quickly got out of hand when he was first arrested on suspicion of possessing illegal firearms on the property. On November 15, a few days later, Stephen Avery was formally charged with Teresa Halbach's murder. The amount of his bail was $500,000. Investigators had little reason to doubt the evidence, especially the blood, bones, car key, and firearm. The fact that Stephen Avery was no stranger to law enforcement is what makes his case so remarkable. This brings us to Stephen Avery's troubled past. He was raised on his family's 40-acre salvage yard in rural Gibson after being born in Manitowoc County in 1962. He had a reported IQ of 70 and struggled academically, attending special education classes. Avery served 10 months after being found guilty of robbing a bar when she was 18. He was imprisoned for a year in 1982 after being found guilty of animal cruelty for burning a cat alive. Avery was given a 6-year sentence in 1985 for threatening his cousin with a gun, but soon after, in 1985, Avery was falsely convicted of the vicious sexual assault and attempted murder of Penny Bjornson, marking the beginning of the most important chapter in his criminal history. Bjornson identified Avery despite his alibi and sentenced him to 32 years in prison. Avery was exonerated in 2002 after the Wisconsin Innocence Project took up his case and used DNA testing to prove that Gregory Allen was the real culprit. Avery was released in 2003 after serving 18 years. In order to recover $36 million for the erroneous conviction, he subsequently brought a civil suit against Manitowoc County and its representatives. When Teresa Halbach vanished in 2005, the lawsuit was still pending. In 2006, the case was resolved for $400,000. Investigators interviewed a number of people who lived or worked at the Avery salvage yard while Stephen Avery awaited trial for Teresa Halbach's murder. Stephen's 16-year-old nephew Brendan Dassey was one individual who attracted their attention. Although Brendan Dassey was not initially considered a suspect by the police in February 2006, they thought he might have some information regarding Teresa Halbach's disappearance. They believed he was keeping his uncle safe. However, Brendan started making statements during the interrogation that weren't consistent with the actions of an innocent person, which raised questions. Police believed Brendan had important information after an initial interview. Brendan had a borderline IQ, which is lower than the average. Brendan was 16 years old, but his comprehension and skills were more akin to those of a younger child. Brendan was interviewed twice more by investigators without his mother or legal representative present. They got his mother's approval prior to the last interview. The date of this controversial interview was March 1, 2006. Brendan admitted to taking part in Teresa's multiple-hour sexual assault, murder, and mutilation during this session. Brendan was told by police that they were already aware of the specifics. Brendan gave a detailed statement, clearly frightened. He said that after coming home from school, he was asked to enter his uncle's trailer where he discovered Teresa bound. As Teresa begged for assistance, his uncle allegedly encouraged him to sexually abuse her. Brendan claimed that his uncle convinced him to comply, and that after that, his uncle shot and stabbed Teresa. Brendan cut Teresa's throat at his uncle's order. A startling change occurred when Brendan was arrested and charged with sexual assault, murder, and corpse mutilation, but at that time, there was no supporting evidence for his confession. In any event, Stephen and Brendan were put on trial, and it went forward independently. The trial of Stephen Avery started first. Blood in Teresa's car, a spent bullet that matched Stephen's rifle and Teresa's DNA, and a key to her car discovered in Stephen's trailer that contained his DNA, were among the many pieces of evidence the prosecutors produced. Stephen's blood was found inside Teresa's car, and his DNA was found beneath the hood fastener. On Avery's land, Teresa's burned remains and possessions were discovered. Stephen made 2 calls to Teresa's cell phone, one with and one without the 67 feature to hide his identity, according to phone records. The 67 feature makes the call appear private or unknown, and prevents your phone number from appearing on the recipient's caller ID. These sparked suspicions and implied that Stephen might not have known the 67 call could be traced by the police. Brendan's older brother Bobby Dassey testified that on the afternoon of Teresa's murder, he saw her making her way to Stephen's trailer. He also gave critical testimony after overhearing Stephen talking about Teresa's body disposal in a subsequent conversation. Stephen's defense team contended that Manitowoc County Police framed him because of his $36 million lawsuit against them, despite the evidence appearing to be against him. They claimed that police used evidence from a prior wrongful conviction case to plant blood in Teresa's car. The main evidence, according to the defense team, cast doubt on it. Only Stephen's DNA, not Teresa's, was present in the key to Teresa's car that was discovered in Stephen's trailer. This was odd, because the key to Teresa's car should have contained her DNA. It was possible that the key was planted and Stephen was framed because Teresa's DNA was missing and Stephen's DNA was present, indicating evidence tampering. The jury's decision was unambiguous. Stephen Avery was found guilty of all charges and given a life sentence. Brendan Dassey's trial, which lasted only a few days, came shortly after in April 2007. Brendan's confession was a key component of the prosecution's case against him, and its veracity was hotly contested. There are concerning indications when examining Brendan's police interview in detail. After being questioned for hours, he made statements that appeared to acknowledge his guilt, but many people thought they were fabricated and unreliable. Investigators questioned Brendan for more details after he described the alleged assault and murder. "That's all I can remember," Brendan said hesitantly when asked about Teresa's head injuries. The officer pressed him further and asked who had shot her in the head. After a while, Brendan acknowledged that he had done it. Brendan responded that he was unable to think of it at the moment when the officer questioned him about why he hadn't brought it up earlier. This conversation sparked worries that Brendan's answers might have been swayed by the investigators, who may have led him to divulge information that wasn't entirely consistent with his own memory. Brendan withdrew his confession during his trial and said he was under pressure from the police. At first, his involvement had been supported by physical evidence, such as bleach stains on his jeans. Brendan, however, provided a different explanation, claiming that the stains were the result of cleaning a garage rather than a crime scene. Notably, Brendan was not directly connected to Teresa's murder by any DNA or supporting evidence. Brendan's conviction raised questions about the fairness of his trial because it was based primarily on his dubious confession. Despite his lower intellectual capacity, He was tried as an adult at the age of 17. In 2048, he received a life sentence with the possibility of release. There were continuous discussions concerning the validity of his confession and the fairness of his conviction, which kept the case contentious. Avery's request for a new trial was denied by a state appeals court in August 2011, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court affirmed the ruling in 2013. In 2012, Avery was transferred to the Waupun Correctional Institution after 5 years of service at the Wisconsin Secure Program facility in Boscobel. Dassey's attorneys petitioned for his release in December 2015, claiming his confession was coerced and that he had incompetent legal representation. The documentary Making a Murderer, which followed the legal disputes between Stephen Avery and his nephew Brendan Dassey, was made available on Netflix in 2015. It questioned their guilt by looking into their arrests, trials, and convictions, Brendan's confession, the dubious evidence against Stephen, and the tense relationship between Avery and the local police force, which resulted in his erroneous conviction in the 1980, were the main topics of the series. Many people questioned whether Stephen and Brendan had fair trials after watching the documentary, which sparked a lot of discussion and drew a sizable audience. Although it highlighted potential injustices, some detractors believed it might have been biased and omitted important information. In 2016, Stephen Avery's case was taken on by famous lawyer Kathleen Zellner, who fought for wrongful convictions. A Chicago-based attorney named Kathleen Zellner ascended to the Hall of Fame by defending numerous people who had been unfairly convicted. With a track record of overturning convictions, Zellner started investigating alternative explanations for the case. She sought to demonstrate that other suspects might have been involved in Teresa Halbach's death and that the evidence used at trial did not support Avery's guilt. Together with her public advocacy, Zellner's efforts brought the case back into the public eye and maintained the debate over Avery's innocence. The process of making a murderer was not totally impartial. Some critics contend that the prosecution's decision to not participate distorted the facts. They allowed the documentary to mostly represent the defense's viewpoint and left many questions unanswered. Some viewers speculated that the prosecution's decision to remain out was made in order to avoid re-examining the validity of Avery's prior erroneous conviction. The documentary spurred discussion and increased awareness, but it omitted crucial information. For instance, it didn't go into detail about the calls Stephen Avery made to Teresa Halbach's phone, which some consider to be important pieces of evidence. Additionally, it ignored Teresa's prior interactions with Avery, including rumors that she felt uncomfortable around him. Additionally, Making a Murderer minimized Stephen Avery's past violent actions, especially against women. Even though this does not establish his guilt on its own, it does point to a troubling pattern of aggression that should not be disregarded when looking into the case. Important pieces of evidence, like the bullet that was discovered to have Teresa's DNA on it and that matched Avery's rifle, were also mostly overlooked in the documentary. Although this evidence was difficult to ignore, the series paid little attention to it. In Avery's case, the defense contended that the blood sample had been altered and revealed a hole in the stopper. However, a nurse later disclosed that the hole was a routine practice and that the seal had already been broken by Avery's defense team. In the end, the tampering claim was untrue. Additionally, Brendan Dassey's contentious interrogation was minimized in the documentary. Brendan, who has a mild intellectual disability, spent hours being questioned without his mother or attorney present. The reliability of his confession, which was crucial to his conviction, was called into question because it was erratic and appeared to have been influenced by leading police questions. There was no tangible evidence linking Brendan to the crime scene, despite the fact that his confession was essential to the prosecution's case. Thus, his conviction depended almost entirely on the confession, even though there were doubts about how it was obtained. The possibility that Brendan's statements were coerced, or that his age and intellectual limitations made him susceptible to manipulation, was not sufficiently addressed in the documentary. The documentary left viewers with more questions than answers, even though it may have ignited a global movement for justice. The question of whether these two men were genuinely guilty or the victims of a seriously defective legal system was once more complicated. Parts of Brendan's confession were later allegedly misplaced in the Making a Murderer documentary, which, when watched in its entirety, may provide additional insight into the way the police interrogated Brendan. Notwithstanding the media attention, the question still stands. What is the current status of the cases, and have Teresa Halbach and her family received justice? Brendan Dassey's supporters had hope when his conviction was momentarily overturned in 2016. The courts determined that his confession was not coerced, which was the primary question at hand. Experts contend that the courts did not fully take into account concerns regarding his age and intellectual disability, which raised concerns about his vulnerability during interrogation. 2018 saw the U.S. hopes for federal relief were dashed when the Supreme Court decided not to hear Brendan Dassey's case. His legal options are limited because the governor of Wisconsin has also declined to pardon him. His release is still uncertain, and many people still feel that justice has not been done, even though fresh evidence may reopen his case. On the other hand, even after Stephen Avery's appeals were repeatedly rejected, his case is still contentious. Kathleen Zellner, Avery's lawyer, is still arguing for a retrial and additional evidence testing, pointing to incompetent counsel and suppressed evidence. But thus far, these attempts have failed, and Avery's conviction remains. The legal issues Avery is facing appear to be challenging, even as Zellner keeps up her efforts on his behalf. His case has not yet produced any significant developments, and it is unlikely that his conviction will be overturned anytime soon in the absence of fresh evidence or modifications to the law. Although there is ongoing public discussion regarding the fairness of their trials and convictions, Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey are currently serving their sentences. Dassey is still seeking parole after her most recent application was turned down in 2021. Kathleen Zellner, Stephen Avery's lawyer, filed a motion for post-conviction relief in August 2022, arguing that fresh evidence might connect Brendan's older brother Bobby Dassey to Teresa Halbach's murder. This was a big step because it raised the possibility that Bobby was complicit in the crime. Zellner argued that if there were other credible suspects, it might lead to Avery's relief, even though this had been conjectured previously. This theory, however, begs the question of whether two different groups were involved in Stephen's framing, or if Bobby was collaborating with the police. Zellner presented an affidavit from Thomas Brez, a truck driver, who stated that he saw Bobby Dassey driving Teresa's RAV4 with someone other than Stephen in the passenger seat a few days after Teresa passed away. Although this testimony provides additional context, it does not prove Bobby's involvement in the murder. Furthermore, Bobby is not directly connected to the crime, despite his computer history containing searches for violent pornography. Additionally, Zellner cited Bobby's alibi, which was offered by Scott Tadich, his mother's boyfriend, a man with a criminal record and a reputation for being irritable. Zellner implied that Tadich might have been complicit in the crime, either by lying or by taking part in it. However, in the absence of concrete proof, this remains conjectural. Zellner has also looked into Teresa's ex-boyfriend Ryan Hillegas's involvement. Ryan was heavily involved in Teresa's search and lacked an alibi. Zellner thought it was strange that Ryan had access to Teresa's voicemail and had not told the police about his previous relationship with her. There isn't any concrete proof that Ryan was involved in the murder, though, despite these suspicions. The court rejected Zellner's request for a hearing based on these other suspects, finding that there was not enough evidence or motivation to imply that Ryan or Bobby Dassey were involved in Avery's framing. In essence, the court decided that the defense had failed to show how these people could have committed the crime or fabricated evidence. Avery was transferred to the medium-security Fox Lake Correctional Institution in 2022. Although the case is still complex, Zellner intends to appeal to the Wisconsin State Court of Appeals. In addition to voicing concerns about Brendan Dassey's coerced confession, some experts doubt Avery's innocence because of his violent past and possible corruption. There are still unanswered questions regarding Teresa Halbach's death and the family's ongoing legal battles because the case has not been settled. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines what happened in 2003 when 37-year-old Sandy Rozo came home from a night shift at a bar. Her boyfriend, who was sleeping on the second floor, heard some loud pops just as she was ready to exit the car after pulling into the garage. After seeing what he saw, he went to the garage and dialed 911. There were multiple suspects in this dark case. The perverse desire to possess and control seemed to be the driving force behind this crime of passion. The charming city of Pinellas Park, which is located outside of Tampa, Florida, is well known for its lush surroundings and gorgeous beaches. Both working-class and affluent residents make up the community. Although there is some crime in the area, it usually takes the form of minor offenses. The most frequent infractions are drunk driving and auto theft. But in 2003, something happened here that scared the locals. On a Saturday night, the day after the 4th of July, neighbors said they heard pops shortly after 11 o'clock. Since it was the 4th of July weekend, it was anticipated that there would be fireworks and other noises for a few days. Nobody was particularly alarmed by the noises, though, until one local realized that the pops weren't celebrating. Troy Edwards reported hearing what he believed to be the popping of firecrackers and dialed 911. He went outside to investigate the noise and discovered his girlfriend, Sandy, bleeding in her car with the garage door open. Detectives soon followed rescue personnel to the scene. In the garage, the vehicle was parked. There was a lot of blood and shattered glass everywhere, and Sandy's body was inside. She sustained 8 different gunshot wounds to her head and other parts of her body. The perpetrator used a .22 caliber weapon, according to the preliminary analysis of the crime scene. Sandy seemed to have been ambushed by someone who was either following her to her garage or waiting for her. Despite being taken to the hospital immediately, she tragically died. The public was shocked to learn that Sandy had a daughter who was with her father at the time of the crime, and that she had been ambushed in her own garage on her way home from work. Detectives did not think Sandy's death was an accident, even though her wallet and purse were undamaged. Multiple gunshots and the attack's planned nature raised the possibility of a personal grudge rather than a straightforward random crime. The viciousness of the assault suggested that Sandy, not financial gain, was the intended victim. The detective's primary responsibility at the start of the investigation was to question Sandy's boyfriend, Troy. Suspicion is frequently placed on the victim's family members or acquaintances in murder cases. Given his proximity to Sandy, Troy might have had crucial information. He was nowhere to be found when the police first attempted to speak with him. The detectives found it strange that he had left the scene. Troy's behavior was suspicious because he locked up the house before leaving, even though it was later found that he had gone to the hospital. Given the large number of police officers still on duty, this behavior seemed strange. Why was he consistently blocking access to the house? What did he wish to conceal? Investigators worked to answer these questions, even though his behavior might have been the response of a scared or perplexed man. Troy was called in by detectives to be questioned. As might be expected, he appeared distressed. He stated that Sandy's departure for work was the last time he saw her. Because of their divergent work schedules, Sandy worked at night and Troy worked during the day. Troy clarified that Sandy was still asleep when he left for work at 5 a.m. on July 5. After a quick conversation when he arrived home at 2 p.m., Sandy left for her job as a bartender at Tampa's well-known Green Iguana Bar. She was expected to be done by 11 p.m. that evening. Troy said that just after 11 p.m., at approximately 11:10 p.m., he heard what he believed to be clappers and heard her car pull up. Troy could not be ruled out as a suspect, but Tracy Humphrey continued to play a significant role in the case. Detectives contacted Sandy Rozo's friends and family during her murder investigation in an attempt to piece together the events of her final hours. They asked Sandy about her relationship with her daughter's father, Jesse. Their relationship showed indications of stress, which may have been caused by disagreements over child custody. Her daughter was residing in Alabama with her father at the time of Sandy's passing. Jesse was providing for his daughter monetarily and might have been vying for sole custody. Given that child custody disputes can occasionally result in criminal behavior, this raised suspicions about his involvement in Sandy's murder. Detectives went to Alabama to interview Jesse in order to learn more. Detectives chose to bring Jesse in for interrogation at the local police station after he denied any involvement in Sandy's death during the conversation. Jesse insisted on his innocence at the station, saying that Sandy had been instrumental in their daughter's life and that he had no motive to want their child's mother dead. When the crime was committed on the evening of July 5, he was questioned about his whereabouts. Around 1 in the morning, Jesse said he got a call telling him of Sandy's untimely death while he was at home watching movies with his daughter and girlfriend. Investigators collected additional data such as DNA samples, fingerprints, and Jesse's cell phone records to support his alibi. According to Jesse's cell phone records, he was not in Florida at the time of the crime. Detectives are now concentrating on the Green Iguana, where Sandy was working the night of her murder after Jesse was exonerated of any wrongdoing. The Green Iguana is a well-liked bar with a vibrant nightlife. Sandy would frequently mingle with the regulars. In search of fresh information, investigators spoke with all of her co-workers, particularly those who had assisted her on the night of the crime. When her co-workers learned what had happened to Sandy, they were horrified and furious. The news of her passing devastated everyone who knew her because they all liked her. None of the co-workers saw anything out of the ordinary in the bar on the night of the incident. Sandy left work at approximately 10:45 p.m., and shortly after, a witness observed her leaving the parking lot. Investigators followed Sandy's route from work to her home, which took about 25 minutes, in order to piece together the timeline of her last day. This chronology implied that Sandy went straight home after leaving work, so she should have arrived home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Although Sandy's co-workers painted a different picture, investigators started asking them about her personal life. Troy, the man she lived with, described their relationship as strong. They said Sandy occasionally felt more like Troy's roommate than his girlfriend. According to this information, Sandy might have thought about ending her relationship with Troy. When it became clear that Troy was telling one story while Sandy's friends and co-workers were telling another, the detectives turned their attention back to Troy. Sandy had intended to talk to Troy about dating other people, according to co-workers at the Green Iguana. It's possible that Troy acted irrationally and injured Sandy because his feelings were hurt. Although Sandy was appreciative of Troy's stability, it appears that she didn't love him as much as he desired. A classic case of a crime of passion, in which the perpetrator feels that no one else can have you if I can't. This unrequited love may have been the driving force behind the crime. Troy looked upset but cooperated with the investigation when detectives questioned him again. To avoid suspicion, suspects frequently pretend to be innocent and provide the police with their full cooperation. The detectives diligently looked for any evidence that would connect Troy to Sandy, now that he was at the center of the investigation. Murder. Despite conducting a thorough search of Troy's house and vehicle, they were unable to locate any suspicious objects or weapons. Troy was then informed by the detectives that Sandy's co-workers had given a far from accurate account of their relationship. Troy was clearly taken aback by the charges. Even though Sandy might have been planning to leave him, Troy maintained that his love for her remained unwavering because he thought their relationship was more serious and was ignorant of her true feelings. Detectives went over the timeline to support Troy's account. Setting up a precise timeline was essential. In accordance with Troy's account of hearing gunshots, locating Sandy in the garage and dialing 911, they were able to verify that Sandy got home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Troy's actions appeared to be typical of a man who had seen his loved one die tragically. Troy was ruled out as a suspect in the crime by law enforcement following a thorough investigation. The investigation then appeared to have come to a standstill. Who else might have been inspired to carry out such a horrible deed? Sandy was merely attempting to build her life and save money, so who would want to hurt her? Luckily, Troy found Sandy's folder in his house, which provided the detectives with some unexpected assistance. Troy was correct when he thought the folder held crucial information. Sandy's handwritten notes about her impending trial against a man she accused of assault and unlawful imprisonment were all inside the folder. Sandy was scheduled to testify against Timothy Humphrey in a Tampa courtroom. Only 1 month after Sandy's murder, in August, the trial was set to begin. Troy had previously identified Sandy's ex-boyfriend as Tracy Humphrey to the police. His true name was Timothy, according to the file's documentation. This provided crucial details, such as his birth date and other private information, which served as the initial lead in cracking the case. The databases contained a wealth of information about Timothy Humphrey, but none about Tracy Humphrey. Timothy Humphrey, better known as Tracy Humphrey, had a troubling history of assaulting women. According to additional investigation, for these offenses he was actually sentenced to 8 years in prison. The most upsetting discovery was that, out of fear for Sandy's life, Tracy had abducted her, held her captive, and over the course of several days, repeatedly coerced her into pleasing him. After Sandy escaped, a sheriff's deputy discovered him beaten and naked. Tracy was facing jail time for his actions, and he threatened to kill her if she reported the assault. Sandy was willing to testify against Tracy in court despite her fear because investigators had solid evidence, such as Sandy's testimony, DNA, and photos. However, Sandy's testimony was crucial to the outcome of this case. The charges would probably be dropped if she was unable to testify. Tracy became the main suspect in the investigation because he had a compelling reason to keep her quiet. Tracy was explicitly mentioned as a possible threat in a handwritten note that Sandy left behind. Equipped with this new knowledge, investigators found Tracy at a gym in Brandon, a nearby city where he lived and worked as a personal fitness trainer who was well known for his dedication to fitness and strong physique. Because of his bald head, earring in his ear, and intimidating appearance, Tracy was frequently referred to as Mr. Clean. Tracy appeared shocked to hear about Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives, but when questioned about his relationship with Sandy, his evasive manner raised questions. Without his lawyer present, Tracy became defensive and wouldn't respond to any more questions. Since there was no record of Tracy's marriage in the databases, detectives deduced that he must have recently gotten married because he was wearing a wedding ring. As it happens, Ashley Laney is the woman he married. Compared to Tracy, Ashley was significantly younger. She was only 20 and he was 39. Investigators went to their home to speak with Tracy's new wife in the hopes that she would provide more details. Detectives saw that Ashley was becoming anxious as soon as they entered the house, but on July 4, she disclosed that she and Tracy were married. It was a remarkable coincidence because Sandy Rozo was killed on July 5, the day after their wedding, in violation of Florida law, which states that spouses cannot be forced to testify against one another in court. Because of this fact, investigators were suspicious of Ashley and Tracy's marriage's timing, which they interpreted as a strong and unsettling clue. Ashley claimed she had no knowledge of the murder when questioned about Tracy's whereabouts the night of the killing. Ashley voluntarily offered her alibi for the night of Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives. Murder. She claimed that she and Tracy were at home at 11 p.m. the night of the murder, eating pizza and watching a movie. Ashley added that evening, their friend Toby White had also come over to their house. However, when Ashley's lawyer called, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Another odd thing happened after Tracy called the lawyer and instructed him to call Ashley and tell her what to do if detectives got in touch with her. Tracy surprised everyone by going home and preventing Ashley from responding to the detectives' questions. His manner, body language, and facial expressions conveyed a sense of anger and frustration, which led the detectives to suspect that Tracy might have been involved in a conspiracy to conceal the truth about the Sandy Rozo murder. Ashley had stopped talking, but the detectives had a crucial new lead. Ashley and Tracy Humphrey gave the excuse that they had ordered pizza on the night of the Sandy Rozo murder. The detectives followed this lead, went to the pizza place, located the delivery person, and collected the receipt. At 10:49 p.m., Tracy's cell phone was used to order the pizza. The pizza arrived 15 minutes later on July 5. In a flashback, the pizza delivery man said that the big bald man had left him a $20 tip for a $12 pizza that evening. Detectives came to the conclusion that Tracy could not have been the murderer because his house was 40 minutes away from the scene of the crime. The detectives were disappointed by this discovery because they had suspected Tracy, and the puzzle pieces did not fit together as they had hoped. It can be demoralizing to experience a setback such as the one that comes with a confirmed alibi, but in this instance, he made the decision to investigate Ashley's role in Sandy's ordeal. The detectives discovered an interesting incident while conducting additional investigation. Ashley had no criminal history, was a good student, and behaved well, but Sandy reported her car stolen just before she passed away. Ironically, her car was later discovered fully burned out on a Tampa street. The car had been purposefully set on fire, according to the state fire marshal's office. Ashley had visited a shooting range in the Tampa area the day her car was set on fire, according to the police investigation into the arson. As it turned out, Ashley had been learning how to shoot a .22 caliber gun at the range with Tracy Humphrey. Given that Sandy was killed by a .22 caliber firearm, this information was vital. Investigators started comparing all of the data they had been given and investigating Ashley's role in Sandy's death. To learn more, they spoke with her relatives. Detectives were informed by Ashley's stepfather that he had lent Ashley his .22 caliber handgun so she could learn how to shoot. Ashley refused to give the gun back when he asked for it. Detectives were certain they were heading the investigation in the right direction after speaking with Ashley's mother. According to the mother, Ashley told her that Sandy had been shot 8 times. This particular detail was important because it had not been covered by the media, meaning that only the shooter and law enforcement would have known about it. Ashley's involvement in the crime became apparent as the puzzle pieces started to fit together. Apart from a possible link to Tracy, the reason behind Sandy's murder was still unknown. Investigators were able to determine the precise location of Tracy's phone at the time of the crime by acquiring Ashley and Tracy Humphrey's phone records. His phone was close to his Brandon home, according to the phone tower data. Ashley's claim that she had been at home the entire night was refuted by the records, which supported Tracy's alibi. Her phone was tracked close to Sandy's house, and it was active outside the Green Iguana at 4:30 p.m. Ashley called Tracy multiple times at 10:45 p.m. Ashley's involvement in the crime was strongly implied by the evidence. Ashley was the main suspect now. Detectives suspected she wasn't acting alone, though. Because Tracy had a reason to hurt Sandy, the phone records also suggested that he was involved in the crime. What part each of them had played in the crime was the only question left. Toby White, a friend who had been at Tracy and Ashley's house the night Sandy Rosa was killed, became the focus of detectives searching for additional evidence. She was called in by detectives to be questioned. As it happens, Tracy Humphrey had a client named Toby. Tracy, in her opinion, was an excellent trainer. Toby first confirmed Tracy's story when she was questioned about her whereabouts on the evening of July 5, saying she had been at his house, even bringing up the pizza delivery they had ordered, from 9:30 p.m. to midnight. However, it became evident that Toby was not in the house after more cell phone records were examined. Toby had to deal with contradictions in her testimony during that period. Toby changed her mind and told the truth after being threatened with criminal charges for perjury, a crime that carries a jail sentence. At Tracy's request, she gave a false alibi and told detectives that she hadn't seen Ashley or Tracy Humphrey that night. Looking back, Toby saw that Ashley and Tracy had lied to her about their role in the killing. Ashley Humphrey was taken into custody on December 18, 2003, for Sandy Rosa, Tracy's first-degree murder. Humphrey was unable to handle firearms at a firing range because he was a convicted felon and was not allowed to own or use firearms. In order to ensure that Tracy could not influence Ashley, he was arrested on these charges and detained. Detectives hoped Ashley would tell them more about the crime because she was in custody and not with Tracy, but she didn't say anything. Given Tracy's history of abuse, there was significant concern about his possible influence over her. Investigators looked further into Tracy's past in the hopes of finding information that would persuade Ashley to speak. They discovered evidence that Tracy had cheated on Ashley in addition to other women. Ashley came to the realization that her marriage and all of her relationships had been based on lies and deceit as she started to piece together the truth. Ashley was unable to avoid the question of whether she had been duped while she was incarcerated. The startling discovery that the man she had committed a crime for, the man she was prepared to serve a lifetime in prison for, was unfaithful to her, compelled her to alter her strategy. Ashley, feeling deceived, confessed to killing Sandy and gave investigators vital information regarding the location of the murder weapon. The firearm was found in Hillsborough County's northeast. Ashley kept talking to investigators and discovered more and more unsettling information. Tracy had been manipulating her from the start, telling her that he loved her and that Sandy needed to be killed so they could have a future together. Tracy claimed that Sandy had been falsely accused and that if he testified in court, he would be imprisoned. In addition, Ashley admitted to having tried to kill Sandy weeks prior to the tragic event. The disclosure of these sinister facts created a terrifying image of deceit, manipulation, and treachery. Initially, Ashley sat in her car in the parking lot, waiting for Sandy to finish her shift and emerge into the lot to drive home, with the intention of shooting her as she left the bar. After waiting for Sandy to exit the bar, Ashley squeezed the trigger. Ashley's issue was that she didn't strike Sandy, She shot her own car's mirror. Compromise evidence was left behind by this incident. Ashley and Tracy took the car to an empty lot and burned it to destroy the evidence. Law enforcement grew increasingly certain that they could charge Tracy with murder as more and more evidence connected him to the crimes surfaced. Ashley was merely a pawn in Tracy's plot. He coerced her into executing his scheme to kill Sandy. The tragic events that transpired were orchestrated by Tracy Humphrey. Ashley would not have committed the crime, and Sandy would still be alive if it weren't for his influence. Investigators were able to piece together Sandy Rozo's final hours of life thanks to Ashley's confession. Sandy began working at the Green Iguana at 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder, July 5, while Ashley waited in the parking lot with a .22 caliber handgun that she had borrowed from her stepfather. Tracy coordinated Ashley's actions while staying in close contact with her. Ashley patiently awaited Sandy's shift to be over. At 10:45 p.m., Sandy pulled out of the parking lot and Ashley trailed behind. Sandy parked her car in the garage after arriving home at 11:10 p.m. Ashley came in directly behind her. She fired. She kept shooting until her ammunition ran out. She fired 8 shots in all. Ashley called Tracy and informed him that Sandy had passed away as soon as possible. To help the delivery man remember him, Tracy placed an order for a pizza and left him a generous tip. Ashley accepted a plea deal of 25 years in prison in exchange for testifying, and Tracy was given an alibi in return for her cooperation. Many questioned the fairness of Ashley's sentence against Tracy Humphrey, arguing that on March 10, 2006, a life sentence would have been more appropriate. Ashley Humphrey received a 25-year prison term. She revealed a shocking revelation 14 years later. On ITV's Killer Women, Ashley Humphrey told Piers Morgan that she was the one who thought of the plan to kill Sandy Rozo, not her husband Timothy Tracy Humphrey, as she had stated in court. "What if she didn't appear in court?" I proposed. That's where it began, according to Ashley. And it got worse. It was me who said it first. I'm not sure why I allowed him to enter my thoughts in that manner. Ashley might have received a much harsher punishment if she had admitted to the scheme at the outset and had not accepted a plea deal to convict her husband. She is presently a prisoner at Quincy, Florida's Gadsden Correctional Institution. On December 13, 2028, when she turns 46 in February, she is expected to be released from prison. Timothy Humphrey was found guilty of murder by a jury in 2006. He received a life sentence without the possibility of release. He was also given a 15-year sentence for trying to flee. Because of his aggressive and domineering personality, Humphrey thought he could get away with it, but he would live out the remainder of his days in prison, where he would ultimately die. Everyone in the Sandy Rozo family wanted this to happen. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case, with you. At this point, a single horrifying discovery validated the police officer's worst fears. A psychotic murderer was at large. The murderer believed he had escaped, but he was unaware that he had been captured on camera. The police discovered a lead that would turn the case around just when it appeared to be unsolvable. But the first chapter of his dark tale exposed a horror so unthinkable that it rocked even the most infamous offenders to their foundation. On April 7, 2016, at 7:36 p.m., a homeless woman in Pasco County, Florida, dialed 911. She had discovered something she would never forget while searching for cans. The suspected area was in the vicinity of Newport Richey's Woodlands. Matthew Adamo, the Pasco County Sheriff, was scheduled to look into the report. Detectives initially thought it was a homeless altercation gone wrong, but they quickly discovered they were dealing with something far more sinister. The caller, who was questioned by detectives, stated that a man's headless body was found next to a shopping center and a community of mobile homes. She immediately fled again, preventing the scene from becoming contaminated. The investigative team split up into 2 groups after verifying that the body was indeed in the wooded area. One was to find evidence, and the other was to secure the body. They hoped to find something gruesome that might have been captured on camera at the Metro PCS store, which was fortunately the closest location. The majority of the CCTV footage had been deleted when the staff member led them to the room where it was being recorded. Everything on the camera had been deleted because the building had just been purchased by new owners on Friday. Meanwhile, another group of police officers cleared the path to the body and secured the area. Finding the victim and making preliminary inferences were their top priorities. The investigators were on the verge of discovering something that would completely change the course of their investigation. They had an idea of who the deceased might have been as soon as they discovered the body belonged to a woman. Just over a mile from the forested area, in October 2015, 21-year-old Brooklyn Peck was reported missing. Her case was declared unsolved by the police following a protracted investigation. The hope of finding Brooklyn safe and sound had faded along with the exhaustion of the search for her. However, after 6 traumatic months, Brooklyn's family once again hoped to find some sort of closure when the recently discovered body was reported on the news. However, the coroner's report, which would be obtained once forensics had safely removed the body and performed tests, was necessary to confirm whether it was Brooklyn. However, all of that had to wait until the crime scene was thoroughly examined, and the body's ambiguous location was making things more difficult. They were eventually able to examine the body up close at approximately 9:05 p.m. The officers had no idea that they were going to come across one of the most devastating discoveries of their lives. Since she was still wearing jewelry, the investigators concluded that it wasn't a robbery gone wrong. Her face had been so severely mutilated that it was unrecognizable, and her clothing was pulled over it. Her torn stockings further raised suspicions among the police that this crime scene was more than a landfill. This was the precise location where the victim had died. They had brought her here and killed her. It was extremely unsettling to consider that another person would do this to someone and abandon them without a sense of identity, purpose, or concern. They were certain that the investigation would not be simple. The victim had endured the most terrible final moments, whether or not it was Brooklyn. In actuality, the detectives had never seen a more heinous case of sexual assault. The medical examiner's office eventually informed them that blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The investigators were aware that they had seen the aftermath of a deranged, unsettling fantasy. The real, unsettling tale would begin to take shape here. Their best guess for the Jane Doe's identity was Brooklyn Peck. The detectives immersed themselves in Brooklyn's case file while the body was prepared for forensic examination. They discovered something grim there. They found a physical characteristic that made it impossible for the body to be Brooklyn, even before the forensic report disproved the link between the body and Brooklyn. This was just one of the many twists that made this case feel like a movie. The tip of the recovered body's left pointer finger was still present, but Brooklyn's was missing. They now understood that Brooklyn Peck was not the deceased. They felt a wide range of emotions upon learning that this was not Brooklyn. They had been hoping for some closure, so they went from being relieved and happy that it wasn't her to feeling sad that it wasn't her. The effort to positively identify Jane Doe was a complete failure. Searching through the month's missing persons reports until they discovered a good match was the next difficult task. In an effort to identify the woman, and if at all possible, provide closure to yet another family in need of answers, they launched a thorough search through recent missing persons reports. After searching through the documents, they eventually discovered a match, a woman who had been reported missing just a few weeks earlier and who looked remarkably similar to the body they had found. The detectives realized they were starting a completely new investigation after making this identification. Judith Terrianos, age 52, was the owner of the body. The family of this grandmother, who had been missing for more than a month, was in the same state of desperation as Brooklyn's. They were aware that it would take a careful balancing act between forensic accuracy and unwavering resolve, and maybe a little bit of luck, to find out what had happened to this woman. Their attention now turned to discovering the truth about Judith's terrible fate, even though Brooklyn's case was still pending. Newport Richey was not Judith's home. She was only a guest. She had gone there to visit a friend who was fighting cancer with another friend. Unfortunately, she never came home. Born in September 1963, Judith Terrianos was originally from Maine. When she was younger, she frequently took family vacations to Greece because she loved to travel. The 52-year-old, who had volunteered at a bookstore and worked at a nursing home in the past, was said to be a kind and compassionate individual. In February 2016, the mother of 3 had gone to Florida to take care of a sick friend. By obtaining a fingerprint from the deceased, the medical examiner's office was able to identify the person as Judith Terrianos. The CCTV footage collected from the area gave detectives a vital lead when they eventually identified Judith, which gave the case new life. The detectives divided into groups. A couple of detectives went to a convenience store to get video, and a few others went to find her last known location. They focused on a convenience store and a number of nearby companies. She was seen buying alcohol at a nearby convenience store which she was known to frequent in the first surveillance footage they found. In the surveillance footage, they saw Judith and another individual buying her items at the time. She was seen in the video purchasing alcohol at a nearby convenience store with an unnamed man. That left the police with a suspect to pursue, one who might have the answers to this puzzling riddle. They were unsure whether the man was the cause of Judith's death or if he was just another acquaintance when they found the surveillance footage of her in the convenience store with him. He might be able to help them with the investigation. Since he was the last person seen with Judith, identifying him became the top priority. He wasn't registered, regrettably, because the DNA evidence taken from the crime scene didn't match anything in the database. With only a description and a picture of the man, the detectives had no choice but to search the neighborhood. In the hopes that someone would recognize their main suspect, they went back to the trailer park and knocked on as many doors as they could. All of them provided hazy descriptions, suggesting that they were either unaware of what had occurred or that they were unwilling to speak with the police. They came closest to a man named Grizzly, who possessed both evidence and information. He provided them with concrete proof and information that went beyond mere rumors. He told the police that although he didn't know the man well, he had provided him with a place to stay for a few days. Additionally, he told the detectives that the man had forgotten his bag. Because it directly connected the suspect's clothing to the scene, Grizzly's disclosure was a significant turning point in the case. But that was where Grizzly's knowledge abruptly stopped. He said that aside from the fact that the suspect appeared nervous, bordering on paranoid, and eager to get out of town, he didn't know much about him. Grizzly claims that although the man had discussed purchasing a one-way ticket to Chicago, he had not provided any personal information, not even his name. An unexpected lead was about to be given to detectives, and it developed in a way that added to the mystery's unnerving aspects. The police suspected that there might be a lead so significant that it would completely blow the case apart. They promptly gave him the assurance that anything he revealed would be treated with the highest confidentiality and protection, because they were at a pivotal point in their investigation. Stefan was the first to speak. Stefan knew the mystery man as well as Judith. His name, Stefan said, was Timothy. Timothy had mentioned his interest in Judy while they were together at a convenience store. The investigators had never been closer to the truth, thanks to Grizzly's evidence linking the mystery man to the scene, and Stefan's now implied willingness to divulge something significant. Something Stefan was about to reveal would finally solve the mystery once and for all. Even though the mystery man had finally been identified, Stefan had more in store for us. Police had found a bottle of rubbing alcohol at the scene. They were unaware of its significance at the time. They now knew that in an effort to hide his identity by destroying the DNA, he had poured rubbing alcohol on her body. The man was recognized by Stefan as Timothy Johnson. After expressing interest in Judith, Timothy's feelings would take a deadly turn in a matter of hours. The detectives were on the verge of making a discovery that would completely change the course of events. For them, it marked a significant turning point. After investigating Timothy Johnson's background, detectives discovered that he had been arrested 4 times in Florida for domestic abuse, aggravated battery, and twice for not showing up for court. Curiously, 3 weeks prior to the discovery of Judith's body, one of those arrests for aggravated assault occurred. He broke into a woman's house late at night after drinking too much. More significantly, though, this indicated that he was already under police arrest. Timothy Johnson lacked any genuine regret for his crimes and was incredibly heartless. With CCTV footage, witness statements, and evidence that placed him close to the crime scene, the detectives were now prepared to address the most pressing issue. Just the video evidence was important. Witnesses also recalled Timothy's unpredictable behavior and interactions with Judith in the days preceding her death, and had caught him close to the crime scene around the time of Judith's murder. As the pieces came together, the detectives were ready to construct a strong case because they knew that Timothy's violent past gave the current charges context and substance. When the detectives went to the prison to question the cold-blooded killer, the police thought they had finally located him, but they had no idea that this was only the beginning. Detectives discovered as they dug deeper that they were looking into a pattern of increasing violence rather than just one murder. Johnson's history of arrests suggested that he was used to getting away with grave consequences for his behavior. In June 2015, Timothy entered a no-contest plea for misdemeanor battery, adding to his criminal history. In December 2015, he was also accused of resisting a police officer and violating his probation. Timothy was arrested in January 2016 for using a knife to break into the home of his former roommate. The ex-roommate reportedly claimed that he had previously threatened to break up with her. Timothy, however, was set free in February 2016. Since he had been incarcerated since March 23, 2016, for a probation violation, the authorities didn't have to search far for him once Judith was located. He reportedly acknowledged having consensual sex with Judith, but withheld further details. However, other prisoners came forward with information stating that Timothy had described what had happened and confessed to killing Judith. They anticipated a confession, but they were taken by surprise. He didn't confess to his crimes until he was officially booked, charged with first-degree murder, and put inside the prison walls. But not to the investigators. He conversed with another prisoner instead. He smashed her face in and suffocated her to death, then went to a place that would make anyone's skin crawl. Timothy was merely idly sitting there. He was not in a panic. He wasn't going crazy. He appeared to have experienced nothing at all. Timothy used his victim's pilfered credit card to eat some waffles. Those who dared to imagine what he would do next would never be able to forget it. Timothy Johnson received a life sentence. By commemorating Judith Therianos, we pay tribute to her life and promote a society in which each person is treated with respect and dignity, preventing further victims of needless violence. Nothing really surprises the police, who always see the worst in people. The police were affected by this, even though it was sickening and unsettling. Some people experienced nightmares, not so much because of him, as because of how awful her final moments were. Investigators and the general public were left wondering, was he struggling with guilt, or was there a darker side to his selective silence? This confession's timing and nature sparked numerous debates. Timothy was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder and given a life sentence in October 2017. For the January 2016 incident, he was also found guilty on 2 counts of aggravated assault and sentenced to 5 years in prison each. According to prison records, Timothy is still a prisoner at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nobody could have guessed that the couple had sinister secrets. She was an accomplished judge, and he was a successful lawyer. But a terrible thing happened. What began as a tale of love turned into an unimaginable tragedy. The Circuit House colony was quiet on a typical Kanpur evening. However, a mystery that would soon upend the life of Pratibha Gautam, a respected judge who had only moved to the neighborhood a few months earlier, was hidden behind the walls of one apartment in a government-provided residence. Pratibha, a civil judge at the local court, was renowned for her honesty and equity. She had gained the respect of her neighbors and the confidence of her co-workers by being modest but resolute. Before one fateful evening altered everything, it appeared that nothing could disrupt the rhythm of her life. Manu Abhishek Rajan, her husband and a lawyer, started a lengthy journey from Delhi to Kanpur on October 8, 2016. Despite their undeniable love, the couple's relationship was strained by the demands of their careers, and they had only been married for less than a year. While working at the Tis Hazari court in Delhi, Abhishek often stayed behind to spend as much time as possible with his wife. As he drove this evening, He thought about their reunion and looked forward to the weekend they would spend together. Despite the long drive, Abhishek, who was used to such trips, made every effort to communicate with his wife. He tried calling her several times, but no one picked up. He initially thought she was working or enjoying some well-earned relaxation, but he became more uneasy as he approached Kanpur. Why didn't she answer? Why is there no sound? When the first light filled Kanpur's streets on the morning of October 9, Abhishek finally made it to the Circuit House colony and parked outside their apartment. He tried calling her again, but the silence on the other end made him even more worried. As he caught his breath, he hurried to the door after getting out of his car and pressed the doorbell. However, there was only a spooky silence within. Again and again he rang, then knocked, softly at first, then more urgently as panic set in. Since the door was locked from the inside, Pratibha ought to be at home. Abhishek became aware that something was seriously amiss. He made the tough choice to break in with a heavy heart. The door flew open after a series of hard blows. The lock gave way, and Abhishek stepped inside while holding his breath. He was paralyzed by what he saw in the living room. His wife was hanging from the ceiling fan. The air was heavy with an unpleasant smell. Her skin was darkened with dried blood, and her wrists were cut. Abhishek's entire world fell apart in that moment. Everything else became inconsequential. He walked cautiously toward her. The rope gave way when he touched her, and Pratibha's body dropped to the ground. Fear and sadness tightened his chest. He stood over her, finding it difficult to believe what he was seeing. Then, as if in a daze, he knew he had to do something. Ignoring the neighbors' shocked looks, Abhishek ran out of the apartment. He got into his vehicle and drove quickly in the direction of Kanpur Kant, the closest police station. With a trembling voice, he reported that his wife had probably committed suicide. The officer sent a team to the scene right away after listening carefully without interjecting. This signaled the start of an inquiry aimed at answering the numerous mysteries surrounding Pratibha Gautam's last hours. What had become of this powerful woman? Why had her life ended in such a terrible way? There was a spooky silence in the Circuit House colony as officers pushed their way into the apartment. They were shocked by the scene at once. The body on the ground was different from what Abhishek had first said. He claimed to have discovered his wife hanging from the ceiling fan. He clarified that he had taken her down in an attempt to assist in his panic. However, the bloodstains on the furniture and floor only strengthened their suspicions, and this particular detail raised more questions. Senior officers and forensic specialists soon showed up to start gathering evidence. While Abhishek watched, his hands shaking and his face displaying a mixture of shock and fear, they took pictures and collected tangible evidence. Neighbors were beginning to congregate outside, whispering and glancing nervously at each other about what might have happened in the judge's house. The small Uttar Pradeshi town of Orai is where Pratibha Gautam was born. Her mother taught her and her younger sister to be independent and persistent, and she grew up in a middle-class family with a father who worked at a bank. Early on, Pratibha showed an interest in law, and she relocated to Lucknow to attend university after high school. There, she not only graduated with honors, but also made the decision to become a lawyer. Her desire to become a judge eventually led her to Delhi, where she enrolled in graduate school. The pivotal moment in her life occurred in Delhi. She met Manu Abhishek Rajan, a young, ambitious lawyer who shared her desire for career advancement. Abhishek was born into a powerful family. His father, Judge Suresh Chandra Rajan, had a long career that included positions at the CBI and NGT, among other prestigious organizations. What started out as straightforward discussions between Pratibha and Abhishek regarding exam stress and career obstacles quickly developed into something more. Through long walks around the city, study sessions, and library visits, their friendship developed into a romantic partnership, and they soon made the decision to get married. But not everything went as planned. When Pratibha informed her parents that she intended to wed Abhishek, they reacted negatively. Since Abhishek was only an attorney, they felt that he was unfit to be their daughter's partner and that their daughter should have a higher status. Their objections were exacerbated by the caste differences. Nevertheless, the couple decided to fight for their future together because their love was stronger than what society expected. They both made the decision to apply for the junior judge exam in 2013. Pratibha gave her all to the preparation, attending specialized classes, studying at night and taking practice exams. Her diligence paid off. She started training after passing the competitive exam. Sadly, Abhishek failed the test. Although it was a major setback, he decided to keep going and pursue a career in law, concentrating on criminal cases. They continued to have a solid relationship in spite of the disappointment. Pratibha Gautam began working as an associate civil judge in Kanpur in 2015. She soon proved she was capable of handling the responsibilities and demands of the position, which called for complete dedication. She quickly gained the respect of her peers in the local court due to her fairness and strong work ethic. Abhishek Rajan, meanwhile, pursued his legal career at Delhi's Tis Hazari Court, where his professionalism and tenacity won praise from peers. On January 29, 2016, they took a risky move. They got married in secret at Delhi's Arya Samaj temple. This was a planned move to take charge of their future rather than an act of impulsive behavior. They chose not to tell them since they were aware that neither family would be happy about their union. Only a few close friends who assisted in planning the event attended the low-key ceremony. They kept their marriage a secret from their families until shortly after it was formally registered. The couple made an effort to patch things up with their family after the wedding. Pratibha was eventually accepted as a daughter-in-law by Abhishek's family, who also showed interest in her life. Pratibha's family, however, was adamant in their disapproval. They were unable to forgive her for selecting a partner whose background and status they considered inappropriate. 2 months after the wedding, on April 23rd, Pratibha and Abhishek announced their union with a reception in Delhi. The celebration was lively and joyful, but it was clouded by Pratibha's parents' absence. It wasn't until after the wedding that her parents learned about it. They refused to accept Pratibha's decision and remained aloof, despite her repeated attempts to make amends. Pratibha found this difficult and hoped that their feelings would eventually soften, but that time never arrived. Abhishek and Pratibha ultimately made the decision to relocate to Kanpur. In the respectable Circuit House colony, Pratibha was given government housing. They made this their new home, a peaceful and safe haven where they could put their careers first and avoid family conflicts. After a few months in Kanpur, Abhishek went back to Delhi to carry on with his work. It was 6 months into their marriage. They continued to support one another, stay in close communication, and get together whenever they could in spite of the obstacles, distance, family strife, and the pressure of their demanding careers. Pratibha and Abhishek treasured every second they had together, planning, dreaming, and having faith that their love would triumph over all challenges. When Abhishek got to Kanpur early on October 9 to see Pratibha, he discovered her dead in their apartment. Given that Pratibha was a judge and the police unit arrived quickly, her death was not only a personal tragedy, but also a challenge to the system as a whole. Officers started going through the apartment very carefully and recording any possible evidence. Beside Pratibha's body was the scarf that had been around her neck. Investigators had a lot of questions about the cuts on her arms. Why did the scene seem so strange? And what had actually happened in that room? Shaking from shock and sorrow, Abhishek gave his first statement, explaining how he had discovered Pratibha. She was suspended when he walked in, he said, and he pulled her down until her body hit the floor. Even a preliminary review seemed extremely suspicious, but the police in this case ordered a forensic examination to ascertain the precise cause and time of death. Suspension and wrist cuts, together as a means of self-harm, didn't seem likely. Details that weren't consistent with typical cases were observed by investigators. 3 separate marks in a linear pattern indicated intentional force, and the neck injuries were deep. An O-shaped mark left by the scarf was a noticeable detail in most suspension cases. Although the neck mark typically takes the shape of a V or U, a circular mark might suggest that the patient was compressed while they were in a supine position. The idea that the scene was staged to imply self-harm was raised by this discovery. The 14 deep cuts on Pratibha's arms, 6 on the right and 8 on the left, told a different tale. The cuts were parallel and exact, as if they had been made carefully and without hurry. The police had reason to question the situation's simplicity because this did not fit the typical profile. But the tragedy's news spread swiftly. Camera crews and reporters started congregating outside Pratibha's house. When he heard of her death, her father was devastated. He was so distraught and perplexed by what might have happened to their daughter that he and his wife left right away for Kanpur. A local hospital took Pratibha's body for an autopsy, but there were problems with the procedure. Colleagues and community members criticized the temporary transportation of a judge's body. Her body was left in a corner of the hallway until the examination could start, which sparked criticism from the public and raised concerns about how the police handled the case. Late at night, medical professionals conducted the autopsy and attempted to solve the tragic and intricate puzzle. Abhishek frequently described how he discovered his wife in that depressing condition, but it became evident that something was amiss when the forensic team showed up. He brought up the ceiling fan, which was questioned. He claimed that even though Pratibha had been suspended from it, the mystery was only made more complex by the bloodstains on the fan blade. The smudges were long, as though her arms had simply touched the blades, devoid of the typical patterns of spatter that accompany physical injury. The scene looked too neat, too perfect. There were questions about the ceiling fan itself. It was obviously not strong enough to bear an adult's weight. There were no indications of bending or damage, which would have been expected from a real attempt to use it. Investigators were beginning to suspect a problem. Abhishek claimed that in order to enter the apartment, he had broken down the door. "I have to force it open," he insisted. Investigators soon discovered, though, that the lock was merely minor damage and was still operational. He claimed a forced entry, but the door opened and closed without any problems. It wouldn't have worked so well if it had been disassembled. The police's suspicions of Abhishek were strengthened by this detail. The physical evidence didn't seem to support his version of events. The lead officer concentrated on getting all the details straight during the interrogation. Abhishek meticulously detailed his journey from Delhi, including every stop and piece of evidence, including his call logs, toll receipts, and surveillance footage. He said that during his journey, he made several calls to Pratibha. It seemed suspicious that he provided so much information without much prodding, as if he had foreseen the questions and had prepared his responses beforehand. The police demanded that Abhishek stay for additional interrogation, despite his repeated requests to be released, claiming that he had done everything in his power to aid the investigation. Being an accomplished attorney, he was aware that there might be many details at the crime scene that could be important, and his in-depth familiarity with these details made his story seem too polished and well-rehearsed. But when investigators learned that Abhishek did not call the police right away after finding Pratibha, the real questions started to come to light. The police station was a mile or two from the apartment, so he got in his car and drove there instead. Most people would automatically contact emergency services right away in such a circumstance, but Abhishek would not. He clarified that he wasn't sure what to do and was in shock and confusion. Although he only went to the station once, he said he had attempted to get help twice. Investigators thought they were dealing with something much more complicated than it initially seemed because of the contradictions, strange details, and disparities in his story. Even with his assured answers, Abhishek was beginning to come across as someone who knew the answers to every question, but the reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day was still unknown. Investigators understood that Abhishek might hold the secret to solving the case, and that the solution was still a ways off. Security kept a close eye on everything that took place in this residential colony. It had security posts and guarded entrances, and was inhabited by senior government officials. But Abhishek didn't ask the guards for assistance when he realized the apartment door wouldn't open. Why not? Investigators were immediately drawn to this question, because anyone else in a similar circumstance would probably turn to those around them for help. In addition to the increasing number of troubling details regarding his behavior, this lack of action seemed suspicious. When he drove to the police station after locating Pratibha, another odd detail surfaced, according to Abhishek. When he left, he didn't tell the guards at the colony's entrance what had happened. He could have gone up to them, which probably would have sped up the police call. Rather, he just climbed into his vehicle and left. His account was further called into question by investigators, who saw this as yet another warning sign. Pratibha's parents were horrified by what they saw when they got to the scene. Their sorrow soon gave way to rage. They publicly charged Abhishek and his family with being behind her death. They said Abhishek had made her living conditions intolerable, put her under continual pressure, and limited her ability to communicate with her family. In order to substantiate their allegations, Pratibha's father submitted a report to the police, asking that Abhishek be charged with coercion and causing harm. Either Abhishek was directly responsible for her death, he claimed, or his actions had caused her to die this way. As a judge, Pratibha was a successful and self-reliant woman who was used to running her own affairs. For 6 years, she had been independent. Her family found it hard to accept that she would voluntarily hurt herself. She had never displayed any signs of distress or malice, they remembered. This made one wonder, what might have motivated her to do this? 4 seasoned medical professionals performed the autopsy on the evening of October 9 and came up with startling results. Asphyxiation was the cause of death, which suggests foul play. Her body had marks that suggested she had been struck by a metal object. In addition, she had 3 deep cuts on her neck and 14 cuts on her arms and wrists. Everything pointed to a struggle, a last-ditch effort to resist. The most unexpected discovery made about Pratibha before her death was that she was 3.5 months pregnant. The investigation was further complicated by this detail. How could a pregnant woman who was in a responsible role at work choose to hurt herself? The presence of bruises and other marks didn't fit the scenario where she may have caused the injuries and suffocated herself. Why did her body show so many signs of damage? Abhishek started to exhibit signs of discomfort as the questioning went on. His answers, which had been confident, became uncertain. Investigators took notice of his hesitation and self-contradiction. He might be concealing something, and these were obvious clues. He was eventually arrested for additional interrogation. The police were aware that this case needed to be handled carefully. Abhishek practiced law. His brother-in-law was a prominent figure in the judiciary, as was his father, a retired judge. Any mistake could have dire consequences. Public pressure and his family's influence were major factors when Abhishek appeared in court to set bail terms. The judge restricted his confinement to 7 hours rather than the usual amount of time. Investigators and Pratibha's family members were not happy with this decision, because they thought Abhishek was treated too lightly, considering the seriousness of the charges. Pratibha's body was given to her family after the autopsy was finished. Her parents, siblings, and other family members were devastated. They remembered how Pratibha had sounded quiet when she called home in recent months. She avoided talking about her personal life and shared few details, and now all those little clues seemed like warning signs they might have missed. The case became more complicated every day, and the solutions appeared farther off. After seizing Abhishek's phone, the police started going through all of his emails, calls, and messages. They found that during the past few months their relationship had becoming more tense. Nearly every message from Abhishek was tinged with annoyance, and they frequently argued about their plans for the family and the future of their child. Although no one was yet certain of the extent to which these sinister undertones would spread, this increased the investigators' suspicions. Abhishek had to endure hours of interrogation while the investigators watched him. With every new question and piece of evidence, the pressure increased and his burden grew heavier. Abhishek finally broke down and said the words that changed everything one day. When he was so tired and on the verge of an emotional collapse, he admitted it. The words were a painful, unwilling admission that came reluctantly, as if drawn from deep within. It was shocking and horrifying to hear him admit his part in Pratibha's demise. Abhishek disclosed that his thoughts and feelings were distorted by years of internalized jealousy and resentment. It all began when he failed the exam and continued to practice law, while Pratibha earned her place as a judge. This status difference turned into a major source of internal conflict. He found it hard to believe that his wife had accomplished more than he had, and that her family publicly disapproved of him. His emotions became more destructive with every day that went by. Then she found out she was pregnant. It represented their love and their hope for the future for Pratibha. She thought the baby would improve her relationship with her parents and strengthen their marriage. Pratibha's mother was ecstatic and intended to help her daughter, even meeting to talk about their future together. However, this news felt like yet another setback for Abhishek. He experienced fear and a greater sense of alienation in place of happiness. He saw the pregnancy as a further erosion of his independence, an increase in his responsibilities, and a widening of the gap between him and Pratibha. Abhishek's friends knew him as someone who liked to live a carefree life. He was known for his parties, independence, and lack of responsibility. Now, he was overcome with fear at the thought of becoming a father. He started to coerce Pratibha into thinking about getting an abortion, but she adamantly refused. The tension between them only grew as a result of her unwavering desire to keep the child. He became increasingly frustrated with her every time she smiled and tried to show him that their future might be promising. He was stuck. The situation only got worse. Abhishek began to have even more influence over Pratibha's life. He cut off her communication with her parents and grew more and more envious of her achievements and career. At home, Pratibha's world was dominated by control and anxiety, despite her independence and success at work. The turning point came when Pratibha's mother said she wanted to see her in early October. Abhishek's response was furious. The fact that Pratibha had disregarded him and contacted her family was too much for him to handle. He insisted that she cease all correspondence, but Pratibha refused to back down. She vowed to stand up for her rights, keep her child, and refuse to compromise. For Abhishek, those words were the last straw. His fear of losing control, his sense of failure, and his jealousy all came to a head. Her strength and independence were too much for him to handle anymore. On that fateful day, things got out of hand. Now that he was seated across from the investigators, Abhishek talked about his anxieties, his overwhelming jealousy, and how he couldn't tolerate her independence and success. The investigators, however, believed there was more to the story even after his admission. The deeper secrets of their relationship had not yet been revealed, and it appeared likely that Abhishek had only told a portion of the truth. Things started out quickly and unexpectedly when Pratibha told Abhishek she was going to Delhi, in spite of his strong protests. On October 7, Abhishek was at a resort unwinding with friends. He was startled by the news. He made the decision to go back to Delhi right away. He left his friends behind, gave up his break, and went home. Pratibha reached Delhi by train on October 8. In the hopes that a face-to-face discussion would improve their relationship, she was met by an irate and agitated Abhishek. He loaded her into the car, and as they drove, the tension increased and turned into a furious dispute. Shouting broke out during the exchange, and Pratibha finally had enough. Declaring she was going back to Kanpur, she got out of the car in the middle of the road and started to walk away. Abhishek's eyes were burning with rage as he watched her. "Do as you please," he yelled after her. However, his feelings overcame him after a short while, and he chose to follow her. It took Abhishek about 9 hours to drive to Kanpur during the night and arrive at Pratibha's apartment in the posh Circuit House colony. On the morning of October 9, it was around 5 or 5:30 in the morning. Since most neighbors kept to themselves and the colony was known for its security, he had some leeway to act undetected. The tension that had grown over the previous few months exploded when Abhishek walked into the apartment. He started slapping a stick at Pratibha. She tried to stop him, but he persisted. As the blows did not satisfy his rage, he cut her arms, body, and neck with a blade. Despite her best efforts, Pratibha lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Abhishek intensified his actions upon realizing she was still alive. He reached for a scarf, pulled it tight around her neck, and held it there until she exhaled. Breathless, standing over her, he started to realize the seriousness of his actions. He needed to hide his tracks now. He tried to hang Pratibha from the ceiling fan to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, but the fan was not strong enough to support the weight. It looked like it might shatter. Abhishek left her body on the ground after realizing that this plan would fail. Knowing that it might expose his intentions and motivations, he swiftly looked around the apartment for anything that might implicate him and took Pratibha's phone. Trying not to draw attention, he left the apartment at around 6 in the morning and made his way to his car before leaving the Circuit House neighborhood. However, he did not immediately call the police. Rather, Abhishek paused on a calm Kanpur street to collect his thoughts and prepare his statement to the authorities. Every detail would be important, he knew. He didn't visit the Kanpur Cant police station until 3 hours later, at approximately 9 in the morning. He claimed to have discovered Pratibha, dead in the apartment, when he reported her death there. Inconsistencies in his behavior were immediately observed by the police. Why hadn't he reported the incident sooner? Why hadn't he gotten help right away, rather than taking some time to think about what to do next? The investigators were particularly interested in these questions. Abhishek was taken into custody for additional interrogation after making his initial statement. The police started a thorough investigation of the crime scene in the meantime. The scarf that was used to kill Pratibha was discovered, but the blade that was used to injure her was gone. Suspicions increased as a result. Abhishek had obviously tried to conceal evidence and mislead the investigation, indicating that a comprehensive and intricate investigation would be necessary to find the truth. Abhishek put Pratibha's driver and housekeeper on leave the day before the incident, which at first glance appeared to be a random coincidence, but turned out to be a component of his scheme. Following Abhishek's arrest, his parents promptly fled, evading all police requests. After taking notice, the court ordered the seizure of their assets and issued an arrest warrant for them, pending their appearance for interrogation. Abhishek's parents appealed to the Supreme Court in an effort to defend themselves. They were successful in getting the warrant temporarily stayed, but on October 18, the court in Kanpur ordered their voluntary surrender. To cooperate with the current investigation, Abhishek's parents showed up at the chief magistrate's court. Abhishek, meanwhile, tried several times to get bail. He filed petitions with the Supreme Court, the High Court, and the Session Court, among other courts. But every request was turned down. He could not be released due to the seriousness of the charges and the possible danger to the investigation. After several years, Abhishek had been incarcerated for almost 5 years by 2022. After a protracted legal battle and multiple appeals and counter-motions, the High Court finally granted him bail in April 2022, but this was only a short-term solution. The case was still being reviewed, and a verdict has not yet been rendered. Despite all of their efforts, Abhishek's family persisted in demanding his exoneration, while the police and prosecutors persisted in their attempts to establish his guilt. Both parties are still engaged in a fight for justice, while the investigation continues, and the final ruling is still pending. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The South Carolina state in the United States is where the events in this video took place. Jessica Carpenter resided in the city of Aiken with her parents and 2 older sisters. The city of Aiken, which has 300 residents, is not very big. As a result, word of Jessica Carpenter's ordeal quickly spread throughout the city and caught the media's attention. Judy, Jessica's mother, discovered her daughter's body on the floor when she returned home on August 4, 2000. Her age was 17. Jessica was a senior at Aiken High School, where she participated in the school band during the summers and worked part-time as a hostess at a nearby restaurant called Red Lobster. It took more than 5 years before the offender was brought to justice. It was August 4, 2000, the last day of her vacation, and she was eager to start her senior year of high school. Following their lunch together, Jessica's mother Judy left for work, leaving Jessica alone at home. Judy did not see her daughter alive again after that. Judy arrived home around 5:30 p.m. After opening the door and taking a few steps, she noticed something that no mother should ever see. Her daughter was lifeless and naked on the floor. Judy was so terrified that she rushed to her car and dialed 911. The operator asked Judy to return to the house and see if Jessica was breathing. After she had explained the situation, despite being overcome with fear, Judy returned to the house. She followed the operator's instructions to the letter. Judy waited a moment before telling the operator that Jessica was not breathing. She was icy. Police and medics hurried to the scene right away. At the scene, Jessica was declared deceased. First, the police checked the house to make sure the criminal wasn't hiding there. Jessica had been stabbed in the neck and had a telephone wire wrapped around her neck. The fact that Jessica was naked made it clear what drove the crime. Based on the atmosphere in the house, Jessica retaliated. There were fights in her living room, kitchen, and bedroom. Crime scene investigators partially lifted Jessica's fingerprints and collected DNA samples from her body. Physical evidence was scant. Investigators were a little frustrated when they discovered a partial fingerprint. Unknown male DNA was the only important piece of evidence the police discovered. Before departing the scene, there was almost nothing in the case to cling to except the DNA. Another crucial detail caught the attention of the detectives. No evidence of forced entry was found. Jessica was by herself at home, and she always locked her doors in situations like this. It was clear that she either knew the criminal or felt comfortable allowing him to enter the house. Since this had never occurred in their neighborhood before, people were shocked that it had. The neighborhood did not have a high crime rate. According to the results of the forensic analysis, Jessica passed away from internal bleeding and oxygen deprivation. Once a place of laughter and vitality, the Carpenter family home was now enveloped in an unbreakable veil of grief. A horrible crime had taken place in the living room, which had once been the location of boisterous birthday celebrations and peaceful family evenings. Charles and Judy, Jessica's parents, appeared to be stuck in a bygone era. Their entire world had been upended. They were at peace because they believed they had failed to protect their daughter. Although Jessica's sisters were heartbroken by the incident, the family came together during this time. The Carpenters had a strong belief that the police would identify the culprit behind Jessica's death. Since Aiken is a small city, word of Jessica Carpenter's ordeal spread swiftly. The story was reported in every newspaper and on every local television station. In order to solve crimes, law enforcement occasionally needs the assistance of the media. They need the public to be aware of it, and although investigators gave the media some information about the crime, important details were kept under wraps. On August 25, 2003, it was kept a secret that Jessica had been shot in the neck, strangled with a telephone wire, and discovered nude. The first information was given to the police a few weeks after Jessica's death, and they spread it through local news reports. Surveillance footage from a convenience store a few blocks from Jessica's residence was obtained by investigators. Detectives thought that the young man in the top right corner of your screen might have some information about Jessica. As part of an ongoing investigation into the death of a carpenter, the police wanted to identify and question him. On the basis of surveillance footage, every lead, no matter how trivial, was closely examined. In an attempt to identify the man, the Aiken police released a sketch that was aired on television. The suspect's sketch was held in the hands of the detectives looking into Jessica Carpenter as though it were the secret key. Jessica went to Aiken High School, where she was well known to all. They headed to the principal's office to ask the administration for help. Despite looking at the sketch, the principal was unable to identify the subject. The detectives spoke with the principal before starting to interview Jessica's classmates. Any small comment or conversation could reveal information about the crime. Detectives also spoke with teachers who knew Jessica, and some students were in special interest groups with Jessica, such as the school orchestra. But after being at the school for a few hours, they left with nothing. Who was portrayed in this sketch was unknown. The police were able to identify the man after a few days, but it turned out that he was unrelated to Jessica's ordeal. He was just a magazine salesman and an out-of-town student. The police contacted Jessica's closest friends and family because they had limited information. One of her closest friends from Aiken High School was Alice Bryant. She played in the music orchestra with Jessica, whom she had met in 6th grade. Both of them were anticipating their senior year, getting ready for college and maturing. Alice was asked by the investigators if anyone in Jessica's immediate vicinity intended to hurt her. Perhaps she got into a quarrel with someone at school. Alice asserted that Jessica had no enemies, but it's possible that she turned down one of the boys and he was unable to handle it. She had a good relationship with everyone. Because Jessica's friends were unable to provide any leads, the investigation came to a standstill once again. The DNA of an unidentified male was the only tangible evidence the police had discovered at the crime scene. Given that Jessica most likely allowed the criminal to enter the house herself, and that she might have known and trusted the man, a database search turned up no matches. Investigators made the decision to look into Jessica's inner circle. They collected DNA samples from her neighbors, friends, and family. To eliminate as many possible suspects as they could, they visited Judy's place of employment and spoke with all the men, including her supervisor. The local media was asked to help spread the word by the Aiken police. They requested that the men come forward and willingly provide a sample of their DNA. 300 or so DNA samples were examined. The criminal was obviously too smart to assist the authorities. The DNA found on Jessica's body did not match any of the tested samples. Another similar crime, this time in Georgia with an 18-year-old victim, took place 2 months after Jessica Carpenter's death. Chrysalie Barton miraculously survived and shared her story. Chrysalie claimed to have met a man in a restaurant parking lot. He volunteered to serve as her model. The man refused to show his identification when she asked to see it. Chrysalie grudgingly accepted the man's offer to walk her home, but she quickly came to regret it. You can naturally imagine what transpired after he assaulted her in her house and tore off her clothing. After that, the man stabbed her 3 times and started to strangle her. Chrysalie survived, but he believed she was dead. Crawling to the phone, she dialed 911 and then described the man to the police. It was clear that Jessica Carpenter had been attacked by the same man who had attacked Chrysalie Barton. The 2 crimes shared far too many similarities. Women who said they had seen the man in the sketch called the police station as soon as the sketch appeared in the media. The man in the sketch was recognized by Jessica Carpenter's former Red Lobster co-worker, who called. She stated that the week prior to her murder, she had been working with Jessica when the man approached them while they were chatting on the street. He paused and inquired about directions. They attempted to inform him of his destination. He then asked if either of them could accompany him and show him the precise route. Both of them declined, and the man discovered where they were employed. Investigators questioned whether Jessica's murder occurred as a result of this conversation or if it was just a coincidence. 3 days later, the police had a name, thanks in large part to the sketch of the offender that was shown on every newscast. Reinaldo Rivera was his name. A wanted list was created for him. He could harm someone else, so the police wanted to track him down as quickly as possible. The news was just coming on the television, which was once again displaying a sketch of the suspect, when a number of officers stormed into Rivera's room after finding his car in a motel parking lot and driving there to arrest him. In order to evade justice, Rivera was now unconscious on the ground. He had no choice but to take a knife and hurt himself. However, he lived because the police showed up in time. Detectives now needed to identify Reinaldo Rivera and determine whether he was connected to the death of Jessica Carpenter, who was born into a doctor's family in Madrid, Spain. When Rivera was 7 years old, his family relocated to Puerto Rico. He enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the age of 19, serving in San Diego, California, and Orlando, Florida. As an adult, Rivera attended the University of South Carolina and graduated with a degree in office administration while working for the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, D.C. From December 1986 to March 1991 before relocating to North Augusta on Valentine's Day in 1993, he had lived in Graniteville, Columbia, and Fayetteville, North Carolina. By 1998, he was married to Tammy Lisa Bonet and had 2 kids. Rivera was hired by the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company in Aiken to work as a tire inspector. When investigators searched the motel room where Rivera was staying, they discovered a surprise. He left a note claiming he had nothing to do with Jessica Carpenter's death. No one suspected that he led a second secret life like a police officer, and Jessica's family was certain they had found the person who killed her. After assaulting Chrysalie Barton, Reinaldo Rivera was taken into custody. Authorities believed he might be involved in the Jessica Carpenter case as well. They believed the case would be closed and that was the end of it. However, Rivera shocks authorities by confessing to yet another string of unsolved crimes, rather than Jessica's murder. Moussafe Dingus, a 17-year-old from Graniteville, South Carolina, disappeared on July 17, 1999. During the subsequent searches, Aiken County Sheriff's Office deputies reported seeing a girl who fit Dingus's description twice, with an older, dark-haired white male. In the first case, she got into a tan, older model car, and in the second, a bright red 4-door car. On October 13, 2000, after Rivera gave police directions to the burial site on December 4, 17-year-old Tiffany Cherise Wilson from Jackson vanished while she and her 2-month-old daughter Caitlin were at a Winn-Dixie grocery store in North Augusta. Her car was discovered in the parking lot, and witnesses saw her get into a white 4-door Ford from the mid-1980s. The car stopped for a moment before speeding away. 3 days later, Caitlin was discovered stranded in her vehicle across the state line in front of a Georgia Welcome Center. The body of a young female was found by 2 hunters in a densely forested area close to Graniteville on December 30th. Wilson's fingerprints were later used to positively identify the deceased. Similar to the aforementioned victims, Tabitha Lee Bosdell, 20, of Augusta, Georgia, vanished on June 19, 2018. She was going to apply for a second part-time job at a Huddle House before heading to her primary job as a telemarketer, according to her family. Rivera was charged after her remains were located and identified. Marnie Marie Glista was attacked in her home on September 5, 2000. Her age was 21. Despite suffering severe injuries, she lived. After being brought to a nearby hospital, she passed away from her wounds. She became the fourth known victim of Ronaldo Rivera 5 days later. Chrysalie Barton was attacked by Rivera on October 10, 2000, but she survived and police were able to obtain a sketch of her. Rivera's crimes all had a similar pattern, and all of his victims were roughly the same age. All of them suffered neck stab wounds and strangulation. The 37-year-old Rivera was put in solitary confinement and kept under close medical observation to make sure he couldn't hurt himself. Rivera denied any involvement in what happened to Jessica Carpenter, despite confessing to 5 other crimes. After securing Rivera's DNA, police hurried the sample to a lab for Jessica's relatives. It was intolerable to wait for the results. However, the case took a new turn just when the Aiken Police Department believed they had apprehended the offender. Authorities were informed by police informant Craig Gant that Tony Baldwin had confessed to killing Jessica Carpenter. On another murder charge, Tony Baldwin was already incarcerated in Aiken County. The police, Jessica's friends, and her family could only wait while DNA samples were taken from him to determine whether he was involved in her death. When both men's DNA results were received in January 2001, the community as a whole held its breath. 2 suspects in Jessica Carpenter's murder were exonerated, which was a startling development for her family. The DNA discovered on Jessica's body and in the house did not match that of Rivera or Tony Baldwin. For the investigators and the family, this was a huge letdown. Months went by, but the case was still unresolved. But on August 19, 2002, 2 years after Jessica's passing, the lab called the detective who was looking into the case. A DNA match was discovered. The owner was a man named Robert Atkins, who was incarcerated in Georgia. Robert Atkins was having legal issues. He was found guilty of stealing. In Georgia, he was sent back to prison for violating his probation. Georgia was one of the few states at the time that collected inmates' DNA upon admission and entered it into a national database. A DNA match was discovered in this way. One could argue that Atkins might not have been connected to the Jessica Carpenter case if he had acted appropriately and not broken the law once more. In addition to being shocked, investigators were curious as to why he did it. How was Jessica known to him? Furthermore, who is he? In any case, his name was new to the Jessica Carpenter case. To get answers to these questions, a detective visited the prison. Atkins denied knowing Jessica when he started questioning him. The detective then began discussing Jessica's mother Judy's suffering, saying that she was so heartbroken that she didn't know how to proceed with her life or what to do. Atkins apologized while glancing at the detective. He started crying and requested a pause during the interview. Afterwards, he admitted to killing Jessica Carpenter. Later, Atkins guided detectives to the murder weapon, a bloody knife concealed beneath a bush and wrapped in a t-shirt. Investigators pieced together what happened to Jessica Carpenter a week prior to her murder based on Atkins's confession. The following week, August 4, 2000, a package was delivered to Jessica's residence by airborne express courier Robert Atkins. Atkins made a comeback, but on false pretenses. Atkins claimed that he had most likely delivered the package by accident when Jessica opened the door. Jessica responded last week that there had been no error. Then Atkins asked if he could use the phone inside. Jessica let him in. He acted as though he was speaking to someone on the phone. He assaulted Jessica, carried her into the bedroom, and made her undress after realizing that no one else was home. He glanced at her and said, "No, you know me," even though she had stated she wouldn't tell anyone. He cut the phone cord in the kitchen after stealing a knife from there. He stabbed Jessica in the neck and strangled her with the phone cord. After that, he departed with the knife and carried on delivering packages in his van. When Jessica's family members found out about the crime, they were incensed. The following day, he got married as if nothing had happened the day before. Jessica was uncritical. She gave him a glass of water and invited him inside. On May 22, 2006, he committed this terrible crime after she showed him kindness. In an agreement with the prosecution, Robert Atkins entered a guilty plea to 5 charges. He consented to enter a guilty plea in exchange for a life sentence, even though he was facing the death penalty. Atkins was asked by Judge Diane Goodstein if he realized that he would never be allowed to leave prison. "Are you aware that you will be incarcerated for the rest of your life?" He said he did when she asked him to put his feet in a box first. 2 life sentences were imposed on Atkins. In 2004, Ronaldo Rivera received a death sentence. Rivera informed the jury that he had a mental illness and that medical professionals needed to investigate it to discover a remedy. In addition, he claimed that he still had murderous fantasies, threatened to retaliate if freed, and called for the death penalty. Rivera withdrew his testimony and started the process of appealing his sentence in 2016, 12 years later. The court denied his last appeal in October 2024. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Rosemary Silva, 32, and her fiancé, Uderli Damasceno, 30, were getting ready for their wedding ceremony on Sunday, December 4, 2016, which was scheduled to take place in a charming rural setting close to Sao Paulo. To impress the guests and her future husband, Rosemary had orchestrated a spectacular helicopter arrival, but a sudden tragedy made everything into a nightmare just before the ceremony was scheduled to start. Rosemary, a 32-year-old nurse assistant, grew up in a big family in Sao Paulo. Her parents taught her the importance of kindness and compassion at a young age, which led her to pursue a career in helping people. Her co-workers always felt they had her undivided attention and frequently complimented her on her diligence, patience, and kind disposition. When she wasn't working, Rosemary was a happy, energetic person who loved hanging out with friends, volunteering at her church, and making sure her loved ones were safe and content. Since she was a young girl, Rosemary had dreamed of her wedding day. She imagined herself wearing a gorgeous white gown, walking down a flower-adorned aisle, and being surrounded by the smiles of loved ones. She had been inspired by these fantasies to diligently save money for the ideal celebration. Her spectacular helicopter arrival was one of the unique touches she had in mind, a surprise that would enthrall everyone present. Uderli, who was 30 at the time, was a mechanic from Sao Paulo who was raised in a hard-working household that valued simplicity and honesty. He had a strong interest in mechanics from an early age and progressively developed into a proficient professional. Uderli had a reputation for always carrying out his duties with honesty and for being steady, collected, and trustworthy. Despite his previous marriage ending in divorce, he remained close to his daughter from that marriage and spent as much time as he could with her. Although they didn't click right away, the two quickly became closer after meeting at an evangelical church. At first, they approached their discussions warily, as if they were two strangers who were not sure what they had in common. But as their relationship deepened, it became clear that they were destined to be together. In 2015, the pair started dating, and a year later, Uderli proposed, which Rosemary happily accepted. Rosemary and Uderli immediately started organizing their wedding after announcing their engagement. From the selection of flowers and music to the seating configurations and venue decor, Rosemary was adamant that everything be flawless. This was supposed to be a fairy tale day, and Rosemary imagined every visitor looking back on it with delight. But one element of the wedding was particularly noteworthy. Rosemary orchestrated a memorable surprise by arriving in a helicopter. Her dream had been to descend from the sky like a vision, to make an entrance that would be remembered. She worked with pilot Peterson Pinheiro to arrange for a Robinson R-44, a light commercial helicopter. While keeping this information confidential, just 6 people were aware of the plan, including her brother Silvano Silva and photographer Nayla Cristina Neves, who was supposed to document the event. Rosemary couldn't sleep on the morning of her wedding because she was so excited. As the stylists meticulously worked on her hair and makeup, she was greeted with smiles and congrats at the beauty salon. She continued to visualize her spectacular arrival, descending from above and witnessing the wonder on her guests' faces. She had been thinking about this vision for months. She was aware that the day's high point would be this surprise. Rosemeyer arrived at a nearby town by 2 p.m., wearing her white wedding gown, to catch the helicopter's departure. She was accompanied by her 40-year-old brother Silvano, who had always been her rock. He couldn't refuse his sister's wish, even though he, like many members of their family, was nervous about the flight. They were joined by photographer Nayla, who was expecting a child and was prepared to capture every happy moment. The helicopter took off at 3:30 p.m. The flight went smoothly at first. In anticipation of seeing her fiancé and their guests, Rosemere sat next to her brother, smiling and holding his hand. Nayla made sure that every look and smile would be preserved in their wedding album by filming it all. However, things soon changed. The weather started to get worse. The air inside the helicopter became tense as clouds began to gather, then fog and rain. The pilot had to use instruments to guide him through the thick fog as visibility was fading. Already nervous about flying, Silvano displayed obvious signs of anxiety as he tightly grasped Rosemere's hand while she attempted to reassure him. The photographer Nayla continued to record, but her camera trembled every now and then, revealing the tension that had gripped everyone on board. The pilot approached the venue and tried to find a safe landing spot by descending, but the maneuver became dangerous due to the poor visibility. An uncontrollable descent was caused when the helicopter's tail abruptly clipped a tree. The helicopter crashed and caught fire just over a mile from the wedding location. Those involved in Rosemere's surprise plan started to feel apprehensive as time passed. The wedding coordinator, Carlos Eduardo, who had assisted in planning the flight, called the helicopter company to inquire about its progress. He was informed that the flight had left on time and ought to have reached its destination by now. His concern was heightened by this response, which led him to attempt speaking with the pilot directly. Not a single call was answered. When the phone rang and no one answered, Carlos and the other organizers frantically looked for other ways to find out where the helicopter was. Employees of the company also made unsuccessful attempts to contact the pilot. Meanwhile, as the guests became aware of Carlos's nervous manner, whispers and concerned looks began to circulate among them. The air became heavy with uneasiness, but nobody wanted to cause alarm. Anxious waiting gave way to growing panic after another 15 minutes. In an attempt to learn whether there had been any reports of an incident in the area, the organizers made the decision to contact the local authorities. At that point, they learned of a helicopter crash near the wedding site, which confirmed their worst suspicions. The fact that it was the same flight that was carrying Rosemere was not confirmed, but the information was enough to chill everyone. Carlos Eduardo confided in the pastor because he wasn't sure how to tell the groom. They went together to Uterly and told him what they knew. A few miles away, there had been a report of a potential helicopter crash. Uterly initially found it difficult to understand. He was unaware that Rosemere would be arriving by helicopter. The pastor kindly clarified that Rosemere had planned a surprise for both him and the guests. However, the words didn't seem to make sense. As the realization dawned, Uterly stood in stunned silence, staring at Carlos Eduardo and the pastor. His surroundings appeared to dim, the noises of the assembly fading into a quiet emptiness. When the gravity of the situation became apparent, everyone's eyes were on him. That helicopter might have contained Rosemere. The ensuing silence seemed to go on forever, and nobody knew how to respond. Reports verified that emergency personnel arrived at the scene of the collision within minutes. At first, there were few specifics as they tried to evaluate the situation. To keep spectators out, police surrounded the area and started their investigation. As news of the crash spread to the wedding location, the guests' anxiety grew more intense by the second, though everyone could feel that the possibility of a positive outcome was dwindling. One of the event organizers suggested waiting for official confirmation before drawing any conclusions. Behind him, the groom could hear whispers among the guests, and he knew that until the specifics were known, no one would tell the truth. Whispers were spreading like wildfire, and the day that was supposed to be a celebration was gradually devolving into chaos. First responders were already working diligently at the crash site, while the guests anxiously waited at the venue. The helicopter had crashed near a highway in a forested area. The fuselage had caught fire upon impact, and the remaining portion of the aircraft was rapidly consumed by the flames. After battling to keep the fire contained, firefighters eventually made it to the wreckage. Those attempting to piece together what had happened were struck with a sense of dread and grief. when it became evident that none of the passengers had survived. In order to determine the cause of the collision, police officers started gathering evidence and searching the scene for hints. One officer found a camera that had continued to record even after the impact, and debris was strewn all over a small space. The video might offer important new information about the last few seconds of the flight. However, the cause of the tragedy was still unknown. The hope for a miracle was dashed when the wedding venue received official confirmation of the crash. With a heavy heart, the pastor went to Uderly and delivered the heartbreaking news. The groom's face was marked with pain as he tried to make sense of what he was hearing. Those who were by his side were left in stunned silence, unsure of how to react to such overwhelming grief, as the world seemed to crumble around him in that moment. Unsure of what to say or do, the guests who had come to celebrate love and happiness now stood in stunned silence. The ceremony, which had been eagerly awaited, had instead turned into a scene of shock and grief. What had been supposed to be a lovely day had turned into a sobering reminder of how easily one mistake or unanticipated circumstance could ruin lives and plans in an instant. Brazilian National Civil Aviation Agency investigators started collecting witness statements and analyzing the flight data. Particularly interested were those who had been to the wedding or knew about Rosemere's intentions. In addition to determining the technical causes of the crash, the investigation sought to understand why she chose to arrive at such a high risk. Police and aviation safety specialists carefully inspected the wreckage. Retrieving the flight data and going over recordings that might offer important insights was one of their first tasks. It was crucial to figure out why the helicopter lost control and veered off course. There were several possible causes, including pilot error or mechanical failure, in addition to the possibility of heavy fog and deteriorating weather. The investigation was further complicated by witness statements from people who knew the pilot, Peterson Pinheiro. Pinheiro was a seasoned and well-respected expert who was renowned for managing each flight with care and responsibility. He had years of experience and had flown numerous times in difficult weather conditions. Before taking off, he carefully considered the risks, according to his colleagues. Those who worked with him found the news of the crash even more confusing because of this background. It was difficult for many to accept that he could have made such a serious error, but the facts were still indisputable. The helicopter had clipped a tree and spun out of control in dense fog and rain. In order to ascertain whether there had been a chance for a safe landing, investigators tried to piece together the last moments of the flight. The families of Rosemere and Udery were left to deal with unspeakable grief while investigators worked at the crash site. Close friends, parents, and siblings found it difficult to believe that this tragedy had truly happened. One of the few people who was aware of Rosemere's intention to arrive by helicopter, her sister, recalled their conversations. The idea of surprising everyone with her entrance had filled Rosemere with excitement and enthusiasm. However, nobody could have predicted that this would be her last flight. Uderly stood by the wedding arch, still reeling from the loss. He witnessed organizers and attendees attempting to console one another, but it did not bring him any comfort. He was troubled by the fact that he had been unaware of Rosemere's surprise. He believed that by failing to protect her, he had let her down. What ought to have been the start of their life together had instead turned into one of his worst memories. Soon after, investigators published an initial report confirming that the weather was a major factor in the collision. Visibility was severely limited due to the thick fog the helicopter had encountered. Pilot Peterson lost control of the aircraft and caused the tragic crash after attempting an emergency landing and clipping a tree with the aircraft's tail. But the inquiry was far from finished. Determining why the pilot was unable to prevent the collision and why the helicopter was flying at such a low altitude was crucial. Experts started analyzing the footage from the camera discovered among the wreckage because it might contain important hints for reconstructing the last moments of the flight. Even though it was painful, this step was essential to comprehending what had transpired in those final moments. An eerie silence descended upon the venue as the guests gradually started to depart. Nobody was strong enough to speak. While Uderly's friends and family provided him with as much support as they could, the organizers worked to coordinate with the local authorities. But everyone was plagued by unanswered questions. Why did this happen? What might have led to such a disastrous result? Rosemere's family was also in shock and finding it difficult to accept what had happened. Her mother, who had always been her staunchest ally, was unable to believe that their morning chat would be their final one. She remembered how excitedly Rosemere had described her plan as a gift from the heavens that would astound everyone. Nobody could have predicted that her dream would become such a nightmare. Soon, fresh worries about the flight's actual safety surfaced. Investigators found that the helicopter lacked charter service authorization. Only private flights were allowed under its license. For what reason had the business consented to supply it for the wedding? Who was in charge of failing to notice the weather? These queries sparked additional research and became the main focus of the study. Some witnesses started to remember that bad weather had been predicted in the days before the wedding. However, these warnings received little attention. These circumstances would have needed to be taken into account by pilot Peterson Pinheiro, who is renowned for his meticulous attention to safety. The flight was nevertheless authorized. Who ultimately decided to go ahead with the flight in spite of the obvious risks was now the focus of the investigation. Uderlee was trying to think, and every second of waiting was painful. Rosemere had filled his life with so much warmth and light that he couldn't fathom living without her. It was believed that their journey, which began with timid looks at church, would lead to a happy life together. It felt broken now, like a picture that would never be complete. A thick silence fell over the hall, which had once been intended to reverberate with wedding music and exuberant speeches. All that was audible were quiet sobs, consoling words, and reassuring hugs. Nobody knew how to comfort a man who had just lost everything he held dear, or what to say to Uderlee. The helicopter crash that killed Rosemere, her brother Silvano, photographer Nayla, and pilot Peterson left a lasting scar on the hearts of their families and the community at large, even though the investigation went on for weeks. As more information became available, one emotion remained constant among those who knew the victims: a deep sense of injustice and loss. The Brazilian National Civil Aviation Agency finished its report a month after the tragic incident. It was verified that the severe weather and poor visibility were the main causes of the collision. When the helicopter lost control at a low altitude, pilot Peterson Pinheiro was in a dire situation after trying to navigate through heavy fog and rain. The collision with a tree, which resulted in the fatal crash, was the crucial moment. Additionally, the report disclosed that Rosemere's helicopter lacked authorization for charter flights. Its registration only allowed for private use, and it was against safety rules to let it be used for a wedding. In addition to drawing attention to the company that rented out the helicopter, this revelation infuriated the relatives of the victims. Subsequent analysis revealed that the helicopter's leasing company had neglected to adequately evaluate the weather and permitted the flight to continue in spite of warnings of poor visibility. After the investigation was finished, the company and its owners were the target of multiple lawsuits because this was considered a serious breach. The relatives of the victims wanted to know why the flight had been authorized in these circumstances and who was responsible for the cancellation. The pilot independently assessed that the flight could be conducted safely, according to the helicopter company. More investigation was necessary, though, after it was discovered that the business lacked permission to use the aircraft for commercial purposes. Their licenses were temporarily suspended as a result, and a thorough audit of their business practices was conducted. The families of Rosemere and the other victims got ready for the funerals while the investigation continued. None of them wanted to confront that moment. Seeing dreams dashed is one thing, but accepting the loss of loved ones is quite another. Hundreds of people came to pay their respects at the solemn funeral. Tears and silence conveyed more than words could ever convey. Unable to express his sorrow, Uderlee stood by Rosemere's coffin. His spirit appeared hardened by the weight of his grief, and his eyes were hollow. He had dreamed of being with Rosemere all his life, but in a flash everything was different. He thought his heart might burst as he stood in front of her coffin. He was unable to accept that this was really the end, and couldn't say goodbye. Following the funeral, Rosemere's friends and family started a campaign to call for more safety regulations in private aviation. They hoped that no one else would ever experience such a terrible loss as a result of carelessness or oversight. This tragedy struck a chord with the public, leading to broad support for more stringent laws and mandatory supervision to guarantee adherence to flight safety standards. Their local church, which they frequently visited, honored Rosemere's memory as well as that of her brother and the other victims. Uderli made the decision to preserve their legacy in spite of his suffering, in order to provide families impacted by comparable tragedies with tools to deal with their loss. He set up a small fund. Investigators published their final report after several months. It verified that bad weather and poor visibility, which caused the loss of control, were the primary causes of the tragedy. The company's failure to appropriately evaluate the risks involved and adhere to appropriate rental procedures was one contributing factor. The company's flight licenses were temporarily revoked and fined until all found flaws were fixed. Even though the investigation yielded a lot of answers, it was unable to restore the lost. Families were compensated, but it didn't make their grief any less painful. It was only a symbolic gesture that Uderli and everyone who knew Rosemere could not reverse. Life gradually returned to normal for most people months after the tragedy, but not for Uderli. The spark that used to light his eyes had vanished, but he still went to work and saw friends. Nothing could fill the void Rosemere's passing left in his heart. He frequently found himself thinking back on their happy times together in the evenings and wishing that day had gone differently. What started out as a dream for an amazing surprise showed how fleeting life is and how one bad choice can alter everything. Tragically, Rosemere's wedding day was not what she had hoped for, but it was still memorable. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Why do some young women marry men who are significantly older than them? Rosanna Galliano's story wasn't the only one. A young college student married a man her father's age after falling in love with him. But this union's tragic demise stunned Argentina as a whole and became one of the most talked about subjects in the media. Who was Galliano? Rosanna? On November 24, 1978, Rosanna Edith Rodriguez Galliano was born in a Buenos Aires suburb. She was the youngest of Reynaldo Galliano and Graciela Rodriguez's 4 children. Rosanna grew up with her sister Monica and her older brothers Oscar and Gustavo. From their early years, the siblings had a close bond. Her father was a skilled mechanic who ran a small auto repair business. Her mother had previously taught at a nearby high school, but she chose to quit teaching after having children in order to focus on taking care of the family and raising her children. According to everyone who knew Rosanna personally, she was a happy, vivacious, and outgoing young lady. She participated actively in dance, had lots of friends at school, and was talented at drawing. One day, she hoped to pursue a career in interior design or art. After graduating, she enrolled at Argentina's National University of the Arts because she was determined to achieve her goals. If José Arce hadn't entered her life, she probably would have accomplished everything she set out to do. José Jacinto Arce brought his vintage car with a rather complex problem to Reynaldo Galliano's workshop in 2001. The skilled mechanic accepted the assignment. Rosanna stopped by her father's workshop to deliver lunch that her mother had made while they talked about the specifics and price of the repair. Rosanna immediately drew Arce's attention with her youthful beauty, big eyes, and bright smile. The man started going to the workshop every day, ostensibly to monitor the work and see how the repair was going. In the hopes of seeing Rosanna again, he always arrived during lunch. It's now necessary to give some background information about José Arce and his troubled past. Jacinto Pedro Arce and Elsa Dorotea Aguilar welcomed him into the world on November 28, 1948, in the Famela department in the northwest of the Argentine province of Tucumán. His mother's side of the family was Greek, and his father's was Italian. He spent a large portion of his early years in Naples and on the Greek island of Crete. According to some accounts, José Arce's father had strong connections to organized crime and accumulated a sizable fortune through illicit means. Jacinto's unexplained death in the middle of the 1980s suggested a targeted attack, perhaps planned by someone with a purpose. José was incarcerated for smuggling illegal substances at the time of his father's passing. José and his mother resided in the United States until 1996, but he was in danger of being deported for breaking immigration laws. But Elsa, his mother, became a citizen of the United States, purchased a house in Boston, and stayed there with her sister. Jose had been married twice, but he didn't stay in touch with either of his previous spouses or their kids. He disliked discussing his past and preferred to keep his marriages, criminal history, dubious family background, and the mystery surrounding his father's death a secret. Jose, who was over 50 at the time of the events detailed here, had 3 expensive cars, multiple properties in Buenos Aires and its suburbs, and a fashionable, opulent wardrobe. He was skilled at projecting an air of sophistication and charm that made an impression on others. Young Rosanna was soon won over by his charm. After exchanging phone numbers, Rosanna asked her out on a date a week later. Rosanna didn't fully comprehend how deeply she had fallen for a man who could have easily been her father, because their relationship developed so quickly. Rosanna's parents were initially unaware of the couple's covert relationship. Her older sister, Monica, was immediately concerned when she told her, but she also pledged to keep it a secret from their parents for the time being. Jose showed up at the Giuliano home 6 months later to formally request Rosanna's hand in marriage. Rosanna was only 22 years old at this point, and he was 52. The proposal surprised her parents, who were unsure of how to respond. Graciela, Rosanna's mother, drew her aside and asked her bluntly if she really intended to wed this much older man. After a brief hesitancy, Rosanna informed her mother that she was prepared to marry Jose because she loved him, but Graciela had a feeling something wasn't quite right. Her daughter looked nervous, angry, and even afraid. Jose most likely exerted pressure on Rosanna to agree to his proposal. Jose, however, asserted that their 30-year age difference did not deter their love or prevent them from beginning a family. 7 months after first meeting, the couple got married at the end of 2001, and Rosanna moved in with Jose. Everything appeared to be ideal at first. Jose seemed to truly love and care for his young bride. He planned a lavish wedding reception, bought Rosanna pricey presents, and planned a romantic honeymoon by the sea. The spiral downward. Geronimo, a son, was Rosanna and Jose's first child together, born in 2002. However, significant issues started to surface in the family after the birth of their child. By controlling Rosanna's every action, Jose effectively imprisoned her in their house. He kept tabs on all of her phone conversations, and she was prohibited from communicating with her own family members as well as friends. Rosanna initially made an effort to hide her problems from her family. She hoped the problems in her marriage would be resolved and felt she could manage the situation on her own. However, the situation only got worse over time. Jose showed himself to be a controlling tyrant who was prone to violent outbursts and was jealous and cunning. In addition to verbally abusing Rosanna and disparaging her family, he even implied that she should be thankful for everything he did for her, by saying that he had chosen her out of the trash. As Rosanna's fear of her husband grew, she made every effort to avoid upsetting him. In order to prevent upsetting Jose, she was prepared to forgo communication with her parents, brothers, and sister. However, he didn't really need an excuse to lose his temper or turn violent. The emotional abuse eventually became physical. Jose started using his fists to strike out nearly daily, and it was evident that he relished the authority it bestowed upon him. Rosanna was always afraid, but she was at a loss for what to do. She foolishly thought that her husband would stop torturing her, and that the issue would eventually resolve itself. However, things only got worse. Jose had a number of weapons, including 2 handguns that he liked to show off to visitors and kept loaded at all times. With these guns, he regularly threatened Rosanna, saying that if she ever tried to argue with him or leave him, he would use them. Her brother Oscar happened to be an unintentional witness to one of these scenes one day. Oscar was concerned and had dropped in without warning after failing to get through to Rosanna. He went through the front door, which was unlocked, and discovered that the couple was having a heated argument. Jose slapped Rosanna several times while insulting her and her family. Before drawing his gun, he held the barrel to her face, took her by the hair, and jokingly mentioned how much he would like to pull the trigger. Oscar stepped in right away to protect his sister by putting himself between her and Jose. He insisted that Rosanna gather her belongings, take the child, and accompany him to their parents' house, threatening to call the police. Rosanna surprisingly declined, insisting that he not meddle in their marital issues. She asked Oscar to leave and told him that she would remain with her husband. Despite his shock, Oscar didn't continue to argue. Though he wasn't quite ready to go, he left the house in silence. He was concerned that Jose would not carry out his violent threats and that Rosanna was safe. Oscar waited outside, out of sight, and used his phone to take a few pictures. Even though early 2000s phones had far from ideal cameras, it was evident from the photos that Jose was brandishing a gun and aiming it at his frightened wife, who was sitting on the floor. Only after Jose had locked himself in his study and put the weapon away did Oscar depart. Rosanna and Jose welcomed their second child, a son named Neuan, in 2006, despite the constant nightmares at home. In an effort to preserve their marriage and provide her sons with a two-parent home free from poverty, Rosanna made every effort to patch up her relationship with her husband. However, things did not change. Jose remained as vicious and violent as ever. Jose and his mother, Elsa, had a very close relationship and were always there for him. Although Elsa was a resident of the United States, she regularly visited Argentina and would spend months or even weeks at her son's home. These visits were a humiliating ordeal for Rosanna, a continual trial. She had to take care of her husband's aging mother while putting up with daily taunts and criticism. Rosanna, in Elsa's opinion, was a bad housewife, a bad mother, and a bad housekeeper. She would frequently claim that Rosanna was worthless, that she lived in his home, that she was dependent on him for everything, and that she didn't deserve her son. Elsa had seen Jose's violent outbursts against Rosanna several times, but she had never stepped in to stop them. Rather, she accused Rosanna of inciting him and threatened to take away her sons and ensure she would never see them again if Rosanna ever filed for divorce. Elsa made herself known, even when she wasn't there in person. She stayed in close communication with Jose, asking about everything that went on in the home, giving him advice, and urging him to make sure Rosanna didn't get away with anything. Jose viciously assaulted Rosanna once more in the middle of 2006, when Neuan was only 7 months old, breaking her nose and multiple ribs. Rosanna finally made the decision to report the abuse to the authorities after this violent assault, which was the tipping point for her. She requested a forensic examination after formally reporting domestic violence, and the results showed a history of systematic physical abuse, including numerous bruises and injuries at different stages of healing. Interestingly, Jose was able to persuade Rosanna to give him another chance, and the case was ultimately dismissed. She still shared a home with him, but this time she began to confide in her sister, Monica. Rosanna called Monica whenever something happened to let her know what had happened, and she even began sending her messages with the threats she had received from Jose and Elsa. For more than a year, Monica recorded these discussions in a journal. Rosanna took her 2 sons and spent days hiding out at her sister's house as she repeatedly ran away from her husband's abuse. At least 5 times during these escape attempts, she was forced to return to Jose after he threatened to kill her or take her sons away, according to close family members. Rosanna filed for divorce at the end of 2007 and was successful in getting a court order that barred Jose from being around her and their sons. Jose, however, filed a countersuit, asserting his right to see his sons. For these visits, the court set a schedule that had to be adhered to. They agreed that Jose's vacant country home would be the venue for the meetings. Rosanna was afraid of Jose and felt safer with someone who could step in if something went wrong, so she frequently went to these meetings with her brother Asgar. Rosanna became friends with Daniel Gonzalez, a local gardener, and told him about her terrifying ordeal. Daniel was sympathetic and saw multiple instances in which Jose used derogatory language to publicly humiliate Rosanna. He would subsequently testify in court regarding these incidents. Rosanna met Oscar Lugo, a young man, in August 2007. They soon developed a romantic relationship. Despite being only 3 years Rosanna's senior, Oscar was considerate, kind, and perceptive. He took to her sons right away. After her divorce from Jose was finalized, the couple even began organizing their wedding, giving the impression that she had finally found the right partner. Jose, however, persisted in keeping a close eye on his still lawful wife. When physical violence and threats failed to control her, he turned to bribery. Rosanna adamantly refused his offer of a car in exchange for her return. Jose, who remained in close contact with his mother, confided in her out of desperation that he intended to hire someone else to kill Rosanna. Elsa not only endorsed the concept but also gave her son financial support, sending him a sizable sum of money to commit the crime. Jose had to come up with a thorough plan and locate a hitman for almost 2 months. Rosanna, her sons, and her sister Monica visited Jose at the country house on January 16, 2008, as part of a planned visit. Jose left the women in the house that day to wait for the boys to return after taking them for a walk. Jose sent a message around 9 p.m. stating that he was taking Geronimo, one of the boys, to the hospital because he was feeling ill and had a fever. Rosanna became worried and texted Jose multiple times in an attempt to find out what was happening, but he didn't pick up. Hosanna gave Rosanna a call at around 10 o'clock. The phone call would prove to be a fatal trap. Rosanna would go outside to get a signal, and he knew that cell reception was bad in the house. Monica hurried to investigate after hearing 6 gunshots as soon as she left the house. On the vacant lot next door, she noticed a shadowy figure slipping behind a fence. She discovered Rosanna bleeding profusely on the ground a short while later. Monica dashed back inside to retrieve her phone, but she was unable to immediately connect to emergency services. She called her brother in a panic, told him what was happening, and urged him to call the police and emergency services right away. Rosanna had no chance of surviving after 4 of the 6 shots that were fired struck their target, striking her in the neck and chest. She had already stopped exhibiting any signs of life by the time emergency personnel arrived. Doctors were only able to confirm Rosanna's death after she bled out in a matter of minutes. Rosanna's close relatives were all certain of the person responsible for this terrible incident. When Jose was questioned that same night, he pretended to be shocked and denied any role in his wife's passing. He was released pending additional investigation because he had an alibi. Rosanna's family feared that Jose would just pay someone off and get away with it if there was no publicity, so they chose to take the case to the media. The publicity, though, could have backfired. Rosanna actively conducted interviews and engaged prestigious attorneys, damaging Rosanna's and her family's reputations. He asserted that Rosanna had cheated on him by having multiple lovers, all of whom might have desired her death. He even charged Monica with the murder, claiming that she had called their brother instead of helping her dying sister. However, Monica's potential involvement in the shooting was thoroughly investigated. Ballistic tests showed that the shots had been fired from a .45 caliber pistol, which would have been difficult for a thin woman like Monica to handle, and there were no signs of gunpowder residue on her hands or clothing. Josiah went on to enumerate Rosanna's alleged suitors, which included the gardener and a number of other men from their domestic staff. At first, the investigation proceeded slowly, but with the help of multiple witnesses' testimonies, Monica's thorough diary, and images on Oscar's phone, authorities were able to prove that Josiah had been physically abusing his wife for years. Subsequent inquiries turned up multiple instances in which Rosanna had reported domestic abuse to the police, accompanied by medical documentation. Jose's mother Elsa took care of the couple's sons while he was in custody, even though he was the main suspect in his wife's death. The Galliano family was not allowed to see the boys for almost half a year. Graciela and Monica were denied custody, but were given visitation rights only in the fall of 2008. Oscar, who had pictures of Jose pointing a gun at his sister on his phone, was put under witness protection and started getting anonymous threats. He was fitted with a tracking device so that authorities could keep tabs on his movements. When he was abducted by 2 unidentified attackers a few months later, brutally beaten and abandoned to perish in a secluded location outside the city, this gadget saved his life. He was found in time and taken to the hospital with the help of the tracking signal. A year after Rosanna's passing, Jose was taken into custody and accused of assault, abuse, and planning a crime. Despite a lot of work, the hired criminal's identity was never revealed. Paulo and Gabrielle, Jose's cousins, were detained as possible accomplices, though. They were released in April 2009 after the charges against them were dropped for lack of evidence. The main suspect's trial was repeatedly postponed, raising suspicions that the case was being purposefully delayed. It was discovered during this period that Jose's mother, Elsa, had sent a sizable amount of money to her son just prior to the catastrophe. The money was allegedly intended to buy Rosanna and her sons a house to live in following the divorce. But the money vanished from the account a few weeks prior to the crime, and the property was never bought. Elsa was also taken into custody as an accomplice, but she and her son were soon freed on bond. More than 5 years after Rosanna's passing, the trial finally started in the spring of 2013. Since the identity of the offender was still a mystery, Jose and Elsa were the only defendants. Jose had a stroke and was admitted to the hospital just 1 week into the trial, and Elsa was put under house arrest. Geronimo and Nehuan stayed with the Arce family during this period. When the trial recommenced 6 months later, Jose and Elsa were both found guilty in spite of the defense team's best efforts. Jose's refusal to divide property and custody of his sons during the divorce was determined to be the main driving force. At least Elsa knew about her son's plans and encouraged him. The defendants tried to damage Rosanna's reputation during the trial by making multiple, later proven false accusations against her. Ajika and Elsa were found guilty on all counts and given a life sentence in prison in November 2013. But in 2015, Jose's sentence was reduced to house arrest after suffering another severe stroke, and Elsa's due to her advanced age. Geronimo and Nehuan were placed in the custody of Elsa's younger sister during this time. Rosanna's family, the Galeanos, did not obtain legal visitation rights with the boys until early 2017. However, by that time, both sons were teenagers who had spent years apart from their maternal relatives. The boys no longer felt a bond with Rosanna's parents, siblings, and extended family, so their reunions with them were chilly and aloof. Jose died on October 24, 2018, 1 month before his 70th birthday after suffering another stroke. When Elsa passed away the following year at the age of 91, the custody dispute was rekindled. Geronimo didn't want to move or change schools, so he stayed with Elsa's sister, since he was only a few months away from turning 18. However, a court order placed Nehuan in the custody of his Aunt Monica. After experiencing years of trauma and loss, Geronimo and Nehuan both battled persistent anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. Geronimo decided to leave his maternal relatives, whom he considered to be strangers, and relocate to a different city as he grew older. Until he reached adulthood, Nehuan lived with his Aunt Monica, but their relationship remained formal and aloof. He separated from Monica and other family members on his mother's side after graduating high school and moving into a college dorm. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.